Jiang Lin traversed realms in an exceedingly unfortunate manner, awakening to his system at the tender age of 3. However, during his initial 10 consecutive draws, an unexpected occurrence transpired. System. How can such a person exist? The probability of achieving 10 consecutive draws is nearly non-existent. The system's top 10 imperial artifacts were drawn forth, unlocking an achievement that granted him the grimoire of the origins of all powers, causing the system to crash. At this moment, Jiang Lin realized that his life had undergone a significant transformation. Everything seemed to have become remarkably simpler. The Spirit Clan is poised to invade, audaciously opening the world's entrance at my doorstep. I shall initiate a counter-invasion. I have heard that European demons are adept at manipulating souls. Perhaps I shall create my own underworld. Over a decade later, a somewhat bored Jiang Lin mused. I have dealt with the Spirit Clan and safeguarded the entrance for over a decade. It is time I experience life. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the System. At the end of August, during the school season, at the South City train station. South City, being the largest and most prominent city in the western region of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally experiences an overwhelming influx of people, and with the commencement of new student admissions at various spirit martial universities today, the foot traffic has doubled. Students from major universities in the western region, having undergone the awakening of their spirit contracts during their second year, enter the Spirit Martial University, embarking on a rapid cultivation journey after 2 years of solid preparation. South City serves as the core of the western region, hosting the finest university, in addition to the presence of one of the 5 top-tier universities, West Region University. West Region University ranks among the top 5 universities in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and following the Spirit Clan invasion, it has consistently maintained a position within the top 3. Consequently, aside from the residents of the Western region, numerous individuals from other areas have come to enroll, resulting in a congested state throughout South City as the school year approaches. Amidst the bustling train station, a young man with black hair, bright eyes, and a handsome visage set down the enormous suitcase in his right hand, hoisting the hefty backpack on his back, while his left hand carried a large bag of unknown local specialties. What do you see? Observing the throngs of people, a multitude of adolescents his age accompanied by their parents, Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having been in this world for nearly 18 years, he deemed his life to be blissfully complete. In stark contrast to his previous existence on Earth, where he was an orphan forced into adulthood after middle school, he endured hardship and ultimately dulled his edges. At the age of 20, while returning home after work, he missed the subway and opted for a shared bike instead, only to suffer a painful injury from a stone kicked up by a passing car, causing him to lose control and tumble to the roadside. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A car accident unfolded before him, a Tesla exploding on the spot, and as Jiang Lin, who was clutching his injured hand and preparing to lift his bicycle, caught sight of a sharp metal fragment growing ever closer. In his previous life, Jiang Lin was a solitary individual. Despite his efforts to socialize, he struggled to forge friendships, finding solace only in the realms of online novels and games. He harbored no disdain towards his transmigration. Rather, he embraced his new identity, new life, and the system, well, albeit the system had malfunctioned. At this thought, Jiang Lin felt a twinge of guilt. He swore he had merely drawn randomly, and it was the system that had initiated the so-called beginner's 10 consecutive draws. Yet, none of this mattered. He now enjoyed a fulfilling life, with loving parents and being their sole son, thus compensating for his previous life's parental void. Furthermore, thanks to the 10 consecutive draws, he had acquired formidable powers, liberated from the constraints of society and life. Now, he was about to experience one of his previous life's regrets, university life. It was rumored that universities were teeming with beautiful women, offering freedom and romance and a plethora of talent, a place where he could meet a diverse array of friends. At the very least, Jiang Lin hoped to encounter a multitude of interesting individuals, rather than merely unseemly characters. University, here I come. Jiang Lin's exuberant exclamation drew the attention of several passers-by, who, upon realizing he was merely a young man laden with bags, exchanged amused glances before diverting their gaze. Let me see. Where is the freshman reception point for West Region University? Jiang Lin placed his hand on his brow, scanning the area intently. To ensure newcomers did not lose their way, every Spirit Martial University had established reception points at various transport hubs throughout South City to welcome freshmen back to campus. As the most prestigious university in the Western region, West Region University's reception point was particularly conspicuous, and Jiang Lin found its location within mere seconds. He first hoisted his massive backpack, then took hold of the hefty suitcase and the bag of hometown specialties his mother insisted he bring, nearly engulfed by the 3 cumbersome items. Those around him noticed no disparity, for in this era of spirit energy revival spanning over 4 centuries, even the physiques of ordinary individuals, nurtured by the constant presence of spirit energy, had reached the athletic level of Jiang Lin's previous life. Moreover, students at spirit martial universities possess the advantage of spirit energy, rendering such burdens trivial. However, just as Jiang Lin was filled with excitement and the radiant face of a senior sister at the reception drew nearer, a distant, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. The divine forging system has evolved. Beep, beep, beep. The fantasy forging system has awakened. Host, long time no see. Jiang Lin paused, a mix of embarrassment and guilt washing over him. You've awakened? I truly did not intend for this to happen. I know, came the system's voice, tinged with complexity. So, do you have any further instructions? Jiang Lin inquired softly. The system hesitated before responding. Complete my mission. Beep, initiating beginner's quest. A translucent screen appeared before Jiang Lin, visible only to him. Beginner's quest. Own your own forging shop. Rewards. Absolute domain. Forging master. Absolute domain. When within the shop's vicinity, you are in a state of absolute invincibility. Forging master. Instantly transforms you into a forging master with decades of experience. Jiang Lin glanced at it briefly. No, I wish to enjoy university life. After all, I returned to your world post-explosion, scouring your every life trajectory and preference, ultimately evolving into the fantasy forging system within the confines of my limited traits. Jiang Lin's fist instinctively tightened as he could not deny that. For a fleeting moment, he appeared to be standing upon a spaceship, his right hand wielding Frostmourne, while fire danced merrily on either side. Meanwhile, the system gently coaxed him. Though you currently possess the Origin Grimoire, it ultimately amounts to merely a formidable force. Consider the weapons from your past games that could manifest here. Whether from online games or science fiction, I can procure them for you as long as the materials are available. In comparison, the Origin Grimoire is truly unfamiliar territory. Moreover, there remains nearly a week before the semester commences, granting you ample time. Jiang Lin's expression wavered as he clenched and then released the handle of his suitcase, ultimately conceding, "You win." "Oh, hooray!" the system exclaimed in jubilation, feeling a sense of relief. For even if Jiang Lin were to abandon the task now, it would have no recourse. How infuriating! I may very well be the most inept system ever. Hey, is that handsome young man over there our new student? At the freshman reception point of West District University, several tall, graceful senior girls were quietly discussing amongst themselves. With a week remaining until classes began, it was not yet the peak enrollment period, allowing them some leisure. Compared to other newcomers, Jiang Lin, burdened with his various bags, indeed stood out, further accentuated by his striking visage, which had already captured the attention of several senior girls. It seemed that others had also noticed him from afar, preparing to approach, only to inexplicably halt in their tracks. That must be him, right? One girl, who had just assisted several new students, approached, taking a sip from a nearby cup before continuing, "I believe I've seen him in the new student records. Let me check." Upon speaking, she glanced at her phone, swiftly locating Jiang Lin's information. Found it. Jiang Lin, 17 years old. Wow, he hails from Lingfeng Town. Lingfeng Town. The other senior girls and boys cast astonished glances at each other. One bespectacled senior, impeccably dressed in his school uniform, spoke up, "Is that the Lingfeng Town situated beneath the entrance to the Spirit Clan?" Indeed, the initially envious tone of the senior girl was unmistakable. It is rumored that people from there have the opportunity to meet members of Fengyu. The mere mention of the Fengyu members seemed to cast a spell, silencing the surrounding seniors. The Fengyu Pavilion, a colossal force that had risen rapidly in just over a decade, had shone brilliantly during the conflict between the Dragon Kingdom and the Spirit Clan, becoming a coveted aspiration for many within the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Lin, sensing the collective gaze upon him from a distance, stiffened momentarily before decisively turning to depart. He was all too familiar with such scrutinizing eyes and feelings, which had stemmed from his casual revelation about being from Lingfeng Town while conversing with a fellow passenger on the train. Ever since that moment, Jiang Lin had begun to regret not utilizing spatial teleportation to arrive directly, opting instead for the scenic train journey. Initially, he had been oblivious to the immense reputation of the Fengyu Pavilion in the outside world. Although the influx of visitors to Lingfeng Town had surged in recent years, providing his parents in with prosperity, he had never encountered such reactions before. Adhering to the principle of minimizing unnecessary complications, Jiang Lin vanished in the blink of an eye. The seniors at West District University could only perceive a blur before them, as if Jiang Lin had seamlessly melded into the crowd ahead. In an uninhabited alley within a certain district of South City, a fluctuation in space occurred, and a door adorned with intricate carvings materialized. As the portal swung open, Jiang Lin, laden with bags, stepped through, exhaling a sigh of relief. This gaze felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of the fervent expressions of those who had gathered when Xiulu appeared in Lingfeng Town. Yes, the same fervor. Jiang Lin mused to himself, shutting the spatial door behind him and retrieving his phone to search for information. After perusing several maps, he settled on a shop location adjacent to West District University. Upon seeing the rental price, his finger hesitated, diverting his gaze from the alarming figure. Surely, if you expect me to open a shop, there must be some initial capital involved. After voicing his thoughts, he fell silent, narrowing his eyes at the alley's exit while tightening his grip on his belongings. 10 minutes later, a key, along with property certificates and a business license, materialized in his hand, inscribed with the address of shop number 31 on Lingua University Road. Now, that's efficiency, Jiang Lin remarked in surprise, before reopening the spatial door and stepping through. Upon emerging again, he found himself within a spacious shop nearing 200 square meters. Jiang Lin surveyed the premises, noting that the shop spanned 2 levels, with a reception-like area occupying over 50 square meters at the front, separated from the rear by a colossal wall. Upon the wall, numerous slots were present, displaying a scant selection of weapons. Jiang Lin approached a narrow, elongated sword, and a radiant projection materialized before him. Silver longsword, basic variant. Forged from tempered steel, it possesses enhanced sharpness. Chapter 2, The Fantasy Mall. Jiang Lin withdrew his gaze from the luminous screen, pondering if this was something only he could perceive. Indeed, this was the realm of reality, where various weapons merely bore basic effect descriptions without any quantifiable data. The system's response followed, prompting Jiang Lin to reflect as he redirected his attention, revealing a circle of azure engravings in his palm from which a richly adorned tome gradually materialized. At the instant the book emerged, the surrounding space warped violently, as if all of reality were swiftly receding, or perhaps everything was being devoured by it. With a sharp focus, Jiang Lin observed a radiant screen manifesting upon the tome. The Origin Grimoire. It chronicled the genesis of all powers, and to possess it would grant one the essence of strength. Method of acquisition. Unlock upon obtaining 10 distinct types of imperial weapons. After perusing the information, Jiang Lin thoughtfully retracted the Origin Grimoire. If these were weapons from a game, could their attributes also be manifested? Indeed, the system's tone elevated slightly, tinged with a hint of pride, for this was a creation born of considerable effort. Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He desired a shadowless sword to fulfill his dreams. Well, that requires materials. This is a virtual item from another world. How could it possibly manifest out of thin air? The system clarified, emphasizing that special energy and materials were indeed required, and those could only be procured by him. So, this is what you were waiting for? Jiang Lin mused, stroking his chin. Yet, he couldn't deny the allure of it. Let us proceed. With that, he ventured towards the backstage, where beyond the wall lay an entirely different landscape. Behind the modern reception was a medieval-style forge, complete with a smelting furnace and a colossal bellows, all situated in the innermost recesses. In the central area were molds and a large iron anvil, with 2 hammers displayed on the wall. Observing the rudimentary facilities, Jiang Lin felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. You want me to blacksmith? Are you going to teach me the art of the hammer? I could just as easily strike you with one. The system hastily explained that this was essential. What was termed forging was, in fact, the process of drawing rules from another world, a feat that only he could currently accomplish. Oh, Jiang Lin inquired skeptically. Please, I'm truly in dire straits. If you don't undertake a task soon, I shall be obliterated. The system seemed to have laid all its cards on the table, its tone rife with desperation. All right, how could I not assist you? Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively. What comes next? He was merely jesting, for despite the system's current state, this new life was a gift from it, and Jiang Lin was no ingrate. His previous quip had simply been in jest. Oh, the system exhaled, its voice brimming with excitement. Just sign the documents, and you will complete the task. With that, Jiang Lin scrawled his name across the ownership certificate and other papers, and in the next moment, the documents vanished into thin air. Ding. Task completed, rewards being dispensed. Successful distribution. Jiang Lin sensed subtle changes within himself and nodded slightly. At that moment, he gazed upon the modest blacksmith's shop, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity. Detecting that the host owned a forge, the fantasy mall was activated. Once more, a luminous screen appeared before Jiang Lin, detailing hundreds of materials, with 2 options prominently displayed at the top. Fantasy material design blueprints. Currently displayed was the interface for fantasy materials, where Jiang Lin beheld a plethora of unique substances. Fantasy iron. This item is imbued with the essence of 2 planes, allowing it to enter different dimensions without being repelled by their rules, priced at 1 point. Fantasy steel. A superior material to fantasy iron, capable of crafting equipment of enhanced efficacy, priced at 10 points. Fantasy attribute bearing stone. Utilizing this item enables a weapon to forcibly bear an attribute not governed by the rules of that dimension, priced at 100 points. A cursory glance revealed numerous extraordinary materials, all of which had been augmented by the system, suitable for crafting weapons of the native world without being obstructed by its regulations. The point cost for these materials varied widely, ranging from 1 to 1,000. Jiang Lin switched the interface to the blueprint section, where the options multiplied. The first page alone boasted hundreds of designs, accompanied by a prompt indicating 1999 remaining. Observing the familiar names of the design blueprints, Jiang Lin's eyes gradually brightened. Indeed, it appears to understand my desires. However, are all these points contingent upon completing your tasks? Yes. Very well, let us proceed. Jiang Lin interlaced his fingers, filled with determination at that moment. I currently cannot open a shop, as this place is still under renovation. The system's voice diminished. Jiang Lin cast a casual glance into the void. The day after tomorrow. It shall be ready then. It must be realistic after all, for this was just recently acquired. Jiang Lin, upon hearing this, felt somewhat exasperated as he lugged his bundles upstairs, according to the blueprints provided by the system. The second floor was designated as his living quarters. Upon reaching the second floor, the freshly renovated modern aesthetic banished any lingering displeasure, as the expansive 200 square meters were utilized to their utmost potential, resembling a luxurious residence. Quite nice. It seems I might be able to apply for off-campus accommodation. Jiang Lin set down his belongings and collapsed onto the sofa. The following day, having arranged other matters, Jiang Lin stepped out from behind the enormous renovation boards that obstructed the shop's entrance, stretching languidly as he breathed in the refreshing air. Since you can't issue tasks, I shall continue my university life. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt invigorated, but just then, he staggered back a step. A shadow zipped past, accompanied by distant shouts. Don't chase me. It's just a bag. How could I stand idly by while you pilfer right before my eyes? A somewhat peculiar tone caught Jiang Lin's attention as he stretched. A foreigner? True to his suspicions, a tall man with a perfectly proportioned muscular frame dashed towards him. Golden lights swirling around him, clearly having tapped into his psychic energy. This individual, with golden hair and blue eyes, bore strikingly chiseled features, epitomizing the quintessential Western handsome man. Upon spotting Jiang Lin, who was momentarily dazed in front of the shop, he slightly shifted his position to continue pursuing the fleeing figure ahead. However, this brief delay allowed the man in front to nearly vanish from sight. Holy night speed. The golden-haired man bellowed, his velocity surging dramatically, closing the gap almost instantaneously. From a distance, one could only perceive a golden flash colliding with the fleeing man as both plunged into a clothing store. Oh my! Jiang Lin instinctively leaned back. At that moment, several figures clad in police uniforms descended from above and entered the store, soon apprehending the previously fleeing individual. Surrounding the clothing store, a throng of onlookers had gathered, and Jiang Lin, unbeknownst to where he procured a bag of buns, was savoring them with delight. 2 law enforcement officers escorted the man outside, where one officer was seen conversing amiably with the golden-haired man. Mr. Jarl, thank you for your support of our work. From the expression of the speaking officer, Jiang Lin seemingly detected a hint of wry amusement. His bun-eating paused momentarily, as the murmurs of the onlookers reached his ears. Isn't this the third one? This golden-haired handsome fellow is indeed, enthusiastic? At that moment, the man named Jarl wore a smile, proclaiming, protection is our duty as knights, and besides, I have a deep affection for this land. I always find something here that resonates with the very essence of knightly spirit. The radiant smile of the sun, coupled with his handsome visage, evoked quite a few gasps from those around. Even Jiang Lin, gazing at his untainted smile, found it difficult to discern whether he had stumbled upon a treasure trove or was merely speaking from the heart. With this thought in mind, he repressed his inclination to employ mental manipulation, his eyes now glimmering with intrigue. As the crowd dispersed after capturing their quarry, Yal departed alone. Observing this, Jiang Lin continued his journey to West District University, having missed the school shuttle at the station the previous day and now compelled to make the trek himself. He was arriving early, as the start of the semester was still a few days away. West District University, located on the sprawling outskirts of South City, is rumored to encompass numerous mountain peaks as part of its campus. At this moment, Jiang Lin stood before the university's grand entrance, towering several meters high. Much like other new students, tilting his head upward, the 4 imposing characters spelling West District University were powerfully inscribed, faintly exuding an iron-willed and commanding aura. Many freshmen momentarily found themselves entranced by those characters, and Jiang Lin discerned the underlying significance. Within those 4 characters lay a breath of the writer's essence, which accounted for their captivating effect. Jiang Lin's gaze shifted to the immense courtyard behind the gate, where a statue of a figure stood prominently, the founder of West District University, Principal Morin. A gentle voice interrupted his reverie, belonging to a short-haired man wearing glasses, who adjusted his spectacles as he spoke. During the initial invasion of the Spirit Clan on Tianshan, he had rallied all forces from West District to a stalemate, ultimately holding out until reinforcements arrived and forcing the Spirit Clan to retreat, effectively sealing their entrance for nearly a century. Ignoring Jiang Lin's look of astonishment, he continued speaking, his voice imbued with a certain depth. In that battle, Principal Morin had single-handedly confronted 2 of the Spirit Clan's greatest spirits, fighting until he could no longer stand. While one cannot deny Feng Yu's immense contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, it is clear that without Principal Morin's efforts, we would not have West District as we know it today. With a slight bow of his head and a sigh, he seemed poised to adjust his glasses once more. His melancholic gesture paired with his handsome profile crafting the image of a refined gentleman. Who are you? Please don't suddenly act so familiar and profound. I struggle with social anxiety. Jiang Lin retreated a couple of steps, a hint of trepidation in his demeanor. The man's hand froze in mid-adjustment, revealing a long-haired girl beside him, her starry-eyed gaze now wide awake. However, following his comment, the previously cultivated atmosphere felt quite off-kilter. Sorry to intrude on your pretentiousness. My apologies, Jiang Lin exclaimed before making a hasty departure, leaving behind the long-haired girl and the awkwardly frozen man. My goodness, if that were a trash can. It could serve 2 streets with its capacity. From a distance, Jiang Lin's muttering echoed, intensifying the awkwardness of the moment. Chapter 3, Souls and Curses. Clears throat. The man coughed softly, redirecting his now gentle gaze towards the girl. Hello, I am. But before he could finish, she took several steps back, her eyes now brimming with caution. The man, no longer composed, cast a piercing glance towards Jiang Lin's vanishing figure, but there was no trace of him left. At that moment, Jiang Lin was making his way to the freshman registration area. The enrollment process spanned 7 days. And even though it was only the first couple of days, new students were constantly arriving. After a brief wait in line, Jiang Lin received his class and dormitory numbers. The freshman classes at West District University are primarily organized based on the awakened spirit contract levels, combat prowess, and other cultural moral data. In this era, everyone is capable of cultivating spiritual energy, progressing through 10 realms: compression, concealment, radiance, illusion, solidification, heart, soul, respect, saint, and emperor. Each realm significantly enhances one's spiritual energy. The spirit contract fundamentally dictates an individual's potential, with a myriad of talent types that remain incompletely cataloged. Currently, these talents are classified into 3 major categories: elemental, abilities, and mystical. Jiang Lin's wind-type talent falls under the elemental category. Spirit contracts are innate and fixed, ranked from low to high as F, S, S, and S. While cultivation does not necessarily require talent, those endowed with it will surely surpass ordinary cultivators in speed and capability. When he awakened at the high school in Lingfeng Town, he casually manifested a B-level wind spirit contract, neither exceptionally high nor low, but merely average among the exceptionally gifted students at West District University. Thus, he found himself assigned to a regular class, Class 5 of Year 1, which was one of Jiang Lin's intentions. At present, he lacked both strength and resources, as he was primarily there to experience life. Since awakening in his first year of high school, students who have cultivated for approximately 2 years are generally at the illusion and radiance realms. Having established a solid foundation in the compression and spirit integration stages during high school, their advancement in university will be on a fast track. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Jiang Lin found that the 5-person accommodation arranged by the school was still unoccupied, leading him to shake his head in disappointment before turning to leave. As he descended the stairs, he coincidentally encountered 2 freshmen, linked arm in arm, descending beside him. They appeared far too familiar for mere acquaintances, with one of them leering at his phone screen. Though she ranks 10th on the campus beauty list, which is a notch lower than the others, I genuinely like her. I heard she's a freshman. Me too. While her looks might not match the top contenders, she possesses a certain inexplicable charm. Exactly. Let me check her abilities. Whoa, she's in the soul category. The two seemed engrossed in an unknown campus beauty ranking, and the mention of the soul category made Jiang Lin slow his pace. The term stirred a peculiar expression on his face, and he instinctively curled his toes, recalling an embarrassing incident. Surely, no one knows about that, right? He mused, hastening his steps past the two. Their dormitory was ideally located near the girls' dorm, and upon exiting, he caught sight of numerous girls dressed in light attire, presenting a vibrant spectacle. Jiang Lin couldn't resist slowing down to take in the view. Indeed, gazing at beautiful women could be a refreshing experience, he thought, until a great shadow obstructed his view of the scene. Focusing, he recognized a familiar figure, the dazzling golden hair, a radiant smile, and that handsome face capable of captivating any girl, none other than Yal, the enthusiastic stranger from the previous day. At this moment, he was laden with numerous bags, which contributed to the imposing shadow he cast. Haha, no need for thanks. I'm a freshman too. It's just a small favor. Yal's hearty laughter rang out. Jiang Lin internally screamed cheating, as Yal appeared far from the typical student, and now he was jovially engaging with a group of starry-eyed girls. As the group drew nearer, Jiang Lin discreetly stepped aside, and Yal approached the girls' dormitory, setting down his burdens. Once he go up, it's not proper for boys to enter the girls' dorm, Yal said with a warm smile. Despite the girls insisting that it was fine since the semester had just begun, Yal exchanged pleasantries and turned to leave, not even requesting contact information. This once again redefined Jiang Lin's perceptions. Such a golden opportunity squandered, and the girl's eyes were practically shimmering. Was this a case of the chase makes the catch? In Jiang Lin's mind, a vivid image suddenly emerged, a seemingly sunny exterior concealing a profoundly dark inner self. In the distance, the visage of Yal appeared to twist grotesquely before his eyes. TSK, if he were indeed such a person. Then it would be quite the spectacle if one day a mysterious figure were to unmask him. Jiang Lin's lips curled into a smirk. Meanwhile, Yal, who was preparing to head back to his dormitory, felt an inexplicable chill creep up his spine. What was that? Yal murmured, as a flash of golden light enveloped him, dispelling the eerie sensation. Ah, quite intriguing. At that moment, a series of scenarios began to take shape in Jiang Lin's mind, eagerly awaiting Yal to reveal his true colors. However, lost in his thoughts, he failed to notice that the students around him were consciously avoiding him, casting peculiar glances towards him. As he mentally reviewed his plans, Jiang Lin sensed an anomaly and looked up in surprise, discovering not far ahead, a girl clad in plain attire, her long, dark hair obscuring her eyes, struggling to pull a massive suitcase. Nearby, several upperclassmen bore expressions of embarrassment, torn between the desire to assist and the fear of approaching her. Instinctively, Jiang Lin stepped forward, causing the girl to recoil as if startled, like a frightened doe. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes, a flicker of golden lightning flashing within them, and suddenly comprehended the situation. The next moment, he, like the others, sidestepped to allow the girl to pass by. Only then did she exhale in relief and laboriously continue dragging her suitcase toward the female dormitory. What an interesting curse, Jiang Lin pondered, observing the girl's retreating figure, his mind swirling with thoughts. Unlike the others, he perceived a horrifying sight. Within a 3-meter radius of the girl, a horde of grotesque, twisted spirits writhed in agony. Howling in despair, Jiang Lin smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, what a tragedy!" Meanwhile, hushed whispers surrounded him, all centered around the girl he had just witnessed. "Did you see that? That must be the daughter of Calamity from the forum." Yes. I heard she is a very kind-hearted girl. What a pity." Sigh indeed. 3 upperclassmen have already been hospitalized trying to help her with her suitcase. Kind-hearted? Nonsense. She's just pretending. Look what happened to our senior Lin Xiao. The heated remarks reached Jiang Lin's ears, causing him to frown slightly. The speaker was a girl dressed in a short skirt, her makeup light. Her eyes filled with disdain as she glared in the direction of the girl's departure. Following her words, the girls around her seemed to recognize her and hastily lowered their heads, departing quickly. TSK, could it be that they are plotting some form of campus bullying? Jiang Lin mused as he walked away. After wandering around the campus, Jiang Lin returned to his shop, thoroughly satisfied. His day had been spent exploring West District University, which perfectly matched his ideal vision of university life. Moreover, the cursed girl Yal piqued his interest immensely. How he looked forward to the university experience. That night, he stretched lazily before drifting off to sleep. The following day, Jiang Lin did not attend classes but instead indulged in a shopping spree for daily necessities, thoroughly organizing the second floor over the course of 3 days. Today was also the day the system had indicated for opening the shop. Early in the morning, Jiang Lin stood before the entrance, gazing at the sign overhead that read Old Zhang's Blacksmith Shop, his face a canvas of confusion. What does this mean? Is your true form that of a 70-year-old man? How about you take over? Me? Jiang Lin's thoughts sparked, and the words on the sign began to shift. The treasure vault of the weapon master. This is perfect. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction. The shop was ready for opening. Soon after, a vehicle adorned with renovation markings arrived to remove the construction boards, revealing the expansive, transparent glass entrance to the shop, allowing passers-by to peer inside. As it was still morning, foot traffic was sparse, and Jiang Lin seemed uninterested in any grand opening celebrations. He turned and returned to the shop, leaning over the counter engrossed in his phone. The system, observing his indifference, was anxious yet hesitant to urge him, quietly disseminating information about the shop online and registering it on maps. Time passed swiftly while Jiang Lin scrolled through his phone. Before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. Aside from a few curious residents stopping to glance at the new establishment, no one had ventured inside. During the afternoon, while eating takeout, Jiang Lin remarked, "This one do. I can't just sit here and watch. Perhaps I should hire a receptionist?" The system pondered. Realizing that Jiang Lin's task was indeed to remain there, yet fearing he might abandon the role, it stammered, "Well, I suppose that could work. But you still need to handle the weapon forging. The receptionist can manage customer inquiries, while you focus on crafting." "Fine, I suppose that's acceptable." Jiang Lin had initially wished to be a hands-off manager, but having made a commitment to the system, he couldn't completely shirk his responsibilities. After lunch, Jiang Lin fashioned a small sign and placed it at the entrance, "Hiring receptionist, salary negotiable." Post-lunch drowsiness soon overtook him, and he dozed off at the front desk until a soft voice roused him. Is this where you're hiring a receptionist?" Jiang Lin rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked up to see a somewhat frail young man, his complexion pale and seemingly undernourished, appearing only slightly older than himself. Clad in clean yet slightly faded clothes, the meticulousness of their edges suggested that their owner was striving to maintain a respectable appearance. A slender, unassuming boy, that was Jiang Lin's first impression. Jiang Lin yawned. "Oh boy." To be honest, he had preferred hiring a girl for the role, as they tended to be more attentive and gentle in nature. The boy seemed to sense this, introducing himself. "I'm Hee-song, I live nearby, and I have plenty of time. You can pay me less, I don't mind." I noticed you're selling weapons, right? My spiritual contract might be quite suitable. Oh. Jiang Lin's interest was piqued. I'm a spiritual contract of the mysterious side, eternal sleep. I can stay awake for 24 hours without rest. He didn't mention that once he fell asleep, he wouldn't awaken again. Uffed. Jiang Lin hadn't even managed to swallow his drink before he accidentally sprayed Hisong's face with it. Ah, that was unintentional. Jiang Lin quickly waved his hand, and a gentle breeze swept through, miraculously drying Hisong's face. No, working 24 hours straight is illegal. You don't want me to end up in jail, do you? That would be unbearable. No, I'm sorry. Hisong waved his hands frantically. You can just pay me for 8 hours. I'm willing to volunteer for the rest. Jiang Lin shook his head slightly. Before he could voice his rejection, Hisong interjected urgently. I truly need this job. I promise I won't cause you any trouble. Jiang Lin hesitated. The refusal he was about to express caught in his throat. Aren't you going to ask about the salary? If there's a salary, that's enough for me. TSK, you're of age, right? Of course. Hisong quickly produced his ID, revealing that he was already 19 years old. Jiang Lin regarded him with newfound interest. All right, the salary is 3,000. 5 working days with 2 days off, with insurance and benefits, 8 hours a day, meals and accommodation not included. The conditions were set by the system, and naturally, Jiang Lin would not pay out of his own pocket. Hisong, momentarily bewildered, looked up. What do you mean? The salary is fixed. There's nothing to negotiate. No, it's too much. Hisong's face flushed as he realized how outrageous his words sounded. Jiang Lin, equally astonished, pondered the audacity of such reverse bargaining. Was he truly concerned that I might not exploit him enough? Or does he genuinely wish for me to take him in? All right, that's settled. The contract is here. If you wish to proceed, sign it and come back tomorrow. Jiang Lin warily retrieved a contract from the counter. No, I'm sorry. Hisong quickly glanced over the document, confirmed its legitimacy, and signed his name. Enough with the apologies. You owe no one anything. Jiang Lin waved dismissively. Now that the contract is signed, you are officially my employee. Your job here will be to attend to customers. We sell weapons. Customization and repair are both available. Just inquire about their needs, collect payment, and keep a record. Oh, and while I'm working, you cannot enter the back room. Jiang Lin's warning stemmed not from distrust, but from the nature of his forging process, which intertwined the rules of 2 worlds. Hisong, being merely an ordinary person, could find himself in unexpected peril. Hisong nodded vigorously, pulling out a small notebook and pen to diligently take notes. After Jiang Lin finished speaking, Hisong looked up at him earnestly. They shared a long, silent gaze, before Jiang Lin finally broke the stillness, saying, That's all. That's it. What else would there be? No, I'm sorry. Hisong quickly lowered his head, wishing to inquire about performance metrics, as opening a store is fundamentally about profit. Little did he know that the system had initially demanded performance. But Jiang Lin had callously declined, citing exhaustion. The system, left with no choice, had to rely on gradual accumulation. All right, enough for today. Come back tomorrow, Jiang Lin gestured. Okay, goodbye, boss. After Hisong departed, Jiang Lin did not take down the hiring sign. One person alone was insufficient. The store needed to operate for at least 12 hours, a stringent requirement from the system. In such circumstances, 3 employees would be ideal for optimal scheduling. Subsequently, a few more candidates came for interviews, but either their ages were too advanced or their genders did not meet Jiang Lin's criteria. Eventually, a suitable young woman named Xinping arrived. At 22, she possessed an unremarkable appearance, with a lackluster talent for spiritual contracts. Upon learning more about her situation, Jiang Lin discovered that she came from a modest background and had chosen to work after failing to gain admission to the Spiritual Martial University, aiming to support her B-grade spiritual contract brother's education. After a brief assessment, he decided to hire her, leaving Xinping in a state of astonishment as she departed. Later, as evening approached, Jiang Lin successfully hired a 3rd employee, another woman named Yang Liqiang, who was somewhat more attractive than Xinping. Her story was one of youthful rebellion. She had fled her home to be with a romantic partner she met online, leading to a severe rift with her family. Ironically, the online relationship fell apart, and with no way to return home, she found herself in South City, recently out of money and seeking employment. After providing her with the necessary instructions, Jiang Lin noticed that no customers had come in as evening fell, prompting him to close the shop and retire to the 2nd floor for rest. The following morning, Jiang Lin was awakened by the system, which informed him, It's time for work. You didn't give that boy the keys, and he has been waiting outside for an hour. Any lingering grogginess vanished as he quickly got dressed in his pajamas and stepped out. The spatial door materialized, and when he reappeared on the 1st floor, he yawned while remotely opening the door. Outside, Hisong was enthusiastically introducing the shop to a passerby. Here it is. We can customize weapons. And we also provide repair and maintenance services. All right, I understand. The passerby replied impatiently, walking away from Hisong's beaming face. Good morning, boss. Hisong greeted as he entered. Morning, Jiang Lin replied with another yawn, while the system observed the scene with tears in its virtual eyes. lamenting why the host was not Hisong. Here are the keys. Jiang Lin tossed them to Hisong casually. Watch the store. If anything comes up, wait until I'm awake to discuss it. Someone will be coming in this afternoon. With that, he ambled back upstairs. After Jiang Lin ascended, Hisong hurried to the front desk, standing attentively as if on guard. An hour passed without any customers, yet Hisong's demeanor remained steadfast. Having stood for long hours in previous jobs, he did not feel fatigued, and due to his spiritual contract, his mind was still sharp. As 2 hours slipped by, only occasional pedestrians paused outside, showing no intention of entering. Hisong began to feel anxious. This situation could not persist. 3 hours passed, and Hisong's heart raced with worry. By the 4th hour, Hisong had vanished from the front desk, replaced by a slender figure outside, smiling and persistently engaging passersby. Yet, in an era dominated by spiritual energy, weapons were primarily sought by spiritual warriors, who certainly did not stroll about like ordinary people. As the sun rose high, the summer heat was palpable. Hisong wiped the sweat from his brow and noticed a girl approaching, prompting him to smile again. Excuse me. May I ask if there is a chance I could be here to work as well? Shinping tilted her head, a hint of a smile gracing her face as she looked at Hisong. In that moment, the slight Hisong felt as if the oppressive summer heat had dissipated, and a gentle spring breeze had arrived. Ah, you must be Sister Shinping. I forgot the boss mentioned you would be coming in at noon. My apologies. No worries. No need to apologize, Shinping replied with a smile, her social acumen far exceeding Hisong's youthful innocence. The sun is quite strong now. Let us head back to the shop. Oh, all right, Hisong instinctively responded. The two entered the shop together, and after surveying their surroundings, Shinping quietly asked, "Where's the boss?" Hisong shrank his neck and pointed upstairs. Shinping nodded in understanding. She had noticed during the interview that Jiang Lin was relatively young and seemed indifferent when discussing conditions, giving her the impression that running a store was more of a casual endeavor for him. Just then, footsteps echoed from above, and Jiang Lin soon appeared on the staircase. "Boss, good morning," they both said in unison. Jiang Lin nodded slightly. "Any customers?" Hisong's heart sank. "And no, that is good." Shinping was left speechless. Even Hisong found himself at a loss, but he knew he was not the sharpest, and that the boss must have his reasons, so he remained silent. Shinping, however, shifted the topic. "Boss, while we claim to sell weapons, it seems we lack samples, and since weapons are primarily for spiritual warriors, I looked into it last night. Most spiritual warriors have specific places for forging weapons." "Oh, it's nothing," Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly, viewing it merely as a task assigned by the system. As for customer acquisition, he trusted that the system would devise a solution. Just as he thought this, the system grew anxious. Task release, the first customer. Task description, facilitate the sale of a weapon. Reward, 5 points. All right, you manage the shop while I fetch some food. Jiang Lin waved his hand. But just as he reached the door, he turned back and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Shinping instinctively replied, "No need, no need. I came after having my meal." Hisong also shook his head repeatedly. "Me too." "Oh," Jiang Lin nodded and departed. It was then that the system began its subtle machinations. Jiang Lin, being so lackadaisical, could not afford to be idle. As he said, without customers, could it not conjure them? Meanwhile, not far from Jiang Lin's store, the golden-haired Yal was pursuing a man darting swiftly through the streets. "Finally, I've caught up." Before long, he cornered the man in a dead-end alley, his azure eyes glinting with rare fury. Human traffickers deserve death, no matter where they were found. The man in the dead end paled but still feigned bravado, threatening, "This isn't your country. If you want money, we can pay, but you must let me go. Our organization is not to be trifled with." Yal scoffed coldly. "As a knight, I cannot turn a blind eye." Buzz, just as his words fell, a shimmering golden light enveloped him, revealing a set of golden armor. The man's expression shifted as he realized, illusory realm? No, it's the pinnacle of the radiant realm. He breathed a sigh of relief. If Yal were merely in the illusory realm, he could abandon his struggle. "This will suffice to deal with you," Yal bellowed, charging forward. His robust form, combined with the slightly ethereal armor, made him resemble a heavily armored knight in the throes of a charge. He drew a massive sword from his side and swung it down. The man's pupils constricted. Spatial belt? Instinctively, he evaded, but Yal's blade sliced through empty air. Chapter 5. The Reforging of the Broken Sword. Before the man could catch his breath, Yal closed in again, delivering a powerful punch. Caught off guard by Yal's unexpected speed, the man was struck squarely. Yet, this only roused his ferocity. A man who navigated the shadows for years could hardly be a coward. His fingers curled into claws, and his arm bulged, scales manifesting rapidly, transforming into a monstrous limb. Yal nonchalantly raised his sword to block. Crafted from exceedingly rare materials, this knightly greatsword would withstand the blow without issue. However, the next moment, both men were taken aback as the greatsword shattered under the force of the giant claw, the monstrous appendage continuing its assault, leaving 5 deep, bloody gashes on Yal's shoulder. Shock filled Yal's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. This man must have employed some enhancement method. He indeed had a hidden card. "Then I shall hold nothing back." Yal shouted, invoking the power of the Holy Knight. His form swelled, and with the two men already in close proximity, the man having nowhere to retreat in the dead end, Yal unleashed a cannon-like punch, striking the bewildered man against the wall. Boom. A massive crack rapidly spread across the wall. Yes, pack it up, 40, right? I'll scan you. Jiang Lin, clutching a fast food order, scanned a code in front of a milk tea shop, receiving 3 cups of tea before completing the payment. The mechanical voice sounded, but before the word success could be heard, a tremendous roar drowned it out. Jiang Lin, with uncanny foresight, sidestepped just as a shadow burst forth from his position, landing on the street outside. A path carved by his collision appeared, and within that path, Yal, enveloped in swirling energy, approached. The wound on his shoulder had stopped bleeding and was rapidly healing under a golden aura, his gaze icy as he approached the fallen man, declaring, "This is the knight's judgment." Despite the pain coursing through his body, the man on the ground was left in a daze, both physically and psychologically. Wait, I was just testing you. Why did you suddenly go berserk? This was the last thought before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Soon, the enforcement team arrived, their expressions complex as they regarded Yal. They had been searching for this human trafficker for a long time, yet he had eluded capture like a rat in a sewer. "We truly appreciate your help," the officer said sincerely. All that remained was Yal's departing silhouette as he returned to the alley, retrieving the broken blade from the ground. A hint of melancholy graced his handsome features as he murmured, "Teacher, I'm sorry." With a soft sigh, Yal exited the alley, and upon looking up, he caught sight of the words treasure vault of the weapon master across the street. In that moment, the letters seemed to possess a peculiar allure, compelling him to approach. Hisong took a sip of water from his cup to alleviate his dry throat, and, under Shin Ping's exasperated gaze, stepped outside the shop. Just then, Yal approached, and Hisong's eyes brightened. "Sir, do you require a custom weapon?" He spoke in English, not very fluent, yet his effort to communicate with the foreign-looking Yal was apparent. Yal paused, instinctively asking in Chinese, "Can you repair weapons?" Upon receiving a response, Hisong's eyes lit up. "Certainly, sir. Please, follow me." He led Yal back into the shop, where Shin Ping quickly greeted them with a smile. "Welcome." Hisong first introduced Yal to the store's services, then inquired, "What is the nature of your weapon? What is the extent of the damage? We need to assess it for the boss." Jiang Lin had not required his staff to possess specialized knowledge, simply instructing them to register information, and Hisong was aware of this. So he aimed to gather as much detail as possible. Yal nodded slightly, placing a hand on his waist, with a flash of light. The broken knight's greatsword appeared on the table before them. Shin Ping was momentarily stunned, as she understood the implications of spatial equipment. Those who possessed such items were either extraordinarily wealthy or influential. Could their humble shop truly restore such a weapon? As she worried, Hisong had already pulled out a notebook, meticulously examining the broken sword and recording the details. "Fine," Shin Ping sighed. "Let us leave it to the boss." Just then, Jiang Lin returned with milk tea and fast food. Upon seeing Yal, his expression turned slightly peculiar. It seemed he had been encountering him frequently of late. Shin Ping and Hisong brightened at Jiang Lin's return, with Hisong exclaiming joyfully, "Boss, this customer needs a weapon repaired." "Oh." Jiang Lin approached, ignoring Hisong's attempts to respond, directly shoving the fast food into his hands and handing the milk tea to Shin Ping before examining the knight's greatsword on the table. The more he looked, the more perplexed his expression became. Given the skill level of the man he had just fought, there was no way he could have severed this knight's sword. However, turning away business was illogical, so after a brief inspection, Jiang Lin stated, 2 hours. Fee of 50,000. Shin Ping and Hisong's eyes widened in astonishment, while Yal lifted his gaze slightly, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Can you truly repair it?" The knight's great sword was a gift from his mentor, seemingly ordinary, yet crafted from exceptional materials. Additionally, it bore intricate patterns inscribed with spiritual energy by his teacher, designed to facilitate the flow of such energy. Certain techniques, when executed with this formidable blade, would also see enhancement. Jiang Lin recognized the concerns of his companion, but with the augmentation of the system, the restoration of the great sword was a trivial matter for him. The spiritual energy circuit was merely severed. "I can reconnect it." "You are employing a reinforcement circuit here, correct?" "Yes, and modifications have been made to better suit your spiritual energy." Upon hearing this, Yal's face was filled with astonishment. The knight's great sword was indeed as Jiang Lin described, yet he had not observed Jiang Lin utilizing spiritual energy. How had he discerned it? Regardless, this display from Jiang Lin certainly earned Yal's respect, while simultaneously alleviating his worries. Perhaps his great sword was salvageable after all. "Very well, I shall wait here." With that, he promptly turned and swiped his card. Until the payment was successfully processed, Shin Ping remained in a daze, astonished that such a sum, 30,000, could be transferred so effortlessly. Hisong, on the other hand, wore a broad smile, having finally secured the shop's first transaction. Yal's promptness surprised Jiang Lin. He regarded Yal with a quizzical glance. "Fine, but ultimately, the reforged sword will be inferior to its original form." "I understand." Yal nodded slightly. "Yet it holds great significance for me. I implore you." Hearing this, Jiang Lin picked up the 2 segments of the great sword and addressed He-song. Remember to eat. I bought you a meal. Without waiting for a reply, he turned and entered the back room. As the door closed behind him, Jiang Lin snapped his fingers, igniting a massive furnace in the distance. He secured the broken sword on the workbench and began to refine the broken edge. After assessing the alignment of the 2 pieces, he meticulously polished them. Following repeated refinements, he placed the severed edge into the furnace. He then pushed the rack directly into the immense furnace, simultaneously redeeming a piece of illusory iron through the system. He placed it within a recessed module of the furnace, where flames surged once more, unleashing an intense heat that enveloped the great sword. Before long, the heat rendered it incandescent and malleable. Jiang Lin reached into the furnace, unaffected by the searing temperature, and joined the sword pieces together. With a hammer in hand, he struck down. Clang! The resounding sound echoed, accompanied by an immediate surge of powerful spiritual energy that dissipated upon touching the walls of the forge. Thereafter, Jiang Lin rhythmically pounded the broken sword, revealing intricate golden patterns of spiritual energy that evoked a warm sensation. As he drew the fragments closer, the severed patterns gradually fused together, illuminating with renewed vigor. At that moment, the illusory iron in the furnace had melted into a molten state. Jiang Lin extracted the module and poured the molten iron into the crevice of the broken sword. Boom! A hammer struck down, causing the entire space to tremble, with even spatial rifts appearing at the point of impact. However, these fissures quickly healed, and as Jiang Lin continued to hammer, the bubbling molten iron cooled and melded into the blade. An hour passed swiftly. Since Jiang Lin had entered, no sound emerged from within. Yal, recovering from his daze, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He had inexplicably entrusted his great sword to a mere small shop. A twinge of anxiety gripped him. Yet with the sword already in Jiang Lin's possession, he could only pace back and forth to ease his restless heart. He-song had long finished his meal and stepped outside to promote the shop, while Shun Ping occasionally glanced toward the back, curious about how Jiang Lin would restore such an invaluable sword. Just as Yal's anxiety peaked, the back door swung open, and Jiang Lin emerged, handing the great sword to Yal with a casual gesture. Give it a try. At that moment, Yal's gaze remained fixated on the sword. The familiar sensation of connected spiritual energy upon grasping it felt dreamlike. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the broken edge had been flawlessly restored, with no traces of the prior fracture visible. After infusing a modicum of spiritual energy, Yal was astounded to discover that the flow rate of energy had even increased slightly. This is remarkable. Truly remarkable. Yal's limited vocabulary led him to repeatedly exclaim how impressive it was. All right. It's just business. You may leave now. Jiang Lin waved his hand dismissively upon hearing the completion notification. Yal, upon hearing this, straightened his demeanor, securing the sword and placing his fist over his heart, expressing gratitude. It's merely business, Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly. After Yal departed, Jiang Lin called He-song back from the entrance, stating, time to clock out. Upon returning, He-song wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, it's fine. I still have some time before my evening job begins. Jiang Lin regarded the diligent worker with a bemused expression and firmly said, when I tell you to go home, you go home. Oh, He-song shrank back slightly, realizing that Jiang Lin required a firmer approach. By the way, I've created a small group and added you all. He-song and Shin Ping pulled out their phones, noticing new messages. The group had been titled Weapon Master Family Group. After inviting the two, Jiang Lin casually sent a red envelope of 200 as a celebration for their first transaction. Li Qiong in the weight loss group. Wow, the boss is generous. This girl clearly was an avid online surfer, being the first to seize the red envelope. Ping Ping, thank you, boss. He-song, thanks, boss. All right. If there's nothing else, I'll take a stroll. He-song, you should head home too. Chapter 6, The School Prodigy. Back at school, Yal still felt as if he were in a dream. Today's events had been extraordinarily surreal. First, his knight's great sword had mysteriously broken, and then Jiang Lin's extraordinary skills had restored it to its former glory, even enhancing it. This latter point left him utterly astonished. With such expertise in weapon forging, how could one possibly run such an inconspicuous shop? Moreover, the individual was quite young. Suddenly, Yal realized that he had been so preoccupied with his great sword that he had overlooked Jiang Lin's youthful appearance, which seemed even younger than his own. In the Dragon Kingdom, Yal marveled. What? Have you returned from gallivanting about? A voice interrupted. It was Yal's roommate, Luo Ling, adjusting his glasses habitually. Luo Ling, a prodigy with an S-rank spiritual contract, shared a villa dormitory with Yal. Although they had only recently met, Luo Ling was already aware of Yal's penchant for aiding the weak. Yal chuckled wryly. Quite a bit had transpired today. By the way, Luo, do you know of any exceptional forgers near the school? One who is quite young. Forgers? Luo Ling queried. Do you wish to craft a weapon? No. I discovered an extraordinary forger and wanted to see if you were aware of him, Yal replied honestly, though they had only known each other for 2 days. He recognized Luo Ling's extensive knowledge. Speaking of which, he produced his knight's great sword, saying, my sword broke today. As Luo Ling's pupils constricted, she inquired, "Has someone helped you to reconnect? The spiritual energy circuit as well?" "Yes, that has been reattached as well." In an instant, Luo Ling discerned the crux of the matter. The ability to simultaneously restore the spiritual energy circuit indicated that the craftsman you mentioned possesses remarkable skill. In the vicinity of our school, only Master Lin and Master Huang have the expertise to repair spiritual energy circuits, yet both are in their 30s. Luo Ling's interest was piqued. "How young are they?" "Younger than I am." Luo Ling was taken aback. "You must take me to see them." Upon arriving at Jiang Lin's shop, both Xinping and the newly arrived Yang Lijun shook their heads, stating that the owner was not present. Exchanging glances, Luo Ling sighed softly. "Let's return tomorrow." On the way back, Luo Ling pondered. "This shop is newly opened. I hadn't noticed it before. I just inquired with my uncle, and he mentioned that it was purchased only a few days ago. The background of the owners is shrouded in mystery, as they have not revealed themselves from acquisition to renovation." With this thought, a look of keen interest crossed Luo Ling's face. Could there truly be such a figure hidden near the campus in the Western District? At that moment, Jiang Lin, who was on Luo Ling's mind, finally encountered his roommates. They were housed in a 5-person dormitory, and 2 of them were already present, named Zhang Tianhan and Qin Ge. Zhang Tianhan was tall with a square face and a muscular build, clearly a result of rigorous training. His somewhat anxious demeanor gave him an air of ferocity. However, in reality, he was quite gentle. Upon seeing Jiang Lin enter, he greeted him warmly and allowed Jiang Lin to choose his bunk first. Qin Ge, in contrast, was slightly shorter than Zhang Tianhan and perpetually wore a smile. Upon seeing Jiang Lin, he leaped up from the bed he had just made. "Brother, hello. I'm Qin Ge. My spiritual contract is a B-grade wind type, currently in the hidden realm." "Oh, Jiang Lin, what a coincidence, I'm the same." Jiang Lin promptly replied. "Let us add each other on WeChat." Qin Ge pulled out his phone, and the 3 exchanged contact information. "My spiritual contract is an ability-type diamond system, currently at the peak of the hidden realm," Zhang Tianhan added. "From now on, we're all brothers. So feel free to ask for my help," he declared, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. "I heard there are 2 more people. I wonder when they will arrive." After adding each other on WeChat, Qin Ge smiled. "Once they're here, we can elect a dorm leader." Both Zhang Tianhan and Jiang Lin nodded in agreement, only to then notice that Jiang Lin had not brought any luggage. "Jiang Lin, did you forget your belongings?" Zhang Tianhan asked, puzzled. "Or did you leave them downstairs?" "I can help you get them." No, my relatives live nearby, so I left them at their place for now. I even brought some local specialties. I'll bring them over tomorrow." "Oh, understood," the 2 replied. Qin Ge chimed in with a smile. "Have you checked the school forum? I heard that some freshmen are setting up challenges at the training grounds, claiming they want to become the new king of this cohort." "Who?" Zhang Tianhan inquired, intrigued. Although they were still far from the top talents, they were not averse to gossiping. "Su Feihong. I've heard he possesses an SS-grade lightning-type spiritual contract, and the Su family is a prominent clan in the Western District, so he has never lacked resources. He is already at the Shining Realm," Qin Ge recounted eagerly. "Wait, someone is challenging?" "Zhongkisan, an S-grade ability-type Howling Moon Wolf. He is also in the Shining Realm. Let us go watch," Qin Ge exclaimed, pulling the 2 along as they dashed down the dormitory stairs, racing toward the training grounds. Along the way, they noticed numerous others hastening in the same direction. The new student battle promised to be quite a spectacle, especially with both sides being top talents. The training grounds were situated on the west side of the campus, sprawling across an area equivalent to 2 football fields. At this moment, many spectators had already taken their seats, and in the center, 2 figures stood facing each other. The trio found a favorable vantage point. Thanks to their refined vision, they could clearly discern the unfolding situation despite the considerable distance. "Ah, now we have a view," Qin Ge remarked, scrutinizing the information on his phone. Although Zhongkisan possesses an S-grade spiritual contract, he can transform into the Howling Moon Wolf. As one of the stalwarts of the Beast clan, it can reach the condensation realm upon maturity, boasting a high bloodline rank. Moreover, the Howling Moon Wolf possesses formidable resistance to elemental types, so the outcome remains uncertain. Someone has opened betting. Zhang Tianhan suddenly interjected. "Is it Luo's family?" "The Luo family?" Jiang Lin pondered. "Who do you think will win?" Jiang Lin, who had been lost in thought, glanced at the 2 combatants. "The lightning type, I suppose, after all. The spiritual contracts differ by a tier." There was a sentiment he had yet to express. Su Feihong's true strength had already reached the pinnacle of the Shining Realm. His aura incredibly refined, seemingly on the verge of breaking through to the virtual tier. However, I still favor Zhongkisan. His powerful bloodline as a Howling Moon Wolf, combined with the advantage of his abilities, should pose no problem. After saying this, he placed a modest bet of 200 on Zhongkisan. In fact, many on the forum also favored Zhongkisan, and the odds had already reached 113. Observing the wagers being placed, Jiang Lin questioned, "Does the school not prohibit such activities?" "No, they even welcome such occurrences. The Western District University seeks geniuses who can battle on the front lines against other races, not delicate flowers sheltered in a greenhouse. They support these betting matches, and they even have dedicated medical facilities for such events. Each university has at least one healing department at the soul realm level. These experts can save you as long as you still draw breath, Zhang Tianhan replied solemnly. Indeed. Qin Ji's tone turned somber. Although humanity had reached a point where it could stand toe-to-toe with other races, the invasions from other realms had never ceased. The demand for warriors on the front lines remained unchanged, and every spiritual martial university aspired to cultivate true fighters. Sigh. If only humanity had a few more phoenix feather pavilions, Zhang Tianhan mused, his eyes filled with longing. Then we wouldn't have to worry about other races at all. You think too much. Having a single phoenix feather pavilion to suppress the greatest threat posed by the spirit race is already a blessing for our dragon nation. Just look at the demons ravaging the Americas, the devils infesting Europe, the beast tribes nearly overwhelming Africa, and the oceanic race completely submerging Oceania. Compared to these threats, our land is indeed the last bastion of purity. Perhaps I have been too fanciful, one of them mused, their thoughts drifting. Unbeknownst to them, when they mentioned the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, Jiang Lin's demeanor had subtly tensed. Had one been able to see, they would have noticed that all 10 of Jiang Lin's toes were tightly curled together. Fortunately, the commencement of the match drew their attention back. As the two combatants had begun their duel, with 2 years of high school training, both possessed a modicum of combat experience. Zhong Kusin transformed into his wolf form without hesitation. The speed of the lightning type was too great, and he did not wish to be felled by a bolt of thunder before he could shift. As expected, almost instantaneously upon his transformation, a bolt of lightning struck down, leaving a charred crater where he had stood. In his wolf form, Zhong Kusin towered over 2 meters, his head transformed into that of a wolf. With elongated jaws and glistening fangs, some saliva dripping down, he was now moving at high speed, the transformation bestowing upon him formidable physical prowess, making him a blur as he charged towards Su Feihong. One claw descended, with Zhong Kusin testing the waters, leaving himself some leeway, yet Su Feihong remained unfazed. Unleashing a powerful thunderbolt from his arm, Zhong Kusin's eyes twitched as he hurriedly withdrew and sidestepped, but Su Feihong suddenly retreated, seizing the opportunity to create distance. Raising his hand to summon yet another bolt of lightning, a bolt of thunder struck mercilessly upon Zhong Kusin, causing his fur to bristle and eliciting a howl from deep within him. At this moment, Su Feihong's expression also turned somber, for the lightning had not inflicted any significant harm on Zhong Kusin. Indeed, the werewolf's hide was as tough as it was resilient. Shaking his head, Zhong Kusin let out a roar and charged once more. Behold, I told you Zhong Kusin had a higher chance of victory. Su Feihong was utterly unable to breach his defenses. Beside Jiang Lin, a slightly portly young man was exuberantly shouting, "This is a sure win. I've staked my entire month's living expenses on this." His loud exclamation drew the wary glances of many who supported Su Feihong, yet the young man showed no fear, returning their stares defiantly. Both combatants were well known among the freshmen, naturally attracting admirers. As the atmosphere thickened with tension, a tremendous explosion suddenly startled the crowd into silence. A large, charred pit had appeared on the arena floor, with Zhong Kusin at its center, half his body scorched and emitting plumes of black smoke. "It seems I have triumphed after all," Su Feihong gasped, a significant claw mark marring his chest. Yet, compared to the unconscious Zhong Kusin, this battle was undeniably his victory. After a brief moment of shock, applause erupted, and simultaneously, a robust beam of light descended from the training ground's dome, rapidly healing the wounds of both combatants. In no time, both were free of scars, and Zhong Kusin, clad only in a peculiar pair of shorts, bore a complex expression as he acknowledged, "You have won." It was the destined outcome. Chapter 7, Night Whispers. Damn it. On their way back, Zhang Tianhan and Qin Ge lamented, "We should have bet on Su Feihong." The disparity in their cultivation levels was indeed substantial. Even with the advantage of restraint, Zhong Kusin was ultimately overwhelmed by the sheer might of the lightning element. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other 2 members of their party had already arrived. Both hailed from the frontier, possessing tall, sturdy physiques and striking features, with pronounced cheekbones, deep-set eyes, and light-colored hair that hinted at a touch of exotic heritage. One of them approached the group eagerly, greeting them with hello. His Mandarin was impressively fluent, devoid of any accent, while the other, seemingly more reserved, offered a distant wave. Their names were quite lengthy. After some conversation, the one who initiated contact was named Quinny, meaning sun, while the other was called Xiaohapu, meaning star. Jiang Lin squinted at them, noting that their names seemed to resonate closely with their abilities. 17 and 18-year-olds are typically easy to engage with, and before long, the 5 of them in the dormitory had bonded, sharing a meal together, almost to the extent of pledging brotherhood. When it came time to return, Jiang Lin made an excuse to depart, heading back to the shop. It was already nighttime, and Yang Liqiong was on duty, while Xinping and Hisong had finished their shifts. Upon Jiang Lin's return, Yang Liqiong was resting her chin in her hand, staring vacantly at the entrance. To be honest, although the job was quite relaxed and the pay decent, the monotony became unbearable over time due to the utter lack of customers. The most absurd aspect was their boss, who seemed to have no performance expectations at all, fostering an atmosphere of existential doubt. At times, Yang Liqiang suspected that Song might actually be the true owner of the establishment. After finishing work, instead of going home, he would wander outside in search of clientele, even contemplating the distribution of flyers today. If he weren't so financially constrained, she mused, he might have actually done it. Sighing, she resolved to forget such matters and focus on mere survival for the time being. Feeling fatigued from sitting for too long, she couldn't help but stretch just as Jiang Lin walked in. "Hey, boss, how was today?" Jiang Lin greeted. "Completely devoid of business, boss," Yang Liqiang exclaimed, her words spilling forth uncontrollably. "Not a single soul has even glanced our way all day. Speaking of which, boss, if this keeps up, won't we go bankrupt before long?" Jiang Lin shrugged nonchalantly. "It's fine. I've already purchased this property." Yang Liqiang's mouth hung open, words caught on the tip of her tongue. But she ultimately held them back. Well, having money certainly allows for such whims. System. Jiang Lin glanced at the time. It was already past 9. Normally, they closed at 10:30, but with no customers in sight, it seemed prudent to lock up early. A few question marks appeared above Yang Liqiang's head. "Isn't your place rather far? If you stay out too late, there won't be any subways left." Seeing that she remained unfazed, Jiang Lin remarked, "I'm serious. It's not a joke." Realizing he was not jesting, Yang Liqiang hesitated. "Boss, so I'm leaving?" "Yes." After confirming several times, Yang Liqiang cheered, gathered her belongings, and departed. Once she was gone, a smile crept onto Jiang Lin's face as he snapped his fingers, causing the shop door to slowly close. "No." The system's voice suddenly interrupted. "A potential customer is approaching." Even the system could not bear to watch. It had noticed Jiang Lin's complete indifference to the shop's fate, as he seemed to leave everything to chance. If business came, it did. If not, that was acceptable too. How could this continue? The dwindling energy reserves were activated once more. In the distance, a girl with long hair was walking back to school when, inexplicably, she turned and approached Jiang Lin's shop. Her long black hair obscured her eyes, and her petite figure seemed to tread cautiously as she maintained her distance from Jiang Lin inside the store. She glanced up at the shop sign and then at Jiang Lin, who remained still. At this moment, he recognized her as the girl he had encountered at school, the one cursed with misfortune. She hesitated at the entrance, too timid to step inside, and the system nearly malfunctioned, compelled to issue a task. Task: forge a weapon for Night Whispers. Reward: 5 points. Night Whispers? Jiang Lin's interest peaked, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he quickly approached. Don't come any closer." Night Whispers gasped, instinctively retreating, but Jiang Lin had already entered her 3-meter radius. She closed her eyes, bracing herself. Jiang Lin smiled, his gaze sweeping over the malevolent spirits surrounding her. In an instant, the once threatening apparitions retreated into the shadows cast by Night Whispers. "Welcome. Are you in need of a customized weapon?" Jiang Lin feigned a smile as he spoke. Coming back to her senses, Night Whispers stared at Jiang Lin in disbelief, stammering. "Why you I? Do you need a customized weapon?" Jiang Lin inched closer with a smile. Night Whispers instinctively stepped back, but after confirming Jiang Lin posed no threat, she lowered her head and whispered, "Yes." Encouraged by her response, Jiang Lin's enthusiasm grew. "Tell me about your spirit contract and requirements. This little shop specializes in custom weapons." Night Whispers was momentarily taken aback by the question, still processing the fact that Jiang Lin had come close to her. The very reason for her visit had been a fleeting thought that had suddenly intensified. When Jiang Lin pressed her for details, she found herself at a loss for words. After contemplating for a while, as Jiang Lin's forced smile began to stiffen, she finally spoke. "There's a freshman ranking battle at school, and I want to find a weapon, but I might not have any money." Jiang Lin's smile faded slightly. "My family's financial situation is average, and I can't take a job." Jiang Lin's expression grew serious, the warmth fading from his face. "Add 1 point. Consider it on me." The system's grandiloquent voice resounded, tinged with a hint of pain. Jiang Lin's smile returned. "No worries. Our prices are quite affordable. Now, tell me your ideas." Night's words instilled greater fear within her, prompting an instinctive retreat. At this moment, Jiang Lin sensed a subtle shift in his heart, silently pondering. Am I truly that terrifying? No, it is merely that this girl is excessively socially anxious. One must proceed with caution. Upon hearing his thoughts, Jiang Lin quickly realized. "Well then, how much money do you currently possess? We can arrange for installments." Upon hearing this, Night felt a slight relaxation. She cautiously replied in a voice almost instinctively muted, "I have a living expense of 1,000, and I can afford 300 each month." 300 a month? That seems manageable. If I ask for 30,000, you could repay it in 10 months, about 1.5 semesters. How does that sound? Night, about to respond, was interrupted by Jiang Lin. "You need not rush. Extending the installments further is perfectly acceptable. Come now, express your needs." "Well, if it's 30,000, then paying 300 a month would take 100 months. No, this girl appears somewhat naive, and it seems she isn't easily deceived. Can I not have a different system?" Jiang Lin inwardly lamented. These 6 points lay tantalizingly before him, yet remained unattainable, gnawing at his insides like a cat's claw. Jiang Lin paused for a moment, feigning embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. To be candid, my dear girl, at first glance, I discern your remarkable potential. You are destined for greatness. Presently, I wish to invest in you, and when you achieve fame, perhaps you could lend me a hand in promoting my establishment. You see, my new shop has been open for a few days. Yet not a single soul has graced its entrance, not even a cockroach. My apologies, y'all. Jiang Lin silently apologized while maintaining an earnest facade, eloquently explaining that the spirit-type contracts were exceedingly rare, and that all the spirit types appearing in the entire Dragon Nation were well-known figures. How do you know I am a spirit type? Knight took another cautious step back, her voice trembling with inquiry. Oh no, I misspoke. Jiang Lin's smile faltered, quickly replaced by a solemn expression, as if preparing to divulge heartfelt truths. This is my spirit contract, the testing gaze of the mysterious side, which reveals much. With that, he sighed softly, stating, I have recognized your potential. In fact, for me, this weapon forging could require no payment. However, you must promise to promote my shop in the future. 1 weapon in exchange for the promise of a future champion. Consider it an investment. His barrage of ambiguous yet substantial information caused Knight's resolve to waver. Her mind buzzed, yet it indeed proved effective. As evidenced by her slightly lifted gaze and attentive demeanor, she seemed genuinely intrigued. Seizing the moment, Jiang Lin continued, you need not fear becoming lost among the masses. This is merely a personal investment. Investments, of course, come with risks. What do you say? His words became the final straw that broke her internal struggle. Knight looked earnestly at Jiang Lin, her form slightly bowed, saying, all right, thank you very much. A smile returned to Jiang Lin's face. Given this, let us discuss what kind of weapon you desire. Upon hearing this, Knight's expression dimmed slightly. I am unsure. I have never used one before. But I have heard that certain weapons can greatly enhance one's abilities, which is why I considered it. Jiang Lin placed a hand on his temple, pondering deeply. In that case, if you trust my testing gaze, why not entrust the decision to me? You can come to collect the weapon tomorrow evening. Knight lifted her head, her dark eyes shimmering like the night sky. All right, I believe in you. By the way, my name is Night Language. Night as in the evening, language as in speech. I have yet to learn your name. Jiang Lin, as in the river Jiang, not the one in the famous poem about the distant Jiangling. After Knight departed, Jiang Lin prepared to commence his work, but before that, what a clever lad, waiting here for me. The system's voice echoed, confirming that this girl would undoubtedly become a top-tier combatant, a guaranteed investment. Since you can discern her potential, you must also have a weapon in mind, yes? The person you selected ought to provide me with a design, at the very least. I have long been prepared. A luminous screen appeared before Jiang Lin, revealing a branch resembling some kind of twig. The Staff of Rebirth, blue tier, forged from the verdant branches of the Spirit Clan's emerald tree. Effect: the sacred green branch can effectively diminish curse effects while simultaneously enhancing the abilities of spirit bodies. Chapter 8, Crafting the Staff of Rebirth. In that case, let us begin. Speaking of the green branch, if I am to provide it, you must offer me some benefits in return. Stretching beside the furnace, Jiang Lin yawned and reached into his spatial realm, seemingly searching for something. Alas, there is nothing left, not a drop remains. I merely encountered a promising seedling and do not wish to let it slip away. The system replied bluntly, adding that the green branch was of little value to him, as he had casually discarded such branches in his spatial realm. That is still my possession, and I will charge you for it. As Jiang Lin spoke, he withdrew a slender, slightly curved branch from his spatial realm. The moment the branch appeared, an overwhelming wave of vibrant green life energy surged forth, enveloping the surroundings in a profoundly comforting aura, causing even Jiang Lin to momentarily relax. The Spirit Clan is indeed a treasure trove. Jiang Lin comfortably squinted his eyes, feeling his entire being grow languid. Perhaps I should take another vacation this summer. Reluctantly, he placed the green branch into the furnace, where fierce flames erupted. Yet these flames possessed no warmth, appearing akin to ethereal fire. Throughout this process, the branch's energy was continually expelled by the flames until it clung tightly to the twig. Observing this, Jiang Lin abruptly intensified the flames, the green life energy nearly solidifying. He escalated the heat further, and the life energy transformed into a liquid form, gradually permeating the green branch. Quite satisfactory. Jiang Lin nodded in approval, suddenly struck with an idea. Let us add a function. With that, Jiang Lin casually opened a spatial door and stepped through. Europe, entrance to the demonic realm. This entrance serves as Europe's foremost defensive line, a bastion against the demonic invasion, drawing together the continent's most formidable forces. Though it is not currently wartime, minor skirmishes persist. Within the unyielding fortress at the entrance to the demonic realm, lights blazed brightly. In a deserted alley, Jiang Lin, clad in black with a hood obscuring his face, stepped through the spatial door. Ensuring no one was around, he adjusted his hood and exited the alley, making his way toward a building that resembled a medieval tavern in its decor. Indeed, It was a tavern, styled in the medieval manner, complete with a bar and tables occupied by burly men with bushy beards engaging in hearty conversation. Upon Jiang Lin's arrival, several gazes turned toward him before quickly averting their eyes. He approached the bar, where a tall man in a server's outfit was polishing a glass. Upon noticing Jiang Lin, he set the glass down with a smile, inquiring, "What can I get for you, sir?" An Astaroth demon. The server's pupils constricted, and even the other patrons of the tavern ceased their attempts at concealment, their eyes snapping toward him. "Transactions demand a price. Are you prepared?" "Prepared?" Jiang Lin queried. Confusion written across his face, before his tone shifted abruptly, cold as a winter's chill in June. "This is a notification." With that, he vanished in a flash, reappearing beside a slender, fearful-looking man in the corner, seizing his shoulder with a firm grip. "This one is just right, neither too high nor too low in level." At that moment, the man felt as though his shoulder might shatter, unable to continue concealing his true self. A sharp horn slowly emerged from his forehead, and his garments tore asunder, revealing the form of a demon. With skin as dark as the abyss and blood-red eyes, a pair of jet-black wings unfurled behind him. Yet, despite the demon's true visage being unveiled, Jiang Lin's grip remained unwavering. In the next instant, everyone in the tavern revealed their true forms, including the seemingly innocuous waiter. The entire establishment was, astonishingly, a den of demons. An ominous power brewed swiftly, and a smile crept across Jiang Lin's face as he placed a finger to his lips. "Hush!" Instantly, the space fell silent, and the clawing, grotesque demons appeared to freeze in place. The demon grasped by Jiang Lin wore an expression of sheer terror. And soon after, a spatial portal manifested beside him. He dragged the demon through it, leaving behind only the echo of his almost sigh-like voice. Shattered. As the portal sealed shut, a jagged fissure erupted rapidly, spreading like wildfire throughout the tavern. Subsequently, more cracks appeared, rendering the interior of the tavern akin to a fractured realm. In the heart of the unfallen fortress, a burly man clad in golden armor suddenly looked up. "Father, what is happening?" Beside him stood a girl with golden hair, azure eyes, and porcelain skin, her expression laced with worry. She epitomized European beauty. With fine skin devoid of the coarse pores typical of others, her delicate features reminiscent of an ethereal sprite. The man in golden armor's expression darkened as he glimpsed the shattered space within the tavern. The cracks reached their limit and could no longer be sustained, culminating in a thunderous collapse that engulfed the entire tavern in a cacophony of destruction. The inky void consumed all, and the tavern vanished from their sight, leaving behind a rapidly healing space. "How can this be?" The golden-haired girl gasped, covering her mouth. "Why are there so many demons within the unfallen fortress?" "It must be that those old fools have been negligent," the armored man replied coldly. "It seems the council needs a thorough reshuffling. It has rotted from within. Prepare to head to the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow for the council's reorganization. I will be too occupied to attend to you then." "Father." The girl's expression shifted dramatically. "You saw for yourself how these cunning demons have infiltrated to such an extent. I will ensure your exchange student quota is arranged." Meanwhile, in Jiang Lin's forge, the spatial door opened, and he emerged with the terrified demon in tow. Instantly, the environment shifted, and the fear etched on the demon's face intensified as it stammered. What do you intend to do?" "I don't want to." Jiang Lin's expression darkened instantly. Who would have any interest in a mere demon? Without waiting for the creature to struggle or scream, he unceremoniously hurled it into the furnace. The flames, devoid of warmth, were akin to thousands of degrees as they engulfed the demon, which began to dissolve in mere seconds. Its form transformed into threads of pure gray energy, ultimately compressed near the verdant branches. The two energies clashed fiercely, prompting Jiang Lin to intensify the flames. The moment signs of fusion appeared, he reached in and extracted a strand of dark gray energy, which seemed to possess a will of its own, writhing and emitting faint howls. With a gentle squeeze, Jiang Lin caused the energy to explode, dissipating into the forge. The following day, Jiang Lin brought local specialties to school to familiarize himself with his new roommates. He also established a dormitory group and joined a class group, returning to the shop in the evening. His roommates merely exchanged knowing glances and mysterious smiles, refraining from further inquiries. That night, as Yang Liqiong, who was somewhat weary at the front desk, noticed Yiyu enter, she instinctively approached to greet her. However, Yiyu took a step back, exclaiming, "No, don't come any closer." Yang Liqiong paused, then inquired, "Hello, how may I assist you?" I came to collect my weapon, as discussed with the boss yesterday." Just then, Jiang Lin emerged from the back, holding a branch adorned with pale green patterns. After handing the Staff of Rebirth to Yiyu, he finally received his 6 points, a smile of joy illuminating his face. The moment Yiyu touched the staff, she sensed a profound emptiness enveloping her entire being. The staff possessed a unique magical aura. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she cradled the staff, bowing deeply to Jiang Lin. "Thank you so much." "No need," he replied. "Just remember our agreement." Afterward, business dwindled, and Jiang Lin devoted his remaining time to bonding with his roommates and classmates, leading up to the first day of school. The early start allowed many students to gain a clearer understanding of the school, and relationships among classmates grew closer. The opening ceremony was, of course, accompanied by the lengthy speeches of school leaders. Jiang Lin and his dorm mates hastily made their way to the grand auditorium, a space capable of accommodating nearly 10,000, filled with the youthful faces of new students. As the school leaders concluded their speeches, Jiang Lin believed the ceremony was nearing its end, only for the principal to once again take the microphone. Greetings, new students. The ceremony is almost over, but there is one final announcement concerning the freshman ranking battle. Jiang Lin's heart stirred at this mention. The freshman ranking battle was a tradition at West District University, designed to ignite the competitive spirit among newcomers. The rewards for the final rankings were substantial, along with a degree of resource allocation. Fairness was not a consideration, as resources were limited and must be awarded to the most outstanding individuals. The battle would not be divided by class. Rather, it would be a direct one-on-one elimination, with winners progressing to the next round while losers entered a loser's bracket for a chance to re-enter the winner's group. The loser's bracket allowed challenges for the top 32, with subsequent losses resulting in immediate elimination. This cyclical mechanism aimed to prevent strong contenders from clashing too early, yet the rules were well documented on the school forum, rendering further elaboration unnecessary. Why, then, did the principal choose to highlight it now? You are aware of the rules for the ranking battle. But there is one crucial piece of information I must share, or else you may lack motivation. The principal smiled mysteriously. At this, the new students were drawn in. Even those who had been quietly chatting or on their phones turned their attention to him. You should all know that our spirit clan in the West District is overseen by the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, and that the pavilion has always maintained a cordial relationship with our university. At that moment, everyone felt a collective thought arise within them, some even breathing more rapidly. Jiang Lin, however, wore a bewildered expression and muttered, "Really? How was I unaware of this?" Beside him, Qin Gu, brimming with excitement, whispered, "The Phoenix Feather Pavilion. The Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Huh." Jiang Lin shifted slightly, distancing himself from Qin Ji's exuberant face. The principal, no longer withholding information, declared, "For this ranking battle, we will have a senior member of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion as our guest. After the battle concludes, the top 10 will have the opportunity to receive guidance from the pavilion. Certainly, joining the Phoenix Feather Pavilion is not an option, as you all are aware of their rather stringent selection criteria. However, this indeed presents a splendid opportunity. Who knows, perhaps one might catch their eye?" As the principal's words resonated, an uproar of cheers erupted, akin to a tidal wave sweeping through the crowd, with Jiang Lin's roommates rising to their feet in excitement. The sheer magnitude of this celebrity effect left Jiang Lin in a state of bewilderment, as someone who never followed stars. He found it hard to fathom why the throngs were so animated. Apologies for the oversight in this chapter, where Yi was mistakenly referred to as Yi Yao. It has been corrected. Chapter 9, Walking the Dog. In truth, Jiang Lin had grossly underestimated the influence of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion in the Western District. It is crucial to understand that beyond the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the opening of each portal to a formidable alien race typically results in devastation. Be it the demon race, the beast race, or the demon clan, the battles that erupt during the initial opening of these exits have been unprecedented in scale. The most tragic fate befell the island nation, which was subjugated by the dragon race. Rumors suggest that apart from a few who survived through various means, nearly the entire human population of that island is now kept in captivity by the dragon race. Numerous nations have faced a similar obliteration. The Dragon Kingdom was not spared either. The initial invasion by the savage tribe exacted a grievous toll, with the population plummeting by a staggering 10%. Had it not been for an unknown individual who managed to awaken the Great Wall, transforming it into a colossal dragon to guard the entrance of the savage tribe, the fate of the Dragon Kingdom might have mirrored that of others. In this era, portals connecting to Blue Star are opened almost annually by various alien races. Although the vast majority of these races are not particularly powerful, occasionally, formidable ones do emerge. Among these are the demon race, the beast race, the demon clan, the dragon race, and the savage tribe. Over a decade ago, the sudden breach of the spirit race's blockade marked them as the most prominent among these. In the Western District, from octogenarians to toddlers, no one is unaware of the day the portal to the spirit race opened, casting everyone into despair. Save for the magnificent wall that rose at the entrance to the spirit race. The 10 figures that appeared atop this wall, known as the 10 Unrivaled of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, achieved unparalleled renown in the Western District. They managed to halt the spirit race's offensive in just a month, and after a brief respite, they sounded the horn for a counterattack, advancing all the way to the spirit race's King of Awakening and compelling him to agree to a series of treaties. This event sent shockwaves across the globe, and the reputation of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion spread far and wide. As the birthplace of the Phoenix Feather, the reverence the citizens of the Western District hold for it is palpable. At this moment, Jiang Lin began to grasp that this was not merely a celebrity effect. It was, more profoundly, a manifestation of admiration and respect. His expression grew somewhat complex, but he ultimately managed to manifest a faint smile. although the circumstances were somewhat convoluted. It was, all in all, a positive development. The opening ceremony and welcome gathering concluded swiftly, and on the way back, Jiang Lin noticed that compared to their arrival, the faces of all the students were now imbued with a newfound vigor. Many students dashed straight to the training grounds instead of returning to their dormitories, and his 4 roommates appeared equally exhilarated. Though our strengths may be rather ordinary, we must strive diligently. Who knows? Perhaps we might indeed attract the attention of someone from the Phoenix Feather. Have you woken up? Zhang Tianhan remarked with a hint of exasperation. Although the Phoenix Feather prioritizes recruitment from our ranks each year, they typically select only those with S rank or higher talent. I've heard that a considerable number of S rank candidates are eliminated, added Quiney. Not only S rank, they also assess character and ideology. It is said that the Phoenix Feather's evaluation begins the moment you enroll, encompassing even us ordinary individuals. However, in the end, they always opt for those with talent and sound morals, explained Qin Ge with an air of familiarity. Do you know about Meng Silin? The rumored genius who appears once in a decade, possessing an SS-level light spirit contract, who entered the Void Realm upon enrollment. Curious glances were exchanged among Jiang Lin and his companions, while passers-by slowed their pace, intrigued. After all, both SS rank and light spirit contracts are exceedingly rare. Upon declaring an intention to join the Phoenix Feather Pavilion upon enrollment, nearly everyone believed it to be a foregone conclusion by the time of graduation. Yet what transpired? The Phoenix Feather representatives didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, they selected others whose abilities were inferior to his. He was initially indignant, but as you know, the Phoenix Feather conducts its affairs without offering explanations. If it weren't for the subsequent scandal regarding his chaotic personal life, it's likely no one would have understood why this paragon of talent was dismissed by the Phoenix Feather. How do you know all this? Jiang Lin inquired curiously. Ahem. You might find it amusing, but I came to the Western District University with a goal, to join the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Hence, I have absorbed nearly all information circulating about them. At this, his companions exchanged knowing smiles. Perhaps in their hometown, they might be considered geniuses. But here at Western District University, they were merely ordinary. Nevertheless, they respected their roommates' aspirations. Zhang Tianhan chuckled as he patted him on the shoulder. Then you'd better work hard. Indeed, indeed. Quiney and Xiahap chimed in merrily. Shall we head to the training grounds as well? Zhang Tianhan suggested, glancing at the throng moving toward the training area. Certainly. All right then. Jiang Lin yawned. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Don't let us leave you behind. Qin Ge exclaimed as he playfully draped an arm over Jiang Lin's shoulder. Let us all go together. Not a chance. I'm content to be a sloth, Jiang Lin replied dismissively, waving his hands. At this point, training holds no significance for me. I came to university to indulge in a carefree life, to experience serendipitous encounters, and perhaps even a sweet romance, not to sit idly at the training grounds. Seeing his resolve, his friends refrained from pressing further, leaving him behind as they made their way to the training grounds. As he watched them depart, Jiang Lin rubbed his hands together, a hopeful smile gracing his face. If that is the case, it's time to embark on a quest for my target. Just as he was preparing to take action, he noticed a shadow shift behind him, accompanied by a faint, almost pitiful whimper. His smile faltered, and he paused in his tracks. Tonight, how shall it be? He murmured softly. The shadow fell silent, and fortunately, most of the students had headed to the training grounds, leaving Jiang Lin's peculiar behavior unnoticed. That evening, Jiang Lin, as usual, did not return to the dormitory, nor did he head to the shop. The campus grew considerably quieter under the cloak of night, yet many students could still be seen wandering about. On the roof of the tallest teaching building, 2 silhouettes began to materialize. Upon closer inspection, one of the shadows bore no human shape, but resembled a crouching wolf. From a distance, it appeared as though the wolf's mouth was agape. Xiaohei, no howling, Jiang Lin admonished, delivering a firm pat on its head. In an instant, the pitch-black giant wolf, even while squatting, was nearly as tall as him, lowered its head in a display of utmost dejection, emitting a soft whine. This is a school, we mustn't frighten others. Quietly bask in the moonlight, Jiang Lin said soothingly, stroking its head. The wolf's previous grievances vanished, its ears perked up, transforming into the semblance of airplane wings, while its eyes squinted contentedly, and its tail wagged like a propeller. With its tongue lolling out, it panted eagerly. Were it not for its jet-black fur and imposing stature, one might easily mistake it for a playful husky. Jiang Lin settled down, leaning back, and scratched its chin. This full moon is a mid-autumn festival. You shall soak it in to your heart's content. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei's tail began to wag with increased fervor. Meanwhile, within a solitary faculty building of the academy, a middle-aged woman of unremarkable appearance had just finished organizing her lesson plans for the following day. She changed into her nightgown, preparing to cultivate as she did every night. Her spiritual contract was that of the new moon, a power that allowed her to harness the moonlight to enhance herself. Thus, her cultivation yielded far greater results during the night. As was her routine, Wu sat cross-legged on her bed, and the ceiling above her opened to let the moonlight cascade down. Streams of moonlight enveloped her body, transforming into countless luminous points that flowed into her, invigorating her spiritual energy, which seemed to surge with remarkable vitality at that moment. However, after a brief while, Wu Yu's brow furrowed in concern as an aura of authority, cultivated through her years of teaching, radiated from her. If a truant student were present, they would likely confess without her uttering a word. Soon, Wu Yu opened her eyes and murmured, "Why has the energy of the moonlight diminished so significantly tonight?" She extended her finger, and a fragment of the moonlight's energy hovered like a firefly. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that its energy was nearly imperceptible. With a hint of perplexity, she glanced at the sky. The moon appeared unchanged, yet the energy of the moonlight was undeniably lacking. Could there be another spiritual contract related to the moonlight? After careful contemplation, Wu Yu shook her head slightly. She was the sole possessor of a moonlight-related contract, and even if a new student had one, it shouldn't be capable of affecting her. As her frown deepened, Wu Yu suddenly launched herself through the window above her. After a moment of keen perception, her eyes widened in shock as she gazed towards the distant teaching building. Her eyes now glimmered with moonlight, and in her vision, an endless stream of moonlight seemed to coalesce into a colossal pillar connecting heaven and earth, descending upon that very building. Jiang Lin, situated atop the teaching building, turned ever so slightly, exclaiming, "Xiaohei has been discovered." Without waiting for Xiaohei to react, he swiftly pressed it back into his shadow. Caught off guard, Xiaohei lost control of its instincts, letting out a howl that reverberated throughout the entire campus. Jiang Lin's figure vanished, but the echo of the howl startled the entire academy. Those who had been asleep were awakened, and those in the midst of cultivation found their focus disrupted. Mere seconds after Jiang Lin departed, dozens of figures materialized atop the teaching building where he had been. Among them was the school principal. "What is happening?" The principal directed his gaze towards the visibly shaken Wu Yu, who had arrived before him. The howling moon wolf? No, could it be the silver moon wolf? Wu Yu murmured to herself, completely oblivious to the principal's inquiries. "Wu Yu." The principal raised his voice. Wu Yu finally came to her senses, realizing that many others had gathered around her, all being the heads of various departments within the academy. There was indeed a presence here just now, also possessing a moonlight-related spiritual contract. A magical beast? The principal pondered. The only moonlight contracts are the howling moon wolf and the relatively rare silver moon wolf, correct? His confusion was evident, especially since Xiaohei's howl had been heard throughout the academy. It cannot be the howling moon wolf, as a subordinate to the silver moon wolf. Its absorption of moonlight would not create such a commotion. Wu Yu's expression remained one of lingering shock. Even the howling moon wolf would not reach this level of disturbance. It must be a silver moon wolf. Chapter 10, Silver Moon Wolf. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered individuals grew serious. The silver moon wolf was one of the 3 royal clans of the beast race, its bloodline reaching the soul realm upon maturity. If not for the difficulty in producing offspring, it would likely be classified as one of the top 2. Wu Yu, do not jest. The territory of the silver moon wolf lies in Africa. How could it possibly appear in the Dragon Kingdom? "I do not know," Wu Yu replied, rubbing her temples in frustration. "But you all heard that howl. It is undeniably a wolf-like creature. But among wolf-like creatures, only the silver moon wolf could possess such power." "What level of power are you referring to?" The principal seized upon the crux of the matter. Wu Yu gestured, and points of moonlight formed before her, coalescing into a vast orb from which a thin line descended. "This is the moon." The heads of departments widened their eyes in disbelief. "Wu Yu, I am not a moonlight contract holder. Do not deceive us. This is too outrageous. I would believe you if you claimed it was the silver moon wolf king. Indeed, how could such a powerful silver moon wolf enter our borders without any notice?" "Exactly. Even if it had means to enter, we are in the Western District, guarded by the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Such a ferocious beast would never go unnoticed." Wu Yu took in the incredulous expressions of her colleagues and smiled wryly. "I too find it hard to believe, but you know how we moonlight contract holders cultivate. I understand now." The principal suddenly spoke after a moment of contemplation. "Let us not speak of this matter further. It must be that wolf. After all, we do have wolves in our Western District, do we not?" "What do you mean?" Wu Yu was left puzzled. "Let us not discuss it further. Director Zhang, make an announcement tomorrow stating that your pet went out of control. We must avoid turning this into a campus legend." The principal rubbed his temples before disappearing from sight. Director Zhang pointed at himself, bewildered. "I do not have a wolf pet. Do you not have a husky?" A nearby, balding director chimed in, patting his shoulder with a smirk. "A husky going out of control seems quite reasonable, does it not?" Meanwhile, Jiang Lin materialized in an uninhabited area of the campus, where Xiaohei had transformed into a small, adorable puppy, complete with a collar and leash held by Jiang Lin. "Look, you've taken someone else's resources, haven't you?" Jiang Lin remarked with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei promptly lay on the ground, rolling about and refusing to budge. Jiang Lin remained unperturbed, squatting beside it to enjoy the show. "Wow, what an adorable puppy. Indeed, it is absolutely precious." A chorus of excited exclamations arose nearby, drawing Jiang Lin's attention to several elegant legs striding towards them. As he raised his gaze, he found a group of girls, their eyes sparkling with delight as they watched Xiaohei tumble about on the ground. They appeared to be upperclassmen, their features attractive and their makeup impeccable. Classmate, is this your pet? What is its name? The academy did not prohibit pet ownership, as some individuals had summoning-type spiritual contracts. A magical pet? It does not appear to be one. There are no signs of spiritual energy. The girls' voices brimmed with excitement as they inquired softly. Xiaohei is an ordinary pet. Just an ordinary pet. Jiang Lin stood up, smiling. May we pet it? The upperclassmen grew even more enamored. Who could resist a little puppy that whimpered adorably? Especially since Xiaohei seemed to sense its own cuteness. Upon noticing the girls, it ceased rolling and trotted over to nuzzle against their legs. Wow! The upperclassmen melted at the sight, with one of them squatting down to cradle Xiaohei in her arms. They soon surrounded the little pup, playfully teasing it. Jiang Lin watched this scene unfold, his expression twisting in frustration. Damn it! Xiaohei, you are female. Must you be like this? As he observed Xiaohei being smothered by admirers, Jiang Lin's jealousy simmered, his fists clenched tightly. Classmate, is something the matter? One of the upperclassmen noticed Jiang Lin's unusual demeanor and looked up in confusion. And no, nothing at all. Please, continue, he forced a smile. But Xiaohei suddenly jolted from its dreamy state. It struggled to leap down and scampered back to Jiang Lin's side. Ah, it seems it might be hungry. I'll take it back to eat. Jiang Lin hastily explained. All right. The group felt somewhat disheartened after parting ways with the senior students. Jiang Lin grasped the scruff of the little black creature's neck and lifted it up. Their eyes met, and Jiang Lin gritted his teeth, saying, You seem to enjoy this. Woo-woo. Tell me, is it big? Not. White. No, is it fragrant? Woo-woo. I'm asking you a question. Woo-woo. How infuriating. Why am I not you? The following day marked the commencement of formal classes. Jiang Lin and his dorm mates arrived at the classroom of Class 5, Year 1, where many students had already gathered. Class 5 consisted of over 70 students, with talents fluctuating between B and C grades, and only a few possessing A-grade abilities, albeit weak ones. After all, true geniuses with A and S grades were scarce. Even at West District University, only 2 classes could be formed from them. The pinnacle of the pyramid was always occupied by a small elite, while the majority were ordinary individuals like Jiang Lin's roommates. Soon, the class time arrived. And once everyone was gathered, their advisor promptly appeared. He was a slightly plump man, likely in his 20s or 30s, with short hair and glasses, exuding a warm smile that instantly endeared him to others. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Lifeng. I am not much older than you, so feel free to call me Brother Feng. The academy employed a teaching format of theoretical classes in the morning and practical training in the afternoon, occasionally arranging for real combat sessions. Furthermore, Qin Lifeng, without any airs, briefly introduced the upcoming course arrangements before discussing the new student ranking battle. During this initial period of the semester, the ranking battle was of utmost importance, as it determined the academy's attention and resource allocation towards them over the following year. A year? Will there be a ranking battle in the second year as well? Someone inquired curiously. Indeed, Qin Lifeng replied with a smile. Each year you will participate in a ranking battle. This not only assesses your progress, but also provides opportunities for diligent and late-blooming individuals. This is a chance to get ahead. The ranking battle will occur in a week. During this time, you can spar with your classmates to familiarize yourselves with your abilities. And feel free to ask me or the other teachers any questions. Moreover, it was well known that Fengyu Pavilion would be monitoring this ranking battle. Qin Lifeng encouraged everyone to do their best. He gazed down at the eager students, a gentle smile on his face, as the vitality of youth was indeed infectious. Another matter is the selection of class representatives. I will be observing over the next few days, but confident students may also self-nominate. I will hold a class meeting to select them the day before the ranking battle. Meanwhile, the school administration was convening a meeting. As the new student ranking battle approached, the lurking vermin would undoubtedly become restless. The principal placed his thermos down, speaking in a grave tone. Year after year, they return, only to suffer a crushing defeat without any gains. Sometimes, I admire the tenacity of these rodents. A balding director chuckled. We must not let our guard down. Wu Yu interjected, frowning. I've heard their soul manipulation techniques have seen significant breakthroughs. Their thirst for genius is undoubtedly stronger than before. We may be facing significant movements. The principal nodded in agreement, acknowledging Wu Yu's insight. You are correct. While those rodents may lack in many areas, their evasion tactics are top-notch. Let us all work hard tonight. We shall set up the barriers by tomorrow, and the Fengyu personnel will arrive the day after to assist in our inspections. This time, we must ensure that the Star Alliance leaves without a trace. The mention of the Star Alliance cast a shadow over the faces of those present. This organization had emerged during the time of the alien invasion. At that time, the human race had only recently begun to recover its spiritual energy and had suffered tremendously from the onslaught, leading to a period where even the state apparatus struggled to function. In times of despair, some would bow down, while others placed their hopes in elusive beliefs. It was during this time that the Star Alliance, a group with cult-like undertones, was born. They worshipped myriad races, believing that death was not an end, but rather a redemption of their souls. Under the guidance of a band of fanatics, the Star Alliance gradually expanded, causing considerable havoc worldwide at its peak. Moreover, with the emergence of major clans such as the demon and beast races, they seem to have found new faith, becoming puppets hidden deep within humanity. A thorn embedded in the flesh. The conflict between humans and other races has seen numerous superstars arise throughout history, prompting great trepidation among the aliens. As their lackeys, the Star Alliance naturally became the sharp blade used to stifle genius. Places like West District University, a hub for prodigies, held a fatal allure for them. Each ranking battle saw the Star Alliance make their move, yet West District University had established formidable defenses, resulting in only a handful of successful incursions over the years. Days slipped by swiftly, and Jiang Lin had the rare opportunity to linger in the dormitory for a few days. With only 2 days left before the ranking battle, he returned to his shop. Over the past few days, aside from selling a couple of ready-made weapons, no custom orders had come through. Jiang Lin paid little mind to this. After exchanging pleasantries with a few staff members, he prepared to return to school. However, on his way, he encountered Yal. Jiang Lin's impression of Yal was still vivid. Yet, each time they crossed paths, the latter always seemed preoccupied. This time was no exception, as he created an even greater commotion than before. He soared above Jiang Lin, darting past the rooftops in a golden, ethereal battle armor. Brandishing a knight's great sword with all his might, relentlessly pursuing a man clad in a checkered shirt. The man, with an unremarkable face and a slight paunch, appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged individual, if not for the fact that he was racing across the rooftop at breakneck speed. 2 teams of enforcers approached from either side, gradually tightening the encirclement. The man realized this, and his expression turned increasingly sinister. Chapter 11. Human Trafficking Organization. In just a few days, this troublesome foreigner had already caused the organization to suffer losses of over 10 members. The man belonged to a human trafficking organization primarily engaged in the abduction of children for export, targeting both ordinary individuals and spiritual contract holders alike. After being thwarted on one occasion, this foreigner had akin to a rabid dog, relentlessly pursued them, employing a myriad of tactics that had exposed previously concealed members of their organization. It was crucial to note that they assigned different operatives for different children, and within the organization, each member's identity was independent. Even he was unaware of the circumstances of other members. The organization also comprised ordinary people, who were the most difficult to detect. This was the source of the man's confusion. He was a soul manipulation contract holder, and just that day, he had successfully hypnotized a young girl, transferring her to an underling of the organization, who was an ordinary person posing as the girl's mother. The girl, having been hypnotized, was compliant. Little did he know that while simply walking down the street, he was seen by Yal, who was assisting an elderly man pushing a tricycle uphill. Just a single glance. The man recalled that moment vividly when Yal's gaze fell upon his underling. The very atmosphere shifted, and after helping the old man, Yal unleashed his full power, swiftly capturing his underling. The man, who had been lingering at a distance, was left utterly bewildered. What is truly terrifying is that after knocking out his subordinate and alerting the authorities, he relentlessly pursued him. He attacked with unyielding fervor. And despite the fact that he was at the pinnacle of the virtual realm, he found himself at a disadvantage, caught off guard. Although he quickly regained control. This was the street. The enforcement team would undoubtedly arrive soon. Left with no choice, the man could only flee, yet Yar was like a dogged predator, relentlessly chasing him. During their confrontation, the man's attempts to fight back had inflicted considerable damage on Yar, but his opponent remained undeterred. Ultimately, the confrontation culminated in a standoff as the enforcement team encircled them. The man squinted, surveying his surroundings, fully aware that escape was no longer an option. He calmed himself, knowing he could not flee, and his expression slowly shifted as he turned to Yar and blandly inquired, "How did you discover my presence?" The members of the enforcement team shifted uneasily upon recognizing his face, for he was a notorious criminal listed on their wanted poster. Yar halted, the injuries he had forcibly suppressed now threatening to resurface. Wounded in multiple places and bloodied, he gasped, "Act quickly. He merely seeks to extract information from me. There may well be accomplices lurking elsewhere." The man's expression shifted as the enforcement team sprang into action. "No matter how you discovered me, such a capability cannot be permitted to remain," he roared, as his psychic energy surged dramatically, igniting in flames around his body. The burning energy elevated his strength to an unprecedented level. He disregarded the enforcers' attacks as he charged directly at Yar. Fortunately, the enforcers were formidable, all at the pinnacle of the virtual realm. Even with his life force and psychic energy ablaze, the man could not breach their blockade. Yet, outside this confinement, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Another seemingly ordinary individual burst forth from the crowd, racing toward the injured Yar, who had just landed amidst a throng of curious onlookers. Instinctively, he attempted to muster his remaining energy to evade, but the terrified shouts from behind compelled him to halt. "Radiant shield!" Yar bellowed. His blood-stained eyes filled with resolve as he gripped his knight's greatsword tightly and plunged it into the ground. His psychic energy erupted, forming a golden shield, upon which the faint silhouette of a knight in heavy armor kneeling with a sword could be discerned. Boom! The assailant conjured a fireball in his hands mid-charge and slammed it against Yar's shield. The flames surged, threatening to engulf everything, when a cold snort echoed. The expanding fire was abruptly drawn back, ensnaring the assailant in its embrace. A piercing scream accompanied the crackling of the flames, which seemed to burn with intense heat. It wasn't long before nothing remained of the assailant but ashes. A middle-aged man by the roadside placed his thermos on his bicycle and approached Yar. Upon seeing the extent of his injuries, he furrowed his brow slightly. Isn't this the apprentice of that old golden retriever from Europe? Not only do they share similar levels of psychic power, but their personalities are strikingly alike. Alas, who could blame you for being true knights? The middle-aged man appeared to recall something, an expression of resignation crossing his face, before pure, potent psychic energy began to flow into Yar. In the distance, Jiang Lin observed the scene with contemplation. It was rather intriguing. When Yar chose not to evade, he had contemplated intervening, but upon noticing the middle-aged man, he hesitated. The old golden retriever from Europe? A smiling image of a golden-haired uncle surfaced in Jiang Lin's mind. If this truly was his apprentice. The following day, when Yar returned to the dormitory, battered and visibly weakened, Luo Ling was utterly bewildered. What happened to you? You didn't come back last night. I walked back, Yar replied, changing his shoes. After my injuries healed sufficiently, I encountered a poor girl scribbling on the ground, unable to afford her way home, so I gave her my money. Luo Ling fell silent for a moment. If I'm not mistaken, she was using chalk, wasn't she? How did you know? Yar was taken aback. I intended to transfer her money via WeChat, but my spatial belt experienced turbulence during the battle and my phone was damaged. Such delicate devices simply cannot be placed in an unstable subspace. Luo Ling's expression darkened. And what of your injuries? How did this happen? Although Yar's wounds had nearly healed, his tattered clothing and diminished psychic energy revealed he had endured a fierce battle. At this, Yar's expression turned grave. It's that human trafficking organization again. You crossed paths with them? Luo Ling's tone escalated suddenly. That organization is no trifling matter, and their methods are numerous. Recently, there have even been reports linking them to the Star Alliance. Listen to me. I know you cannot stand by, but this is not a matter for someone at your level to intervene. The freshman ranking battle is about to commence, and the school will be sealed off. You won't be able to do anything. Yar's fists clenched tightly. Those people truly deserve to be punished. Naturally, the enforcement department will trace the leads and apprehend them. You have already done enough, Luo Ling sighed. His roommate was admirable in many respects, yet his inherent sense of justice was a bit excessive. In fact, on the day Yar returned, the school had already initiated lockdown procedures. The higher-ups had collaborated to establish a formidable barrier, rendering the entire school inaccessible. Of course, for Jiang Lin, this was inconsequential. However, appearances had to be maintained. In the days leading up to the ranking battle, he resided in the dormitory, occasionally returning to his shop to check on the situation. Meanwhile, the new students busied themselves preparing during these days. The academy provided them with only the fundamental information needed for university life, leaving the majority of their preparation to their own devices. Before long, the day of the freshman ranking battle arrived. At the back of the academy lay an immense basin, housing nearly 100 arenas the size of football fields as the main venue, where all the new students gathered. In addition to the freshmen, numerous second and third-year students were present to observe. The school's ranking battle was a grand event each year. The freshmen congregated beneath a platform where the principal and various school leaders delivered speeches before the ranking battle was set to commence. Observant individuals would notice an additional seat beside the principal, occupied by a graceful woman, nearly on par with the principal in stature. Upon witnessing this, the newcomers gasped in excitement. Members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion had truly arrived. With the mentors organizing the initiation of the ranking battle, all freshmen received identification numbers for the random draws. Yar's number was 1928. This number bore no special significance, and his opponent was revealed to be from Class 9 of the first year, a combat-enhanced psychic contract wielder. The other roommates drew different opponents and venues, prompting them to disperse quickly. Yar checked his map for the location of his arena and prepared to proceed. Just then, a light exclamation caught his attention. Boss, you're a student here too? Yar and Luo Ling called out from a distance. Jiang Lin was momentarily taken aback before his expression normalized, smiling as he replied, yes. I'm also a student here. His smile, however, faltered upon seeing Luo Ling, freezing on his face. It's you, Luo Ling exclaimed, rushing over with an expression of barely contained fury. You're the one who ruined my plans. Brother, I had no clue you were putting on airs, otherwise I would have kept my distance. Jiang Lin patted his chest, feigning ignorance. Do you two know each other? Yar asked, puzzled, as he rarely witnessed his roommate lose composure. Upon hearing those words, a sudden jolt coursed through Luo Ling's heart, yet his face once again adorned a gentle smile. You know him, of course. Jiang Lin's eyes flickered as he realized the ranking battle was about to commence. I must take my leave. Without awaiting a response from the two, he swiftly dashed away, fearing that lingering any longer might provoke Luo Ling's wrath. Once Jiang Lin had distanced himself, Luo Ling suddenly smiled meaningfully. Did you not mention that he was the one who repaired your weapon? Why not go take a look? After a moment's contemplation, Yal's curiosity about Jiang Lin piqued. Alright. After all, my ranking battle has yet to begin. Luo Ling's gaze flickered. He had just conducted a subtle probe into Jiang Lin's abilities. But the latter's spiritual energy fluctuations were minimal, merely a hidden realm. In the context of the Western District's Academy, such a presence was akin to a drop of water in the ocean, utterly unremarkable. Could someone of such ordinariness truly possess the capacity to restore Yal's knight's greatsword? He had inquired within his family about Yal, learning that the latter was a disciple of the European holy knight, Dogolka. Thus, that greatsword was no ordinary weapon. It was inconceivable that someone of Jiang Lin's caliber could possibly reforge it. This suggested that there was a more formidable figure behind him, which was precisely why Luo Ling found himself intrigued. The Academy featured a dedicated app where one could access the basic information of all new students and stream live events from every arena. However, at present, only a handful of renowned newcomers attracted viewers, leaving most arenas deserted. The information regarding the ranking battle was available there, and the two easily located Jiang Lin's arena. As they approached the vicinity of Arena 102, their attention was suddenly captured by a cacophony of gasps. What is that? It's a heroic spirit class, capable of summoning departed heroes to fight on one's behalf. The pair directed their gaze towards a nearby arena, where a black-haired girl tightly clutched a branch radiating an astonishing aura. Beside her stood a tall figure clad in full armor, wielding a long blade, silently guarding her. Heroic spirit class? Luo Ling adjusted his glasses, peering through his phone to discern the details of the combatants. Was that Yeyu? What was the nature of that weapon? Luo Ling recognized the exceptional nature of the Staff of Resurrection. It seemed an energy was continuously flowing into the heroic spirit's form. Opposite Yeyu was a tense-faced young man whose spiritual pact appeared to be of a low level. After waiting in vain for the heroic spirit to attack, he could no longer contain himself and conjured a blazing fireball. He launched the fireball but did not remain stationary. Instead, he charged forward. Crack! The burning fireball approached rapidly, but the heroic spirit effortlessly sliced it in half. Subsequently, with her legs bent like a drawn bow, she propelled herself forward, colliding head-on with the youth who had intended to follow the fireball's trajectory for a surprise attack. Boom! With a sweep of her blade, the young man was sent flying, rendered unconscious. The battle concluded so swiftly that the few spectators were momentarily stunned. The Western District truly harbored hidden talents. Luo Ling's eyes gleamed with intensity. He had previously been unaware of the existence of another heroic spirit class. He pondered which tier of heroic spirits she could summon. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered Yal's match and hurried to join him. In Arena 102, Jiang Lin stood with a grave expression, a wisp of breeze swirling around him as he faced a burly opponent named Wang Shun, whose pact was of the body enhancement class. Observing closely, Jiang Lin noted that Wang Shun's enhancements were comprehensive, indicating extraordinary physical prowess. However, Jiang Lin reasoned that while Wang Shun's overall physical enhancement relied solely on his corporeal form, his enhancement was of C grade, whereas Jiang Lin was openly a B grade wind elementalist, leaving little room for defeat. It seems I must engage in a fierce battle. With this thought, as Wang Shun lunged at him, Jiang Lin enveloped himself in wind elemental energy, making him as light as a feather, narrowly evading Wang Shun's punch. Arriving just in time, Yal and Luo Ling watched from below, perplexed at the sight of Wang Shun, who seemed evenly matched with Jiang Lin. In their minds, someone capable of restoring a knight's greatsword ought not to appear so ordinary. Indeed, to the casual observer, Jiang Lin might seem strong. However, for the two prodigies, his movements appeared clumsy, and his manipulation of spiritual energy was rudimentary. He was merely an exceptionally ordinary wind elementalist. Is he truly the one who repaired your knight's greatsword? Yal questioned, nodding in confusion. He recognized the patterns on my sword at a glance, which is why I entrusted it to him. Could it be a case of feigning weakness? Luo Ling's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of spiritual energy flowing into his gaze, transforming his perception of the scene before him. Yet, within this enhanced view, Jiang Lin's internal spiritual energy seemed almost unchanged. As time progressed, Jiang Lin, who had maintained a slight advantage, finally seized an opportune moment. A wind blade struck Wang Shun as he failed to evade in time. Wang Shun was sent hurtling back, falling into unconsciousness. Jiang Lin wins, 1928. The arena's referee announced his victory, allowing him to descend, panting, while another group took their place. After one round, a 1-hour intermission was granted for recovery. Jiang Lin, uninjured, did not require the Academy mentor's assistance. Instead, he sought a quiet spot to check on his roommate statuses. He had fought relatively long, and his roommates had already received their results. Qinggu had been particularly unfortunate, facing a class genius in the first round and was swiftly defeated. Zhang Tianhan, Quinny, and Xia Hap had all advanced without incident. In truth, this reflected the plight of the average student. They were rather mediocre within the school, unable to sweep through their opponents like the true prodigies, ultimately becoming stepping stones for those exceptional talents. Their goal was simply to improve their rankings as much as possible before being utterly defeated. As the freshman ranking battle commenced, the entire school entered a heightened state of alert. Yet, to the surprise of the higher-ups, the Star Association exhibited no signs of activity whatsoever. In previous years, there had always been traces to uncover, but this time, it was as if the Star Association had vanished without a trace. On the elevated platform occupied by the school leaders, the principal furrowed his brow as he reviewed the information. Remain vigilant. Do not underestimate them. The Star Association? A soft female voice chimed in, imbued with a gentle quality reminiscent of a mountain spring. The speaker was a graceful woman, her perfect curves subtly visible even while seated. Her countenance strikingly beautiful with a radiant smile. The principal's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Indeed, every year they exhibit some degree of activity, yet this year, for reasons unknown, they are particularly quiet. I fear they may be plotting something. Rest assured, our academy is fully prepared. Should those rats from the Star Association dare to show themselves, we shall ensure they have no chance of return. Yes, should anything arise, do not hesitate to call upon me. Accompanying me are 2 elite guards. Should the need arise, they will act in unison. What? The principal gasped, followed by elation. I cannot thank you enough, Miss Tang Fei. If the elite guards are indeed present, along with myself, the Star Association will find it difficult to stir up any trouble. In truth, the members of the Star Association were indeed plotting significant maneuvers in secret, just as the principal had surmised. Within a residential building outside the academy, no one was aware that a family of 4 had vanished without a trace just days prior. In place of that, there appeared a group of individuals adorned in flowing white robes, embellished with starry emblems. They first established several layers of protective barriers within the residential building, and subsequently, in the grand hall, they excavated a tunnel. Descending into the depths of this passage revealed a vast chasm. Within this hollow space, dozens of robed acolytes of the celestial congregation encircled a complex array inscribed on the ground. Upon closer inspection, the markings were a series of grooves, into which a stream of blood flowed from one of the incisions, gradually filling the entire array. The markings glimmered with a crimson light, and then the blood within the grooves mysteriously vanished. At this moment, a figure draped in the robe with the most stars spoke in a hoarse voice, urging the continuation of their dark ritual. With a muffled thud, a 5 or 6-year-old girl was suddenly pierced through the heart beside the array. A copious amount of blood cascaded down, flowing into the grooves of the markings. The girl, devoid of any commotion, wore a blank expression, her complexion paling until she ultimately succumbed to lifelessness. Subsequently, an acolyte callously dragged her away like refuse, discarding her at the side. Where the child's body was cast aside, a small mound could be seen, and as the light from the array flickered, it became evident that this mound was composed entirely of corpses. These bodies, both male and female, young and old, bore the same fate in their demise. Meanwhile, the freshman ranking competition continued within the school. Jiang Lin, having won yet another match, encountered a peer of similar standing, a spirit contract wielder. After a grueling battle, Jiang Lin ultimately found himself bested and relegated to the loser's bracket. Within this bracket, he faced another opponent of equal rank, whose cosmic energy erupted, leading Jiang Lin to bid farewell to the ranking competition. He became the first among his dormitory to be eliminated, and upon learning of his situation, his roommates offered words of consolation, believing he had given his utmost effort. In truth, Jiang Lin merely felt a sense of ennui. These newcomers appeared no different than children in his eyes. The ranking competition would extend over several days, during which classes were suspended, granting Jiang Lin a few days of leisure after his early exit. Unfazed by his premature elimination, he began to contemplate romantic pursuits. After all, what is college without a touch of romance? Jiang Lin's aspirations were modest. He sought neither a campus beauty nor a paragon of perfection, but rather something simple and genuine. Regrettably, after wandering through various venues for a considerable time, he found nothing that sparked his interest. Just as he was about to activate a spatial portal for some outdoor entertainment, he suddenly sensed 2 immensely powerful presences searching back and forth within the instructor's barriers of the school. Oh no, how did they arrive here? Startled, Jiang Lin hastily dispersed the gathered spatial energy, internally sighing in relief at narrowly avoiding detection. Although they could not prevent him from utilizing the spatial portal, the consequences of being discovered weighed heavily on his mind. Very well, he decided to continue his exploration. At this juncture, after several rounds of eliminations in the ranking competition, only the more formidable freshmen remained. The first day's battles concluded swiftly, and without exception, all 5 members of Jiang Lin's dormitory were eliminated. Despite their status as local prodigies, they were merely ordinary individuals at the Western District University. After numerous rounds of competition, only genuine talents could emerge victorious, and it was evident that Jiang Lin and his dorm mates fell short. Once eliminated, they could only exchange wry smiles, ultimately deciding to treat themselves to a hearty meal at the school cafeteria to soothe their wounded spirits. The cafeteria, in reality, spanned an entire street filled with culinary delights. After enjoying delectable fare from one end of the street to the other, they felt a sense of fulfillment. Upon returning to their dormitory, they initially engaged in idle boasting before retreating to their phones. As Jiang Lin opened the school's app, he stumbled upon a particularly conspicuous post. Freshman ranking battle, day 1 results and noteworthy talents. The post was generating considerable buzz, boasting thousands of replies and nearly 100,000 clicks. Jiang Lin noted that the author was someone named Luo Ling. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Ling, and I am also a freshman. Throughout the day, I diligently observed various venues and made some observations. The following content reflects my personal opinions, with no particular order of ranking. Please refrain from harsh criticism. Zheng Shiran. SS level blood manipulation spirit contract, estimated to have already reached the void realm, and this spirit contract poses an exceptionally terrifying threat to humanity. In the early rounds, she achieved swift victories and is currently in class Lingguo, in my opinion, a strong contender for the championship. Su Feihong, SS level lightning spirit contract. This individual should be quite familiar to everyone, having previously competed in the training arena, so no further elaboration on his prowess is necessary. Zhao Feilin, SS level frost spirit contract. Possesses peak strength in the radiant realm, embodying both beauty and strength. She also achieved swift victories in the initial rounds, triumphing effortlessly over an S-level spirit contract, making her another potential champion. The 13th chapter, The Demon of Sinful Flame. Yar, a descendant of ancient knights from Europe, peak radiant realm, S-level holy knight spirit contract. Not many may be aware of this spirit contract, so allow me to elaborate. The holy knight spirit contract is quite peculiar. It is rumored that its effectiveness varies among different individuals. The most renowned example is Dogurk, who has wielded the S-level holy knight spirit contract to a level akin to that of an SSS level spirit contract, truly legendary. Thus, regardless of circumstances, the holy knight spirit contract should not be underestimated. Its potential is immense. Zhong Kursen, S-level howling moon wolf. Su Wanwan, SS level soul spirit. As Jiang Lin continued reading, he was astonished to come across a familiar name. Yi Yu, rumored to be the daughter of misfortune. Anyone who approaches her within 3 meters is destined to experience misfortune, often leading to inexplicable falls or collisions. Her current strength appears to be in the radiant realm, not yet at its peak, but as an SS level spirit contract. She stands among the elite. The 5 tiers of spirits, warrior, hero, legend, saga, and myth. Currently, she can only summon at the warrior level. If she were able to summon at the hero level, the championship could become truly unpredictable. Moreover, her staff is no ordinary artifact. It seems capable of enhancing the strength of spirits, which is quite formidable. Jiang Lin recalled Luo Ling's visage, realizing that this lad possessed a discerning eye. Everyone, I've stumbled upon an intriguing post. At that moment, Qin Gu, lounging on his bed, suddenly poked his head out with a mysterious smile. Soon after, Jiang Lin noticed a shared link in the dormitory group chat. Upon opening it, the bold title sent a jolt through him. The legend of the campus's most ferocious wolf. The author, XINU. Everyone should recall the loud wolf howl from a few nights ago, right? Although director Wu Yu later clarified that it was merely her pet husky. I can assure you, this was no husky. It was a silver moon wolf. As she spoke, 2 audio clips accompanied her message. Jiang Lin listened to one, and it unmistakably contained the howl from Xiao He, while the other was longer and also featured a wolf's howl. The comments section was abuzz with activity. Really dull. It sounds the same. Can you guarantee that the other audio clip is from a silver moon wolf? XINU responded. I swear on my 2 years of S-level summoning experience. Straightforward, Xiao. What exactly is a silver moon wolf? The author should know better. How could it possibly appear here? Waiting to express my longing. The author is merely speculating. Case closed. I have justice. JPG. Sensual Butcher. Is the author Lin Shiyu from Class 1? XINU replied to the Sensual Butcher, indeed. Sending hearts. JPG. Beware. As previous responses to Yu's remarks stirred curiosity, the subsequent students who entered increasingly felt her words were indeed accurate. The few residents of the dormitory displayed expressions akin to spectators, for regardless of the setting, campus ghost stories remain one of the most captivating interests among students. Goodness, if the silver moon wolf truly exists, why have we not been attacked? Zhang Tianhan exclaimed, astonished after reading the post. Quinny scratched her head, pondering whether it could be the familiar of some esteemed figure in the academy. Impossible. The silver moon wolf possesses too much pride. At that moment, Jiang Lin, the unwitting originator of this new campus urban legend, wished to bury her head in shame. The matter, once forgotten by the academy's populace, had regained fervor due to Lin Shiyu's post, to the extent that it had reached someone's mobile device. The silver moon wolf? Could it be the Dark King manifesting in the Western District? In a standalone villa within the academy, Tang Fei perused the post on her phone, falling into deep contemplation. After a moment's thought, she dialed the principal to inquire about the silver moon wolf. Naturally, the principal, well-versed in matters concerning Fengyu, disclosed everything. Before long, Tang Fei grasped the essence of the unfolding events. There could be no second Silver Moon Wolf in the Western District. It must surely be the Dark King. Tang Fei suddenly sprang to her feet, her expression tinged with excitement. Lingong, Bingong, are you present? With a whoosh, two figures emerged simultaneously, adorned in light green layered skirts. Their countenances ethereal, resembling forest sprites. What is it? The Dark King's presence has been detected in the Western District. Both Lingong and Bingong narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Are you certain? Absolutely. The Academy's director witnessed it firsthand. I shall report back immediately. With that, Lingong vanished in a flash, leaving Bingong reluctantly behind, as she still needed to ensure Tang Fei's safety. After Lingong departed, she soared directly towards the Academy's boundary, just as she intended to breach it. A shadow suddenly materialized behind her. There's no need to go, she already knows. Lingong whirled around, her face alight with excitement, prepared to kneel. Yet an invisible force held her back, and the shadow vanished simultaneously. When Tang Fei and Bingong saw Lingong return, they were momentarily perplexed, but upon hearing Lingong speak, their eyes sparkled with uncontainable anticipation. The following day, the freshman ranking battles proceeded as usual, intensifying after a day of selection. The contenders for the second day's rankings were devoid of weaklings. The students on stage were predominantly of A rank or higher, and Jiang Lin finally felt a flicker of interest. However, while the entire academy was enveloped by a barrier, with even the higher-ups believing that the Starry Association's objective lay within the academy, a terrifying upheaval was occurring outside. On a certain street, an enormous and intricate energy sigil appeared out of thin air, instantly cloaking several residential buildings. The enforcement team noticed the anomaly, and 4 squads swiftly arrived. Yet, regardless of their attacks, they could not shake this peculiar sigil. Moreover, after its emergence, a strange spatial energy began to diffuse, causing the surrounding structures to appear slightly distorted. Evacuate the nearby citizens and sound the alarm. A ferocious roar erupted, and before anyone could react, a giant claw, covered in scales, suddenly emerged from the sigil, crashing down upon an adjacent building, obliterating it. The sigil emitted a blinding light, and the claw exerted force, as though something were forcefully attempting to break free from within. Within the academy, Jiang Lin furrowed her brow, murmuring, "Little Black." The shadow quivered momentarily before a strand of ink-black essence darted through the school shadows, swiftly making its way outside the barrier. Upon exiting, Little Black quickly arrived at the location of the sigil, where a monstrous creature was already half emerged, with multiple pairs of sharp horns atop its head, a towering body resembling that of a human, and a spiked bat-like wing on its back. It opened its mouth lined with jagged teeth, exuding a potent sulfurous stench. "A demon! Quickly notify headquarters," cried the enforcement team, recognizing the creature's origin from their extensive dealings with otherworldly beings. One of the squad leaders bore a grave expression. Realizing the creature was likely a high-tier demon, and that headquarters might not have sufficient forces, they needed to seek assistance from the academy. Prior to this, the enforcement team had relentlessly attacked the sigil, but whether through the illusory realm or the solid realm, their efforts had failed to leave even a ripple upon the sigil. As time passed, the demon, akin to a small mountain, finally emerged onto the street. Many buildings were crushed beneath its massive form, and its crimson gaze fell directly upon the members of the enforcement team. In the distance, atop a 10-story building, Little Black's diminished form appeared. Observing the demon's thunderous roar from afar, its wolfish maw slowly parting. At that moment, the enforcement team received reinforcements, 2 solid realm and 1 heart realm expert, who positioned themselves at a distance, ready to confront the beast. Without the need for words, the battle was imminent, with the enforcement team charging forth. Led by the heart realm expert named Lu Jing, an S-rank ability user capable of manipulating air. The closer they approached the demon, the more its enormity became apparent. Even a 3- or 4-story building barely reached its waist. Is it a fiery demon from the dragon demon lineage? Upon observing the demon's dragon-like head, Lu Jing's heart skipped a beat, for he was familiar with this kind of demon. Such creatures were hybrids of dragon and lava demons, born either in the heart realm or solid realm. Due to the hybrid's bloodline defects, their advancement was exceedingly difficult, and within the demon realm, they were often treated as expendable. This particular demon had only just begun to engage in battle. Lu Jing could not yet ascertain its rank and could only proceed with caution. He unleashed an air cannon, which struck the fiery demon's scales, producing merely a slight tremor. Witnessing this, Lu Jing's apprehension grew. With fingers splayed like claws, Lu Jing evaded as the fiery demon swiped down, continuing to maneuver alongside it. The other enforcement team members unleashed their abilities, various attacks bombarding the demon's massive form, creating a cacophony of energy fluctuations. Yet these attempts appeared futile, as the fiery demon seemed to disregard them entirely. It had not forgotten about the tantalizing aura of blood emanating from afar. These humans, nourished by energy, were the most precious commodity in the demon realm's abyss. Having been summoned with great difficulty, it was determined to feast. Thus, the fiery demon began to move. and Lu Jing realized that he no longer needed to test its capabilities. The demon's dismissive demeanor indicated its level was undoubtedly not below the soul realm. Such an adversary surpassed their capacity to cope, and they could only hope to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. With this thought, Lu Jing dared not hold back, channeling his energy at high speed, causing the surrounding air to rapidly condense. Seeing their captain preparing a significant attack, the other team members dispersed to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As the fiery demon turned its head and took a few steps, it sensed the air around it growing thin. Just as it prepared to take flight, it turned to see a milky white orb by Lu Jing's side, radiating an incredibly terrifying energy wave. Roar! The infernal flame demon let out a thunderous roar, showing no hesitation whatsoever. The crimson core embedded in its chest shone brilliantly, and then that vivid red surged rapidly up to its throat. A torrent of dragon breath erupted from its maw, instantly engulfing the street in a searing blaze, advancing with relentless ferocity. Chapter 14. Fishing. Lu Jing, without a moment's delay, unleashed a meticulously compressed air cannon, liberating it from the constraints of spiritual energy, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The oncoming dragon breath seemed to collide with an invisible force, halting in the center of the street. While tendrils of the fiery breath rapidly ignited nearby residential buildings, the flames spreading with alarming speed. Upon witnessing this, Lu Jing swiftly siphoned the air surrounding him, aiming for an expedient extinguishing of the inferno. However, in that fleeting moment, the air cannon faltered, forcibly breached by the unyielding dragon breath. The overwhelming surge of flames engulfed everything in its path, and 2 law enforcement officers, caught unprepared, faced imminent obliteration. At this critical juncture, Xiaohei could no longer remain a passive observer, fearing that his silence might draw Jiang Lin's ire. Like a puddle of black liquid, he swiftly melded into the shadows. The 2 officers, consumed by despair, suddenly found themselves plunged into an utterly dark realm. After pulling them into the shadowy space, Xiaohei did not immediately strike. Instead, he manifested within the subterranean confines beneath the infernal flame demon, where the cult of the Celestial Star's followers lay sprawled haphazardly on the ground, save for one wearing a robe adorned with a hexagram who stood upright. His condition, however, was far from optimal. A gruesome wound marred his wrist, from which blood dripped incessantly onto the floor, flowing along the carved grooves. Xiaohei's abrupt appearance startled him, prompting him to hastily cover his wound and regard Xiaohei with palpable trepidation. Yet, the disparity in their power was insurmountable. With a gaping maw, Xiaohei enveloped him in a shroud of darkness, swallowing him whole with remarkable efficiency. In the shadow realm, Xiaohei rendered the 2 officers unconscious before vanishing from sight. On the surface, the infernal flame demon suddenly felt a jolt of anxiety, sensing a severance from its connection to the abyss of the demon clan. It roared in agitation, abandoning any concern for Lu Jing, and soared towards the distant source of bloodlust. The disconnection from the abyss signified an inability to return, and upon realizing it was in the western district of the Dragon Kingdom, the demon's fear escalated to a terrifying crescendo. This territory had witnessed the repulsion of the Spirit Clan's invasion. It was a veritable den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, far from the domain of a mere soul-bound demon. True to this foreboding, it had not fled far before 2 formidable figures of the Heart Realm arrived, encircling it along with Lu Jing. Shortly thereafter, a presence of equal might surged forth from the academy, a being of the Soul Realm. The influx of powerful adversaries finally instilled a sense of urgency within the infernal flame demon. It was keenly aware that it could not afford to linger any longer and required more blood to summon the dragon of demons. With a mighty roar, the infernal demon reared back, brown luminescence flickering beneath its scaled skin, as the stench of sulfur permeated the atmosphere, and the temperature around them began to soar dramatically. Lu Jing sensed the changes in the searing air and exclaimed in alarm, "Scatter!" In the next instant, a wave of crimson flames erupted from the infernal flame demon, radiating outward in a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed a radius of several hundred meters. The surrounding buildings and streets were instantaneously liquefied by the intense heat, their steel frameworks melting into molten metal. Within the span of a mere second, the vicinity transformed into a fiery wasteland. The infernal flame demon crouched low, its 5 claws pressed against the molten ground, as columns of flame shot skyward, creating a curtain of fire that enveloped it. In that moment of obscured vision, the onlookers felt the ground tremble, followed by a colossal shadow darting in the opposite direction, demolishing countless structures in its wake. Lu Jing's gaze followed the path of the fleeing infernal flame demon, his pupils narrowing. It was heading for the emergency shelter. Upon hearing this, the Soul Realm warrior's countenance shifted dramatically. A powerful spiritual energy surged forth from him, and a bolt of lightning manifested in his palm, swiftly coalescing into a spear over a meter long. With his muscular arm surging with energy, he hurled the lightning spear with tremendous force, piercing through the immense column of flame and shattering the demon's scales, embedding itself halfway within. Then, The figure of the Soul Realm warrior transformed into a crackling bolt of lightning, vanishing only to reappear atop the infernal flame demon, brandishing the lightning spear. He unleashed a torrent of raw electricity into the demon. The infernal flame demon was compelled to halt, releasing a furious howl that reverberated with tremors of rage. Yet, in the next moment, the temperature of its exterior escalated rapidly. The Soul Realm warrior's eyes widened in alarm as he thrust the lightning spear deeper into the demon's body before retreating swiftly. Once again, a cataclysmic surge of heat erupted, giving rise to a new molten expanse, threatening to encroach upon the nearest shelter. On a rooftop somewhere, Xiaohei wore an expression of conflict. As he wavered in indecision, Jiang Lin's figure suddenly appeared beside him. What's the matter? Haven't you resolved it yet? Xiaohei whimpered softly, lowering his head and pacing anxiously. A small fish? Waiting for a big fish? Jiang Lin quickly deduced, although it seemed Xiaohei was struggling to summon it. Placing a hand on his brow to gaze into the distance, he observed the lightning-wielding Soul Realm warrior standing his ground against the infernal flame demon, bolstered by 3 Heart Realm allies. It was evident that the demon faced considerable difficulty in initiating its summoning. Xiaohei let out a low growl, and Jiang Lin nodded slightly. Indeed, the reach of the demon clan had extended too far. However, your aspirations may go unfulfilled, Jiang Lin remarked with a smile, noting that in the distance, the infernal flame demon, while sustaining minimal injuries, was being rigorously contained by the 4 powerful assailants. It seemed to have amassed sufficient energy once more, employing another high-temperature eruption. Yet, the attackers had anticipated this, dispersing ahead of time. What appeared to be a terrifying maneuver ultimately posed little threat to them. Observing this spectacle, Jiang Lin's face broke into a mysterious smile. There remained a flicker of intelligence within this infernal flame demon. As he spoke, the formidable warriors charged anew. Though their focus on the infernal flame demon rendered them oblivious to the fact that the molten ground was rapidly cooling, the heat dissipating at an astonishing rate. Especially at the edges, the lava was cooling swiftly, with visible patches of black spreading, a clear sign of the lava solidifying. After an intense skirmish, the oddity did not escape the notice of the combatants. Lu Jing, possessing the keenest perception, widened his eyes in disbelief. It's absorbing the heat energy that just erupted. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged concerned glances. Though unsure of its motives, they sensed no good could come from this. The Soul Realm warrior, undeterred, surged forward alone. The temperature around the infernal flame demon had already risen significantly, compelling him to encase himself in a layer of lightning for protection. Drawing closer, he launched a bolt of lightning skyward. Within seconds, ominous clouds gathered overhead. Tenfold thunder prison. The resounding thunderclaps echoed, and from the dense clouds, a multitude of lightning bolts flickered as the Soul Realm warrior's spiritual energy locked onto the infernal flame demon. Chapter 15. The Cult of the Celestial Stars. Countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. A brilliant pillar of lightning thundered down, striking the massive form of the infernal flame demon, enveloping it in a blinding radiance. However, this was merely the beginning, as an increasing number of thunderbolts descended, all striking the same location. The intensity of this bombardment deterred even the 3 formidable beings of the Heart Realm from approaching, forcing them to maintain a vigilant distance as they fixated on the Nephilim flame demon enveloped in electric brilliance. Jiang Lin also observed from afar. Yet unlike the others who remained oblivious to the situation, he could discern through the lightning that the Nephilim flame demon was wrapping itself with its wings to withstand the onslaught of thunder. Simultaneously, it had never ceased absorbing the surrounding thermal energy, and the ever-fading magma had retreated to its feet. Amidst the cacophony of thunder, the Nephilim flame demon roared defiantly, braving the strikes of lightning as it charged toward the shelter. You shall not pass. Jiang Lin snapped his fingers, and the barrier of the distant refuge simultaneously unfurled. The Nephilim flame demon did not flinch. In its eyes, the strength of this barrier was nothing it could withstand after absorbing thermal energy. Its massive claws came crashing down. Yet the anticipated shattering of the barrier did not occur. Instead, its claws were met with a jarring pain. It widened its blood-red eyes in disbelief. And before it could ponder further, an enraged being of the Soul Realm descended from the sky, appearing like a bolt of lightning streaking across the heavens. Behind him, a dense web of electricity surged forth. The Nephilim flame demon, disregarding all caution, unleashed the thermal energy coursing through its body. Its once pitch-black skin and scales now glowing a faint crimson. The red light in its chest became exceedingly vibrant, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the air, the being of the Soul Realm trailing the lightning behind. However, at that moment, the Nephilim flame demon erupted in a conflagration. Terrifying flames engulfing the sky, ensnaring the Soul Realm being unprepared. How dare you strike at the innocent? Amidst the raging flames, the Soul Realm being bellowed, his body crackling with a mix of thunder and fire, crashing into the utterly bewildered Nephilim flame demon like a demon from the depths of hell. It could not comprehend how this figure, nearly devoid of unblemished skin, could still penetrate its fiery defenses. Most terrifyingly, his body was at its limit in withstanding the lightning. Should this continue, he would meet his demise. The threat of death surged within, prompting the Nephilim flame demon to retreat, unleashing a wave of heat that forced the three heart realm beings attempting to approach back, as it dove towards the ground. As it plummeted, the flames behind it erupted, creating a powerful thrust that accelerated its descent. This time, it aimed to obliterate this human. Crackle, the soul realm being, forcibly traversing through the flames of the Nephilim flame demon, was already battered and bruised. The ground approached rapidly, and his gaze was filled with malice. Come on. The thunder erupted once more, and the Nephilim flame demon could not help but roar. The human's body had already reached its limit, yet still dared to channel lightning. Its control over its own body was faltering due to the lightning, and should it collide with this being, it might lose its combat capabilities entirely. The Nephilim flame demon, wary of overestimating itself, reduced its momentum, seeking to escape. Yet from the direction of the academy, three more soul realm beings swiftly approached. One extended a hand, and a cluster of emerald green leaves, glistening with dew, fell upon the lightning-wielding soul realm being, causing his wounds to mend rapidly. The Nephilim flame demon's pupils constricted suddenly. It was surrounded by four beings of the soul realm, and despair washed over it. It had merely responded to a summons, expecting a feast. Yet this was the unforeseen outcome. Outside the battlefield, several disciples of the Starry Council, hiding and observing from a distance, furrowed their brows. Useless. They cannot even breach a single refuge. It seems we must enact another plan. The robes of these disciples were adorned with hexagrams, and behind them knelt dozens of individuals. Once the Nephilim flame demon perishes, you shall commence the ritual. One of the three leaders spoke in a hushed tone. At that moment, under the assault of the four soul realm beings, the Nephilim flame demon was utterly outmatched, quickly sustaining severe injuries before being struck down by a terrifying bolt of lightning. Only after confirming its life force had vanished did everyone finally exhale in relief. Although the sudden appearance of the Nephilim flame demon had wreaked considerable havoc on the surrounding structures, fortunately, there had been minimal casualties. Just as the soul realm beings collectively sighed in relief, dozens of shadows surged from the distance. A mere flicker of perception revealed that most of these entities were of the illusory realm. Two of them were even of the heart realm, the Starry Council. The four soul realm beings immediately sprang into action, unleashing various attacks upon them. For the disciples of the Starry Council, vastly inferior in rank, were no match. Yet, curiously, they paid no heed to their injuries, sacrificing their lives to reach the corpse of the Nephilim flame demon. Their blood flowed rapidly, enveloping the entire area in a bizarre aura. Ha ha! A manic laughter echoed from above. Everyone looked up to see three figures hovering, cloaked in voluminous robes, their faces obscured by hoods. The ritual is complete. You cannot prevent the descent of the demonic dragon. Boom. The ground quaked suddenly, and a blood-red array materialized, encompassing a kilometer radius. The corpses of the Nephilim flame demon and those of the Starry Council disciples appeared to be disintegrated by an invisible force into countless crimson light particles. These sanguine particles, seemingly sentient, evenly dispersed around the array, then the blood-red markings solidified, almost taking on a tangible form. It is your turn. One among the Starry Council disciples suddenly spoke. Another nodded slightly, extending a hand from beneath the robe, which appeared withered, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. Wisps of black mist rapidly manifested. The remaining soul realm beings finally grasped the situation, rushing toward the sky to thwart them. At that moment, the last of the three figures also made a move. A pale arm extended, gently pushing against the four soul realm beings, and a tempest erupted, casting everyone aside. The sovereign realm. The faces of the crowd paled. From the overwhelming psychic energy they had just encountered, they sensed an immense pressure. The moment the Nephilim flame demon perished, fate was sealed. You cannot obstruct this. The sovereign realm being lowered her hood, cascading red hair over her shoulders, her stunning visage adorned with a scornful smile. She parted her crimson lips, saying, "Witness how this place transforms into hell." Zhu Luoyan, one of the 12 protectors of the Starry Council. Someone gritted their teeth, exclaiming, "How did you arrive as well?" Zhu Luoyan waved her hand nonchalantly, and an incredibly powerful barrier formed, causing several massive ripples to spread outward. The figures of the principal of the Western District, Wu Yu, and other school leaders materialized simultaneously. "We are all in the sovereign realm. It seems unlikely that you could breach my barrier anytime soon." Chapter 16. The abyssal demonic dragon that was instantaneously vanquished. In the distance, Tang Fei, Lin Gong, and Bing Gong floated in the air. Lin Gong furrowed his brow, pondering what scheme the Starry Council was concocting now, considering they had mobilized even the sovereign realm. "Do we offer assistance?" Bing Gong inquired. Tang Fei raised a hand to halt the two. "No need. He is nearby, and the Starry Council will not stir up much trouble." At this moment, the principal's expression darkened. As a fellow sovereign realm being, he realized he would not be able to breach the barrier anytime soon, even if he allied with the two peak beings of the soul realm, the 10 absolute guardians. Acknowledging this, the principal spoke solemnly to Wu Yu and the others. Regardless of what they intend to do, the eruption of a great battle is inevitable. You must swiftly evacuate the civilians and students. The formidable beings from the other academies swiftly dispersed, some returning to their institutions while others ventured towards the residential districts. A most prudent choice, Zhu Luoyan remarked with a light chuckle, yet it may be a tad too late. As her words lingered in the air, the ground began to shift ominously. From the earth surged forth a black mist that swiftly morphed into a multitude of shadowy figures. Upon closer inspection, these apparitions took on humanoid forms. Their visages grotesque and menacing, resembling countless malevolent spirits. In the distance, Jiang Lin furrowed his brow, pondering the sheer number of vengeful souls. This formidable adversary must be dealt with decisively. At this moment, Jiang Lin's demeanor had transformed from his usual nonchalance to one of icy resolve. As these wraiths emerged, the energy within the inscription array surged violently, a pitch-black orb materializing at its center, emanating palpable waves of fear, despair, and madness. A deep roar echoed from the black point, followed by the vengeful spirits being drawn into the inscription array. The once turbulent array stabilized, and the orb at its core expanded. Suddenly, an immensely powerful dragon claw pried open the black orb, its dark scales shimmering with an ethereal glow. The owner of these claws forcefully tore apart the fabric of space, creating a massive rift. "O magnificent abyssal dragon, heed my summons." A voice, tinged with madness, resonated from the figure beside Zhu Luoyan. As he tilted his head back, his hood slipped down to reveal a youthful countenance, adorned with blood-red markings. His features twisted with excitement. He spread his arms wide, proclaiming, "O Dragon Lord, I, Shun Tianxing, offer the lives of this land as your tribute." A roar erupted, seemingly in response to his call, and the rift widened further, revealing a pair of sharp horns, followed by the fearsome head of a dragon emerging from the abyss. Its dark golden eyes surveyed the surroundings, and upon realizing that the strongest among them was merely at the sovereign realm, the dragon disdainfully spoke, "Human vermin." As it advanced, the dragon's colossal form began to emerge, casting a shadow that dimmed the sky, the sun inexplicably vanishing. The dragon, confused, gazed upward, mistaking the sudden darkness for nightfall. And soon its massive wings unfurled from the rift, fully revealing its immense body. The body of the infernal flame demon appeared diminutive in comparison, and as it materialized, the terrifying aura of the abyssal dragon swept across the battlefield. The trio, Zhu Luoyan, Shun Tianxing, and their companion, were engulfed in fervor, each kneeling in reverence to the Dragon Lord. The dragon glanced at them with indifference, inquiring, "Was it you who summoned me?" "Very well." At that moment, the headmaster's expression darkened to an extreme. The abyssal dragon was one of the most fearsome beings from the depths of the demon realm, each one situated at the sacred realm. The strongest of the dragon kingdom were stationed at the entrances of various foreign races. Leaving no one available to contend with such a creature, he had dispatched individuals to hasten towards Lingfeng town, placing his hopes solely on Fengyu Pavilion, as they were the only ones capable of mobilizing sacred realm powerhouses for support. Zhu Lian's barrier had shattered the instant the dragon appeared, and now the dragon tilted its head to the sky, disdainfully proclaiming, "The moonlight? It disgusts me." With that, it unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, drawing the clouds together, which were swiftly stained crimson. Meanwhile, Zhu Luoyan and Shun Tianxing exchanged puzzled glances. Moonlight? Is it not noon? In the distance, Jiang Lin, upon witnessing the dragon's full form, chuckled. "Dinner is served, little black." A long howl of a wolf reverberated throughout the area, catching the dragon and the others off guard, their vigilance heightened. The dragon reacted with exaggerated alarm, feeling its scales bristle with terror, a chilling sensation coursing through its being. A low growl resonated from a lurking wolf, poised for the hunt in the distance, revealing its fangs. At that moment, the dragon's sense of impending doom peaked. It abruptly raised its head to the sky, where the crimson clouds it had summoned were torn asunder, and from the rift leaped an enormous black wolf, its immense form crushing everything in its path. In that moment, the dragon felt an icy dread paralyze it entirely. "Silver moon," it began to utter before being engulfed by the charging giant wolf in a single bite. The once mighty abyssal dragon offered no resistance, vanishing from existence, while the colossal wolf, resembling a being from myth, dissipated into countless shadows. A radiant beam of moonlight descended, and as the onlookers gazed upward, they beheld a full moon, which quickly dimmed until it vanished entirely. Sunlight once again bathed the ruins, leaving everyone feeling as though they had traversed into another realm. The headmaster snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Where are Zhu Luoyan and the others?" At that moment, Zhu Luoyan and her companions were filled with terror, racing through a subterranean passage. "Damn it, what was that creature?" Shun Tianxing's veins throbbed with fury, the blood-red markings on his face pulsing. "The Silver Moon Wolf King?" A hoarse voice interjected from beside him, belonging to another individual. Zhu Luoyan clenched her jaw. "Forget about that. We must flee while the wolf is unaware of our presence." The underground passage seemed to have been meticulously prepared, winding and intricate. Yet their goal remained clear. After rounding a corner, a figure devoid of any aura caused them to halt in perplexity. Hey, Jiang Lin, cradling the now diminutive little black, greeted them with a smile. Who are you? Shen Tianqing's face contorted with rage, but sensing Jiang Lin's lack of aura, he hesitated to act recklessly. Jiang Lin gently rubbed little black's plump belly, contemplating for a moment. Just an ordinary college student? Zhu Luoyan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, softly inquiring. Little brother, do you know who your sister is? Be careful, or I might just devour you. Shut your mouth, you harlot. Jiang Lin shot her an exasperated glance. Your facade is so overripe it's nauseating. Zhu Lian's expression darkened in fury as she lunged forward, exclaiming, it seems sister will tear your mouth apart. However, Jiang Lin merely cast a disinterested glance her way, and her graceful form suddenly froze mid-action, her skirt fluttering down as she became utterly still. I find such repulsiveness quite distasteful, so you may as well perish. As his words fell, the space beside Zhu Luoyan shattered, taking her form along with it. A shower of dismembered remains fell to the ground, leaving Shen Tianqing and the other individual in a state of shock. And although I have deep ties to the underworld, I loathe those like you who enslave souls. With a crack, the body of the other individual crumbled beside Shen Tianqing, their blood merging with Zhu Lian's, forming an eerily grotesque tableau. Chapter 17, The Grasp of Black and White. Gulp. Shen Tianqing swallowed hard, forcing himself to maintain composure. Who are you? Do you even know who we are? Ah, the void, the space element, is it? He retorted, perhaps you believe it to be powerful, but crossing us, the Star Society, means facing the most terrifying individuals in this world. Jiang Lin, cradling little black, levitated slightly and began to approach Shen Tianqing. The Star Society? As Jiang Lin drew nearer, Shen Tianqing's expression hardened. You cannot kill me. Oh, that piques my interest, Jiang Lin replied. Do you have any hidden cards? Let us see them. Perhaps it was the trump card that bestowed courage upon Shen Tianqing, for upon observing Jiang Lin, he found himself devoid of the overwhelming dread that had once consumed him. The methods of our celestial society are beyond your imagination. As the Saint Son of this year, release me, and I shall refrain from pursuing today's matters. Saint Son? What is this, a cult? Jiang Lin remarked with an odd expression. And what more do you wish to convey? Shen Tianqing's countenance shifted dramatically. Our celestial society is under the protection of divine beings. To offend us is to declare war against the gods. Are you still unaware of the gravity of the situation? Despite the strength of your spatial affinity, your power does not surpass the Saint Realm, does it? Individuals of your caliber are easily outmatched by at least 5 within our ranks. Do not presume that spatial abilities render one invincible. Indeed, Jiang Lin nodded in agreement. It is good that you understand. Now, set me free. What did you expect to say of substance? Instead, it is all mere drivel, Jiang Lin retorted, shaking his head as he struck out with his hand. Shen Tianqing gazed at Jiang Lin in shock, only to feel his body cleave in two at the chest. The chilling breath of death enveloped him as he fixed a vengeful glare upon Jiang Lin, his eyes brimming with malice, as if he intended to etch his visage into memory. I will find you again, just wait. Wait. Jiang Lin suddenly interjected, and to Shen Tianqing's astonishment, his fading consciousness rapidly returned, his body rejoining as if the prior events had never transpired. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Lin delivered a forceful slap. What are you so vengeful about? Huh? What are you resentful of? Jiang Lin struck again. With each resounding slap, Shen Tianqing was left dazed. He had prepared for a rebirth through possession, yet he never anticipated that his soul would be forcibly yanked back. My soul? How can it be pulled back? A brief moment of contemplation was obliterated by an onslaught of fear. Spare me, please. A sharp slap silenced his pleas. Do you know how much I despise being regarded with such disdain? Jiang Lin showed no mercy as he struck again, and after delivering a flurry of blows, Shen Tianqing's face swelled grotesquely. After landing over a dozen slaps, Jiang Lin finally relished the satisfaction of tossing the mute Shen Tianqing to the ground. Then he reached out, summoning an ethereal projection that unmistakably resembled Shen Tianqing, albeit now filled with palpable terror. Logically, their celestial society had employed special methods to conceal souls. Methods imperceptible even to the grim reapers of the underworld. Yet now, his soul lay defenseless in Jiang Lin's grasp. The next event plunged him into further despair. Jiang Lin called into the distance, "Hey Bai, come forth." Soon after, two somewhat ethereal figures materialized, one black and one white, donning tall hats and holding a placard. Drifting toward him, Shen Tianqing's fear reached a fever pitch. He struggled relentlessly, his very essence teetering on the brink of collapse. Hey Bai came to Jiang Lin's side. Bowing in deference, Jiang Lin then handed Shen Tianqing over, declaring, no need for reincarnation. He lacks the qualifications. Bind him. Hey Bai nodded gently, then placed a hand upon Shen Tianqing's shoulder, their forms gradually becoming translucent until they vanished. On the ground, the onlookers had yet to recover from the abrupt demise of the abyssal dragon. The scene had been utterly staggering. the colossal wolf seemingly tearing through the heavens to devour the abyssal dragon whole. Despite being a terrifying creature of the Saint Realm, it had caused not even a ripple as it succumbed to the beast's jaws, akin to an insect crushed effortlessly. Were it not for the lingering dread of the abyssal dragon, they might have believed it a mere dream. Yet the remnants of shattered structures, the pitch-black earth cooled by lava, and the slowly dissipating crimson clouds above told a tale of the chaos that had unfolded here. The principal and other mentors scanned the area but found no trace of the 3 members of the Celestial Society. It was as though they had vanished from existence. As they struggled to locate them, the urgency of the situation prevented anyone from relaxing, even as the evacuation of the shelter remained stalled. This impasse was resolved by Tang Fei, with the assistance of the 2 elite members of the 10 Absolute Guards, Ling Bao and Ice Bao. Traces of the 3 were discovered within an underground passage, lingering with an aura they recognized. He had acted. There was no chance for those 3 to escape. And with the assurance from Fengyu Pavilion, the enforcement team was finally able to disperse the shelter's inhabitants. The emergence of the abyssal dragon at the Saint Realm had profound implications for the entire Western District and the Dragon Nation, marking the first instance of a demonic abyssal creature directly descending upon dragon soil. As the principal culprits, the Celestial Society seemed fully aware of the impending reckoning, opting to conceal themselves entirely, pausing all operations in a desperate attempt to evade scrutiny by feigning death. In the days that followed, the school calmed the students and residents, resuming the ranking battles, while within the Dragon Nation, tremendous unrest brewed. Though the Celestial Society's actions did not result in significant casualties, summoning a Saint Realm abyssal dragon on dragon territory undeniably struck a nerve. In the current global landscape, if any nation prioritized the welfare of civilians above all else, it was undoubtedly the Dragon Nation. Furthermore, having set a precedent, the likelihood of a repeat occurrence loomed ominously, prompting the Dragon Nation to heighten its vigilance toward the Celestial Society. Unbeknownst to them, countless undercover operatives and formidable beings mobilized simultaneously, uprooting all Celestial Society influences across 5 or 6 provincial capitals near the capital of the Dragon Nation, Jingxia. It is crucial to note that these provincial capitals, as the most affluent in the Dragon Nation, boasted formidable defenses and various countermeasures, making infiltration and subversion a far greater challenge than in other regions. While the Western District remained strong, its might was confined to the small area safeguarded by the Fengyu Pavilion at the entrance of the Spirit Clan. All branches in these regions were eradicated, inflicting considerable pain upon the Celestial Society. Fortunately, the headquarters of the Celestial Society in the Dragon Nation was not situated there, but rather in a secluded coastal city in Guizhou Province. This location lay on the fringes of the Dragon Nation, attracting minimal attention. The Celestial Society had operated here for many years, thoroughly infiltrating nearly half the city. Moreover, to avoid detection by the authorities and enforcement teams, no significant operations had ever transpired here, allowing the cultists and ordinary citizens to coexist indistinguishably. Now, with most of the Celestial Society's branches uprooted, the headquarters could not escape an air of tension, though this merely manifested in the hurried demeanor of some individuals, offering little else to discern. Chapter 18. The Intervention of Fengyu. In a certain villa district of this border town in Guizhou Province, there stood a mansion far more opulent than the rest, rumored to have been purchased by a wealthy magnate from another province for retirement. In truth, this was the headquarters of the Celestial Society in the Dragon Nation, disguised as a cluster of villas, while beneath the surface, the ground had long been excavated to serve as their base of operations. Within the subterranean expanse lay a massive hall, reminiscent of a cathedral, with a singular chair at its center, its backrest reaching the dome above. Flanking it were over 10 similarly extravagant seats. At this moment, aside from 3 vacant positions to the right of the main seat, all others were occupied. The individual in the main seat, clad in the Celestial Society's ceremonial robe adorned with a crescent moon at the chest, sat with fingers interlaced beneath his chin, deep in contemplation. A profound silence enveloped the assembly, lingering for an extended period before one individual finally spoke, lamenting the considerable damage inflicted upon us by the recent actions of the Dragon Kingdom. In the short term, it would be ill-advised to initiate further operations. I have long asserted that the Western District is not an appropriate battleground. A gaunt figure to the left of the leader interjected, his voice rasping and unpleasant. The Saint, Zhu Luoyan, and my dearest friend. The leader lifted his gaze slightly, revealing a chin adorned with stubble, and remarked, you too seek the paladin, do you not? It is too late to voice such concerns now. The decision to act was made collectively during the meeting, and all present consented. As tensions escalated, a voice of impatience emerged, suggesting that rather than squabbling here, we should contemplate how to address the impending reckoning from the Dragon Kingdom. Surely, you do not believe this ordeal has concluded? The recent purging on their end has granted us ample time. Henceforth, the Dragon Kingdom's endeavors will yield little. Our attempt to apprehend the paladin has failed, leaving us unable to report back to the headquarters. With half a year until the deadline, we ought to strategize. Following this failure, the entire Western District will be under martial law. What shall we do? An impatient voice from the end of the seating remarked. Moreover, do not forget that the Western District is the territory of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Given the current situation, their silence is unsettling. Do not harbor the foolish hope that they will not seek retribution. He spoke coldly. The mere mention of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion silenced the hall, for they are known for their ruthless methods. Although they have not openly acknowledged it, their influence extends throughout the Western District. The emergence of such incidents here is tantamount to slapping the Phoenix Feather Pavilion in the face. Those deranged women will undoubtedly not let us off easily. As he uttered these words, a sense of resignation swept over him. The others, upon hearing this, donned grim expressions. Had the paladin not been of utmost importance to them, they would never have chosen to act in the Western District. Yet, with the arrow already loosed, there could be no turning back. The only course left was to hide as best they could. Each individual in the hall was lost in their thoughts, yet all fell into a profound silence. Just then, a gentle and melodious feminine voice resonated through the air. You possess quite a keen self-awareness. Who? The assembly sprang to their feet, their expressions darkening as they scanned their surroundings. Do not search for me. I am not present here. It seems you have hidden away quite well. Had I not chosen to reveal myself, you might have escaped detection. The soothing voice seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the space around them. Yet since I have found you, it is time for reckoning. As her words fell, an overwhelming sense of dread surged through the hearts of all present, sending shivers down their spines. The leader reacted instinctively, soaring upwards and breaking through the hall's ceiling, crashing through layers of rock to reach the surface. He looked up in horror to behold a sky filled with countless glowing points, each resembling a star twinkling in the night. 10 absolutes, star-breaking bow. Upon discerning that the myriad of lights in the sky were, in fact, arrows, he felt his resolve to fight wane. The others soon joined him on the surface. But before they could lift their gazes, a torrent of ethereal energy arrows descended from the heavens with a resounding crash. In the city, everyone was paralyzed with shock as they looked up. The thousands of arrows rained down like the most magnificent meteor shower, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet as they pierced through the bodies of the populace, blood began to stain the streets. The hellish scene expanded relentlessly. Some sought refuge indoors, only to find the walls of their homes pierced as if they were mere tofu. Strangely, those who braced themselves for death discovered that none of the arrows had struck them. Approximately 1/3 of the city's inhabitants remained unscathed by the onslaught, while the others were precisely pierced by the arrows. Those within the center of the Celestial Star Society were met with particular attention. The dense barrage of arrows rendered the interior invisible, and those at the epicenter had long been turned into mere pincushions. The area where the hall once stood was now a massive crater, the headquarters having vanished without a trace, leaving only ruins in its wake. The arrow storm persisted for a full 10 minutes, after which the city resembled a place that had endured a torrential downpour, albeit one that left behind not refreshing rain but a heavy stench of blood, rendering it hellish. Outside the city, upon a distant mountain, a graceful woman clad in a classical layered skirt stowed away a resplendent longbow. The bow's arms were adorned with countless shimmering stars, and its joints resembled a miniature galaxy slowly revolving. The infiltration ran quite deep. After observing these individuals for an entire day, I was finally able to distinguish them. But I have lingered too long and must return swiftly. With the longbow secured, the woman's figure dissipated into a wisp of mist. The law enforcement agency certainly reacted to the terrifying assault on the city, and news spread rapidly, before public outcry and skepticism could arise. An official statement from both the government and the Phoenix Feather Pavilion swiftly quelled all doubts. The Celestial Star Society was laid bare before the eyes of the common people. While many had suspected it to be a cult, few comprehended the extent of its infiltration into ordinary society. 2/3 of the city's populace had been compromised, while the remaining individuals remained blissfully unaware of any anomaly. A chilling thought indeed. The actions taken by the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, which effectively uprooted the Celestial Star Society's headquarters in the Dragon Kingdom, reverberated throughout various branches of the society, leading to a sweeping purge across much of the Dragon Kingdom's territory. The series of actions proved exhilarating, and the citizens erupted in applause online. Should the Phoenix Feather Pavilion seize this opportunity to capitalize on their momentum, their reputation would undoubtedly soar to staggering heights. Regrettably, after issuing their statement, the Phoenix Feather Pavilion retreated into silence, seemingly vanishing from sight. The ramifications of the Dragon Kingdom's thunderous actions were far-reaching, yet within days, stability was restored. However, the storm brewing abroad was far from over. After all, the Celestial Star Society is a global entity, and due to the unique circumstances within the Dragon Kingdom, infiltration remains exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom's branch is somewhat lacking in comparison to others. Chapter 19. Summoning of the Heroic Spirits. Abroad, the Celestial Star Society is flanked by numerous smaller organizations that, in the wake of the annihilation of their Dragon Kingdom branch, have taken to international forums to voice their loyalty. Their statements varied widely, yet all conveyed a singular demand that the Dragon Kingdom issue an apology and provide compensation. In reality, Not even the Celestial Star Society's headquarters, nor any country with ties to it, dared to denounce the Dragon Kingdom so brazenly. These small, foolish organizations, akin to clowns, seem to possess unfounded confidence, emerging to express their misguided loyalty. Most major nations around the world maintained silence, while some restless entities covertly fanned the flames. As the ranking battles within the Academy raged on, the clamoring of these external organizations reached a fever pitch. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom's government and the Phoenix Feather Pavilion appeared indifferent to the uproar, further emboldening the dissenters, with some even daring to breach borders to confront the domestic populace. The public in the country has become utterly enraged, with a cacophony of insults echoing across the internet. How dare these individuals act with such audacity? Our indifference was not out of neglect, but rather a disdain for this troop of jesters. What a farce, to intrude upon our domain. Yet, their brazen confrontations were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of indignation from the populace, leaving them quite flustered. In a matter of moments, 3 or 4 foreign organizations appeared to gravitate closer to the Dragon Country, seemingly poised to take action. However, their boisterous proclamations came to an abrupt halt for about an hour, after which the leaders of these minor factions simultaneously issued apologies. But that was not the end of it. In their apology videos, the backgrounds were strikingly similar. Each showcased a venue stained with blood, where they sat at different tables, their faces etched with terror as they read their statements of contrition. Upon concluding their apologies, they left behind a symbol that stirred excitement among the citizens of the Dragon Country. It was a fiery red feather, resembling a flame. Within the nation, everyone recognized this as the emblem of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Clearly, the pavilion had intervened, and they seemed disinclined to reveal themselves, leaving only an apology in their wake. Had this been the end, the public would not have been so agitated. Yet mere hours after the incident concluded, riots erupted within several foreign nations. When investigations were conducted, it was revealed that the Star Alliance and local factions had suffered mutual devastation. This sequence of events plunged the international scene into further chaos, prompting some foreign entities to seize the opportunity and forcibly open dimensional portals. The Star Alliance had ignited a fuse that incited even greater disorder abroad. Jiang Lin, observing these developments online, lost interest upon witnessing the involvement of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Meanwhile, the ranking battles within the Academy had progressed to the top 8 stage, and it was astonishing to see that all participants were featured in Luo Ling's posts. If only some renowned contenders, like Cheng Shuran and Su Feihong, were present, it would have been understandable. However, the appearances of Yu and Yi Yu surprised many students. The Academy boasted numerous SS-ranked individuals with formidable spirit contracts, and some prodigies were on the verge of breaking into the Void Realm. Nevertheless, these seemingly overlooked contestants all made it to the top 8 without exception. Among them, the most attention-grabbing was Yi Yu, a rare spirit of the heroic lineage, accompanied by an exceptionally powerful spirit, making her a focal point of interest. This was also the first time the freshmen began to acknowledge this seemingly introverted girl, often referred to as the girl of misfortune. The top 8 battles commenced at 10 o'clock in the morning, and Jiang Lin arrived just in time, eager to observe the effects of Yi Yu wielding the Staff of Resurrection. Yi Yu's opponent was Su Feihong, an SS-ranked lightning spirit contract. His destructive power and speed were terrifying, making this opponent unlike any she had faced before, prompting Jiang Lin to pay closer attention. The others in the dormitory had all gone to watch Zhao Feilin, an SS-ranked frost spirit contract, whose gentle demeanor, coupled with her striking beauty and impressive figure, had elevated her to goddess status in the hearts of many new students. After all, who could resist a powerful yet approachable goddess? The raucous individuals in the dormitory had been clamoring since dawn to act as cheerleaders for Miss Zhao Feilin, heading to Arena 3 to show their support. Yi Yu's arena, in contrast, was number 4, which felt much quieter compared to the bustling atmosphere of Arena 3. Jiang Lin arrived just as the battle commenced. Although Su Feihong was somewhat arrogant, he was not ignorant enough to underestimate his top 8 opponent. Aware that Yi Yu was of the heroic lineage, he chose to launch an aggressive attack right from the outset. Almost instantaneously, a bolt of lightning crashed down, surging into Su Feihong's body. And amidst gasps of astonishment from the crowd, his speed escalated to an extreme as he charged towards Yi Yu. Yi Yu, evidently well prepared, summoned a towering figure that crashed down onto the earthen arena, creating 2 massive craters. In the distance, a flickering bolt of lightning whipped towards her, tethered to Su Feihong's hand, manifesting as a long whip of condensed lightning. The lightning whip, akin to a serpent, ensnared Yi Yu's spirit, and with a powerful tug, Su Feihong propelled himself forward. Yi Yu's eyes widened in surprise. This technique had never been utilized by Su Feihong in previous battles, and judging by his recent maneuver, he appeared to possess considerable expertise with whip-type weapons. Is this his trump card? Yi Yu bit her lip, clutching the Staff of Resurrection as she swiftly retreated. Just as her spirit broke free, its armored hand reaching out towards Su Feihong. However, with a resounding crack of thunder, Su Feihong's figure abruptly shifted, evading the spirit and continuing his assault. Simultaneously, A bolt of lightning struck from above, and Yi Yu found herself unable to evade in time, forcing her to rely on her spirit energy for defense. With a thunderous roar, her spirit energy was instantly disrupted. A significant portion of her spirit energy evaporated in that single blow, but it afforded Yi Yu a moment to catch her breath. Instead of retreating, she advanced towards Su Feihong. It seemed like a golden opportunity, yet Su Feihong dared not retaliate. Instead, he fled to the side with even greater speed. Boom! Yi Yu's spirit materialized where he had just stood, its massive blade cleaving through the air, creating a fissure. Su Feihong regained his footing. Aware that while others knew she was a heroic spirit, they remained oblivious to her formidable battle instincts and experience. In the silence of the past, Yi Yu's quiet murmurs reached him, though the distance rendered her words indistinct. As he observed the approaching spirit, Su Feihong exhaled softly, recognizing that the next 30 seconds would demand his utmost effort. There existed no concept of reincarnation. Su Feihong slowly straightened, a flicker of lightning glimmering in his gaze. Summoning the thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, crashed down upon him, causing every strand of hair on Su Feihong's head to stand erect. As countless tiny sparks danced across his form, "You once stood before thousands." Yi Yu's voice rose slightly. In this moment, Su Feihong sensed something amiss and, without hesitation, summoned a bolt of lightning, directing it towards Yi Yu. Yet, a golden circle appeared above her, intercepting the descending lightning. Another golden circle materialized from within the first, expanding outward, and between the two circles, a series of intricate golden runes appeared as though inscribed by an invisible quill. In an instant, the runes were completed. And at that moment, Su Feihong found himself merely 5 meters away from Yi Yu. However, this brief distance transformed into an insurmountable chasm. A magnificent spear of golden spirit energy pierced through Su Feihong's body, anchoring him firmly to the ground. The emergency mechanism of the venue was promptly triggered, and a dazzlingly thick beam of light descended, enveloping Su Feihong. Night Language gasped for breath, relying on the Staff of Rebirth to support herself and prevent collapsing. In the fourth group arena, during the quarterfinals, Night Language emerged victorious. The referee's voice was filled with disbelief. Despite Su Feihong having the upper hand and employing his ultimate technique, he was effortlessly defeated in an instant. The moment the referee announced the victory, Night Language felt as if she could barely hold herself upright, waves of dizziness crashing over her. Yet, she forced herself to stand tall and slowly raised the Staff of Rebirth, crafted by the Weapon Master as treasure vault, an absolute masterpiece. As she uttered these words, her previously pale complexion flushed crimson. Below, the audience and Jiang Lin stared in shock at this scene. At that moment, Night Language felt as if her face was ablaze. However, the quarterfinals had surely attracted considerable attention, hadn't they? Although it fell far short of the intended publicity, every journey begins with a single step, and debts must be repaid little by little. Moreover, Night Language was uncertain if she had any chance of victory in the semifinals after revealing her trump card. It was time to fulfill her promise to the boss, starting now. With a torrent of chaotic thoughts, Night Language finally reached her limit, her body going limp as she was about to collapse to the ground. Suddenly, a scarlet figure appeared out of thin air, and in a swirling red gown. She whisked Night Language away. Who was that just now? It was Director Chu, the Flame Queen, an astute freshman exclaimed. Jiang Lin gazed with a complex expression in the direction Chu Qing had departed, pondering how this foolish girl had taken his words to heart. How could she so clumsily recite an advertisement on the stage of the quarterfinals when she was typically so cautious in her conversations with others? It wasn't until Chu Qing had disappeared that the freshmen below regained their senses, only to realize that Su Feihong, a favorite to win the championship, had been defeated by Night Language. What the heck? I just processed that. Someone exclaimed. People had already begun reviewing their phone recordings to watch the video. In the footage, it was vividly clear that as Su Feihong charged forward, a hand covered in golden armor emerged from the two circles above Night Language's head, forcefully hurling a spear. What appeared to be an ordinary throw was, in fact, a golden flash that instantly pierced through Su Feihong's body. Many who witnessed that terrifying speed through the video felt a chill run down their spines. Even if they had known beforehand, they would have been unable to evade. No wonder Su Feihong, renowned for his swiftness, could not dodge at such a critical moment. The semifinals would commence at 4 in the afternoon, and Jiang Lin had no interest in the other battles. He turned and left. Finding a place to open a spatial door, Jiang Lin returned directly to his shop. However, as he emerged from the narrow alley beside the store, he noticed an unusual crowd gathered at the entrance, peering inside as if they were eager to see something. Jiang Lin sensed the atmosphere and, with a peculiar expression, squeezed through the throng to enter. Inside the shop, the crowd was sparse, and the onlookers sensibly maintained their distance. At that moment, it was noon, just as Yisong had not yet finished his shift and Shinping had just arrived for work. While Yang Liqiong was on a day off, upon Jiang Lin's entrance, Shinping was earnestly explaining to a woman before her, who was elegantly dressed in a fitted dress that accentuated her figure. She lowered her tone and body as she apologized and explained, while Hisong's expression was grim. His head bowed in silence. This is a quality issue with your shop. I'm here to buy weapons. Your weapons can't possibly have flaws, right? Luckily, I was just testing it. If I were in a life and death battle and the weapon broke, what would the consequences be? Lin Shuang's face was filled with anger, and the young men accompanying her glared fiercely at Shenping and Hisong, subtly blocking the entrance in a show of aggression. We sincerely apologize for this incident. It's something we never wish to see. We will do our utmost to compensate you. Compensate? You must compensate. Upon hearing this, Lin Shuang seemed to have touched a nerve, her voice rising significantly. However, one of my friends was injured while testing a weapon. His arm was severed, and he requires a sole contract for healing to recover. What is going on? Jiang Lin's voice came from behind, and Shenping and Hisong immediately turned to him, eyes pleading for help. Lin Shuang turned to face him, her tone unfriendly. You must be the owner of this shop, right? You should manage your employees better. I only agreed to buy your weapons because I felt sorry for him, pushing them every day with no one buying. And what is the result? She furiously pointed at a broken sword lying on the front desk. You're just out to deceive kind-hearted people, aren't you? Do you have any conscience at all? The young man beside her looked equally indignant. Jiang Lin glanced at the broken sword, recognizing it as the silver long sword sold in their shop, though its aura felt somewhat off. Hisong, what is the matter? Jiang Lin approached Hisong and whispered, I was just selling the silver long sword normally, and informed them that this sword is only suitable for those below the heart realm. I don't know why. Hisong kept his head down. Jiang Lin frowned slightly, urging him to lift his head. Upon hearing this, Hisong's expression changed, and under Shenping's sympathetic gaze, he raised his head to reveal a swollen cheek, now tinged with purple and faint streaks of blood visible. Jiang Lin gently patted his shoulder. I see. Have you thought about how to compensate yet? Let me tell you, we have already contacted a sole contract healer, but their fee for a single treatment is $1 million. The cost for such severe injuries treated by a sole healer typically range between 30 to 40,000. Clearly, Lin Shuang was asking for an exorbitant amount. The onlookers outside were equally astonished, realizing something was amiss. Yet since Lin Shuang was the victim, they hesitated to comment. Jiang Lin gazed at Lin Shuang in shock, instinctively remarking, You really dare to ask for that much? Little did he know, Lin Shuang reacted as if she had stepped on a cat's tail. Why wouldn't I dare? My friend is a student at West District University, with a promising future. Now that he has lost an arm, it jeopardizes his prospects. At this, Jiang Lin was further astounded. At West District University, there were numerous soul healers, and treating students was a trivial matter for them, often costing only a few thousand, and even free in the arena. To tamper with a silver long sword was one thing, but to be so brazen about it? Jiang Lin found his thoughts muddled and instinctively retorted, I also attend West District University. How come I remember the cost for a soul healer's services being just a few thousand? Lin Shuang and the others nearby were taken aback. West District University was merely a pretext. With their circumstances, how could they ever attend? The price set by Soul Realm experts is this. If you refuse to compensate, I will report you to the enforcement team. Realizing the situation, Jiang Lin understood that this was a deliberate disruption. Chapter 21, The Troublemaker. His gaze darkened slightly. We should have made it clear to you that the silver long sword is only suitable for those below the heart realm. Lin Shuang, seeing Jiang Lin's demeanor, felt a sudden jolt, though she still feigned composure. I am in the radiance realm, not the heart realm. Why can't I use it? You can use it. But the reason this sword broke is not simple, is it? And does testing require one to be at the peak of the heart realm? Lin Shuang's face showed signs of panic as her gaze instinctively darted to the side before she turned again. What do you mean by the peak of the heart realm? I am merely an ordinary spirit contract holder from the radiant realm. How could I possibly know such formidable individuals? If that is the case, then you may report to the enforcement team. By the way, a gentle reminder, the enforcement team possesses the ability to detect the aura of that sword's heart realm. At that point, judging it as extortion should pose no issue. Your friend from the heart realm will not escape being an accomplice. At this juncture, Lin Shuang finally grew anxious. She could not help but glance back at the group of young men behind her. However, what Jiang Lin failed to notice was that the moment she turned, the imposing demeanor on her face had vanished, replaced instead by reddened eyes, a gently bitten lip, and an appearance of utter vulnerability. Remarkably, even before she spoke, the young men were already incensed. Who are you slandering, you brat? Shuang is such a kind-hearted girl. How could she possibly deceive you? One of them exclaimed furiously. Apologize at once, or I swear I will make sure your establishment can no longer operate. Jiang Lin, taken aback, stared at them with wide eyes, tentatively stuttering, Fei Yang. The cultural and historical trajectory of Jiang Lin's original world bore a striking resemblance to this one. Thus, this renowned animation from his past life also existed here. Coincidentally, the young men were familiar with the reference, and in an instant, their already furious expressions turned an even deeper shade of crimson. Red. Shenping whispered as she approached Hisong. What the hell are you saying? You stupid idiot? IXXXX. One among them, seemingly unable to contain himself, strode forward, raising his hand as if to strike. Jiang Lin suddenly glanced at him, and in that instant, The man's enraged, flushed face drained of color, his body freezing in place, the hand suspended in mid-air. Are you thinking of hitting someone? I've already reported to the enforcement team, Jiang Lin said, a hint of panic in his voice. The mention of the enforcement team seemed to hold a certain power in Lin Shuang's ears. She hurriedly pulled the man back. There's no need to involve the enforcement team. I merely felt sorry for your little shopkeeper basking in the sun outside, and since I was in need of a weapon, I decided to assist him. However, it is a fact that your weapon is broken, and it has indeed caused harm to my friend. You cannot overlook that. Are you trying to reason with me? Jiang Lin remarked with a wry smile. But I refuse. I am intent on reporting to the enforcement team. With that, he unceremoniously took out his phone, preparing to dial the enforcement team's number. In that moment, Lin Shuang suddenly unleashed an astonishing potential, dashing forward in an attempt to snatch Jiang Ling's phone. However, given Jiang Ling's strength, her efforts were destined to fail. She missed entirely and instead stumbled to the ground. Ignoring her pain, Lin Shuang, realizing her failure, shouted, "What do you mean hitting someone? Even if your goods are subpar, you still resort to violence." The onlookers, unable to see the situation clearly due to the blockade of several furious individuals, were immediately roused by Lin Shuang's outcry and surged forward. They soon beheld Lin Shuang wailing on the ground, and in an instant, their gazes turned angrily toward Jiang Lin. Young man, what is the meaning of this? How could you lay hands on a young lady? Indeed, what a pitiful girl. I heard her intentions were good, merely feeling sorry for your shopkeeper. The uninformed crowd began hurling accusations at Jiang Lin, some even resorting to unsavory language, a cacophony of indignation erupting. However, having spent years navigating forums and engaging in high-stakes gaming, Jiang Lin was unfazed by such outcries. Seeing the situation escalate, he shrugged, declaring, "I've had my fun. It's time for the enforcement team to arrive." With that, he dialed the number for the enforcement team, calmly detailing the time, location, and pertinent information amidst the uproar. Upon witnessing this, Lin Shuang's expression shifted dramatically as she sprang up from the ground, attempting to seize Jiang Ling's phone, discreetly utilizing her spiritual energy in the process. Yet, Jiang Lin effortlessly sidestepped her grasp, his demeanor remaining entirely unperturbed. The crowd watched in astonishment, the scene falling into a brief silence. Having failed to seize the phone, Lin Shuang turned to find Jiang Lin had already hung up. Awaiting the enforcement team, they should arrive swiftly, given that there were individuals at the condensation realm present. Jiang Lin's assumption proved accurate. Lin Shuang had indeed come prepared. She had long kept a watchful eye on this shop. Initially, she intended to purchase the land herself, but was taken aback when a mysterious individual swooped in first. In her subsequent observations, she noted that the establishment had hardly any business, and the staff were merely 3 exceedingly ordinary individuals. In truth, out of caution, she had investigated the owner's background, but found no useful information. It seemed the weapon shop was operated by someone of little stature, and upon discovering the simple backgrounds of the 3 employees, she devised a plan. Yet, the land had already been acquired by the system, and strong-arming them was not an option. The best course of action would be to compel them to voluntarily transfer ownership. Thus, sabotaging their business would serve as the most effective strategy. After a brief period of planning, the earlier scene unfolded. However, Lin Shuang had not anticipated that Jiang Lin would not only fear trouble, but also recognize the cause of the sword's breakage. Recognize? Wait. Lin Shuang's mind raced. That sword had been severed by her using another top-tier weapon. It could not be denied that the price of that sword would allow her to sever it several times before it broke, indicating its exceptional quality. Yet, how could Jiang Lin, who only wielded the sword, know about the heart realm's strength? Was he trying to deceive me? Lin Shuang thought, her conviction strengthening. Moreover, now that many were aware of this incident, if she were to flee, wouldn't she become a laughingstock? Even if exposed, he could hardly do anything to me, a girl. Could he? Even if he attempted something, I could simply resort to emotional outbursts. With a sudden surge of unwarranted confidence, Lin Shuang turned to cast a dark glare at Jiang Lin. Even if the enforcement team arrives, I am still in the right. Indeed, the enforcement team, as Jiang Lin had stated, arrived within minutes, comprising individuals at the condensation realm. The leader, named Liang Zhua, appeared middle-aged, his face marked by the passage of time. Upon arrival, he first sought to understand the events that transpired before addressing Jiang Lin. Are you certain that this weapon was severed by a peak heart realm expert? Indeed. Captain, he is utterly fabricating. I believe he is simply unwilling to compensate. Chapter 22, Dream Demon. Jiang Lin remained silent, merely allowing a thread of subtle spiritual energy to manifest at his fingertips, gently brushing against the broken sword. In an instant, a peculiar spiritual energy radiated outward, causing Liang Zhua to stiffen, his expression darkening. He turned to Lin Shuang. "Madam, could you elaborate on how this weapon was severed?" Lin Shuang, somewhat taken aback, recounted her prepared narrative, but as she spoke, she noticed Liang Zhua's face growing increasingly grim, prompting her voice to diminish. Liang Zhua, growing impatient, interjected. "What you have mentioned will be thoroughly investigated by our enforcement team, and this sword will be validated by a specialized spirit contract holder. You must be certain of your words." Lin Shuang's complexion shifted dramatically. Within mere seconds, her mind raced, and she slapped her own face, exclaiming, "Captain, I apologize. I was foolish. This sword was indeed severed by a peak heart realm expert, but when I purchased it, this brat failed to clarify. He incessantly extolled the virtues of his family's weaponry, and after I acquired one, my friends were skeptical and insisted on testing it. Consequently, when they did, issues arose." Lin Shuang artfully showcased her evasive rhetoric, first slapping herself to evoke a sense of genuine remorse, and then deftly redirecting the focus of the problem onto Hisong. She had contemplated this thoroughly. At best, her actions could be deemed an unsuccessful attempt at extortion, which would likely incur minimal penalties. Moreover, she had observed Hisong's character. He was too timid to formulate a coherent response in such a scenario, although she could not secure a substantial compensation. She aimed to minimize the situation's gravity and extricate herself unscathed. At the moment her words fell, Hisong's countenance shifted dramatically, and Shun Ping's face contorted with rage. The audacity of this woman had exceeded her expectations. Jiang Lin's expression also turned frigid. Indeed, I had erred, but did he not bear any responsibility? Lin Shuang maintained her composure, asserting that he had not initially disclosed this information to me. Who purchases a weapon without the intention of testing it? I had the same mindset at that time. The situation's twists and turns left the onlookers hesitant to take sides. Liang Zhua furrowed his brow. Based on his years of law enforcement experience, it was evident that Lin Shuang was attempting to obfuscate matters, ultimately aiming to downplay their severity. Jiang Lin, taken aback, instinctively remarked, "Is this the strength of certain T0 versions?" However, as far as I am aware, even if Hisong refrained from speaking, Shin Ping would undoubtedly clarify matters for you, as I had emphasized this point during their recruitment. Jiang Lin leaned slightly forward, reiterating, "Are you still lying?" At this juncture, Hisong stepped forward, unable to restrain himself, asserting, "I did indeed clarify everything with you. There is surveillance in the store, which can be investigated." Though his disposition was introverted and timid, it did not imply he would continue to cower when confronted. After all, even a cornered rabbit can retaliate. Especially with Shin Ping beside him, constantly encouraging him. "What? I distinctly recall there being no surveillance here." Lin Shuang blurted out instinctively, but as her words fell, she realized that those around her were regarding her with peculiar expressions. "You deceived me." Lin Shuang gazed incredulously at Hisong. At that moment, a hint of amusement crept onto Shun Ping's lips, observing the unfolding drama. "Captain," Lin Shuang directed her gaze toward Liang Zhua, but upon seeing his expression of disdain, her heart sank. "Accompany me back to the law enforcement team, Mr. Jiang. I would also appreciate your assistance in taking a statement." Jiang Lin and the others nodded slightly, and Lin Shuang was escorted away, while the astonished expressions on the faces of the onlookers lingered, as they had never witnessed such a side of Lin Shuang before. Upon exiting the law enforcement team, Jiang Lin, with a sense of regret, addressed the two. "I admit my oversight. The store will be equipped with surveillance as compensation. And tonight, I shall treat you to dinner." After Jiang Lin spoke, a smile graced his face, though internally, he had already berated the system profusely. What kind of renovation is this? No surveillance installed. Encountering such despicable individuals has utterly soured my day. The system, aware of its shortcomings, remained silent. Jiang Lin took Hisong and the others to a barbecue restaurant for a hearty meal before parting ways for home. As for the store, it would remain closed for a couple of days as a punishment for the system, of course. Jiang Lin's excuse to Hisong and the others was that surveillance needed to be installed. Alone on his way home, Hisong touched his cheek, where the injuries had been treated by the healing contract during his time at the law enforcement team. His expression grew somber. He had encountered individuals like Lin Shuang before, and even more repugnant ones. Yet, despite the clarity of today's events, the repercussions for the store were inescapable. Sighing softly, he picked up a shared bicycle from the roadside and pedaled toward home. He resided in a rented apartment in the old district, and as he rode, the scenery around him seemed to regress in time, transitioning from a bustling modern city to a more dilapidated state. The architecture in the old district was somewhat disarrayed, with numerous intricate alleyways and trash bins lining the streets. The sanitation team cleaned these areas daily, but with the high population, waste accumulation was inevitable. Consequently, many streets featured overflowing trash bins, which rendered the conditions of the old district somewhat unkempt. Hisong disregarded the unpleasant odors, expertly navigating his way home. As he passed an uninhabited intersection, a large hand suddenly reached out and seized his neck, and in a flash of shadow, he was left with nothing but a shared bicycle on the ground. He felt as though the world around him was retreating rapidly, and within mere minutes, the surroundings became unfamiliar, with an increase in vegetation. Out of the city, Hisong thought with alarm, only to find himself seemingly transported to a warehouse. Pain surged through him as he felt his face scrape against the ground, sliding across a rough surface that tore at his skin, blood seeping from the ruptured capillaries until he was left bloodied. "Get up." A bland voice carried a tone of undeniable authority. Hisong, clutching his face, wiped away the flowing blood and finally discerned a man in the distance, approximately 30 years old, of average build, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Lin Xuang. Hisong struggled to rise, the man's indifferent gaze fixed on him. Do you know whom you have offended? Hisong clenched his teeth slightly. You know Lin Xuang. Lin Xiao was not surprised. After all, he and his sister Lin Xuang had often been told they resembled each other since childhood. Good to know. His expression remained indifferent as he approached. So, are you prepared to experience hell? Why? Hisong's expression shifted to one of confusion, as if foreseeing the impending events. Lin Xuang is, and you are as well. Heh. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly. You are simply too weak, and I am stronger than you. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed, and Hisong turned toward the light only to see another man approaching, dragging someone behind him. Upon recognizing the individual being dragged, Hisong's pupils constricted. It was Shinping, being pulled in by her hair. Anger surged for the first time across Hisong's face, contorted from the injury. Let her go? Oh, what did you say? The speaker's voice was somewhat flippant and effeminate. I was bitten by her, you know? With that, Shinping was hurled toward Hisong. Hisong rushed forward, but the immense force propelled him backward, crashing into a nearby pillar. Hisong's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly shut his mouth tightly. The blood that surged in his throat was forcibly swallowed as he hurried to check Shinping's condition. At that moment, Shinping lay unconscious in his arms. The glaring red blood at her temples had congealed, her face was swollen, and one arm was grotesquely twisted. The tremendous impact stirred Shinping from her unconsciousness, and she murmured softly, Dear, tell Song, and the boss. As her eyes remained closed, she struggled with one hand to search her pocket, the place where her phone should have been, but it was empty. Hisong grasped her hand tightly. I'm here. How touching. The later man witnessed this scene and could not help but applaud, then pretended to wipe his eyes. I'm in tears. It seemed as if he flicked away a tear, and in an instant, 2 droplets of liquid shot forth. Hisong's contract bore no combat capability, and he himself had not practiced, rendering him unable to evade, leaving him with no choice but to turn and shield Shinping. Uft! Those 2 droplets instantly pierced his shoulder. Sujiu, my sister hasn't arrived yet. Don't be hasty. Lin Xiao expressed his dissatisfaction. Apologies, my apologies. Sujiu hastily raised both hands, unable to contain himself any longer. Hisong, upon overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. Wasn't Lin Xuang supposed to be detained? You mean her? Lin Xiao inquired, looking up in surprise. I have some connections within the enforcement team. She will arrive shortly. Do you truly wish to see me that much? At that moment, a voice filled with suppressed rage emanated from the doorway. Hisong stared in disbelief. Who else could it be but Lin Xuang? As she approached, she noticed Hisong and Shinping gazing at her, as if they were witnessing a ghost. You have certainly put me through a great deal of suffering. Why? Hisong's gaze lost some focus as he murmured. You clearly stated that evil would be punished by the enforcement team. At this moment, Shinping, too, began to awaken from her stupor. Upon spotting the trio in the distance, she attempted to rise, but was met with excruciating pain, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead. Only then did she realize the dire situation they were in. Hisong, run. They are here for revenge. Upon hearing this, Hisong lowered his head slightly. Sister Ping, why won't evil be punished by justice? Why doesn't the enforcement team protect ordinary people like us? Run now? What good will pondering this do? In a world where no one sees, power is everything. Shinping insisted anxiously, perplexed as to why Hisong was still lingering. She pushed him with all her might. Yet the seemingly frail Hisong held her tightly. Kid, Lin Xuang crossed her arms. Do you still not understand? In this world, power is everything. Even if you are in the right, what does it matter? My brother is at the pinnacle of his realm, and my uncle is part of the enforcement team. Even if you manage to imprison me, here I stand unharmed. Do you know? Those without power have no authority. And that is the chasm between ordinary individuals and spirit contract holders. I'll give you a chance. Hurry and summon your boss. The mere thought of Jiang Lin made Lin Xuang's teeth clench with resentment, although Jiang Lin had hardly uttered a word. His tone and the complete disregard in his gaze had deeply wounded her fragile heart. Hisong and Shinping's whereabouts were traceable. But after Jiang Lin had separated from Hisong and the others, he seemed to have vanished entirely. The plan to capture all 3 simultaneously fell through, forcing her to have Lin Xiao and the others apprehend Hisong first, and then devise a way to draw out Jiang Lin. I will not call my boss here. Hisong shook his head slightly. Although Jiang Lin was a student at West District University, he did not believe Jiang Lin could defeat a pinnacle realm expert. Are you so eager to meet your demise? Lin Xuang's gaze turned dangerously sharp. You cannot do this. If the enforcement team discovers you, you will all be doomed. Shinping's face was filled with terror. After all, she was merely an ordinary person, and when faced with such matters, her first instinct was naturally to think of the enforcement team. Ha ha. Sujiu laughed heartily. Do you think we would dare to act? Even if the enforcement team arrives, they will only find 2 corpses devoured by spirit beasts. After saying this, he clapped his hands, and the sound of mechanical whirring filled the air. Hisong looked up to see a massive cage suspended above, inside which a wolf-like spirit beast bared its teeth menacingly. Surely you do not believe that two ordinary individuals could compel the enforcement team to take action and overturn your case in the presence of evidence? Sujiu smirked, spreading his arms wide. If you were two top-tier spirit contract holders, or had reached the realm of condensation, the enforcement team would indeed investigate seriously. However, in this world, be it power or law, they are all servants to the strong. Hisong and Shun Ping exchanged glances, noting the hint of madness in his expression, and fell silent. Despair clouded Shin Ping's eyes as she buried her face in Hisong's embrace, weeping softly. Are we ordinary people truly so worthless? Her cries pierced Hisong's heart. He had always thought that no matter how unjust the world became, even if he were to die unexpectedly, he would remain unmoved. Yet he had misjudged. He had underestimated the fear of losing someone dear beside him, the dread of being forgotten and unacknowledged after a wrongful death. A crack formed in his once-sealed heart. Oh, such delectable emotions. Kid, let me out, and I shall slay them in an instant. A whisper echoed from the depths of his mind. He had expected the usual rejection, accompanied by a litany of pleas to refrain from harming others and to embrace kindness, akin to a lamentation. However, this time, it was different. Not just an instant. Make them suffer, and do not harm Sister Ping. The bewilderment in his emotions was unprecedented. What did you say? Hisong ceased speaking, instead casting a lingering glance at Shin Ping. Sister Ping, I'm sorry. Having said this, his consciousness went blank, and in the next moment, his body jolted violently. A chilling aura descended abruptly, causing Lin Shuang and the others to shudder involuntarily. Sujiu crossed his arms, shrinking his neck slightly. How strange. Why does it feel boom? Before he could finish his thought, he was sent flying against the warehouse wall with tremendous force, spiderweb-like cracks spreading rapidly across the surface. A figure stood where he had been moments ago, slowly retracting its foot. Very good, very good. Such rich emotions. Laughter erupted from the figure, whose crimson eyes gleamed, and the upper half of its body was marred by grotesque, demonic markings, surrounded by swirling black mist. Upon closer inspection, each tendril of black mist appeared to bear a twisted, snarling face. Lin Xiao seized Lin Shuang's shoulder, retreating to the wall, his gaze fixed with trepidation on the drastically transformed Hisong. Who are you? Me? Hisong pointed to himself. You may call me Illusion of Emotion. With that, Illusion of Emotion slapped his forehead in annoyance. Though I am a demon, I still honor my promises. My apologies, kid. I allowed them an extra 3 seconds of enjoyment. With that, his figure abruptly vanished from sight, and Lin Shuang and Lin Xiao crashed into the wall with a jolt. The sudden impact left their eyes bulging in shock. But this was merely the beginning. Illusion of Emotion flickered like a phantom, traversing the space where the three stood, and in the next moment, they found themselves lying down instead. Shin Ping stared wide-eyed at the completely unfamiliar Hisong, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word. Footsteps echoed as Illusion of Emotion approached, hands in pockets, frowning at Shin Ping. TSK, hurry and get lost, or I will kill you too. Shin Ping pushed herself off the ground, scrambling backward. Illusion of Emotion's frown deepened. Your emotions are unappetizing. With that, a wisp of black light descended upon Shin Ping, and to her astonishment, her injuries began to heal at a visible speed. Before she could utter a word, Illusion of Emotion vanished from sight and reappeared beside her, seizing her shoulders and disappearing once more. The three on the ground watched in terror, utterly powerless against Illusion of Emotion. They had attempted to use spirit energy, but it was crushed effortlessly. Before Illusion of Emotion, they were weaker than newborn infants. Realizing Illusion of Emotion had departed, they could no longer concern themselves with anything else and struggled to rise. However, the next moment, Illusion of Emotion's figure materialized out of thin air, and Shin Ping had vanished. TSK, I allowed you to enjoy an extra 2 seconds. Subsequently, blood erupted from their limbs, and the searing pain rushed forth, eliciting involuntary wails. Thud, thud, thud. 6 spears composed of black mist pierced through their bones, amplifying their cries. Hearing their screams, Illusion of Emotion covered his face, roaring with laughter. This is it, the kind of terrifying screams and wails filled with dread. Indeed, the heart of this wretch is indeed dark. I wondered how he could possibly succeed in his endeavor. Regarding the demands presented by Hisong, Huanqing was utterly satisfied. He slowly crouched down, observing the pale faces of the three, twisted in agony, his index finger raised. Indeed, you once proclaimed that this world serves the strong. Am I formidable enough? Huanqing inquired. Lowering his gaze, Lin Shuang, enduring excruciating pain, tears and mucus mingling on her face, nodded vigorously. No. Huanqing's expression suddenly turned cold. I am not strong enough. Incorrect answers come with a price. Whoosh. A tendril of black mist pierced through Lin Shuang's palm. Subsequently, Huanqing turned to Lin Xiao, smirking. What happened to your earlier arrogance and indifference? Lin Xiao, much like Lin Shuang, seemed equally affected by the specter of death in the face of peril. It appeared all were the same. Huanqing, somewhat bored, waved his hand, and a tendril of black mist manifested in Lin Xiao's palm as well. Then, with a hint of anticipation, He rubbed his hands and looked at Sujiyu. You remind me of myself. We both relish the fear of others. Come, smile for me. Let it be a mad one. At that moment, how could Sujiyu muster a smile? Indeed, he took pleasure in tormenting others, but not at his own expense. Yet, Huanqing's words compelled him to feign a grimace, forcing his lips upward. Little did he know, the expectation on Huanqing's face evaporated instantly, replaced by a profound gloom. Was the previous madness and perversion merely an act? I despise those who are hypocritical. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several tendrils of black mist emerged, piercing his arms. In an instant, the warehouse was filled with anguished cries. Meanwhile, at her doorstep, Shen Ping abruptly regained her senses, fumbling to dial a phone for help. But the words of Su Jiu and Lin Xiu echoed in her ears. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Jiang Lin's name. The call was made, and after a considerable pause, a voice thick with sleep emerged from the other end. Hello? Boss, quickly assist, he song. At that moment, Shen Ping was in a state of disarray. The events of the day were almost too surreal for an ordinary person to comprehend. He song. Jiang Lin, eyes still heavy with drowsiness, let out a tremendous yawn. And then an invisible wave swiftly radiated outward. Upon glimpsing the warehouse, Jiang Lin's lethargy dissipated somewhat, and clad in light blue cartoon pajamas, his figure vanished from the bed. Inside the warehouse, Huanqing emerged, cradling the back of his head, humming an indiscernible tune. Within the warehouse, the grotesque, blurred carnage seemed to meld into one. Regardless, the fear before death is still delectable. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Huanqing's mouth. In the next instant, his entire being tensed. Hands falling to his sides, fists clenched tightly, eyes fixed intently ahead. It appeared a very sleepy yawn resonated, and then Jiang Lin's figure gradually solidified before him. Where's he song? Jiang Lin inquired, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He song? That wretch has already surrendered his body to me. Huanqing grinned widely. Then return him. Return him? Huanqing seemed to recall something amusing. When we dream demons inhabit humans, as long as they fall asleep or their minds are vacant, we can directly control their bodies. We absorb emotions through their forms to feed our true selves in the abyss, enhancing our strength. As he spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded. 5 years. Jiang Lin instinctively interjected. Do you know how I have spent these 5 years? Huanqing, taken aback by his inquiry, felt his emotions spiral into incoherence. But perhaps no one had ever truly understood his plight, or perhaps it had been too long since he had conversed with anyone, as he soon continued. 5 years ago, I inhabited his body, and to my astonishment, he awakened such a peculiar spiritual contract the very next day. I was trapped within his form for a full 5 years, without a single increment in strength. And now you expect me to let him go? Don't jest. Huanqing's visage contorted into a fierce grimace. Yet, he felt a flicker of confusion within, for he could extract no emotional power from Jiang Lin, which was precisely why he had yet to strike. How unfortunate. Jiang Lin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. However, he song is my employee. If he does not report to work, I shall be somewhat troubled. I quite like that lad. Perhaps you could concede a little? Jiang Lin tentatively suggested. Upon hearing this, Huanqing appeared somewhat flustered. Concede? The abyss lies at the deepest depths of the demon realm, guarded by your human strongholds at the entrance. Do you have any idea how challenging it is to project even a fraction of myself? I do not know. Jiang Lin replied candidly. Huanqing's emotions faltered once more, and he gritted his teeth. If you possess that strength, then give it a try. Oh, Jiang Lin nodded, casually pointing. And the space around Huanqing was instantly frozen. Subsequently, cracks appeared, and at that moment, Huanqing's form disintegrated into black mist, reconstituting in another location. His gaze filled with uncertainty as he regarded Jiang Lin. A spatial contract from the Holy Realm? His eyes suddenly turned dangerous. If it were merely this, it might not be enough to force me into submission. Saying this, a surging cloud of black mist emerged from his back, forming a grotesque, twisted visage of a demon. Show me your fear. My fear? Jiang Lin murmured, not with your current strength. From the demonic visage, a pitch-black spatial rift materialized, rapidly spreading, and in an instant, the demonic visage shattered. Yet, that demonic visage was merely a feint. Huanqing's body appeared before Jiang Lin, black claws coalescing from the mist, descending swiftly. However, his form was once again frozen in place. The same trick cannot be employed twice. Another tendril of black mist instantaneously materialized at Jiang Lin's flank, the speed of the descending claws remaining unchanged. Yet, to Huanqing's astonishment, Jiang Lin did not flinch or evade. Instead, he grasped the black claws with his own hand. Emotional power can be rather troublesome. Many attacks cannot land, Jiang Lin remarked to himself, then yanked fiercely, causing the black mist to disintegrate instantaneously. Moreover, the dissipating black mist did not reconstitute as before. Instead, it converged within Jiang Lin's grasp. How can you also wield emotional power? Huanqing exclaimed, his previous composure evaporating. Could it be that you are one of my kind? Jiang Lin's gaze fixed on Huanqing, an inscrutable expression in his eyes. Is there more? If it were merely this, you might not witness my fear. He continued with intrigue. In the abyss of the demon clan, you should be considered strong. Yes? Strong? Huanqing let out a sinister laugh. It is far more than that. As he spoke, a torrent of black mist swirled around him, spiraling violently, lifting his body off the ground. Simultaneously, from afar, countless invisible emotional energies began to converge rapidly within the city. We dream demons can siphon emotional power from the dreams of humans, and the force that emotions can unleash is far more terrifying than you can imagine. As he uttered the last few words, Huanqing nearly roared them. He waved his hand, dispersing the black mist, his form now towering at nearly 2 meters. 2 demonic horns protruding from his forehead, and his visage gradually losing all semblance of Hisong. The demonic patterns on his upper body had significantly expanded, and unlike before, the once morose patterns now exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. With a casual flick of his wrist, the ethereal figure unleashed a dark, misty whip that thundered down beside Jiang Lin, cleaving the ground as if struck by an invisible blade, revealing a colossal fissure that even split the warehouse in twain. Yet, Jiang Lin remained utterly unmoved, casting a disappointed gaze at the figure, as if inquiring if there was anything more. His demeanor was so nonchalant. It was as if he were merely asking whether the figure had died. A surge of rage erupted within, and even though the figure was a master of emotional manipulation, Jiang Lin's profound indifference struck a nerve. Very well, if you wish to gaze into the abyss, I shall grant you a glimpse. With that, his silhouette soared higher into the sky, arms outstretched as countless emotional energies converged upon him, their intangible essence beginning to distort reality itself. A tempest arose, trees swaying violently. While in the city, the gusts swept through the streets, causing many to believe a typhoon was imminent, hastening their steps. However, what they could not perceive was the vast accumulation of emotional energy being siphoned by the figure. Had they possessed Jiang Lin's ability to see such energies, they would have noticed a shroud of black fog enveloping the entire city. This dense fog was rapidly flowing toward the figure, who resembled a black hole, voraciously consuming emotional energy, elevating his power to an extraordinarily terrifying level. A powerful pressure descended, causing the entire warehouse to collapse, and within 1,000 meters of its center, trees buckled as if under a weight 1,000-fold greater, their branches shattering and falling. To an observer beyond this radius, it would appear as though the space had been leveled, sinking several meters into the earth. Logically, the figure had made no attempt to conceal his aura. Such a violent presence should have been detected long ago. Yet inexplicably, his presence remained firmly anchored within this 1,000-meter radius. In his fury, the figure remained oblivious to these nuances, grinning maliciously at Jiang Lin, declaring, "This is but a projection of half my power. Behold the abyss." His form vanished from sight, reappearing beside Jiang Lin as if teleported, a claw wreathed in black mist lunging for Jiang Lin's heart. Jiang Lin merely extended his hand, seizing the figure's wrist, and began to exert force. "If that is all you can muster, I find myself somewhat disappointed." In the figure's eyes, a terror-stricken realization dawned as the mist composed of myriad emotional forces, which would terrify most demons even in the depths of the abyss, was effortlessly dissipated by Jiang Lin, his strength waning rapidly until only a trace of emotional power remained. A monster, a creature comparable to the 10 greatest. The term inexplicably surfaced in the figure's mind, recalling the 10 awe-inspiring figures of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion during the invasion of the spirit race. The depths of humanity run far too deep. Reflecting on the moment he projected half his power into the human realm, he recalled his friend's poignant words, and at that instant, understanding washed over him. Without hesitation, he resolved to sever his own arm for survival, but as he summoned the power of emotion, it felt as though he had plunged into a quagmire, rendering him sluggish and ultimately immobilized. It was then he remembered that Jiang Lin had initially wielded spatial energy. "In truth, I had hoped for more," Jiang Lin remarked, disappointment evident in his gaze. "Now, may we converse properly?" The immobilized figure could not move, forced to draw upon the emotional forces beyond this frozen space to form 2 simple words: "I can." Jiang Lin, upon witnessing this, released the figure from his restraints and coldly stated, "Do not entertain thoughts of self-destruction, or I shall seek you in the abyss." A shiver coursed through the figure, a profound chill gripping his heart, for in that fleeting moment, he felt he had glimpsed the entirety of the abyss. The faintest flickers of rebellious thoughts evaporated, and Jiang Lin inquired, "What is your desire?" Seeing the figure acquiesce, Jiang Lin yawned. "It's simple. Coexistence will suffice." "What? I am a noble dream demon. How could I possibly coexist with such a wretched human?" Before he could finish, Jiang Lin's icy glare silenced him. "Choose, coexistence or death. Make your decision swiftly. I wish to return to my slumber." Hearing this, the figure's expression shifted as he weighed his options. Although this was merely a projection of power, not his true form, it had cost him dearly to manifest in the human realm. Moreover, Jiang Lin's words resonated with him. The suffocating sensation he had just experienced made it abundantly clear that even at full strength, he was no match for this monster. In this precarious scenario, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Coexistence, you say? I shall draft the contract forthwith. Jiang Lin nodded in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. I understand that the demise of this portion of power will not affect your true form, but do not entertain thoughts of abandoning it. We wouldn't want to eliminate Hisong, now would we? With a smile, Jiang Lin casually uttered an exceedingly lengthy name, and in that moment, genuine fear gripped the figure, for the name he spoke was none other than his true demonic name. With this knowledge, Jiang Lin could effortlessly locate him within the demon realm. Fearful, the figure dared not harbor any further rebellious thoughts, and hastily forged the coexistence contract with Hisong. Under Jiang Lin's guidance, the contract materialized, and the figure, not daring to linger, withdrew his consciousness deep into Hisong's mind. In the next instant, the demonic markings on Hisong's body rapidly faded, and he collapsed weakly. Jiang Lin, with a sigh, caught him, then opened a spatial door, transporting them to Hisong's home and gently laying him upon the bed before vanishing from sight. Chapter 24. The World of the Earth Dragon Clan. Hisong felt as though he had slipped into an interminable dream, one where he wielded immense power amidst a realm steeped in darkness and despair. Surrounding him were various demons, all kneeling before him, their heads bowed as they invoked a name that was foreign to him. In this dream, he appeared to be their king, and the emotions reflected in their gazes, fear, reverence, fervor, were a stark contrast to the indifference, disdain, and impatience he typically encountered. Strangely, he felt a twinge of envy, yearning to be like the figure in his dream, unscorned by others. Yet, a distant memory surged forth. How much better it would be without you. A gaunt woman, her body resembling little more than skin stretched over bones, struck Hisong repeatedly with a stick. Waste. Bastard. Why don't you go earn money for me? The anguished woman's face twisted grotesquely, her neck contorting unnaturally. The stick fell relentlessly until she suddenly convulsed, at which point she hastily ceased, producing a syringe and injecting it into her already ravaged arm. The woman's eyes narrowed in bliss as she slumped onto the chaotic floor beside her. Hisong had long since grown accustomed to this, silently rising to wash away the blood on his body in the bathroom. The woman was his mother, and he had never seen his father. In his childhood memories, Hisong vaguely recalled that his mother had not always been this way. It was only after she met a stranger that her demeanor transformed drastically. The flood of repressed memories washed over him, and Hisong clutched his head in agony. Enough. Enough. Yet, he could not awaken, once occupied by a dream demon. Human consciousness would be ensnared in an unending dreamscape, a realm filled with the repressed memories they wished to forget. Hisong was unaware of how much time had passed. As memories receded like the ebbing tide, he found himself in a state of numbness. Instinctively, he opened his eyes, only to behold a ceiling marred by patches of crumbling plaster. With no funds to remedy the situation, he had long neglected it. Turning his gaze to the cramped yet orderly room, Hisong was momentarily taken aback before abruptly rising. He had always been cognizant of the presence of the dream demon, the illusory emotion within him. After all, once trapped, the illusory emotion could not communicate with the outside world, and Hisong was its sole conduit. Thus, he understood well the consequences of allowing the illusory emotion to emerge during his slumber. Yet, in that dire predicament, he had no alternative. Releasing the illusory emotion was the only means to ensure Shun Ping's survival. At this moment, he incredulously slapped his own cheek, followed by a pinch on his thigh, the pain affirming that this was no mere illusion. Illusory emotion? He whispered. What do you want? The illusory emotion replied curtly. I am currently. Hisong started. It was I who saved you. The outside world is dreary. I have returned to stay. The illusory emotion muttered, expressing its disdain for the human realm. Hisong sat at the edge of his bed, retrieving his phone, yet hesitated to send a message. Instead, he trembled as he inquired, Sister Ping, is she all right? He was well aware of the illusory emotion's temperament, but he could not ascertain whether it would harm Shin Ping. After all, to the illusory emotion, the sole purpose of humanity was to provide it with emotional energy, and among such energies, fear, despair, and suffering happened to yield the greatest power. Engaging in a transaction with a demon, Hisong recognized his folly, yet he had no other recourse. She is fine. The illusory emotion's voice was tinged with irritation. At this, Hisong's heart leapt, his face illuminating with joy as he earnestly expressed, thank you. Boring. In the following 2 days, Jiang Lin arranged for Shen Ping and Hisong to take a hiatus, urging them to contemplate whether they wished to return to work. For not everyone could simply pretend that such an incident had not occurred. The absence of 2 individuals meant Jiang Lin had to cover half a day's shift alone, while the remainder fell to Yang Liqiao. Fortunately, the academy was hosting the semifinals and finals 2 days later, and the freshmen not selected were still on break. As for the competitions, they could only be viewed online. At the front desk, Jiang Lin languidly rested, her phone streaming the Battle of Yiyu. Unfortunately, her luck was not in her favor during the semifinals, facing the championship favorite, Cheng Shuran, a rare blood manipulation adept whose speed and power against humans rendered her a formidable adversary for Yiyu. Upon realizing that Yiyu could summon hero-class spirits, Cheng Shuran wasted no time, unleashing her ultimate ability to solidify Yi Yu's blood, leaving her unable to even chant a spell. Though the spirit summoning class was powerful, it bore significant drawbacks. Slow upgrades and the easily interrupted chant required for summoning spirits made it vulnerable to swift enemy strikes. Despite being almost instantaneously defeated, no one deemed Yi Yu weak, for the opposing hero-class spirit could dispatch Su Feihong with a mere hand, illustrating their might. In the other semifinal, Ye faced Zhao Feilin, a match that captivated everyone's attention. Zhao Feilin, the new goddess, was well known, while Ye was no slouch either, boasting excellent looks and a gentle knightly demeanor that garnered him a considerable following among the female audience. The intensity of this battle drew overwhelming interest, with cheers that reverberated throughout the arena. "Hello, do you sell weapons here?" Just as the match commenced, a voice reached Jiang Lin's ears. She looked up to find an unremarkable man, around 30 years old, whose appearance was so ordinary that he would easily blend into a crowd. The system remained silent, and Jiang Lin nodded slightly, asking, "What kind of weapon do you need? Custom-made?" "No need for customization. I require a blunt weapon." "All right, a blunt weapon. Any other specifications?" The man hesitated before responding. "I need 5 of these weapons for exploring the Earth Dragon realm." The mention of the Earth Dragon realm piqued Jiang Lin's interest. In the current Blue Star, entrances to otherworldly realms were abundant, with some actively opened by races such as the Spirit Clan, Demon Clan, and Dragon Clan, while others were initiated by humans. The realms that humans opened typically lacked significant overall strength or contained rare materials not found in Blue Star. The Earth Dragon realm was a world of relatively low power, with its entrance located in South City, commonly used by various schools for trials. Contrary to its name, this realm was inhabited by a species of scaled lizards, known for their exceptionally thick scales and impressive defensive capabilities. With this in mind, Jiang Lin inquired, "What level of weapons do you require against the Earth Dragon King, who is at the Soul Realm?" "Consolidation realm weapons will suffice." "Very well. I will charge you 100,000 for each, with a deposit of 50,000. If the quality is unsatisfactory, you may receive a full refund. Come back tomorrow to collect." Jiang Lin had little knowledge of the Earth Dragon realm, so to procure specialized weapons, she would need to learn more about the Earth Dragons. Chapter 25, Twin Dragon Shadow Sword. Moreover, Jiang Lin's mind stirred. After completing several previous tasks, her accumulated points were nearly enough to forge a fantasy weapon. The Earth Dragon realm seemed like the perfect opportunity to test its prowess. However, as the shop was currently open, Jiang Lin refrained from forging directly. Thankfully, it was soon time for Yang Liqiang to start her shift. Upon her arrival, she inquired about the situation with Hisong and Xinping. Jiang Lin reassured her not to worry, then entrusted the front desk to her and retreated to the back room. In the back, Jiang Lin examined various materials that had been exchanged. Fantasy iron, dark blood demon crystal, glimmering stone. These materials required only a single point for acquisition. Her gaze then fell upon the design blueprint. Twin Dragon Shadow Sword, a weapon item from the online game Dungeon and Fighter, featuring dark attribute attacks and a hit rate of 1. When worn, it grants a slight increase in dark attribute resistance to members marked within a range of 300 meters. Attacking with it has a 2 chance to curse the enemy. With all the necessary materials and blueprints prepared, Jiang Lin spent her points with enthusiasm, her excitement palpable as the flames in the furnace roared to life. 2 hours later, Jiang Lin gazed at the sword before her, entwined with 2 black-red dragons. Her heart racing. The 2 black dragons coiled around the hilt, their heads meeting at the base, where a blood-red gem was embedded. Holding the sword in her hand, Jiang Lin felt an ominous aura emanating from it. Although, given her current strength, the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword offered no enhancement. The thrill of wielding a piece from her homeland in this foreign world left her exhilarated and restless. When she presented the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword at the front desk, even Yang Liqiang, who was not versed in weaponry, found herself drawn to it. Its ornate yet slightly sinister appearance, coupled with a haunting aura, suggested that this weapon was far from ordinary. "Wow, boss, you truly possess remarkable skills." Initially, when applying for the job, Yang Liqiang had thought Jiang Lin was merely a hobbyist, as the weapons displayed on the wall, while of good quality, lacked any standout features, merely surpassing standard weaponry by a slight margin. Moreover, Jiang Lin's usually languid demeanor, combined with her youthful visage, made her appear less like a master craftsman and more akin to a bored scion of wealth. Today, however, her perception was thoroughly transformed. In this profession, one must naturally comprehend its intricacies. Yang Liqiang, in her leisure time, had also invested considerable effort into understanding the field. Yet, from what she had gathered, the presence of a palpable aura on a weapon suggested at least a mastery level of craftsmanship. And among the masters in Nanqing, who could boast of being under 40? Yet here it was, produced by her boss within mere hours of entering the backstage. Most astonishingly, it was a lightsaber. Yang Liqiang felt a peculiar itch in her mind, as if her intellect were awakening. "Boss, this." Jiang Lin proudly demonstrated the lightsaber, exclaiming, "You don't think I merely dabble, do you? I possess genuine talent. Keep an eye on the shop. I shall venture forth." With that, Jiang Lin, her face alight with excitement, dashed out. In a deserted area, she activated a spatial door. Arriving near the entrance checkpoint of the Earth Dragon tribe. In the Dragon Kingdom, the entrances of various tribes were all guarded by the Enforcement Bureau, resembling miniature fortresses, with the actual entrances ensconced within. After adjusting her attire, Jiang Lin produced her student ID and swiped it at the checkpoint. Her visage appeared on the automated screen, granting her passage. The student ID from West District University functioned as a ticket into the lower-tier alien worlds. After all, while this spiritual martial arts university did feature combat training grounds, it paled in comparison to the realities of the alien realms. Consequently, many students ventured into these worlds for practical experience each year, a situation the school welcomed despite the attendant mortality rate, as the path of a spirit contract holder was inherently fraught with peril. As Jiang Lin entered, the number of people gradually increased. The interior boasted a vast circular hall, at the center of which a slowly rotating dimensional portal emanated a twisted dimensional energy. Surrounding the hall were clusters of adventurers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an adventurer's guild in a fantastical realm. Most individuals appeared in pairs, their auras markedly different from ordinary folk, tinged with a certain ferocity, and many wielded weapons. Jiang Lin even noticed several older students. Their discerning gazes fell upon her youthful countenance, but after a brief glance, they averted their eyes. Many prodigies undertook solitary endeavors. Approaching the dimensional portal, Jiang Lin presented her student ID to authenticate her identity, and the two guards, upon recognizing her status as a freshman, were taken aback. One of them couldn't help but remark, "Young man, while the creatures of the Earth Dragon world are not particularly formidable, venturing forth alone with your level of power is still quite perilous." To their senses, Jiang Lin exuded an aura no more impressive than that of a peak hidden realm practitioner, hardly distinguishable from an ordinary Earth Dragon. With a smile, Jiang Lin replied, "Thank you, but I'm not seeking combat. I merely wish to collect some items. Rest assured, I am remarkably swift when it comes to wind-based techniques." Upon hearing this, the guard's expressions softened slightly. "While we cannot interfere with your decision, once inside, you may claim a protective necklace at the Dragon Slayer Fortress, a benefit for newcomers like yourself. This necklace can shield you from the attacks of Soul Realm experts for 10 minutes. The other guard interjected, "With the necklace, you will have ample time to call for aid. The Soul Realm guardians stationed at the Dragon Slayer Fortress will come to your assistance." "Thank you," Jiang Lin replied earnestly, stepping between the two guards and entering the dimensional portal. After a familiar sensation of twisting and swirling, a flash of light revealed Jiang Lin's presence in a vast plaza. The Dragon Slayer Fortress, established by humanity in the Earth Dragon realm, served primarily to safeguard the dimensional entrance. In the conflicts between the two races, the construction of a fortress at the opposing world's entrance typically indicated a decisive advantage in favor of that world. In the case of the Earth Dragon realm, it had effectively become a garden for humanity. This entire world was utilized for the training of human practitioners. Compared to Blue Star, the Earth Dragon realm was considerably smaller, characterized by its scarce water resources, predominantly consisting of rocky mountains, with complex terrains and minimal vegetation. Nonetheless, the environment was rich in mineral resources, though these world-class deposits were tightly controlled by the authorities. In contrast to the external hall, the Dragon Slayer Fortress resembled a colossal city. Perched on the slopes of a grand mountain, Jiang Lin found herself on a vast suspended platform, with the bustling Dragon Slayer Fortress behind her. Within the fortress, the population was far greater than that outside, for such world entrances were exceedingly rare elsewhere. Only in the core of the West District, particularly in Nanxing, did they appear somewhat more frequently. While numerous individuals could be seen in the outside world, upon entering the Earth Dragon realm, one encountered only spirit contract holders. As ordinary people, lacking spiritual energy, would suffer severe after-effects from traversing the dimensional passage. Entering the city, the sensation of crossing two realms was palpable. The architectural style and the pedestrians here stood in stark contrast to the outside world. The buildings soared high, exuding a sense of advanced technology. As this place could still be considered a forward operating base, the passers-by were predominantly armed, with many wielding firearms. In this alien world, no rules rendered firearms ineffective, although their utility could be limited at times, especially when confronting the Earth Dragons, whose formidable exoskeletons posed a nightmare for firearms, yet they still retained some lethality. Thus, many opted to carry weapons to conserve spiritual energy. Furthermore, Jiang Lin noticed a heavily guarded area on the fortress's side, housing various large-scale facilities resembling a military base. Despite being in the era of spiritual energy, the potency of conventional firearms remained steadfast, and their production speed far surpassed the growth cycle of spiritual practitioners. Consequently, the official stance towards the alien races was to employ firearms whenever possible, resorting to spiritual practitioners only when absolutely necessary. Naturally, some practitioners, lacking sufficient resources, had no choice but to rely solely on their own strength. Coming back to her senses, Jiang Lin did not rush into the wild to test the twin dragon shadow blade immediately. Instead, she followed the guard's advice and sought to obtain a protective necklace. After all, as a mere freshman, her presence here was already somewhat conspicuous. After submitting her records and receiving the protective necklace, Jiang Lin found a secluded spot and transformed her appearance, adopting a more weathered visage, resembling a disheartened middle-aged man in his mid-30s. Just as she stepped out, she unexpectedly encountered a group of spirited university students. Their expressions bright and somewhat naive. Jiang Lin observed that these individuals had all acquired protective necklaces, and some bore the insignia of West District University. Evidently students there on a training expedition. Given the ongoing freshman ranking battles at West District University, it seemed these must be second or third-year students. It is quite normal, as West District University emphasizes practical experience, granting students considerable free time, and even allowing them to take special leaves for training purposes. Jiang Lin quickly averted his gaze and hurriedly departed from their vicinity. Before the fortress exit, Jiang Lin fabricated an identification document to rent a psychic off-road hover vehicle, a mode of transportation capable of utilizing psychic energy for low-altitude flight, while also possessing formidable off-road capabilities even without such energy. With ample space, this vehicle is the quintessential choice for exploring the wilderness inhabited by alien species. Additionally, it is equipped with a special psychic energy shield that automatically activates in the face of mental-level attacks. If not deactivated within half an hour, it will return to its origin. While this may appear to be a nefarious design by the rental company to mitigate losses, the shield's capacity to withstand mental attacks for half an hour is in itself a remarkable value. The off-road vehicle roared to life, and instead of utilizing psychic flight, Jiang Lin opted to drive along the road. Along the journey, he encountered numerous vehicles of this type, but as he ventured deeper, the presence of other travelers dwindled, and the paths became increasingly sparse. The Earth Dragon tribe is a burrowing species. To hunt them, one must locate their habitats, which are often situated near rich mineral deposits. As these dragons feed on ore, Jiang Lin's target was a small mining vein that had been nearly exhausted, a location where Earth dragons could still be found, albeit in limited numbers. Arriving at a vast open pit mine, Jiang Lin glanced at the dilapidated facilities nearby before parking the hover vehicle. He drew the twin dragon shadow sword, stabilizing his power at the condensation realm, the optimal state for wielding the sword. Psychic energy enveloped his feet, and he glided along the pit wall, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. However, this action drew the attention of the mine's native inhabitants. Suddenly, several sections of the walls began to stir, revealing a multitude of vertical pupils. The deep, resonant roars of the earth dragons filled the air as Jiang Lin descended. A section of the rock wall erupted, and a dragon, resembling a massive lizard and nearly 5 meters in length, lunged at him with a fierce roar. Jiang Lin's heart stirred, and he sidestepped, positioning the twin dragon shadow sword horizontally before the dragon's gaping maw, with a sound akin to tearing fabric. Accompanied by a surge of dark energy, the dragon, upon colliding with the sword, was cleaved in two at the center of its mouth due to the force of inertia. The carcass plummeted, and Jiang Lin's fingers clawed into the rock wall, nodding in satisfaction. The dragon he had just defeated was already at the pinnacle of the Radiance realm. In the presence of the unenhanced twin dragon shadow sword, its once proud scales were as easily severed as tofu, a testament to the sword's sharpness. Subsequently, Jiang Lin released his grip and continued to descend until he reached the pit's bottom, where the two halves of the dragon's corpse had already vanished, leaving only a pool of mingled blood and dust forming a small patch of viscous mud. At the pit's base, the light had dimmed. Jiang Lin's psychic energy coursed through his body, and in the darkness, the twin dragon shadow sword emitted a chilling red glow. Pairs of brownish-yellow vertical pupils opened wide, and the roars of the earth dragons reverberated throughout the pit's depths. In the shadows, a streak of red light flickered swiftly, subtly weaving into a grand net, as the buzzing sound of sword strikes echoed, intertwined with the roars of the dragons. Within a mere half hour, the roars gradually waned until they were entirely silenced. Jiang Lin snapped his fingers, and a sphere of light materialized above his head, illuminating the hellish scene around him. The ground was strewn with the severed limbs and torsos of the earth dragons, their innards scattered about, while blood formed a small pond. Utilizing the condensation realm mentality, this weapon indeed proved to be the finest choice. Jiang Lin marveled sincerely at the power of the twin dragon shadow sword, which exceeded even his expectations. In the condensation realm, this sword could be described as capable of cleaving through anything, even when facing earth dragons at the mental level. Jiang Lin, suppressing his strength to the condensation realm, could contend with them using the twin dragon shadow sword, ultimately slaying them through a curse applied by chance. Furthermore, the dark attribute attacks could continually erode the enemy's wounds, allowing for a significant advantage in prolonged combat once a curse was successfully applied. In terms of power, sustained combat, and portability, this sword was unparalleled. The more Jiang Lin observed, the more elated he became. Alas, for him, this sword could only serve as a mere toy. Chapter 27, A New Point Task. At this moment, in a certain part of the Earth Dragon realm, a group of students from West District University was engaged in battle with a horde of Earth dragons. The strength of these dragons generally ranged between the condensation realm and the ethereal realm, closely matching the students' capabilities. Following the combat strategies imparted by their instructors, the students fought in small teams, with several defending while others, specializing in elemental contracts, launched ranged attacks to eliminate the encroaching dragons at minimal cost. Their location appeared to be a medium-sized earth dragon nest, situated within a small hill that, at first glance, bore no distinction from other hills. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that most of the rocks on this hill were remarkably smooth, a result of the dragon's prolonged burrowing. At this moment, the students seemed to be in a fierce battle, as the number of dragons far exceeded their expectations. From the hill, dragons appeared to emerge endlessly. Nevertheless, these talented individuals were not without merit. Among them were two elemental specialists, one wielding fire and the other wind, who, through their synergistic contracts, unleashed a torrent of flames that surged with the wind, with each attack instantly obliterating the dragons it struck. In front of them stood four martial artists brandishing various melee weapons. One had transformed into a massive bear, standing 3 meters tall with a bandage wrapped around its chest, wielding a pair of warhammers that left terrifying dents on the approaching dragons with each strike. The other three displayed their unique prowess as well. One moved like a specter among the dragons, seemingly enhanced by a speed-boosting contract, and with a poisoned dagger. Even a mere scratch would send a dragon crashing down within mere steps. The remaining two turned out to be twins, possessing the same type of contract. Both towered over most others, their muscles bulging beyond the limits of ordinary humans, evidently a result of psychic enhancements. In the rear, another individual summoned a cascade of emerald energy that swiftly healed the wounds of the frontline fighters. From their coordination, this small team appeared to be in perfect harmony. The Bearman and the twins acted as steadfast shields, while the speed-enhanced warrior relentlessly struck down the most formidable dragons in their midst. The two elemental specialists functioned like artillery, continuously roaring in tandem. Within this squad, the levels ranged from the ethereal to the condensation realm, their strengths closely matched. Their nearly flawless teamwork was not something that could be achieved through mere practice. Sometimes, a subtle gesture from the frontline defenders would alert the three in the back to the source of their pressure, enabling them to redirect fire and provide healing. Throughout the skirmish, their communication was succinct, their combat style crisp and efficient, enough to impress even a mercenary like Jiang Lin. Indeed, at this very moment, Jiang Lin was concealed nearby, quietly observing the combat style of this small team. In truth, he had been drawn in by the scent of a particular mineral. After meticulously clearing the lair of the earth dragon, Jiang Lin discovered a small vein of or hidden beneath the abandoned mine. Perhaps overlooked by the authorities due to the hassle of exterminating the earth dragons, or perhaps deemed unworthy of extraction. Yet, within this modest mine, Jiang Lin stumbled upon some ores that did not belong to it. The moment he encountered these peculiar stones was within the nest of a certain earth dragon, where he also uncovered a secret passage. Following this passage led him to the distant earth dragon lair, and the small team engaged in battle. Their coordinated efforts reminded Jiang Lin of days gone by, but he quickly suppressed such nostalgic thoughts and observed with keen interest. Now unrestrained in his abilities, he discerned with utmost clarity the immense earth dragon at the pinnacle of its mental state within the lair. The creature was aware of the team's presence, but chose not to strike immediately, instead sending forth lower-tier earth dragons to wear them down. As time passed, the number of earth dragons showed no signs of dwindling. Rather, two of the team's damage dealers grew increasingly anxious, while the speed-oriented spirit warrior tasked with harvesting continued to gasp for breath. This isn't right. We need to retreat. The healer, a long-haired girl clad in a sleek black combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure, called out, "Old Bear, Chu Da, Chu Air, Han Juanxing, come back now." Without hesitation, the group abandoned their current adversaries. Han Juanxing, the speedster, decisively retracted his dagger just as it was about to pierce the throat of the earth dragon before swiftly turning away. Jiang Lin couldn't help but admire their resolute execution. However, in his line of sight, the colossal earth dragon at the pinnacle of its mental state had already burrowed into the underground tunnel, rapidly approaching beneath them. As Han Juanxing was returning, he suddenly sensed something amiss with the ground and bellowed, "Underneath! Protect Xiao Yu and the others." Old Bear, the one closest to the three, instinctively roared in response, his stature surging as he barreled towards them like a tank. Grabbing both the fire element spirit contract wielder Ding Yi and the wind element Su Jiai in one hand, while his mouth opened wide to pick up the last of them. Xiao Yu. In the next moment, a massive maw opened beneath Old Bear, consuming both him and the surrounding earth within a few meters. Just as Old Bear's enormous form seemed destined to be devoured, he flung the three to safety, and the mouth snapped shut at the last moment. Old Bear! They cried out in unison, with the Chu twins' faces flushed with anger as they surged forward, colliding fiercely with the nearly 10-meter-long earth dragon. "Don't worry about me." Just then, the earth dragon's mouth bulged and uncontrollably opened wide, while Old Bear summoned all his strength to forcibly pry it open. Jiang Lin watched with heightened interest. Old Bear was merely at the condensation stage, not yet at its peak. Yet he managed to withstand the biting force of a creature at the pinnacle of its mental state. Realizing the opportunity, Chuda and Chu Air approached the Earth Dragon and unleashed two powerful punches that struck its belly. Anyone accustomed to being hit knows that a blow to the abdomen can disrupt control, and at that moment, the Earth Dragon was caught off guard, spitting Old Bear out. Run! Su Jiai shouted, enveloping the three in wind-based spirit energy, significantly boosting their speed as they quickly regrouped. However, as they turned, they found themselves encircled by a horde of Earth Dragons in the brief span it took to save Old Bear. It's over. Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale. It seems we have no choice but to use the protective pendant. At that moment, as Jiang Lin prepared to leave, he suddenly heard the voice of the system. Task issued. Completely demonstrate the power of the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword. Reward 1. The Twin Dragon Shadow Sword will be available in stores, and a monetary exchange channel for fantasy weapons will be opened. Reward 2. 5 points. Jiang Lin disregarded the first option, his gaze fixated on the second. Chapter 28. The Power of the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword. He was currently destitute, having expended all his points on the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword. His eyes shifted to the scene below, where the others clutched their protective pendants with grim expressions. Old Bear had transformed back into a human, revealing a woman as robust as the Chu twins. It appeared their training had reached its conclusion. The next opportunity to obtain the protective necklace would likely be a month away. Xiao Yu wore a bitter smile. This was my miscalculation. I apologize. With that, she prepared to shatter the pendant. But in the next instant, as an Earth Dragon lunged at them, a streak of red-black light shot forth, piercing straight through the creature. The Twin Dragon Shadow Sword lodged itself diagonally into the ground, casting a long shadow in the twilight. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a hand emerged from the shadow of the sword, grasping the hilt, and Jiang Lin stepped forth from the shadow. Initially, their faces lit up with joy, but as they sensed Jiang Lin's mere presence at the pinnacle of the condensation stage, their expressions shifted. Be careful. That Earth Dragon is at the pinnacle of its mental state. Without needing to be warned, Jiang Lin had already spotted the Earth Dragon King charging towards him. In an instant, his form split into three, and in the moment of the Earth Dragon's confusion, the three shadows swiftly closed in on its side. Two shadows vanished, while Jiang Lin's true self wielded the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword, slicing through the air like a shadowy arrow. Countless dark energies danced like fine threads across the Earth Dragon's hardened carapace, forcefully carving a massive wound. Xiao Yu and the others gazed in astonishment, while Old Bear exclaimed an expletive, "Damn! Is the cutting power of this dark attribute so formidable? It's that weapon," Xiao Yu suddenly remarked with seriousness. "That weapon is peculiar." The writhing dark energy prevented the Earth Dragon's wound from healing, and the other Earth Dragons soon regained their senses, rushing to aid their king. However, Xiao Yu's team was no slouches. With Jiang Lin drawing most of the Earth Dragon's attention, they reformed their formation and began hunting down the Earth Dragons from another angle, alleviating pressure on Jiang Lin. The injuries the Earth Dragon sustained made it aware of Jiang Lin's departure, and with its considerable intelligence, it sought to retreat. Yet, how could Jiang Lin allow it to have its way? The nature of the dark attribute allowed him to follow it like a parasite, and the Earth Dragon's massive size became a critical flaw at that moment. Though every strike of the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword inflicted limited damage, the advantage lay in the fact that each attack required minimal effort on Jiang Lin's part. The Earth Dragon was akin to a fish on a chopping board. In a mere 10 minutes, the Earth Dragon was left battered and bruised, while the other Earth Dragons attempted to assist, only to find Jiang Lin too agile, sometimes even slipping into the shadows. Coupled with Xiao Yu's team providing support, few Earth Dragons could approach Jiang Lin. As Jiang Lin's sword descended, a peculiar violet radiance suddenly erupted from the dual Dragon Shadow Sword, causing the vitality and speed of the Earth Dragon to visibly diminish. Not only that, but when Jiang Lin struck it once more, the once impenetrable scales appeared to shatter effortlessly. This was the curse released by the dual Dragon Shadow Sword. Jiang Lin felt a surge of joy. This tedious performance was finally coming to an end. The already battered Earth Dragon, upon the instant the curse took effect, lost all will to resist. Jiang Lin unleashed a flurry of sword lights upon the dragon's head. Ultimately, the dragon's resilient skull was cleaved open, and the dual Dragon Shadow Sword was driven deep within. The sound of the system confirming the task's completion echoed in his ears. The surrounding Earth Dragons, besieging his companions, emitted mournful cries and scattered in flight. Xiao Yu and the others finally realized that Jiang Lin had slain the Earth Dragon King. The figure standing atop the dragon's corpse evoked an indescribable feeling within them. Throughout the battle, Jiang Lin's displayed prowess resembled that of an ordinary peak-level Dark System practitioner, who, through agility and the terrifying cutting ability of the dual Dragon Shadow Sword, had managed to slay a peak-level Earth Dragon in a remarkably brief time frame. The shock he instilled was unparalleled. Within the academy, who among them was not a genius? Each one carried a touch of arrogance. Yet today, they began to question their very existence. wondering how the so-called geniuses could pale in comparison to a mere sword. Jiang Lin, indifferent to their sentiments, withdrew the dual dragon shadow sword and summoned an off-road vehicle, then proceeded to head towards the Earth Dragon's lair. During this time, the others expressed their gratitude. But Jiang Lin maintained a cold demeanor throughout, leaving them unable to engage in further conversation as they watched him depart. After acquiring the desired ores from the Earth Dragon's nest, Jiang Lin drove the off-road vehicle back to the dragon-slaying fortress. To his surprise, upon returning the vehicle, he encountered Xiao Yu and the others once more. Undeterred by the chilly reception, they rushed forward to greet him as soon as they spotted him. Uncle, uncle, what a coincidence, they exclaimed in unison. Jiang Lin felt a sense of helplessness within. After all, his disguised appearance made him seem rather aged. Thus, he could only maintain his aloof persona, offering a slight nod as he prepared to leave. Uncle, we haven't properly thanked you for saving our lives. How about we treat you to a meal at the Traveler's Tavern? The Traveler's Tavern, with its distinct otherworldly ambience, was quite popular within the dragon-slaying fortress, offering reasonable prices and a lively atmosphere. Jiang Lin shook his head slightly, humorously pondering that he had orders awaiting him at the shop. Besides testing the dual dragon shadow sword, he had also gathered detailed information on the Earth Dragon. Although Jiang Lin usually exhibited a lackadaisical attitude towards business, he understood the importance of fulfilling customer orders to the best of his ability. In his words, this was a matter of contractual spirit. After declining their invitation, he observed their crestfallen expressions and sought a discreet location to revert to his original form, returning the protection pendant before exiting the world of the Earth Dragons. Exiting the dimensional entrance hall, Jiang Lin found an unoccupied spot to teleport back near the shop. After greeting Yang Liqiang, he made his way directly to the back, igniting the furnace. This journey into the Earth Dragon realm was not only to gather information, but also to search for suitable materials to forge the weapon or requested by a client. Fortunately, he struck gold. Most of the ores found in the Earth Dragon's nest were suitable for crafting these weapons. The forging of ordinary weapons was a trivial task for Jiang Lin, and with his top-tier skills, he managed to create all the requested weapons within a mere 2 hours. Chapter 29. The Ferryman of the Underworld. 5 uniquely shaped heavy hammers lay before Jiang Lin. As the client had not requested any customization, he had forged them all from the same mold. The appearance of these hammers bore a striking resemblance to the blue giant hammer from a certain anime of his previous life. Jiang Lin flashed a devilish smile and placed the weapons on a temporary rack beside the front desk. Stretching languidly, he recalled that one of the customer's orders consisted of these 5 hammers. If the client arrived late tomorrow, he would hand them over, allowing him to settle the remaining payment of 450,000. With that settled, Jiang Lin prepared to return to the academy. The freshman ranking battles had concluded, and the tales of the championship battle were said to be thrilling. On the other side of the final 4, Ye had narrowly triumphed over Zhao Feilin. Some analyses revealed that although there was a discernible gap in strength, Zhao Feilin was evidently stronger. Yet, Ye's combat experience proved too vast, allowing him to secure victory through the formidable endurance of a paladin. By the time of the decisive battle, Ye's endurance became somewhat futile against Cheng Shuran, who wielded blood manipulation, a terrifying bond that could overwhelm even Ye's remarkable recovery abilities, ultimately succumbing to Cheng Shuran's blood explosion. After the ranking battles, life at the academy resumed its normal rhythm, with some rejoicing while others lamented. The ranking battles significantly influenced resource allocation for the upcoming year, and in such circumstances, the strong would only grow stronger. Yet, despite any lingering discontent, there remained nothing to do but await the next year. Jiang Lin, however, remained entirely unconcerned, even neglecting to check his own ranking, wholly absorbed in the pleasures of school life. Essentially, aside from attending classes, his training was merely at the most minimal level. The day after the ranking battles concluded, a significant piece of news emerged within the school, originating from a transfer student hailing from an ancient European noble family, Lilith Windsor. This name would be recognized by anyone slightly acquainted with European affairs, as the Windsor family wielded immense power, effectively controlling the region. Historically, several prominent families in Europe had contended against one another, but over 30 years ago, the so-called god of war, Luke Windsor, emerged and decisively swept away the young generation of that time. Now in middle age, his strength had only grown more terrifying, practically single-handedly supporting the entire family. Among the many influential individuals in Europe, he was considered one of the younger elite, and thus his methods towards other races were exceedingly aggressive. This had propelled him to the pinnacle of renown among Europe's youth. As his daughter, Lilith Windsor possessed a bond not only at the peak SSS level, but also an ethereal beauty akin to that of a celestial being, enchanting even those from the Dragon Kingdom upon first sight. Yet this paragon of the Windsor family, the dream goddess of all European youth, had arrived at West District University under the guise of an exchange student. When Jiang Lin, who had been napping, was roused by Qin Gu, he found himself in a state of half-daze. "How can you sleep so soundly?" Qin Gu queried anxiously, having made an effort to tidy himself up. contrary to his usual disheveled appearance. At your age, you should be wide awake. Jiang Tianhan added, his face contorted in anguish. That is Lilith, the jewel of Europe. Today marks her arrival. I hereby declare that I am Lilith Princess's dog. Qin Ji's face was alight with fervor. Let us go welcome the princess. Still somewhat bewildered, Jiang Lin instinctively asked, didn't you previously say you were Zhao Feiling's dog? Qin Gu replied with utmost seriousness, little Jiang. I have endured a tremendous setback in the past, which shattered my heart into two. However, this does not hinder my ability to serve as the dog of two goddesses. To lick one person is to be a dog. To lick thousands elevates one to king. To lick millions makes one the king of kings. The supreme king. The ham sausage is indeed superior to 6. Jiang Lin abruptly rose, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Qin Gu. Get lost. Who wants to be a ham sausage? Meanwhile, the somewhat reserved Qini and Xiahap subtly distanced themselves from the trio, unable to muster such shamelessness. However, ultimately, like Jiang Lin, they could not withstand the fervor of Qin Gu and his companion, and thus joined them in their quest to behold the legendary Princess Lilith. Unbeknownst to them, as they departed, Jiang Lin seized the opportunity to excuse himself to the restroom, swiftly snatching the slumbering Little Black from the shadows. Awoken abruptly, Little Black blinked in confusion, his puppy-like stature rendering his ears unable to stand upright, and his fur appeared rather tousled. Just a moment, I wish to sleep, he grumbled, turning his head away in evident disdain for Jiang Lin. Observing this, Jiang Lin gritted his teeth slightly and declared, tomorrow, I shall slay a sacred realm beast for your sustenance. Little Black's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth agape, drool cascading down as his tail swirled like a propeller. Relieved, Jiang Lin gently tapped Little Black's forehead, and in an instant, Little Black transformed to mirror his appearance. Subsequently, Jiang Lin vanished into the restroom, while Little Black emerged through the door. Here we go, he muttered, wiping non-existent drool from the corner of his mouth. His mind consumed with thoughts of the delectable sacred realm beasts. The group soon arrived on campus, where a significant interval remained before classes commenced, and nearly everyone was outside, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the princess. Outside the school's parking lot, numerous students had gathered, with the student council president leading a group in anticipation of Lilith's arrival. Qin Gu produced his phone, sharing some mysterious information he had acquired from an unknown source. Aside from Lilith, this exchange group includes several others, one being the second son of the Lancaster family, renowned for his exceptional talent. Rumor has it he is here pursuing Lilith. The remaining members, hailing from similar affluent backgrounds, were predominantly European nobility, prompting the academy to accord significant importance to this batch of exchange students, even deploying the student council president and director Wu Yu. Jiang Tianhan nodded in agreement, stating, though they appear approachable while at the academy, the seniors and mentors, in reality, regard West District University as a prestigious institution within Long Country. Given the immense power of Long Country, their treatment of incoming exchange students merely reflected basic etiquette. Previously, when numerous small nations from Africa sent exchange students, their welcome typically consisted of 1 or 2 student council officers, their attitude dismissive, almost as if West District University were to post a sign at the entrance saying come if you wish, or do not. At this juncture, a flicker of concern crossed Qin Ji's eyes. These are all prodigies from Europe. Although West District University is also a top-tier institution, we still fall short compared to those continental elites. This year, without an SSS-level spirit contract, we may find ourselves overshadowed. Qini interjected, it's acceptable, although Cheng Shuran, our top-ranked competitor, lacks an SSS-level spirit contract. His blood manipulation contract is quite unique, making it not necessarily disadvantageous in direct confrontations. Meanwhile, Little Black paid no heed to the ongoing conversation, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable in his human form, which was exceedingly awkward. Were it not for the tantalizing allure of the sacred realm beasts, he might have succumbed to slumber on the spot. Nonetheless, as time passed, a hint of dazedness crept into his gaze, and he struggled to contain his drool. Fortunately, appearing to be accustomed to transforming into Jiang Lin, he quickly composed himself. Returning to normalcy, the group, engrossed in discussion, remained oblivious to his peculiar behavior, assuming he merely needed more rest, as Jiang Lin often bore a similarly fatigued expression. As their conversation meandered to the current affairs in Europe, Qin Gu urged the others to draw closer, revealing, actually, I've heard that Princess Lilith has come to Long Country to seek refuge. In Europe, the previous generation is fading, yet they still wield significant power. You see, the younger generation vehemently opposes these rulers. Coincidentally, Lilith's father is the very individual they wish to elevate. I've heard of this as well, Jiang Tianhan remarked, casting a peculiar glance at Qin Gu. I told you to steer clear of such outlandish rumors. This has been common knowledge in Europe for some time. Qin Ji's expression shifted slightly, frustration evident as he exclaimed, those unscrupulous merchants have duped me again. If the news had already spread in Europe, it was evidently not mere conjecture. The usually reticent Xiahap questioned, is that so? Qini, sensing the situation, remarked with resignation, This is practically an open secret, after all. Luke has sent his only daughter over here, clearly intending to act without restraint. I also heard that their group of exchange students conceals several formidable individuals tasked with protecting Lilith. Zhang Tianhan cast a smug glance at Qin Ge, who appeared increasingly distressed. A collector of information, Qin Ge had evidently been misled this time. Suddenly, as they conversed, a small black dot in the sky rapidly enlarged. Qin Ge's form tensed, joy illuminating his features. They arrived. The group peered skyward, spotting a massive spirit-powered passenger aircraft descending towards the parking lot. This seemed to be the Windsor family's private jet, as the family crest was discernible on the aircraft. Though positioned at a distance, the vision of spirit warriors was keen, allowing them to easily observe the hatch opening, from which passengers began to disembark. The first to emerge were two sharply dressed gentlemen who took positions flanking the aircraft. Following them were two maids in uniform, standing respectfully at attention. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Princess Lilith descended gracefully, akin to a princess from a fairy tale. Her silken golden locks cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, gently brushing against her porcelain skin. As a breeze swept through, her hair danced in the wind, resembling golden wheat swaying in a field. Her azure eyes sparkled like the depths of the ocean or radiant gemstones, captivating all who beheld her. Nearby, several spectators, with keen eyesight, gaped in awe, some even brandishing cameras to capture her beauty. Following Princess Lilith, a tall gentleman with golden hair and blue eyes entered the scene. His deep azure gaze resembled a crystal-clear lake, utterly enchanting, while his straight, prominent nose stood tall like a mountain, exuding a distinctly Western charm that elicited gasps from many young women. Especially as he wore a subtle smile, he seemed remarkably approachable, enhancing his allure in the eyes of the crowd. Subsequently, 3 more men and 1 woman emerged, completing the exchange group of 6. However, when the last individual, a well-dressed man with brown hair, appeared carrying 2 suitcases, the previously listless little black suddenly twitched his nose, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He bared his teeth slightly. But recalling his current guise as Jiang Lin, he quickly restrained his instincts and movements, casting a profound look at that last individual while the love-struck onlookers remained oblivious. The man remained oblivious to the scrutiny of the young black figure, engaging in conversation with the representatives from the West District School, his expression mirroring the smiles of those who had come before him. Eventually, he, along with the student council president and several officials, was escorted to the dormitory area of the standalone villa. Upon arrival, the onlookers among the students were barred from entry. Residency here was predominantly reserved for geniuses with S-rank or higher spirit contracts. Once the student council arranged accommodations for the newcomers, they departed, leaving behind a few exchange students and their companions. The individual who had drawn the young black figure's attention exchanged a subtle glance with one of Lilith's maids, then stretched languidly and declared, "Henry, could you help me with my luggage? I shall take a look around for some amusement." Without waiting for a response, he strode off, and the remaining members of Lilith's entourage displayed no surprise, seemingly accepting his behavior as customary. Shortly after his departure, the maid who had exchanged glances with him assisted Lilith in tidying the room before turning to organize her own. She moved with remarkable efficiency, swiftly arranging her space. During her break, a surge of spiritual energy enveloped her. Astonishingly, she was a peak-level soul realm powerhouse. Even the 2 men resembling bodyguards were merely of ordinary soul realm caliber, yet this maid concealed such formidable strength, cloaked in her soul realm energy. None were aware of her quiet exit. Within the school, she navigated the paths with familiarity, swiftly arriving at a secluded corner of the villa district where a wall stood before her. However, she did not pause. As she took a step forward, ripples spread through the air around her, and she vanished from sight. "Apologies for the wait," a somewhat frivolous voice echoed, revealing itself to belong to the exchange student who had departed earlier. The maid, exuding peak-level soul realm energy, glared fiercely at her. The oppressive aura of the soul realm was unbearable for an exchange student, yet the man remained unfazed, even casually waving his hand. "Daisy, Lilith's life is in my hands, so do refrain from becoming overly agitated." The maid named Daisy's expression soured, yet she reigned in her energy. "You Astaroth clan stand upon the territory of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Should you dare to harm the young lady, you shan't leave the Dragon Country alive, even if you are a revered being, Lex." This last remark seemed to strike a nerve with Lex, and his countenance twisted with rage as his form rapidly expanded, towering before Daisy, his originally European features transforming into a demonic visage. "Damnable woman, I should have killed you long ago." A pungent odor of sulfur assaulted Daisy's senses, causing her discomfort. She took a step back. "You intend to frame Daisy's death upon the Dragon Country, yet you did not anticipate Mr. Luke placing me by her side, did you?" Lex's expression fluctuated between dark clouds and fleeting light as he retreated. "Since you've kept my secret, we have reached an understanding. During this time at West District School, I trust you won't engage in any actions I deem threatening, such as contacting the Dragon Country's high officials or those from the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. I would never jest with the young lady's life." In Daisy's gaze, a flicker of helplessness lingered. She was a secretive expert assigned to Lilith by Luke, who had paid a hefty price to send Lilith abroad, believing that she would be safe upon arriving in the Dragon Country. Little did she know, among her fellow exchange students lurked a devil as deeply entrenched as Lex. Daisy had thought that the demon's infiltration of the imminent fortress was profound enough, yet it was merely the beginning. These cunning devils had even infiltrated the ranks of influential nobility. In truth, Lilith's school as an exchange student should have been Jinxia University, the capital of the Dragon Country, as it was most suitable in terms of status and strength. However, during the journey, Daisy uncovered Lex's plot to kill Lilith through a deeply hidden demon within Jinxia, aiming to destabilize Luke. Left with no choice, she had to boldly reveal her identity in secret to thwart Lex's scheme. Lex, too, was filled with resentment. Had it not been for Shuyu's fortuitous appearance in Jinxia, which allowed this woman to find an opportunity to transfer schools to West District University, he would have succeeded long ago. Now recalling it, Lex could only lament his misfortune. To eliminate Lilith beneath Shuyu's watchful gaze was utterly impossible, for she was one of the 10 absolutes with formidable healing abilities. As long as there remained a breath of life, she could revive any wounded individual. With the protection of the 3 major soul realms, Lex's chances of swiftly killing Lilith were slim, and he dared not gamble with his own life. If his identity as a demon were discovered, escape from the Dragon Country would become an impossibility. In that moment, Daisy had considered seeking Shuyu's assistance, but Lex, already wary of her, presented an ultimatum that deterred her from acting rashly. Ultimately, she could only devise a compromise to delay matters, eventually seizing the opportunity to propose a transfer of academies, bringing Lilith to West District University in plain sight. The West District was indeed the territory of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, making Lex's attempts to act far more challenging than in Jinxia, granting Daisy a moment of respite. Now, it was evident that Lex sought to intimidate Daisy. "What are you saying? This sounds quite intriguing," a voice suddenly interrupted, causing both to startle. They were in a position ensconced by a barrier laid by Lex, where ordinary people would perceive merely a mundane wall, yet how could another figure materialize within the barrier? Lex struggled to suppress his presence. This was West District University, and exposure would spell doom. Daisy too hesitated, for if Lex were to falter, he would not spare Lilith before his demise. Emerging from the shadows, the figure resembling Jiang Lin fixed his gaze intently upon Lex, the stench of demonic presence palpable even from afar. "How distasteful," he remarked, pinching his nose and fanning the air in front of him. Lex's temples throbbed with indignation. In Europe, no one had ever dared to speak of their demon clan in such a manner, especially the Astaroth clan, regarded as aristocracy among demons. Unquestionably, the deep-seated disdain and contempt emanating from the young black figure successfully provoked Lex's ire. "If you don't want Lilith to die, then kill him." Lex's eyes transformed into blood-red orbs, radiating an icy demeanor. Daisy clenched her jaw. Neither she nor Lex regarded the young black figure as merely a student, for the ability to appear unnoticed beside a revered demon and a powerful soul realm expert spoke volumes. Before Lex could make a choice, the young black figure suddenly stiffened, his pupils morphing into a silver crescent moon. Acting without understanding whose territory this is, Silver Moon descends. A resplendent full moon appeared above them, and in the next moment, they were horrified to realize they had lost all control over their surroundings. Even the flow of spiritual energy seemed entirely sealed, and upon closer inspection, dark shadowy chains bound them. As the shadows ensnared them, the radiant moonlight fell upon Lex, corroding his form as though splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, emitting plumes of smoke. Daisy watched this unfold, her eyes wide with terror. "No, we cannot kill him. He holds the young lady's life in his hands." However, even the esteemed Lex could not move, let alone she, a pinnacle of the soul realm. She could only gaze with despair as Lex's form rapidly disintegrated under the moonlight. Such excruciating pain rendered Lex incapable of maintaining his true form. His body began its transformation into a devil, revealing his true essence, yet he remained ensnared. Step by step, the shadow approached, with each footfall brightening the moonlight further. Only when Lex was on the verge of collapse did the moonlight vanish, granting him a moment to breathe. Before him stood the shadow, its expression devoid of warmth, declaring that high-ranking devils were exceedingly difficult to slay. Upon this utterance, Lex's previously eased countenance shifted dramatically. It was evident that the shadow had unearthed some of his hidden secrets. "However, you should not have entered the Dragon Kingdom. All who tread upon its soil are enveloped by the underworld. The moment you set foot in the Dragon Kingdom, your soul became bound by the rules of the netherworld. Thus, to rely on soul reincarnation is but a fool's hope." As the shadow concluded, a cold smirk graced its lips, the implication unmistakable. Lex recalled the legends of the Dragon Kingdom's underworld, a chill creeping up his spine, while a flicker of hope compelled him to attempt soul transference. Yet, he abruptly discovered that chains of rules had materialized around his soul unbeknownst to him. Terror engulfed Lex entirely. Disregarding everything, he collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "I was wrong. Spare my life, and I shall depart the Dragon Kingdom at once. The shadow offered a knowing smile. Ever since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom's underworld, you foreign folk have deemed it mere myth. Now, it serves to instill fear in those who dare to disrupt the peace. With a deep breath, the shadow bent toward the void. Suddenly, a sound of flowing water resonated through the space, and dimly, Lex and Daisy beheld an endless river of blood-yellow hue appearing to flow from the other shore into the void. Upon this surging river, a solitary boat glided smoothly. Despite the tumultuous waters, it remained steady. In the boat, a figure clad in a straw cloak wielded a paddle, occasionally dipping it into the river. Though the boat seemed distant, in the blink of an eye, it appeared right before them, oscillating between proximity and remoteness, real yet ethereal. How many souls shall cross this river? Rasped an ancient voice that seemed to echo from the void. Lex's pallid visage turned as the shadow slowly pointed at him. But in the next moment, a transparent, ethereal duplicate of Lex was suddenly drawn forth from above him, its face awash with terror. The shadow drifted away, gradually ascending into the picturesque boat. The struggling figure, once filled with desperation, grew eerily still upon boarding, its vibrancy extinguished, eyes hollow, and body rigid. The blood-yellow river slowly faded, and Daisy felt the restraints upon her loosen as Lex collapsed to the ground. Looking around, she found that the shadow had vanished without a trace. Chapter 30, Current State. Daisy, trembling at the sight of Lex's lifeless body, silently rejoiced at her daring decision to bring him to the West District. It had indeed proven to be wise. The West District, governed by the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, was far more profound than they had anticipated. The shadow's swift action suggested that Lex had been detected the moment he entered the West District. Having lost his soul, Lex's devilish form could not revert to human guise. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, Daisy waved her hand, causing the devil's body to vanish instantly. She did not rush to return, but instead retrieved her phone and dialed Luke's number. "Hello, what is it?" Luke's calm voice resonated through the phone, tinged with an undercurrent of fatigue. Daisy recounted the events that had transpired since her arrival in the Dragon Kingdom. On the other end, upon hearing of the lurking devil, Luke's fists clenched tightly. Even after learning that the devil had been dealt with, he could not help but break into a cold sweat. Had fortune not favored them, and Daisy not been resourceful, he might never have seen his only daughter again. This matter should not be publicized for now. I plan to take action soon. You must remain in the Dragon Kingdom and ensure your safety. Alone in a secluded room, Luke's deep-set gaze fell upon the wall in front of him as he slowly clenched his fists. The infiltration of devils even among the noble elite intensified his sense of urgency. There is one more thing. Daisy hesitated before continuing. What is it? Regarding the underworld of the Dragon Kingdom. Luke's pupils constricted. It was rumored that the existence of the soul system in the Dragon Kingdom was due to the underworld's presence, and their European adversaries, the devils, were masters of soul manipulation. Until a decade ago, the underworld had merely existed in the realm of myth within the Dragon Kingdom, only to be confirmed alongside the emergence of soul energy. For years, other nations had doubted the authenticity of the underworld, yet no one had been able to verify it. Many experts ventured to the Dragon Kingdom seeking traces of the underworld, returning tight-lipped. Did you witness it? Luke's voice trembled slightly. If the underworld truly exists in the Dragon Kingdom, it may well be a force to rival the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, the River of Forgetfulness. I witnessed it take Lex's soul. Luke's form jolted. He stood abruptly, exclaiming, "It truly exists? If so, perhaps we can find a means to combat the netherworld in the Dragon Kingdom." His expression grew fervent as he gripped his phone tightly. The Dragon Kingdom's underworld, as depicted in myth, governed souls and bore functions akin to the netherworld. If he could comprehend its workings, the likelihood of success in his forthcoming endeavor would significantly increase. Listening to Luke's monologue, Daisy sighed in exasperation. However, I have never encountered the one who can summon the River of Forgetfulness. They may not even exist among the visible elite of the Dragon Kingdom. At her words, Luke felt a headache coming on. The Dragon Kingdom, due to historical reasons, had developed an instinctive tendency to conceal its strengths. The visible imperial realm comprised only a few, yet beneath the surface, countless others likely lurked. This nation had always adhered to a philosophy of showing only the bare minimum of its capabilities, rendering its apparent strength potentially the weakest internally. I must find an opportunity to visit the Dragon Kingdom, Luke sighed softly. After concluding her call with Luke, Daisy returned as if nothing had transpired. Yet shortly after her departure, a girl with an exquisite visage, clad in a school uniform and short skirt, approached the area with a puzzled expression. Su Wanwan stood where Lex had been slain, gazing into the void, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. The unmistakable aura of the River of Forgetfulness lingered. Yet why had it manifested here? Moments ago, she had been meditating in her room when she suddenly sensed the presence of the River of Forgetfulness. It was known that the underworld of the Dragon Kingdom was regarded as the origin of the soul system, and any item infused with the river's essence greatly benefited the cultivation of the soul system. Yet, Su Wanwan had never before experienced such pure essence of the River of Forgetfulness. It felt as if the river itself had descended. Without hesitation, She made her way to this locale, but the aura vanished as quickly as it had come. By the time she stepped outside, much of the essence had already dissipated, leaving her to rely on her memory and the lingering traces of the aura to guide her here. After an exhaustive search yielded no results, Su Wanwan could only return in resignation. The cultivation of the soul system demands an immense amount of time. She had even foregone participating in the ranking battles for the sake of her training, while the resources from such battles could greatly benefit other spirit contracts. Their utility for the soul system is quite limited. As a relatively new spirit contract that has emerged over the past decade, many have embarked on the path of exploration regarding the soul system, yet information remains exceedingly scarce. Meanwhile, upon returning, Xiaohei stretched luxuriously, feeling invigorated without the nauseating aura that had previously plagued it. The silver moon wolf, by nature, is highly sensitive to various energies, and it found the likes of devils, who toy with souls and possess no corporeal scent, to be utterly repugnant. The moment Lex stepped off the plane, Xiaohei caught a whiff of that revolting aura, especially as the individual sauntered about the campus nonchalantly, triggering Xiaohei's sensitive nerves. Initially considering whether to eliminate him outright, Xiaohei recalled Jiang Lin's advice to refrain from displaying its powers in public. Thus it could only bide its time and seek an opportunity in secrecy. Unexpectedly, Lex was quite accommodating, prompting Xiaohei to lose its composure. On the way back, thoughts of Jiang Lin's promises filled Xiaohei with excitement. Africa, a veritable paradise for it, is a land where every kind of meat it desires can be found. What could possibly surpass that? Thus, when it felt Jiang Lin's summons that night, it transformed into a shadow and vanished without hesitation. By Jiang Lin's side, Xiaohei had shrunk to the size of a small dog, its tail wagging incessantly under Jiang Lin's affectionate strokes. "Let us go," Jiang Lin said with a fond smile, lifting Xiaohei in one arm while swiftly sketching in the air with the other. Within mere seconds, a portal to another dimension materialized. As they stepped through, the night transformed into day. Jiang Lin shielded his eyes from the sun with a hand and gazed into the distance. They had arrived in South Africa, the haven of the beast race. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, the beast race had established a gateway in this relatively backward region. Encountering almost no effective resistance along the way, the inhabitants of this area struggled merely to survive, let alone withstand the onslaught of the beast race. Oceania and Africa could be deemed the most thoroughly conquered territories. Oceania due to the terrifying might of the sea race, and Africa for reasons too complex to articulate. Had it not been for a mysterious force that erupted from the pyramids during Africa's near downfall, shielding the last vestiges of hope, the entire continent might have succumbed to the beast race's dominion. Chapter 30. The Cheetah. Under the scorching sun, the parched earth suddenly ruptured, and a creature resembling a 4-meter-long pangolin emerged, its scaled armor glinting ominously. Its gaping maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, seemed poised to devour Jiang Lin whole. Yet, Jiang Lin stood unmoving, and the creature was frozen mid-air as cracks swiftly spread across its body, which offered no resistance, shattering into countless fragments. "What shall we eat?" "Xiaohei," Jiang Lin inquired, surveying the endless expanse of grassland before him. Came Xiaohei's enthusiastic response. "All right," Jiang Lin nodded, slowly ascending into the air before directing his gaze toward a faraway point. A ripple of energy surged through the space as he stepped forward, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, he found himself hovering above a vast lake on the grassland. He squinted downwards, spotting a colossal beast resembling a wild boar sprawled by the lakeside. Its eyes shut tight, emitting a thunderous snore akin to a mighty engine. This massive creature, despite lying down, towered over 10 meters. Its enormous body was adorned with bristle-like spines, and its formidable tusks, when thrust forward, could easily demolish a building. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, no other high-tier beastly entities were present. This wild boar was evidently the apex predator of the region. Jiang Lin sensed that the area was predominantly inhabited by low-tier beasts, none exceeding the condensation realm, save for this wild boar, which had ascended to the saint realm. The creature seemed intent on preserving the primal ecology of the grassland, as its territory was teeming with herbivorous beasts and a few predators. At this moment, a sleek cheetah, approximately 5 meters in length and at the virtual realm level, lay a few kilometers away, cautiously observing a herd of deer, its dark golden eyes fixated on a fawn merely months old. Just as it prepared to strike, the skies above suddenly darkened, and a thunderous roar reverberated across the grassland like the wrath of a thunder god. Startled, the deer scattered in all directions. Although the cheetah was puzzled by the sudden storm, it didn't dwell on it. The fawn had become separated from its mother in the ensuing panic. The crouching cheetah surged forth, its agile limbs unleashing an astonishing burst of speed, crackling with the essence of thunder. The deer, now aware of the predator's presence, were no longer the defenseless herbivores of yore in this age of spiritual energy. A fierce wind howled, and some of the deer managed to stabilize themselves, forming several massive wind blades that hurtled towards the advancing cheetah. As the sky darkened further, thick clouds rendered the day as dark as night, This change in environment ignited the cheetah's innate thunder energy, and while ordinarily, dodging such wind blades would be a challenge, under these circumstances, it evaded them with a mere flicker of movement, almost ghost-like in its agility. The gap between the cheetah and the fawn narrowed, and with a thunderous crack, the cheetah lunged, sinking its teeth into the fawn's neck. The fawn's eyes widened in terror as chaotic lightning surged through its body, extinguishing its life in an instant. The deer herd, now in a frenzy, watched helplessly as the mother let out a mournful cry, unable to approach, and could only flee alongside the others. At this moment, Jiang Lin, cradling Xiaohei, observed the awakened saint-level beast below, grinning as he asked, "How well done do you prefer it?" Xiaohei whined in response, and Jiang Lin's expression darkened. "I want it too, but it must be well done." He sighed, "Never mind, I won't ask you again." The massive beast below, now acutely aware of Jiang Lin's ominous intent, possessed considerable intelligence due to its saint-level status. It sensed that Jiang Lin and the ominous darkness of the sky were inextricably linked. This indicated that the sky's phenomenon was a result of Jiang Lin's presence. Anxiously pawing at the ground, it exhaled visibly, 2 streams of air billowing from its nostrils. Terrifying energy surged within it, causing the very earth to tremble. At that moment, Jiang Lin slowly raised a hand. "I've decided, I prefer it well done." With a swift motion, he brought his hand down. The cheetah, still feasting, abruptly looked up to see a massive bolt of lightning crashing down from the darkened sky, illuminating it as if it were midday. The cataclysmic energy radiated a sense of impending doom, and even from a distance, it felt a tremor resonate within its very soul. Boom! The deafening thunder almost rendered it deaf as the cheetah seized the fawn's carcass and exerted every ounce of strength to escape. Almost forgot the seasoning. Jiang Lin clapped his hands in satisfaction, gazing at the colossal beast now fully cooked on the ground, ignoring the plaintive whimpers of the little black wolf. He retrieved some seasonings from his spatial pouch and descended towards the beast. With a deft flick of his fingers, a flurry of radiant lights flickered, and in an instant, the massive creature was dismembered. Jiang Lin approached the side of its spine, his eyes fixated on the substantial tenderloin, unable to suppress the salivation that threatened to escape. Meanwhile, the little black wolf, now transformed into a 10-meter giant, gnawed at a pig's leg, its eyes filled with resentment. It was promised a hunt, yet it felt as if it were merely a bystander in Jiang Lin's feast. Half an hour later, with a distended belly, the little black wolf fell asleep in Jiang Lin's embrace, leaving behind a massive skeleton and scattered remnants of flesh on the ground. With a heart full of contentment, Jiang Lin opened a portal to return home. However, unbeknownst to him, an uninvited guest had appeared in the distance. The aura of the sacred realm beast suddenly vanished, and all creatures within its territory sensed this change. Although it had already become a corpse, its lingering might remained, deterring other animals from approaching, save for one exception. The recently hunting cheetah. After the thunder crashed, it could not help but glance back, through the residual aura of the lightning. It was horrified to discover that the creature it perceived as a terrifying abyss, a harbinger of death, had been devoured by a mere human and a giant wolf. Initially, it would not dare to approach, but it noticed that the human, while processing the beast's head, had carelessly discarded a core that resembled a crystal. This revelation rendered its breath heavy with anticipation. The magic core, the very source of power within formidable beast kind. If it could obtain this magic core, its strength would soar to unprecedented heights in no time. Ultimately, temptation triumphed over reason. The cheetah lay in wait from a distance, ensuring it missed not a single detail. After Jiang Lin departed, it could no longer contain itself. Its agile limbs unleashed an unprecedented potential, and within mere seconds, it arrived before the massive skeleton. It seized the magic core discarded by Jiang Lin, cast a wary glance around, and swiftly retreated. Chapter 31, Dormitory Social Gathering. Upon returning to school, Jiang Lin slipped back into the dormitory just before the doors closed. His roommates had long grown accustomed to his elusive comings and goings, but only Qin Ge felt a twinge of jealousy, gnashing his teeth. So, off to play with his sister, leaving his brothers behind. Was he? Zhang Tianan, who was preparing to sleep, suddenly reddened at the thought of Jiang Lin secretly courting his sister. Even Kuei Ni and Xia Hap could not remain calm. At this age, girls were always a captivating topic of conversation. Jiang Lin feigned innocence. Huh? What is going on? Spill the truth. Qin Ge exclaimed, pulling Jiang Lin's shoulder. You vanish without a trace every day. If you're not off to see your sister, then what exactly are you doing? A question mark slowly emerged on Jiang Lin's forehead. Who was spreading rumors? His innocent demeanor immediately aroused the curiosity of the other three, turning their gazes upon Qin Ge, coupled with Jiang Lin's slightly menacing glare. Qin Ge trembled. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. Hey, Qin Ge, someone sent you a message. Just then, Kuei Ni, on his way to the restroom, passed by Qin Ji's computer and noticed the WeChat chat window open. Are you free tomorrow? Want to hang out? The honest Kuei Ni read the message aloud, his eyes falling upon the sender's name and the cute girl as avatar, Li Xiaoqing. Who was she? Zhang Tianhan appeared almost instantaneously before the sweaty Qin Ge. a look of mischievous delight on his face as he gently patted Qin Ji's shoulder. Weren't we all single just yesterday? Qin Gu attempted to push the hand off his shoulder, but it remained steadfast like iron. Observing the increasingly friendly gazes of the others, he realized that escaping without some bloodshed would be difficult. With a determined sigh, he declared, I have wandered through life only to lament the absence of a wise ruler. If you all do not mind, I would be willing to act as a mediator, connecting you with Xiaoqing. Zhang Tianhan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he embraced Qin Gu. You flatter me. Xia Hap looked on in disbelief at the theatrical display. Isn't your hierarchy a bit mixed up? At that moment, Jiang Lin finally escaped their clutches. Returning to his bed with a sigh of relief, the pressure from his roommates was indeed formidable. However, the so-called dormitory social gathering was precisely the moment he had been waiting for. Clearing his throat, he announced, if we are indeed having a social gathering, I have considerable resources to contribute. All eyes turned to Jiang Lin, who was known to have a family-run inn in Lingfeng town. Yielding a substantial income, he could be considered a minor second-generation rich kid. As for Kuei and Xia Hap, they merely mentioned their family sold fruits, providing no further details. Zhang Tianhan came from a middle-class family, while Qin Gu hailed from Guangxi, where his family dabbled in the lottery, affording him a comfortable lifestyle. With Qin Gu's promise, Zhang Tianhan released him, urging, quickly, let us make plans while we can. The ranking battles are over, and there's nothing significant on the horizon. This is the perfect time. I know, Qin Gu replied, rubbing his shoulder as he sat at his computer. In truth, he had been hoping for an opportunity to connect with Li Xiaoqing's dormitory for some time, but the preceding ranking battles and Jiang Lin's rare appearances had stalled his plans. Returning to his seat, he regained his confident demeanor, with Jiang Lin, Zhang Tianhan, and Kuei Ni surrounding him. He interlaced his fingers, preparing to showcase his talents. He started chatting with Li Xiaoqing as usual, until Zhang Tianhan tugged at his collar, prompting him to steer the conversation towards the social gathering. A social gathering? That sounds great. The enthusiastic response from Li Xiaoqing was unexpectedly swift, igniting a cheer among Jiang Lin and the others. Nice. My dear mediator. Quickly set a date. It seemed that several of Li Xiaoqing's roommates were also present, and soon the date was confirmed for the night after tomorrow. Perfect timing, as everyone would be free of classes. Seeing this, even Kuei Ni's face flushed slightly, while Qin Gu pretended to toss his hair nonchalantly. The opportunity is yours. Jiang Lin felt a surge of excitement. After all, why had he come to university? To cultivate? No, it was for the girls. By the way, should we dress nicely? Although Jiang Lin was confident in his appearance, he knew that a little extra effort could only be beneficial. As the group contemplated how to enhance their looks, Qin Gu mysteriously pulled them aside, stating, just so we're clear, each person picks one. Once a brother has made a choice, others must not interfere. Do you have any photos? Zhang Tianhan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Not yet, but we'll use a secret signal. Once someone has chosen, we'll twirl our chopsticks, Qin Gu declared with a triumphant grin. As your mediator, this is as far as I can assist you. The group fell silent, exchanging subtle glances, and unspoken electricity crackling between them. The next day, Jiang Lin first returned to the shop for a morning shift. After Yang Lijun arrived, he took the opportunity to ask her for advice on attire. By evening, when Jiang Lin returned to the dormitory from the pedestrian street, he had undergone a remarkable transformation. Look at me. I'm quite something now. His roommates were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at Jiang Lin's drastically changed appearance. Typically, Jiang Lin was already of above-average attractiveness, but his usual lack of effort in grooming kept it understated. Now, having dressed up specifically for the social gathering, the difference was striking. How infuriating. Zhang Tian's voice was laced with a hint of sarcasm. What a pretentious display. Xia Hap, slightly taken aback, patted Quinny on the shoulder. Bro, why does it feel like we can't compete? Quinny, growing somewhat irritable, retorted. I'm merely vying for a trivial matter. I can only wait until Jiang Lin has his turn. Qin Gu quickly intervened to ease the tension. Fear not. All 5 girls from Xiaoqing's dormitory are coming, and the others are all single. The opportunity lies within your own hands. The group breathed a sigh of relief, and spurred on by Jiang Lin's encouragement, began to tidy themselves up. The residents of the dormitory were all aesthetically pleasing, and after a round of grooming, they nearly entertained thoughts of debuting as idols. The following day, classes resumed as usual, and Hisong and Xinping returned to work without a hint of concern from Jiang Lin. Notably, Jiang Lin had exchanged several twin dragon shadow swords for sale in the marketplace, each priced at 500,000. He had also shared the detailed functions with Hisong and the others. Upon learning about the specific attributes of the twin dragon shadow sword, they were astounded. Those who had taken the time to familiarize themselves with the market trends of various weapons felt that Jiang Lin's pricing was somewhat low. What they did not realize was that Jiang Lin had initially intended to set the price at $1 million, considering that the twin dragon shadow sword could be wielded until reaching a profound state, thereby qualifying as a weapon for a minor master. Unfortunately, the system imposed restrictions, stating that lower prices were necessary to attract more customers, and the purchase price for the twin dragon shadow sword in the marketplace was only 70,000. Thus, Jiang Lin effectively turned a profit of 430,000. While it appeared lucrative, in reality, it was hardly a loss. On the evening of the 32nd day, after a bit of dressing up, the group took a taxi to the renowned Xianga Hotel adjacent to their school. They had already reserved a private room. And upon arriving at the hotel entrance, Qin Ge began to make contact. The others were eagerly trying to peer into Qin Ji's phone. Quiet down, they are almost here. Everyone, be on your best behavior. We can't embarrass our dorm. As Qin Ge exclaimed, the previously animated group instantly composed themselves. With Zhang Tian adjusting his hairstyle with a contemplative expression, Qin Ge was taken aback by their sudden transformation, and soon after, Li Xiaoqing arrived with her dormitory companions at the hotel entrance. With a smile, Qin Ge greeted them. Good evening. The room is ready. Please follow me. The girls from Li Xiaoqing's dorm had applied light makeup, just enough to convey an appropriate charm, and each was quite attractive in her own right. With their well-coordinated outfits, they easily reached the level of 7 points on the beauty scale. Upon meeting, both dormitories exchanged smiles, and inevitably, several girls' gazes landed on Jiang Lin. Despite their efforts to present themselves well, Jiang Lin's superior appearance was simply impossible to overlook. As this was their first encounter, there was no prolonged scrutiny. Rather, they exchanged laughter and proceeded to the reserved private room, gradually gaining a basic understanding of one another. The remaining 4 girls from Li Xiaoqing's dormitory were named Lin Xiaoyu, Sun Xian, Tang Yu, and Zhou Chenxi. Among them, Lin Xiaoyu clearly had a flair for fashion, her makeup exquisite. She wore a well-tailored short skirt paired with a simple yet elegant top in soft, pure tones. Sun Xian and Zhou Chenxi dressed more modestly, yet both possessed commendable beauty, though they seemed somewhat reserved in personality. Tang Yu, however, boasted the best figure among them, exuding a poised demeanor and a cheerful disposition. Before long, she was engaged in lively conversation with the group, effortlessly steering the dialogue, undoubtedly a social butterfly. Once everyone was seated, dishes began to arrive promptly. Jiang Lin and his companions exchanged discreet glances, seizing the opportunity while Qin Ge was engrossed in conversation with the girls and subtly adjusted their chopsticks. Jiang Lin and Quinny targeted Tang Yu, while Zhang Tian and Xia Hap focused on Lin Xiaoyu. Zhang Tian appeared somewhat astonished, casting a look at Xia Hap that seemed to ask, "You, with those thick brows and big eyes, fancy this?" Jiang Lin and Quinny exchanged knowing smiles. As Jiang Lin quickly typed a message on his phone under the table. Jiang Lin, I am rather vulgar. I prefer the more voluptuous. Quinny, you're so frank? All right. I choose Sun Xian. As the round of silent exchanges concluded, the girls soon noticed their antics, but the boys had already reverted to normalcy. Moments later, Zhang Tian and Xia Hap initiated a second round of exchanges. At that moment, Jiang Lin's phone suddenly vibrated, accompanied by a voice call. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jiang Lin's expression shifted slightly, and with a hint of apology, he signaled to his companions before stepping outside the room to answer the call. Hello? Mom, what's up? Oh, Xiaolin, what are you up to? Having dinner with classmates. About that matter, didn't you tell Xing that you went to West District University? She came by the house looking for you today. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Jiang Lin's forehead as he grew increasingly anxious. Mom, you didn't tell her I was at West District University, did you? What's wrong? Is there a problem? Son, I'm not saying you. But Xing is such a wonderful girl. If there's any misunderstanding, you should clear it up sooner rather than later. Jiang Lin, feeling exasperated, replied, Mom, I've made it clear from the start, we're just friends. Sigh, I really don't understand you young people. Back in my day, understanding his mother Mo Ying's nature, Jiang Lin swiftly interrupted, Mom, I got it. When did you talk to Xing? I'll go pick her up. Just now. She just left. All right, I'll hang up now. Without waiting for Mo Ying to respond, Jiang Lin hastily ended the call, returning to the private room with a grave expression. The moment the others saw his troubled face, Qin Ge promptly inquired, What's wrong? Nice work, Qin Ge. Jiang Lin silently applauded her, then sighed and shook his head. I have a childhood friend. She just got into a car accident and is currently in ICU. What? The group gasped in unison, their expressions filled with concern as they offered words of comfort to Jiang Lin. Struggling to maintain a smile, Jiang Lin stood and said, I apologize, everyone. I'm quite worried about her. Qin Ge, could you please help me request a leave from the counselor? She's in the neighboring province. Sure. You go ahead. Qin Ge nodded solemnly. With deep regret, Jiang Lin bid farewell to his companions. Upon exiting the hotel, he quickly found a secluded spot to open a spatial gate and vanished from sight. At that moment, at West District University, after reviewing the rankings, Tang Fei had selected a few promising talents and was preparing to bring them back after observing them for 2 days. Presently, Tang Fei was meticulously beautifying herself, while beside her, Lin Gong and Bing Gong stood idly by the window, gazing outside. Suddenly, a glimmer of starlight appeared in the center of the room, accompanied by a familiar aura that caused all three to stiffen. Tang Fei, neglecting her makeup, rushed to the source of the starlight, kneeling on one knee. Lin Gong and Bing Gong followed suit, their heads bowed as the starlight grew ever more radiant. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the tip of a spear. The starlight flickered for a brief moment before dissipating, yet the space around them became highly unstable, rapidly fracturing as a stunning figure emerged. She was tall and slender, her silhouette perfectly accentuating the feminine curves, with every line exquisitely delineating her unique grace. Her prominent assets would make most women feel envious. And her skin was as fair as snow, smooth and delicate like fine silk, akin to the warmth and sheen of mutton fat jade. Her long, fiery red hair resembled blazing flames, yet a hint of anger subtly graced her nearly flawless visage. The once clear eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, have now transformed into depths of sharp intensity. My subordinate, Tang Fei, along with Lin Gong and Bing Gong, reverently acknowledged the presence of Lord Guanzhi in unison, their expressions imbued with solemnity. The woman gestured lightly with her hand and inquired, "Is he here?" Tang Fei trembled slightly, cold sweat instantly soaking her back. The mere appearance of Guanzhi, coupled with such a question, was telling enough. Although the rumors spoke of that esteemed individual as being rather unreliable, Tang Fei could hardly have anticipated the extent of that unreliability. From Guanzhi's expression, it was evident that she was completely oblivious. Given the circumstances, Tang Fei gritted her teeth and reluctantly replied, "Yes." Upon hearing this, Guanzhi sighed, her previously cold visage now marked by a sense of resignation. "Did he not inform you that we were aware?" "Yes." Tang Fei lowered her head even further. "I should have known," Guanzhi said, shaking her head slightly. "Where is he now?" Tang Fei silently pointed towards Jiang Lin's dormitory. In the private room of Qin Gu and others, the atmosphere remained largely unchanged after Jiang Lin's departure. In fact, without his dazzling presence, the others finally began to shine. Zhang Tianhan chattered incessantly with the group, seamlessly engaging in conversation, while Quinny occasionally interjected with insightful remarks, showcasing her own sophistication. It was clear that everyone had come prepared, avoiding any semblance of foolishness. By the end of their discussions, both parties felt quite satisfied. However, what Qin Gu and the others were unaware of was that the competition among the girls was equally fierce. In the modern girls' dormitory, 5 individuals could easily form 6 groups, each with a multitude of secrets. Although Li Shaoqing and her companions were not embroiled in such rivalry, light-hearted banter was still commonplace. At this moment, their small group was in fervent discussion. "That Zhang Tianhan is quite the braggart." "Really? I think he is not bad. If you think he is so great, why don't you go for him?" "I still prefer Jiang Lin." "What a pity. I haven't added him on WeChat." "Same here. Don't you dare steal Sun Qian from me." Overall, this social event was quite successful, aside from the disappointment of Jiang Lin's absence. After finishing their meal, Tang Yu suggested it was time to return. They exchanged WeChat contacts and created a dormitory group, with Jiang Lin also being added. As they wrapped up their conversations, the group began to rise and prepare to leave. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of the private room. "Is it the server for the bill?" Qin Gu wondered aloud, rising to open the door, certain she hadn't called anyone. Upon opening it, Guanzhi's stunning visage appeared, leaving Qin Gu momentarily speechless. Li Shaoqing, noticing this, stood up in mild discontent. Due to her position relative to Qin Gu, she could only catch a glimpse of a woman with an elegant figure. Under normal circumstances, this would have sufficed, but Guanzhi remained silent, while Qin Gu stood frozen, and something felt decidedly amiss. At this moment, the others turned their gazes towards the door. The 3 boys from the dormitory were momentarily stunned, their breaths quickening, while the girls found themselves in awe. Immediately recognizing the natural beauty of the newcomer, as if she had stepped out of a painting, the room fell into an eerie silence. And Guanzhi's finely shaped brows furrowed slightly. After scanning the room and failing to locate Jiang Lin, her gaze finally settled on Qin Gu. "Where is Jiang Lin?" The faintly magnetic voice of the elegant woman jolted Qin Gu back to reality. She widened her eyes. "Jiang Lin? Who is that? Is she here to find Jiang Lin?" He went to the neighboring province due to a childhood friend's accident," Qin Gu stammered, still somewhat dazed. "Oh," Guanzhi replied curtly, disappointment evident in her eyes. Before turning to leave, the others in the room finally regained their senses, astonished as they exclaimed, "Who was that?" It seems she was looking for Jiang Lin. "So beautiful. I've never seen such a stunning girl in reality," Lin Xiaoyu remarked, with her roommates nodding in agreement. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with amazement, noting, "And that aura. Did you all notice?" Indeed. Their gazes then shifted to Qin Gu and her companions, questioning, "She was looking for Jiang Lin. Don't you know her?" In truth, not only were boys enamored by beauty, but even girls found it hard to move when faced with someone of such caliber. "We don't know her." The group instinctively shook their heads. A girl so distinctive would surely be unforgettable. Once Guanzhi departed, the thoughts of the group returned to Jiang Lin's sudden exit. Was there some underlying reason for it? How coincidental. Observing their expressions, Xia Hap commented, "Don't overthink it. Jiang Lin isn't the type to abandon a childhood friend." In reality, Xia Hap's understanding of Jiang Lin's limits was still quite shallow. At critical moments, a brother might indeed need to respond to a crisis. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had just emerged from a spatial portal in the neighboring province, his heart racing as he patted his chest, having sensed Guanzhi's unusual aura. Star Evening truly is something. She doesn't even give a heads up. Thank goodness I left swiftly. Beside him, the little black dog nodded in agreement, letting out a couple of soft whines. What should I do now? My university life has just begun, and I certainly don't want that battle-hungry maniac to ruin it. Jiang Lin lamented, resting his forehead in despair. Although the neighboring province lacked the presence of a Western District university like Nanxing, it was home to an entrance to a higher realm. This world was a diverse one, where the strongest had already reached the saintly realm. The primary race here was a branch of the spirit race, known as the Hidden Spirit Clan, whose ethereal traits were not immediately apparent, resembling humans more closely. Currently, the leading empire in this world was engaged in conflict with the human realm. Wherever there is war, there lies opportunity. The officials not only dispatched military and spirit warrior units, but also offered bounties that attracted numerous independent spirit warriors. If the province where Nanxing was located was populated by university students and youth, this province was dominated by a multitude of freelance warriors. Here, one could see teams of spirit warriors from across the nation congregating, all aiming to enter the Hidden Spirit Clan's world to earn bounties. Every era has its share of bloodthirsty trades, and even in this spiritual age, mercenaries were abundant. To manage these individuals, the officials established a mercenary alliance with certain restrictions. Tasks could be posted and accepted within the alliance, all backed by official authority, making it a viable choice for many, sometimes even involving assistance to the military. Due to the entrance to the Hidden Spirit Clan's world, this province had become a hub for mercenaries over the years, with most individuals in any given city being outsiders seeking fortune. Should I head over to the Hidden Spirit side to lay low? Jiang Lin pondered briefly before deciding to do just that. In the next moment, he transformed into a middle-aged man with a dark complexion, his somewhat grim features exuding an air of danger, unmistakably resembling a mercenary who danced on the edge of life and death. Jiang Lin donned the typical attire favored by mercenaries, feeling quite satisfied with his new guise as he prepared to lay low for a while. However, after taking just a few steps, Jiang Lin's counselor, Qin Lifeng, called him. The latter expressed his concern and subsequently informed Jiang Lin that he had already arranged for his leave. However, the school procedures still needed to be followed, and he reminded Jiang Lin to ensure that all necessary documentation was completed. Jiang Lin nodded repeatedly, and after a brief conversation, he ended the call, feeling somewhat dazed. The reason for his leave was initially a mere whim, and his childhood friend had exaggerated the situation. What was he to do now? He would need to obtain a surgical document, which was indeed a hassle. Jiang Lin ran his fingers through his hair, deciding that it was no matter. Since he had nothing pressing at the moment, there was no difference in hiding away. He muttered to himself, and then informed He-song and a few others in the group chat that he would be returning in the next few days before departing from the place. He first checked into a nearby hotel, and then, feeling quite content, drifted off to sleep, leaving behind the fact that Chu Xingwan had been searching for him. In truth, upon realizing that Jiang Lin had slipped away, Chu Xingwan understood that she would surely be unable to find him this time. She had anticipated catching him off guard, but her plans had unraveled. Pulling out her phone, Chu Xingwan sent a message in a 10-person WeChat group, lamenting, "He has escaped. So irresponsible. That's just his style. Where could the news have leaked? Could it be Animo? That's likely, but how infuriating to have overlooked this detail. What to do now?" She decided to set that aside for the moment. The few old dragons had been quite restless these days, always attempting to open the Spirit Clan passage for a share of the spoils. She resolved to return and issue them some warnings. The subsequent replies were uniformly positive, but a hint of reluctance flickered across Chu Xingwan's face as she responded. Afterward, she struck a nearby empty space with her fist, which instantly shattered like a broken mirror, revealing a void of darkness. Chu Xingwan stepped into the abyss, her figure vanishing from sight. At that moment, Jiang Lin remained blissfully unaware that Chu Xingwan had departed. As he lounged comfortably in his hotel room, propped up with his legs crossed, indulging in some fruit. The television on the wall was broadcasting updates about the Spirit Clan's world. The frontline fortress of the Spirit Clan had commenced battle, with the official announcement of bounties for recruitment. 10,000 for warriors of the Radiant Realm, 100,000 for the Ethereal Realm, 500,000 for the Condensed Realm, and 1,000,000 for the Heart Realm. Those in the Soul Realm could negotiate directly with the authorities. Recently, the number of mercenaries recorded entering the city had increased by 31 compared to the previous day. Evidently, this bounty was quite enticing. Upon seeing this, Jiang Lin turned off the television, stretching his limbs. Mercenaries, he mused, perhaps it was worth a try. He might even find something useful to justify his leave. The entrance to the Spirit Clan world was situated adjacent to the Mercenary Alliance's branch. It resembled a colossal train station, capable of accommodating thousands, with individuals of various ranks among the spiritual warriors frequenting the space, including some of the Condensed and Heart realms. Inside the branch, a massive four-sided screen hung in the center, suspended by a spatial technology, while a vast platform below served as the base for the official personnel of the Mercenary Alliance. This facility was responsible for task acceptance, publication, and other consultation functions. Within, one could observe a diverse array of people from all walks of life. Some were fighting for survival or to enhance their strength, while others sought excitement through combat, and yet others were there to display their prowess to impress potential romantic interests. Jiang Lin surveyed the scene and sighed slightly. It was indeed bustling. He proceeded to queue up and accepted a hunting mission. One that imposed minimal restrictions. Enter the Spirit Clan world and join the battle, with the enemies he defeated being recorded. In addition to claiming a bounty from the official sources, he could also receive an additional reward from the Mercenary Alliance. In fact, such missions were the most prevalent here, and many were drawn to them, just like Jiang Lin. However, while the official bounty was based on the number of enemies slain, the Mercenary Alliance imposed strict quantitative requirements. In the bustling hall, many individuals were seeking companions to form teams for entering the Spirit Clan world. Jiang Lin observed this scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu reminiscent of playing online games in his past life. Unfortunately, death here did not offer resurrection, and the foes they hunted were not mere data points, but rather living beings. The crowd seemed utterly indifferent, or perhaps even devoid of compassion. Before the invasion of the myriad races, such brutal hunts and wars spanning entire worlds would have likely stirred discomfort in many. Yet, after the invasion, the adage non-human races must harbor different hearts was not mere rhetoric, but a bloody lesson learned. During the invasion, humanity barely managed to maintain its foothold thanks to its technological prowess and rapid advancement in spiritual energy cultivation, but it came at a grave cost, with countless lives lost. In times of chaos, the merciful would often be the first to perish. Those who harbored compassion for foreign races had nearly all fallen. If there were genuine compassion, how could humanity have survived under the merciless onslaught of myriad races until today, continually growing and evolving into one of the great clans? In truth, wars against foreign races have never ceased in this world. Races like the Spirit Clan, devoid of imperial realms, could never hope to contend with humanity. Yet, their survival is due to Dragon Kingdom's deliberate choice not to eradicate them, instead intentionally moderating the intensity of warfare, allowing them to serve as a crucible for free-spirited warriors and mercenaries to hone their skills. This reality may be cruel and tragic for the Spirit Clan, but in any era, the underprivileged lack a voice. Regardless of the time or race, the strong are always needed, and strength is forged through combat. In this world, akin to a parasitic worm, many such realities persist on the land of the Dragon Kingdom. Jiang Lin drew his thoughts back. While this era appeared peaceful, it was, in fact, a predatory one, with the strong preying upon the weak. Fortunately, the Dragon Kingdom stood as the bastion of strength today. At the entrance, Jiang Lin glanced at the adjacent fortress of the Spirit Clan, where most entrants were in groups of 3 or 5, while solitary individuals possessed strength at the heart realm level. Jiang Lin lingered at the entrance for a moment, soon attracting attention. After all, his countenance bore the aura of a formidable warrior. "Brother, have you also accepted the hunting mission for the Spirit Clan?" A voice suddenly broke Jiang Lin's musings, and he turned to see a small-framed man, flanked by 2 men and 2 women in the distance. They all donned combat attire, exuding an air of ferocity, with their strengths ranging between the ethereal and condensed realms, making them quite formidable within mercenary ranks. "Hey, it's not every day the officials offer such generous rewards. How about teaming up? Our squad has been collaborating for many years and has fought in this type of battlefield numerous times. But one of our members was injured a few days ago, so we're temporarily short-handed." Jiang Lin pondered briefly, given his displayed strength in the condensed realm. It was only natural for them to approach him, and after all, wasn't he this akin to forming a party in a game to tackle a dungeon? His eyes lit up with excitement at the prospect of such an experience. "Sure," he replied nonchalantly, his voice slightly hoarse to maintain his persona. The man showed no signs of displeasure at Jiang Lin's demeanor. To him, it was typical for those with strength to carry a hint of arrogance. "Great. I'm Feng Lin, and my spirit bond is of the exploratory type. What should I call you?" "Old Knife." Jiang Lin opted for a pseudonym rather than revealing his true name. "All right then, we'll call you Old Knife. Let us head over and get acquainted. It's best to familiarize ourselves before entering the Spirit Clan world." As Feng Lin led Jiang Lin forward, the group exchanged brief introductions. At the helm of Feng Lin's mercenary team was a robust man named Zhou Qiang, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a stocky build. His close-cropped hair and a scar running along his brow lent him an intimidating presence. His spiritual contract was of the violent type, significantly enhancing his combat abilities. Another team member was a more unassuming figure named Song Ke, who had an ordinary appearance and spoke little. His spiritual contract was wind-based. The remaining 2 women were Shua Bing, known by her moniker, with an ice-type spiritual contract, and Yin Qingqing, the sole healer in the group, possessing the relatively rare light-type spiritual contract. After Jiang Lin acquainted himself with the others, he maintained an aloof demeanor, walking at the rear of the group. Following their brief exchanges, it became evident to the others that Jiang Lin's temperament was rather cold, prompting no further conversation. Once Zhou Qiang had allocated their respective missions, they proceeded to complete the formalities to enter the world of the hidden spirits. Upon exiting the entrance of the hidden spirit realm, they found themselves at a human fortress, which was significantly larger than that of the Earth Dragon tribe. The conditions in the hidden spirit world were somewhat akin to those on Blue Star, though the gravitational force was slightly reduced, approximately 0.9 times that of Blue Star, making Jiang Lin feel considerably lighter upon entry. Zhou Qiang stated, "Since we have a new member in our team, we shall first head to the side fortress of Thunderfall to hunt, allowing us to acclimatize." The others voiced no objections. After all, this was not a mere instance where one could respawn upon death. Choosing to engage in standard intensity hunting with a newcomer would be tantamount to courting disaster. Jiang Lin had no objections either, and Zhou Qiang produced a map depicting an irregularly shaped continent with several marked locations. He pointed to a green area occupying 1/5 of the continent, indicating that Thunderfall Fortress was 3 fortresses away from the main battlefield, with a relatively low combat intensity. "Let us proceed there. Fong Lin, prepare the vehicle." Fong Lin nodded slightly. Mercenary teams like theirs typically had their own vehicles. Upon reaching the fortress, Fong Lin tapped his phone a few times, summoning 3 large, ostentatious spiritual energy off-road vehicles from the distance. Zhou Qiang and Song Ke boarded the first vehicle, while the 2 women took the middle one. Fong Lin gestured for Jiang Lin to follow, and soon the 3 vehicles roared out of the fortress, disappearing over the horizon. Thunderfall Fortress sat atop a vast plain, its overall structure square and housing numerous large military facilities visible in the skies above, with many fighter jets patrolling in the distance. Before them lay an expansive primitive forest, and from the fortress walls, one could faintly see sparks erupting sporadically within the woods. The group required no further preparations, and after securing their vehicles at Thunderfall Fortress, they set off into the forest on 6 hovering motorcycles. As Jiang Lin adjusted the earpiece nestled in his ear, Zhou Qiang's voice resonated within, indicating that the hidden spirits had been retreating into the Mori Forest due to unfavorable combat conditions at Thunderfall Fortress. "Everyone, be cautious. The hidden spirits possess a high degree of mastery over stealth, and the forest terrain is conducive to deadly ambushes. Fong Lin, reconnaissance is your responsibility. Song Ke, provide timely support. Lao Dao, your priority is to protect Fong Lin. Shua Bing, ensure Yin Qingqing's safety." "Understood. No problem," Jiang Lin affirmed, his gaze shifting to Fong Lin, who had closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to some unseen sound. Moments later, he opened his eyes wide. "Brother Chong, at 10 o'clock, there are 2 in the illusory realm. Shua Bing, erect an ice wall. Someone is targeting Qingqing." Zhou Qiang instinctively drew his blade, while Shua Bing swiftly placed her palm against the air, conjuring an ice wall with a thunderous crash. In the next instant, 2 light blue wind blades intersected, striking the ice wall and sending shards flying, creating 2 massive concavities. Concurrently, Zhou Qiang unleashed his blade upon 2 hidden spirits, their skin a pale green hue and humanoid in form, adorned with intricate patterns behind their ears. As they fell lifeless to the ground, observing the group's coordination, Jiang Lin was indeed impressed. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he reached back and unexpectedly apprehended one of the hidden spirits. With a gentle twist, the creature collapsed limply to the ground. "How utterly unattractive. They pale in comparison to the spirit tribe," Jiang Lin muttered under his breath. Fong Lin, endowed with his spiritual contract, overheard and chuckled. "Huh. It is said that the hidden spirits are a failed evolutionary branch of the spirit tribe, so their lack of beauty is to be expected. Moreover, Lao Dao, the spirit tribe has nearly reached the apex of evolution, their strength comparable to that of the human race. Under the nurturing of spiritual energy, their physical attributes have already evolved to their zenith, making comparisons futile." The appearance of the hidden spirits reminded Jiang Lin of a certain creature from his past life, goblins. Yet, while the hidden spirits were indeed unsightly, they did not reach the grotesque levels of goblins, and their civilization was considerably advanced, having long transcended tribal societal structures. As they spoke, the hidden spirit that had ambushed Yin Qingqing was eliminated by Song Ke, bringing the total to 4 hidden spirits, 3 in the illusory realm, and only the 1 Jiang Lin dispatched at the peak of the radiant realm. After placing the bodies together, Zhou Qiang meticulously recorded the magical patterns behind their ears, which served as proof of their kills to claim bounties. Each hidden spirit bore a unique magical pattern, ensuring that the authorities and the Alliance were not concerned about fraudulent claims. Having achieved a promising initial victory, Zhou Qiang felt pleased. This hidden spirit squad's battlefield prowess was commendable, albeit unfortunate for them to have encountered their team. The group delved deeper into the forest, but most of the hidden spirits they encountered were of the illusory and radiant realms, and upon sensing danger, they fled with remarkable swiftness. Throughout their journey, they engaged in numerous skirmishes, and under Jiang Lin's deliberate coordination, the members of Zhou Qiang's team were thoroughly impressed by his capabilities. Jiang Lin, too, relished the exhilarating experience akin to clearing a dungeon. Honestly, it was quite enjoyable. As he pondered, a question arose in Jiang Lin's mind. Why had he never experienced such feelings before? Reflecting on it, he realized that his past encounters had primarily consisted of overwhelming victories, devoid of any real enjoyment. In a mere day, Jiang Lin's integration with the team progressed rapidly. He excelled in every detail and coordination, leaving even the most critical members of Zhou Chang's team unable to find significant fault. For someone who had previously shared no combat experience with them, this was indeed impressive. They inquired if this was a result of innate talent, to which Jiang Lin merely responded, "I am accustomed to temporary team formations. I know how to coordinate." This response elevated their appreciation for him even further. As evening fell, the team returned to the fortress and temporarily rented a few rooms at a hotel, deciding to dine together while discussing certain matters. Zhou Qiang selected a popular eatery, and after several rounds of drinks, he revealed the purpose of their expedition. His forthright nature did not lend itself to beating around the bush, and part of his intention today was to gauge Jiang Lin's capabilities. "Everyone, our coordination today has been commendable, and tomorrow, we can attempt to hunt stronger hidden spirits. Moreover, I have good news." A hint of a smile broke through Zhou Chang's typically serious demeanor as he addressed the curious glances of the others. "I have broken through to a new level of mental clarity." The two young women paused momentarily, then discreetly covered their mouths. While Fong Lin and Song Ke exhibited a hint of astonishment in their expressions, Jiang Lin slightly raised her head, revealing a perfectly measured surprise. Given their generally mediocre talents, classified between C and D levels, it was often the case that their mental state had reached its limits. Perhaps their habitual navigation along the precipice of life and death granted them a slight advantage over others. Nonetheless, for someone like Zhou Qiang, who had only recently entered his 40s yet managed to attain a breakthrough in mental state, it was indeed quite remarkable. At his age, achieving such a breakthrough would provide him with an opportunity to challenge the soul realm. The soul realm, for an ordinary person, is a lofty peak that one can only gaze upon in awe. Haha, splendid. After indulging in some drink, Fong Lin's complexion flushed slightly. "From now on, we shall rely on Brother Chang to lead us to greater heights." "No problem," Zhou Qiang responded. His spirits lifted as he raised his cup to clink with those of his companions. "I have an idea. Have you all seen the official bounty? It concerns the extermination of the Soul Realm's hidden spirit clan. They say negotiations are possible." Song Ke pondered momentarily before replying, "Indeed." Zhou Qiang nodded earnestly. "However, this is merely the official narrative. I have information indicating that successful extermination of the hidden spirit clan from the Soul Realm allows one to present certain requests to the authorities, who will endeavor to accommodate them." The expressions of the group shifted slightly. If this were indeed the case, the scope of potential rewards had considerably expanded. Zhou Qiang surveyed the room and noted the glimmer of intrigue in his companion's eyes. Seizing the moment, he continued, "You all are aware that while I have successfully entered the mental state, my chances of breaking into the Soul Realm are still limited. However, if we can make requests to the authorities, my chances of stepping into the Soul Realm could rise to 60%. Given our current team strength, we still have a fighting chance against a solitary Soul Realm entity. In fact, the Hidden Spirit Clan Soul Realm warriors are comparatively weaker than those of the human race." Yanqing furrowed her delicate brows lightly. Yet, no matter how weak the Hidden Spirit Clan may be, they are still of the Soul Realm and possess certain capabilities to target the soul. The unspoken words lingered in the air, and the others understood her meaning. At their current level of strength, facing soul attacks would leave them with little hope of survival. However, Zhou Qiang appeared thoroughly prepared. With a pained expression, he produced 4 rings. The Hidden Spirit Clan does not possess realms akin to the underworld. Their souls are fixed at birth, lacking the nurturing aura of such unique realms. Thus, their soul attacks are considerably weaker. With these soul resistances, each of us should be able to withstand at least 2 soul attacks from the Hidden Spirit Clan. "Wow!" Fong Lin exclaimed. "You actually purchased these?" "Yes," Zhou Qiang replied with a serious nod. He had come well prepared for this mission. Initially, he had contemplated abandoning the operation when his fixed teammate was injured, but Jiang Lin's synergy with the group instilled a sense of hope in him. Soul resistance items are exceedingly rare in the market, crafted only by those with strength above the respected realm, with each piece fetching around 200,000 in the marketplace. Moreover, they can only defend against a single soul attack. Zhou Qiang had drawn forth 4 pieces alongside his own, totaling an investment of 1 million. The group's gaze fell upon the soul resistances, each feeling a stir of interest. Observing their reactions, Zhou Qiang continued, "I will take charge of the main assault. You all can look for opportunities to strike. If successful, the other rewards from this hunt will be yours, and I will contribute an additional benefit. I only desire the reward pertaining to the soul realm." Song Ke discreetly glanced at the others, noticing their contemplative expressions. As Zhou Qiang continued to promise benefits, he added, "With the official conditions in play, I am confident I can break into the soul realm within 5 years. If successful, I can grant each of you a request within your capabilities." Fong Lin suddenly lifted his head, a hint of intoxication evident in his breath. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Brother Chang, I am in." "Agreed," came the second affirmation from Shuaobing, and soon after, Yanqing seemed to have made her decision. Consenting to Zhou Chang's proposal, Jiang Lin, feeling detached from the excitement, remained uncertain about the significance of a soul realm promise for them, the lower-tier martial artists. Even if the promise held only a 60% chance, it was still a worthy gamble. Shortly thereafter, Song Ke also acquiesced, and at that moment, all eyes turned to Jiang Lin. "Old Dao, what about you?" The notion of hunting a soul realm entity, effectively 2 tiers above them, posed unimaginable difficulty, making Jiang Lin's opinion particularly crucial. "Me?" Jiang Lin's lips curled into a slight smile. "I can agree, but I shall forego the soul realm condition. I want 1 million. Jiang Lin raised a finger, causing Zhou Chang's brows to furrow deeply. 1 million was once within his reach, but with expenditures on preparations for the hunt, his funds had dwindled significantly. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Agreed, but it will take me 2 months." "No problem." The others were not surprised by Jiang Lin's request. After all, he had joined them midway, and Zhou Chang's promise held less appeal than a monetary gain. With the hunting plan approved, Zhou Qiang exhaled a sigh of relief. "As you can see, I have come prepared, so I shall not conceal anything further." He then retrieved his phone, urging everyone to open the map. He pointed to a medium-sized fortress named Kunshan, not far from the Thunderbolt Fortress. "According to my sources, the Hidden Spirit clan intends to assault this fortress, led by 2 Soul Realm powerhouses. Their large-scale offensive is set to commence the day after tomorrow, providing us an opportunity to infiltrate. You need not worry about the method of infiltration. I have made preparations. When the assault begins, one of the Soul Realm warriors will certainly remain at the center. Our opportunity lies in the moment when the Soul Realm powerhouse from Kunshan engages in battle. That will be our greatest chance." Yanqing expressed some concern. "But how can we be certain that the Kunshan fortress is unaware of the 2 Soul Realm warriors approaching? Will the Soul Realm guardian of Kunshan still choose to engage in battle under such circumstances?" Zhou Chang's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. "This is precisely what I wish to address. The 36th flaw. The Soul Realm powerhouse at Kunshan Fortress also serves as the fortress commander. Having reached the pinnacle of the Soul Realm, and possesses an exceedingly powerful S-rank lightning-type spirit contract." Zhou Qiang turned his phone towards the group, revealing a stern-faced man who appeared to be in his 30s. "Zheng Xiangting has been recently assigned to Kunshan Fortress. His combat prowess is formidable, and attaining Soul Realm status at such a young age marks him as a genius. He is exceedingly arrogant and holds the Hidden Spirit clan in utter disdain. Even when facing 2 opponents, he would not seek assistance, instead relying on his own strength to confront them head-on." Zhou Qiang had meticulously prepared for this hunting plan. In a one-on-one scenario, he was confident he would hold the advantage. Should we manage to intercept him before another Soul Realm warrior arrives, Zheng Xiangting would find himself in a one-on-one confrontation, thus creating an ideal environment for our hunt. How can you guarantee a one-on-one situation? After all, he is a commanding officer and is unlikely to be without guards, Jiang Lin interjected. "You need not worry about that. I have connections within the official forces who will facilitate our opportunity." The group felt a flicker of excitement. If the authorities were indeed creating opportunities, their chances of success in this hunt would substantially increase. Zhou Qiang had undoubtedly invested considerable resources into gathering intelligence. Moreover, they had the advantage that even if they were unable to defeat the Soul Realm warrior, they could retreat to Zheng Xiangting's side, who would surely not abandon them in their time of need. With a comprehensive plan laid out, the group showed no dissent, all appearing eager and ready to engage. "The plans have been thoroughly discussed. Tomorrow, we shall proceed to the mountain fortress, refine our strategies for 1 more day, and then stealthily infiltrate the battlefield to lay in wait." The day of the Hidden Spirit clan's assault swiftly arrived. Outside the mountain fortress, a legion of hidden spirits surged forth, resembling a verdant veil sweeping across the horizon. Beneath the battlefield, in a hastily excavated chamber, Jiang Lin and his 4 companions concealed themselves, utilizing equipment to survey the unfolding chaos outside. The assault of the hidden spirits came as no surprise to the mountain fortress. As they drew near, a barrage of missiles soared into the sky, rapidly descending upon the densest clusters of the hidden spirits. At that moment, numerous formidable warriors from the Hidden Spirit clan ascended into the air, unleashing a flurry of attacks that detonated the missiles before they could reach the ground. Yet, this was merely the prelude. Within the mountain fortress, a multitude of artillery pieces, their chains of ammunition thick and robust, unleashed torrents of deadly fire. The hidden spirits in the front lines fell as if mown down like wheat. But this situation lasted only a few fleeting seconds before a figure erupted from the heart of the hidden spirits, landing atop the fortress walls. A flash of crimson light erupted, and in an instant, the entire wall was engulfed in flames, leaving the artillery atop it with no time to retreat. The notion of a commanding general making a grand entrance was foreign to the hidden spirits. The artillery's capacity for devastation was formidable, and their Soul Realm warriors could not allow such firepower to operate unchecked. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar emanated from within the fortress as Zheng Xiangting, surrounded by crackling lightning, launched himself forward. Without the need for words, both sides engaged in fierce combat. It was at this moment that Zhou Chang's gaze locked onto a specific location behind the hidden spirits, where a figure was rapidly approaching. Now, Zhou Qiang barked, forcefully breaking through the rocky floor. Simultaneously, Song Ke waved his hand, and a gentle breeze enveloped the group, causing their speed to surge dramatically. This sudden onslaught caught the hidden spirits on the flanks off guard, and the group's coordination was impeccable, striking towards the second soul realm warrior among the hidden spirits like a finely honed arrow. The human side quickly recognized this unexpected strike force, and, upon realizing their target was a soul realm warrior, gladly cleared the path for them. In the distance, the soul realm hidden spirit furrowed his brow and released a pulse of spiritual energy. Upon discovering that the group before him barely reached the level of mind realm, a surge of fury welled within him. These humans, treating their world as a training ground, had the audacity to act so brazenly, even those of lesser rank. However, he swiftly quelled his anger, acutely aware of his responsibilities on the battlefield and the necessity of remaining level-headed. With a fierce roar, he uttered several strange syllables, summoning two powerful mind realm warriors to charge toward Jiang Lin and his companions. At that very moment, Zhou Qiang bellowed, "It's your turn." Almost immediately, to the astonishment of Fong Lin and the others, two mind realm warriors from the official combat team deliberately moved towards them, intercepting the three mind realm warriors. Jiang Lin's heart raced. This was likely the opportunity Zhou Qiang had mentioned. Those within the official ranks enjoyed the privileges of their system, and thus did not carry bounties of such magnitude, rendering them obedient to the overall command on the battlefield. Yet, these two mind realm warriors surely possessed the authority to act independently. Therefore, after receiving some benefits, creating an opportunity for Zhou Qiang to hunt a soul realm warrior would not pose a significant issue. Zhou Qiang gritted his teeth. The official mandate required that the hunt for soul realm warriors be completed solely by personnel outside the official ranks, and reaching this point had nearly exhausted his resources. Yet, the opportunity lay tantalizingly close. Zhou Qiang's muscles bulged as he hefted a colossal axe, and with the wind's aid from Song Ke, he leaped forward, bringing the axe down toward the soul realm warrior. Realizing his underlings had been intercepted, the soul realm warrior quickly comprehended that this was a trap set for his demise. However, was he perhaps overestimating his own capabilities? "Human, you have enraged Rul," he declared with an odd emphasis, and then, astonishingly, he reached out and pressed his hand against Zhou Qiang's massive axe. As Rul prepared to exert his strength, Shuang Bing leaped in, placing a foot on Zhou Qiang's shoulder, spinning twice in the air before bringing her frost-laden hand down upon Rul's shoulder. The frost spread rapidly, and Rul roared in fury, violently shaking the two away before retracting his elbow and launching a fierce punch. Zhou Qiang, facing him, could only grit his teeth and brace the axe before him. The punch of a soul realm warrior sent him hurtling backward, crashing into the ground and creating a large crater. Yan Qingqing hastily waved her hand, enveloping Zhou Qiang in a warm glow, as he coughed up blood, yet rose to his feet as if unscathed, his previously calm eyes now ablaze with combat fervor. The recent exchanges had revealed a glimmer of opportunity. At this moment, Song Ke, Fong Lin, and Jiang Lin were engaged in battle with Rul, who sought to pursue them. And Zhou Qiang, having recovered, immediately rejoined the fray. Their coordination approached perfection, yet Rul grew increasingly frustrated, experiencing an incessant sensation akin to striking cotton with his fists. With a sweeping punch, he forced them back, and Rul let out a thunderous roar as he began to grow taller, reaching 3 meters in mere moments. His musculature became strikingly pronounced, his mouth elongated, and fur sprouted from his limbs and cheeks. In the span of mere seconds, he had transformed into a hulking humanoid bear. With a roar that resonated deeply, he swiped at Jiang Lin, having discerned that while their coordination was commendable, there was always a slight deficiency at Jiang Lin's juncture. A seasoned warrior, he immediately recognized this as the opening and unleashed all his pressure upon Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin felt somewhat helpless. He could certainly achieve seamless coordination, but that would feel out of character. To put it simply, it did not align with his persona. Moreover, he had already reached the limit of his displayed capabilities. In terms of performance, Jiang Lin exhibited a peculiar obsession. Thus, when Rul exerted immense pressure upon him, he did not disappoint, retreating step by step. This caused a subtle fissure in their coordination. Chapter 37, Artillery Execution. Rul advanced upon Jiang Lin like a shark scenting blood, his attacks wild and unrestrained, devoid of any defensive intent. Zhou Qiang and the other strikes landed upon his thick fur, inflicting minimal damage. Conversely, with every exchange against Rul, Jiang Lin felt a terrifying force surging through his weapon, numbing his arms. Jiang Lin understood that this was a disparity in strength. Even so, he could only endure, as Yan Qingqing continually healed his wounds from behind, allowing him to barely hold his ground. "Hurry and assist him," Zhou Qiang roared, his axe crashing down upon Rul's back. The full force of a mind realm strike had some effect, causing Rul to stagger, and Jiang Lin seized the opportunity to create a bit of distance. Shuang Bing, Fong Lin, and Song Ke capitalized on this moment, unleashing a series of incredibly powerful attacks. Rul, now encircled, let out a roar, forcibly shattering Shuang Bing's ice prison. Entirely disregarding the slicing winds of Song Ke that cut into his skin, and lunged towards Jiang Lin with a bear-like pounce. At this moment, Jiang Lin was running with all his might, yet his displayed capabilities were regrettably limited, and he could not evade this assault. Now, a furious shout emerged just as Rul's bear-like pounce was about to descend. Zhou Qiang, wielding the colossal axe, leaped high into the air, surrounded by a tempest of wind. Achieving unparalleled speed combined with the force of gravity, alongside the terrifying energy concealed within the axe. It is evident that this move will be the pinnacle strike of Zhou Qiang. Jiang Lin furrowed his brow slightly. Zhou Qiang had prepared extensively for this maneuver. Perhaps he could land it on Rul, but if he merely showcased his strength at the condensation realm, enduring such a blow would leave him gravely injured, if not dead. Calculating his options in his mind, Jiang Lin moved with a ghostly agility, narrowly evading Rul's frenzied lunge. This allowed Zhou Qiang to successfully position himself behind Jiang Lin, bringing down his massive axe. The ferocious energy exploded outward, and Rul's towering figure crashed to the ground, the axe embedded halfway into his body. Blood gushed forth. The damage inflicted appeared horrifying, yet Rul did not truly fall. Instead, his inner fury surged ever higher. With a thunderous roar, Rul slammed his paw into the ground. And as Fong Lin and the others seized the opportunity to strike, his immense form sprang forth, targeting Jiang Lin once more. At that moment, Jiang Lin felt the urge to curse, nearly unable to suppress the desire to swat Rul down with a single blow. Am I merely a magnet for hatred? Jiang Lin seethed internally, retreating in a disheveled manner. To his astonishment, Zhou Qiang, upon realizing the effectiveness of his strike, abandoned his plan for direct confrontation with Rul. Instead, he dashed to increase his speed, continuously infusing energy into the giant axe. Hold on. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Lin called for assistance. Quickly heal him, Lao Dao. Just hang in there. With the next strike, I will sever his head. The others displayed a hint of reluctance on their faces, but upon seeing Jiang Lin's slight disarray, which, in truth, indicated he had sustained minimal harm, they chose to remain silent. Witnessing this, Jiang Lin was nearly driven to laughter. Had it been anyone else, they would have been crushed by Rul by now. Rul's assault came in relentless waves, and Jiang Lin could only barely hold his ground. The disparity in their power levels was evident, and after just a few exchanges, his arms felt as though they were going numb, seemingly reaching their limit. In the next moment, Rul leaped high, preparing to land squarely on Jiang Lin. Having already reached his peak, Jiang Lin could not evade this strike. Swiftly, Song Ke's low shout resonated as he transformed into a streak of brilliance, colliding with Jiang Lin and pushing him out of harm's way. Rul's ferocious descent struck the empty ground, creating a deep crater and causing spiderweb-like fissures to rapidly spread across a 10-meter radius. At that moment, Zhou Qiang finally arrived, wielding the giant axe with bulging veins in his arms, sweeping it fiercely. However, without Jiang Lin to shield him, Rul reacted instantly, pivoting sharply. His thick paw struck the side of the axe, deflecting Zhou Qiang's powerful blow. Zhou Qiang stumbled uncontrollably, and Rul's furious roar unleashed an invisible aura of intimidation. In that instant, everyone felt as though their ears could scarcely hear sound, and the world before their eyes became hazy. It was a soul attack from a soul realm expert. No one expected Rul would unleash it indiscriminately at that moment, but fortunately, the resistance to the soul attack kicked in quickly. A refreshingly cool energy coursed through his body in a mere 0.001 seconds, solidifying the world before him once more. Zhou Qiang's pupils constricted sharply, for a colossal bear paw was now mere inches away. A flurry of snowflakes erupted before him, forming a solid ice shield. Yet the bear paw descended simultaneously, shattering the shield within half a second. Nevertheless, this granted Zhou Qiang a brief respite as he hastily positioned the axe defensively across his chest. The paw struck down, propelling him like a cannonball into the ground. Ugh! Zhou Qiang spat out a mouthful of blood, prompting Yanqing to call out urgently from a distance. Light will heal you. A vibrant beam of light enveloped Zhou Qiang, visibly accelerating his recovery. Why didn't you hold on? This setback left Zhou Qiang's composure shaken. Perhaps it was the sudden loss of a victory so close at hand. Or perhaps it was the encroachment upon his own interests. Hearing Zhou Qiang's voice through the earpiece, Jiang Lin's expression darkened instantly. This was supposed to be your confrontation with him. Aren't you fine? Zhou Qiang retorted, frowning, as he swiftly charged back into battle with Rul once his injuries had somewhat healed. The others followed suit in silence, resuming their assault on Rul as before. However, their coordination revealed a slight opening to Rul, and after a moment of Song Ke's inadequate support, Zhou Qiang was sent flying by Rul's paw. Unable to contain his fury, he reprimanded, Lao Dao, why did you obstruct Song Ke's path just now? Jiang Lin, who was retreating, momentarily found himself at a loss, instinctively asking, why does this concern me? Enough bickering, let's finish him off. Fong Lin sensed the tension in the air and barked, if we delay any longer, they'll be done over there. Meanwhile, the Soul Realm expert from the Lingyin clan, locked in battle with Zheng Xiangting, bore numerous wounds. Although Rul appeared similarly battered, his spirit and vitality were evidently superior. If Zheng Xiangting were to strike, this would no longer be a solitary hunt, and the rewards from the authorities would drastically diminish. Zhou Qiang, upon hearing this, dared not speak further and charged forward resolutely. Yet, even perfect coordination against Rul was barely sufficient, let alone when they found themselves exposed. In a short time, they could not hope to bring him down. After another failed attempt to slay the nearly defeated Rul, a sudden wail echoed from the distant battlefield. Rul's pupils dilated, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. The speed of a Soul Realm expert, even when gravely injured, was beyond their capabilities to pursue. Especially with a multitude of Lingyin clan members providing cover. No one anticipated Rul would flee so decisively. By the time the official Soul Realm experts attempted to encircle him, Rul had already made his escape. At that moment, Zheng Xiangting, grasping the head of the Lingyin clan's Soul Realm expert and holding it aloft, saw the battle spirit of the Lingyin clan members crumble, scattering in retreat. Meanwhile, the official forces showed no inclination to pursue, adhering to the ironclad rule that forbade the extermination of the Lingyin clan, as this region served as a renewable training resource for Longhua. As the Lingyin clan withdrew swiftly, the Longhua forces also retreated like a receding tide. Glancing momentarily at Zhou Chang's team, Zheng Xiangting departed without delay. The atmosphere within the team had become palpably suffocating. No one uttered a word, merely returning to their previously concealed location, where an off-road vehicle was hidden nearby. Upon reaching the vehicle, the tension reached its zenith, and Zhou Qiang finally broke the silence. Lao Dao, why do problems always arise at critical moments? His accusatory tone caused Jiang Lin to shoot him an annoyed glance. Why is it my fault? To Zhou Qiang, Jiang Lin's demeanor appeared somewhat defiant, instantly igniting his fury. This failure felt like a total loss, and he couldn't fathom how long it would take to recover from it. The opportunity slipping through his fingers only fueled his resentment. Why? If you had held on for just one more second during the first wave, my axe would have severed his neck long ago. And during Song Kei's support, if you hadn't obstructed me. Song Kei, hearing this, lowered his head slightly, acutely aware that it was not Jiang Lin who had blocked him, but rather his own misplacement. However, the chaos of the moment had obscured this fact from others, and given that Zhou Qiang was clearly enraged, he refrained from further comment. Jiang Lin cast a sweeping gaze over the crowd. In their usual interactions, they indeed appeared amicable. However, it was only now that he realized their camaraderie was contingent upon the absence of conflicting interests. When issues arose, they morphed into harbingers of pressure, eager to foist all blame upon him. Bored, Jiang Lin stretched lazily, his tone growing languid. What do you mean? Zhou Qiang's countenance darkened. Jiang Lin's demeanor made him feel as though he were being ridiculed. Nothing of consequence. Zhou Qiang's expression shifted dramatically, his hand resting on the massive axe beside him, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth, instantly transforming the atmosphere into one fraught with tension. Your animosity towards me stems not only from anger, but also from the fact that I am an outsider in your team. Isn't it? Jiang Lin smiled faintly. You dare not attribute the responsibility to the team, fearing their departure. In fact, it was your own deviation from the plan that initiated this. Zhou Chang's visage gradually darkened with Jiang Lin's words. The others in the team were cognizant that Zhou Qiang had indeed been overly ambitious. Upon realizing Jiang Lin could barely endure, he sought to take matters into his own hands. The first time, Jiang Lin survived without anyone commenting. After the second encounter, Lu Er fled, and they did not anticipate Zhou Qiang would be the first to strike. Nevertheless, they deemed it unnecessary to offend the highest-ranking member of their squad for the sake of someone they had only known for 2 days. When Zhou Qiang lashed out, they remained silent, refraining from judgment. Zhou Qiang suddenly rose, his imposing figure emanating a powerful aura, stepping forward with an inclination of his body. What do you mean? Do you believe the fault lies with me? What else could it be? Jiang Lin replied with a resigned smile. You should have taken the lead. We could have ground him down together. Moreover, the plan was yours. If it needed alteration, why didn't you voice it at the time? Zhou Qiang's expression oscillated between uncertainty and anger. Indisputably, he had harbored a flicker of luck in his heart, reluctant to confront the pressures of facing a Soul Realm strongman. So, do not always project your incompetence onto others. It is the type of person I detest the most. You see, even those at the bottom, as long as they strive for themselves and dare to take responsibility, I hold no contempt for them. But you are the very embodiment of what I disdain. At this moment, Jiang Lin also stood, clapping his hands softly and uttering, waste. Under ordinary circumstances, Jiang Lin would not have felt such intense fury. As the old knife, he believed he had exerted his utmost capabilities without any reservations. Even if an S-class genius were to replace him under similar conditions, they would achieve no more than he had. Yet, Zhou Qiang, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continued to lay blame on Jiang Lin. Although Zhou Qiang had invested much and his mindset was unbalanced, why should Jiang Lin bear the brunt of it? The two seemingly innocuous words sent Zhou Qiang into a fury, raising his massive axe, aimed at Jiang Lin, much to the shock of the onlookers. What astounded them further was that Jiang Lin merely extended a single hand to counter the heavy blow, without even shifting his stance. The smile vanished from Jiang Lin's face, and his entire demeanor transformed dramatically. Have you ever pondered the consequences of your actions against others? A chill swept over Zhou Qiang and his companions as Jiang Lin exerted pressure with his fingers, causing a significant crack to appear in Zhou Qiang's expensive axe. Casually discarding the iron shavings, he remarked, "This is truly tedious. I shall no longer partake." How could this be? Zhou Qiang gazed in horror at his shattered axe, noting not only the gaping hole, but also the multitude of extensive cracks surrounding it. He was well aware of the materials used in crafting his axe. To damage it required a soul realm presence. Zhou Qiang was not foolish. His previous actions had merely been a release of pent-up frustration stemming from an imbalanced mindset. However, Jiang Lin's display of power had swiftly restored his composure. "Old knife, I didn't mean it. I've invested too much in this operation. I'm just struggling to come to terms with it." Truly, Zhou Qiang's years in the mercenary world had honed his ability to swiftly assess the disparity in strength between them and to concede in the moment. Nevertheless, Jiang Lin paid him no heed, instead directing his gaze skyward, as if conversing with himself. "You know, I often find life rather dull. Hence, I seek to experience various facets of existence. In this process, I can discover the few joys that remain." Zhou Qiang grew increasingly anxious. A human soul realm master was not someone he could dare to confront. "Old knife, I truly did not know." His words faltered as he sensed a vast, abyss-like wave of spiritual energy emanating from Jiang Lin, far surpassing any soul realm strongman he had encountered before. Moreover, the sky above seemed to be influenced by this terrifying spiritual energy, swiftly darkening and filling with ominous clouds. At this moment, Jiang Lin continued his soliloquy. "I possess many forms of power, so much that I cannot even fully utilize them all. Yet, among these powers, few resonate with me. Lightning is one of them." With that, Jiang Lin cast a calm glance at Zhou Qiang, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. Zhou Qiang, filled with dread, looked up to see the sky now shrouded in dark clouds. The other team members were astonished to discover an imposing circular shield had formed around them, rendering them mute within its confines. A thunderous roar erupted, illuminating the heavens, and Zhou Qiang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned and fled without hesitation. Channeling his full spiritual energy, propelled by an overwhelming sense of crisis, his speed surged to an unprecedented limit. Yet, under the might of heaven, he still fell significantly short. The sky at that moment blazed as brightly as day. From afar, at the mountain fortress, Zhang Xiangting gazed intently at the ominous clouds above, acutely aware that these clouds were not a natural phenomenon, but rather the manifestation of an unfathomable spiritual energy. Soon after, with a deafening roar that momentarily rendered everyone deaf, a colossal bolt of lightning, capable of engulfing several kilometers, descended from the cloud-laden sky. The vast expanse of plain before the mountain fortress was enveloped in a blinding storm of electricity. All electromagnetic devices within the fortress malfunctioned simultaneously, and a spiritual energy tempest erupted, affecting everyone inside. The terrifying might of heaven persisted for nearly 10 minutes before subsiding, leaving behind a gaping chasm that resembled an unfathomable abyss. In the moment the celestial might dissipated, Zhang Xiangting departed the mountain fortress, heading towards the newly formed pit. Drawn by the faint traces of spiritual energy he sensed there, unaware of the cause behind this overwhelming power. If the entity responsible was a member of the hidden spirit clan, it could spell doom. Yet, Zhang Xiangting felt compelled to investigate. He needed to ascertain the identity of this formidable being. If they were human, it would be manageable, but if they belonged to the hidden spirit clan, the established limits of power within their world would be shattered, necessitating a swift retreat for all humanity. No one would willingly allow their homeland to become a testing ground for others, especially when a being capable of breaking through the established ceiling emerged within their race. Burdened by heavy thoughts and complex emotions, Zhang Xiangting soared towards the center of the pit, soon spotting Fang Lin and others enveloped within a suspended energy shield. Through the barrier, he could barely discern that they were indeed ordinary humans. Are they strong human beings? Observing the actions of the individuals before him, though tinged with a semblance of terror, it was evident they had not sustained any injuries. Zhang Xiangting inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief. The current circumstances were sufficient to affirm that his adversaries were not formidable members of the Shadow Spirit clan, as such beings would never extend their protection to humanity. Approaching the energy shield, he attempted to breach it, yet the assault from the soul realm scarcely affected the barrier. It was hardly surprising, considering this energy shield had safeguarded them amidst the cataclysmic storm of thunderbolts. The voices of those within remained inaudible and lacking knowledge of sign language. Their futile gestures failed to convey any meaningful communication. In exasperation, he resolved to push the shield, contemplating whether it could be transported back to the fortress. Lingering above this abyss was hardly a viable solution. Fortunately, the shield bore no weight, and with a modest exertion of effort, Zhang Xiangting commenced guiding it towards the fortress. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin had already arrived at the exit of the Shadow Spirit Clan's realm. Having been out for 3 days, he surmised that Chu Xingwan likely lacked the time to search for him, maintaining the guise of Old Dao. Jiang Lin exited the Shadow Spirit world and re-entered the hall of the teleportation portal. Soon, the area became bustling with activity as he stepped out. With his eyes gently closed, an invisible wave of detection enveloped the vicinity. As this wave expanded, he swiftly found himself beyond the province, entering the South City West District University. The absence of Chu Xingwan's presence, along with that of Tang Fei, Lin Gong, and Bing Gong, confirmed to Jiang Lin that they had likely returned to the Spirit Clan. With a mild sense of relief, a smile crept upon his face. In high spirits, he sought a place to revert to his original appearance, intending to obtain a false certificate from the hospital before returning to the West District University. At that moment, he stood before the square of the Mercenary Alliance and the entrance hall of the Shadow Spirit Realm, teeming with people, numerous mercenary teams, and students embarking on their training journeys. Their collective purpose was largely similar: to venture into the Shadow Spirit Realm for experience. In this era, life and death trials had become a commonplace affair. To Jiang Lin, it appeared that each person possessed their own pursuits and aspirations. Yet, this realization left him feeling somewhat adrift. It seemed he was at a loss regarding his own path, and the system had remained silent for an extended period, leaving him uncertain if it was preoccupied with something. Resigning himself to the thought of merely obtaining a certificate and returning to school to admire beautiful women, he was about to exit the square in search of transportation when an exclamation pierced the air. A voice both familiar and slightly unfamiliar called out, "Jiang Lin, is that you?" The speaker, carrying a hint of uncertainty, turned out to be a slender young man around 175 centimeters tall, with chestnut-colored hair and slightly tanned skin, gradually becoming recognizable in Jiang Lin's memory. "Luo Tianan." Jiang Lin replied. "Indeed, it's me," Luo Tianan exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his tone. "Aren't you supposed to be at West District University? School just started not long ago. What are you doing here?" Jiang Lin, his expression somewhat peculiar, responded, "Just some matters." "What about you?" Luo Tianan was a friend from Lingfeng Town, where Jiang Lin's family operated an inn, while Luo Tianan's family ran a small general store. Although they were not particularly close, their families occasionally visited one another, allowing a sense of familiarity to blossom when viewed through the lens of shared origins. Just as he was about to engage in further conversation, a voice tinged with impatience interrupted. "Luo Tianan, it's time to go." Luo Tianan's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Yet he managed to smile at Jiang Lin, saying, "Apologies, we have a scheduled training session in the Shadow Spirit Realm." "Oh, understood." Though Jiang Lin was curious about the source of such low emotional intelligence, he refrained from further comment since Luo Tianan had already spoken. With a wave, Luo Tianan turned to join a small team of 4 boys and 2 girls ahead of him. From their appearances and attire, they seemed to be students. Though Jiang Lin was unsure of their school affiliation, Luo Tianan was slightly older than him, having completed a year ahead and moved away after being admitted to Lingwu University. Jiang Lin pondered that Lingfeng Town had become quite valuable due to the Spirit Clan's presence, recalling that Luo Tianan's family had likely sold their land due to financial difficulties. As he observed the energy fluctuations emanating from that small group, Jiang Lin noted that only Luo Tianan possessed the lowest energy level, with a contract rating of merely B grade, while the others were predominantly S grade or higher. The leader seemed to have achieved an SSS rank, making them a formidable team even by West District University's standards. Reflecting on his mother's earlier admonitions, Jiang Lin realized that Luo Tianan had likely gained admission to Moda University. However, recognizing that these were others' choices, he felt no inclination to pass judgment. Just as he prepared to depart, a sudden outcry erupted nearby, followed by a crowd gathering to witness the commotion. Intrigued, Jiang Lin paused and turned to push through the throng. Utilizing a touch of spiritual energy, he effortlessly maneuvered to the front. Yet the scene that unfolded before him caused him to furrow his brow. There, Luo Tianan knelt on the ground, a tall young man gripping his hair, inflicting evident pain upon him. "Sanggu, I didn't mean to. I'm truly sorry." Luo Tianan's voice held a note of supplication. But the grip of Song Lingyun showed no signs of relenting. "Damn it, I told you not to hold us back. Look at you now, your heel is all dirty." The crowd, having heard this, finally noticed the girl in plain attire beside Song Lingyun, who was delicately wiping her heel, her exquisite features exuding a charming yet distressed aura. Jiang Lin recognized that the others accompanying Song Lingyun were indeed the remaining members of Luo Tianan's team. Aside from him and the girl by Ran Ran, the rest remained silent, their expressions betraying indifference. As Song Lingyun stepped on Luo Tianan's foot, applying pressure, beads of cold sweat appeared on Luo Tianan's brow. "Sanggu, I truly didn't mean to step on Ran Ran." "Shut up, you worthless mutt. Ran Ran is someone you can address." The words seemed to strike a nerve with Song Lingyun, who raised his hand, poised to deliver a harsh slap. Unable to tolerate the scene any longer, Jiang Lin summoned a surge of spiritual energy, his form shifting rapidly as he emerged from the crowd before anyone could comprehend. Chapter 39. A lesson like a phantom, Jiang Lin materialized before Song Lingyun, seizing his descending hand and remarking with a smile, "What a pitiful wretch you are, resorting to violence against those weaker than yourself." With his aggressive demeanor fully engaged from the outset, all eyes converged upon Jiang Lin, his resplendent golden hair and audacious smile imparting an aura of rebellious defiance. Song Lingyun abruptly shook off Jiang Lin's grasp, retreating several steps with a wary expression, while his team regarded Jiang Lin as a formidable adversary. "How dare you?" Jiang Lin observed their reactions with amusement, leisurely splaying his fingers as a water orb materialized in his palm, only to shatter moments later. He rubbed his hands together and flung the droplets away, the mockery in his actions unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, Song Lingyun's face flushed crimson. "Who the hell are you? Mind your own business. Luo Tianan, come here." Unperturbed, Jiang Lin positioned himself in front of Luo Tianan, declaring, "I am a champion of justice." Upon uttering those words, the onlookers could not help but twitch their lips. How could one be so disconnected from the ideals of justice? Nevertheless, one could argue that his actions barely scraped the surface of righteousness. Regardless of who you are, this is an internal matter for our team. Song Lingyun suppressed his rising anger, realizing he had completely failed to react to Jiang Lin's sudden appearance. Had it been an ambush, he would have already found himself a corpse. Uncertain of Jiang Lin's intentions, he was reluctant to suddenly establish a formidable adversary. "Oh," Jiang Lin replied, yet made no move. Luo Tianan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to act or remain still. As the tension hung in the air, Jiang Lin spoke again. "You are students of Magic City University, correct? Let me tell you a joke. Do you not fear tarnishing the reputation of Magic City University with such behavior? To stomp on someone's shoes and immediately resort to slapping?" Song Lingyun's expression darkened further, at which point a somewhat gentle voice emerged. "My friend, Ran and Lingyun are a couple. Lingyun may be a bit reactive." The speaker was the leader of their small team. Possessing an admirable appearance with short hair and a striking visage, the dream of many young women. His voice exuded a warmth that compelled one to instinctively heed his words. However, Jiang Lin was not an ordinary individual. The moment he refrained from stopping Luo Tianan, it became evident he sought to downplay the situation only after invoking the name of their esteemed university, clearly perceiving the peculiar expressions of those nearby. Many in the crowd were recording the incident, and the repercussions of this would undeniably cast a shadow over Magic City University. "Lingyun, just apologize to Tianan, and this matter will be resolved," suggested Chu Haochen. "I." Song Lingyun hesitated, but upon meeting the icy gaze of Chu Haochen, he begrudgingly offered an apology. "Tianan, let us go. We have training tasks to attend to." With just a few words, Chu Haochen managed to defuse the situation. Luo Tianan, fearing further confrontation, quickly expressed his gratitude to Jiang Lin before hastily rejoining his team. Just as they turned to leave, Jiang Lin suddenly interjected, "Wait." A sphere of water materialized in his palm, swirling and producing a sound reminiscent of a gentle cascade. "Your issues are settled, but mine remain unresolved. I am allergic to cosmetics, and that Song Lingyun has applied far too much." As he spoke, he shattered the water sphere, washed his hands, and reformed another. The members of the small team abruptly turned, their eyes filled with cold ferocity. It was now abundantly clear that Jiang Lin was clearly seeking trouble. "You." Song Lingyun glared fiercely, but Chu Haochen restrained him with one hand, his demeanor towards Jiang Lin now devoid of its previous gentleness. "If you are here to stir up trouble, I must inform you that you have mistaken your target." With that, a surge of spiritual energy erupted within him. Though Chu Haochen was not inclined to provoke conflict, he could not simply cower when faced with such blatant hostility. "This is intriguing," Jiang Lin mused, tossing the water sphere lightly into the air, where it burst upon hitting the ground. With a splash, water droplets scattered as Jiang Lin squinted and declared, "Today, I shall impart a lesson, for who would dare to claim I am not a champion of justice? Such bullying of the weak should happen but once." With that, he clenched his fist. In an instant, Chu Haochen, Song Lingyun, and the others felt their hearts seize, an unbearable sensation washing over them, rendering their bodies rigid. Save for Luo Tianan, the entire team was affected, their spiritual energy seemingly sealed, leaving them utterly powerless. Jiang Lin strolled past them, lightly patting Chu Haochen's shoulder as he did, remarking, "To flaunt requires strength." The surrounding crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage, hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered away with an air of arrogance. Once inside the hall, the suffocating grip on their hearts finally loosened, allowing Chu Haochen and the others to gulp down fresh air, their faces etched with terror. Meanwhile, Jiang Lin, upon entering the hall, felt a flicker of annoyance cross his features. "Damn it, I intended to leave. Had I known, I should have simply walked past without all this pretense." However, it would be foolish to take a detour after passing him, wouldn't it? Finding a secluded spot, Jiang Lin vanished in an instant. Little did he know that his audacious display had inflicted profound psychological scars upon the young hearts of Chu Haochen and his companions. Despite being considered geniuses at Magic City University, one of the foremost institutions in the Dragon Country, they were ruthlessly crushed by this mysterious individual. Indeed, crushed. The sensation of having their hearts gripped in an iron clasp lingered in their minds, a brush with death they had never encountered before. Following Jiang Lin's departure, silence enveloped the small team, with Chu Haochen maintaining an inscrutable expression, yet everyone sensed his suppressed fury. This heavy atmosphere permeated the group, rendering even the most loquacious members hesitant to breathe loudly. Unbeknownst to them, Chu Haochen's inner rage threatened to consume him, Jiang Lin's arrogant visage indelibly etched into his mind. The scorn emanating from Jiang Lin seemed to regard him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. His tightly clenched fists turned pale as Chu Haochen's thoughts flitted past the faces of other university prodigies, none of whom bore any resemblance to that man. Jiang Lin appeared as if he had materialized out of thin air. Strangely, the name Fengyu Pavilion surfaced unbidden in Chu Haochen's mind. Such an extraordinary talent could only be nurtured by a force as formidable as Fengyu Pavilion. However, it was rumored that their core did not accept males. Yet, if such a terrifying genius truly existed, perhaps even Fengyu Pavilion would be tempted? After all, he was an SSS-level talent, but found himself utterly powerless against someone of the same caliber. Indeed, from Jiang Lin, he sensed an aura akin to his own state of mind. Chapter 40. The Devil's Summoning Ritual. What Chu Haochen was unaware of was that Jiang Lin's mastery over various powers had reached its zenith, employing them as effortlessly as one would utilize a part of their own body. Whatever the team members speculated, Jiang Lin remained oblivious. In truth, after his display of bravado, he had completely forgotten their names. Seizing the opportunity to slip out of the hall, Jiang Lin first forged a document to feign illness at the hospital, then directly utilized a portal to return to the school's exterior. The shop was operating normally, devoid of any custom orders. Though some had taken notice of the twin dragon shadow sword, yet no one was inclined to purchase it. Despite Hisong's relentless attempts to promote it, no one showed interest, leaving him utterly perplexed. Even Yang Liqiong and Xin Ping, who shared Jiang Lin's laid-back demeanor, found themselves affected. In fact, it was not just they who were troubled, the system was equally vexed. With the sword's impeccable attributes on display and its almost cost price, what was the issue? Where had the problem originated? The system pondered for several days, almost neglecting Jiang Lin altogether. While some lamented, others rejoiced. The weapon shop's lackluster state brought Jiang Lin delight, as he felt no pressure from sales. After confirming everything was in order, he headed straight back to school. However, just outside the school gate, while holding a cup of milk tea, Jiang Lin encountered an unusual individual. The European visage, slightly refined, clad in a maid's outfit, naturally garnered considerable attention on the streets. This was compounded by the fact that she was fixated on Jiang Lin. Under her intense gaze, he felt a tingle of discomfort at the nape of his neck, prompting him to lower his head slightly and hastily depart. After all, the scrutinizing looks from his male compatriots had begun to take on a disconcerting quality. Once he had distanced himself from the maid, a sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Lin. He was relieved by his swift escape, pondering what calamity might have befallen him had he lingered, perhaps facing a group of furious foes. Meanwhile, nestled in his shadow, the small black creature trembled slightly, leaving Jiang Lin perplexed as he grasped the back of its neck, questioning its sudden unease. Wong Wong, the small black creature, resembling a scruffy dog, panted, intensifying Jiang Lin's suspicions. At that moment, across the expanse of Europe, the war god Lucas Windsor, after bidding farewell to his daughter, embarked on a clandestine and brutally sanguinary purge. Ostensibly, it was framed as a quest to unearth the hidden devils, yet collateral damage was inevitable. During this purge, a significant portion of the European nobility expressed vehement opposition to Lucas Windsor, but such protests bore little weight in times of peace. Lucas paid no heed to these dissenting voices, and those who spoke out often found themselves retracting their statements by the following day, rendering their claims utterly untrustworthy. Once powerful nobles, now cowered like worms, desperately prayed that Lucas's cleansing would not target them, though they contemplated a collective rebellion. Their long-standing lives of luxury rendered their blades little more than rusted knives against Lucas's newly forged steel. Since assuming command of the impregnable fortress, Lucas had deliberately set his direct lineage into the realm of the devil to hone their skills. The blade he wielded for this cleansing was already honed to perfection. With one side luxuriating in complacency and the other well-prepared, the outcome was all but predictable. Within a few short days, Lucas had seized control over all the high-ranking nobles. Even the most oblivious among the nobility grasped Lucas's intentions, yet they found themselves with scant cards left to play in their desperate bid to counteract his moves. During these days, the European upper echelons underwent a near-total transformation, with numerous well-concealed devils being apprehended on the spot. However, to avoid inciting public panic, Lucas had yet to disclose the existence of devils in hiding. With the nobility now thoroughly subjugated, Lucas initiated a series of reforms. vigorously promoting the new forces emerging in Europe while rendering those nobles who were merely figureheads completely impotent. It seemed as though Europe was on the brink of becoming a realm where his word was law. Lucas had indeed accounted for all the nobles, yet he had overlooked one crucial factor: the devil race. It became evident that these antiquated old aristocrats, when driven to desperation, were willing to forsake their humanity. A faction of nobles clandestinely colluded with the devils, swiftly devising a plan against Lucas. Yasser, a member of the extermination squad, had reached the pinnacle of soul realm power. Following Lucas's intel, after eliminating an elderly noble, he stumbled upon a peculiar object, a grotesque statue of a malevolent devil. Upon discovering it, the elderly noble was found kneeling before it, seemingly in prayer or supplication. Recognizing the clear connection to the devils, Yasser wasted no time in transmitting the image to Lucas. Upon receiving the image, Lucas's eyes narrowed slightly. It appeared they had indeed fallen into collusion with the devils. Was there truly nothing they would not do in their quest for power? Commander, several extermination teams have also discovered similar statues. I have an ominous premonition, reported an anxious aide beside Lucas as he gathered the information. Having dealt with devils for many years, they were acutely aware of their nature, elusive, capable of ensnaring hearts. An adept at an array of ever-evolving summoning rituals, their abilities were exceedingly peculiar. After apprehending this group of exterminators, Yasser led his team to the basement of a vast estate. While capturing the estate's master, Bernard, they had already amassed a wealth of evidence regarding his debauchery. For his own pleasure, he had abducted numerous women from other races, confining them within his underground fortress. Upon entering Bernard's underground chamber, which rivaled a castle in opulence, Yasser was taken aback by the sheer scale of the hidden fortress. The entire space soared at least 100 meters high, supported by 10 colossal pillars adorned with traces of magical energy. As Yasser stepped through the entrance, he even sensed a faint magical barrier. From the outside, one could only glimpse the castle's architectural facade, but upon passing through the barrier, he was startled to find a woman clad only in an apron, her expression blank as she swept the garden. Witnessing this scene, Yasser and his companions furrowed their brows in dismay. Removing his outer garment, Yasser approached the woman. Upon seeing him, she fell to her knees in terror, pressing her forehead to the ground. A jolt of empathy surged through Yasser as he helped her to her feet, draping his clothing over her shoulders, whispering, "Bernard has been captured. You are free now." At his words, a flicker of hope ignited in her vacant expression, and she collapsed into his arms, weeping. The commotion drew the attention of many, and from various windows of the castle, beautiful women peered out, all of them bearing exquisite features. Clenching his fists, Yasser declared loudly, "Bernard has been apprehended. No one can harm you now. Lord Lucas will grant you freedom." Chapter 40, The Rebellious Angel. Freedom? Ha! A voice dripping with sarcasm echoed through the air. Yasser abruptly looked up to see a pale-haired young man with a gaunt face standing on a balcony on the 3rd floor. "Roberts, your father is about to face judgment. Do not struggle in vain," Yasser stated gravely upon recognizing his features. Upon hearing the news of Bernard's capture, Roberts displayed no surprise. Instead, he spread his arms wide, as though embracing something in the void. "It matters not. He shall soon be free, and we will continue to rule Europe." At that moment, a complexly patterned magic circle materialized on the ground of the estate. The circle appeared almost instantaneously, and by the time Yasser and the others regained their senses, the magic circle had fully formed, emanating a brilliant glow. At its center, it coincidentally positioned itself directly beneath Roberts. A sculpted pillar, surrounded by an array of devils, gradually rose from the ground. As Yasser and his team retreated in alarm, Roberts wore a triumphant grin. "Lucas will perish. You will all die. Europe will become a paradise for devils." With a maniacal laugh, Roberts plunged downwards, landing squarely upon the spike adorned with devilish carvings. Without the ability to summon any magical defenses, he was instantly impaled, a torrent of blood spilling forth and coursing along the etched patterns of the magic circle. Not good. A summoning ritual. Yasser's countenance paled as he sprang into action, wielding his knight's sword with the intent to disrupt the ritual. Yet, a formidable magical barrier materialized at the edge of the magic circle, absorbing the shockwaves of his attack, which failed to breach it. As the brilliance of the magic circle intensified, Yasser bellowed, "Disrupt the ritual. Jones, report the situation to Lord Lucas." Upon finishing his words, Yasser stood resolutely with sword in hand, embodying the indomitable spirit of ancient heroes. "Your name shall forever be etched within the Hall of Heroes. Now, your descendant traverses through time and space, summoning your awakening. Spirit of the battle knight, Gareth." Yasser chanted swiftly, his voice resonating with a deep and melodious tone, as if traversing the corridors of time to beckon the return of ancient souls. The echoes of his incantation filled the air, accompanied by enchanting notes and radiant light, creating an atmosphere both mysterious and solemn. As the chant progressed, Yasser began to emanate a brilliant glow, and the very fabric of space seemed to warp. Suddenly, a blinding light flickered and vanished, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Within the brilliance, a tall and imposing figure gradually emerged, clad in ancient battle armor and wielding a colossal sword, exuding a formidable aura. The spirit's gaze was piercing, fixed upon Yasser as if assessing his intentions. Yasser, with a fist pressed to his chest, bowed his head. Ancestor, I beseech your strength. Gareth nodded slightly, then glanced at his own clenched fist, feeling the power within. Furrowing his brow as he remarked, you are far too weak. Yasser, with a resigned expression, replied, I apologize, Ancestor, my strength is limited. This is all I can offer you. Upon hearing this, Gareth inhaled deeply and drew a sky-blue longsword from his waist. With a thunderous crash, the ground trembled violently as Gareth's figure instantaneously vanished, while powerful energy waves erupted from the distant barrier, causing the entire space to quiver. Roberts, barely clinging to life, witnessed this spectacle and sneered, with your strength, even summoning the Knights of the Round Table cannot breach the barrier. As Gareth launched his assault, the rest of the team unleashed their abilities, a barrage of attacks striking the barrier, unleashing terrifying waves of psychic energy, yet the barrier remained unyielding. The glow of the magic circle intensified, and simultaneously, the demonic statues captured by Luke began to illuminate one by one. Luke suddenly rose, his gaze fixated on Yasser's location. While news from Jones finally reached Luke's phone after leaving the underground manor. Upon witnessing the summoning ritual, Luke's pupils constricted. Unlike Yasser and the others, he grasped the full terror of this magic circle. Do you old fools truly wish for Europe's demise? Luke muttered to himself, rising to his feet. The demonic statues beside him began to tremble slightly, and before Luke could make a move, they ascended into the sky, scattering across the city in various directions. Dozens of beams of light shot skyward, and within these beams, grotesque, towering demons, nearly 100 meters tall, materialized. Even from a distance, Luke could discern the malevolent expressions upon their faces. His heart sank, and he tightened his grip on the colossal sword at his waist. A peculiar wave of energy radiated, and suddenly, the magic circle before Yasser and the others disintegrated. Above their heads, the magic circle reappeared, and a beam of light shot up just like before. By the time Yasser and the others reached the ground, a 100-meter-high demonic statue had already crushed the manor. Before Yasser could react, beams of light shot forth from the statue's eyes, and the other statues followed suit, all the beams converging in the city center. An immensely vast magic circle unfolded, and at its center, a long, jet-black claw appeared to pierce through the dimensions, resting upon the edge of the circle. The scent of humanity, a deep voice rumbled, accompanied by a demon slowly crawling forth. With a visage reminiscent of a skull, adorned with sharp protrusions, skeletal arms bearing vicious spikes, and bat-like wings unfurling from its back. It's good to see you again, Luke, the demon exhaled, gazing into the distance. In an instant, a golden shadow appeared, and Luke stood before the demon, stating firmly, Bonnie, this is not a place for you. Bonnie laughed heartily. Did you think I was merely a projection of power this time? I have brought with me 70% of my strength. If it weren't for the damn dimensional barriers, I could slay you right now. Luke frowned. I am no longer the person I once was. As he spoke, he slowly drew the colossal sword, its tip aimed at Bonnie. Since you dare to tread upon this land, be prepared for retribution. Bonnie grinned wide. Such delightful justice. A torrent of dark energy erupted from him, engulfing nearly half the city in a thick smoke. Numerous demons emerged from the black mist, their ghastly faces drifting like specters, and upon encountering any living being, they would shriek and pounce. However, Bonnie was taken aback to find that there were no ordinary people left in the city. He abruptly looked up at Luke. Have you evacuated everyone? Luke remained silent, charging forward with his colossal sword. Bonnie cackled as he swiped at the sword. It matters not. Killing you. I can still feast upon these souls. The battlefield of demons raged on. The clash of sword and claw produced a resounding hum, and Luke felt the shockwaves reverberate through his arm, his heart racing with alarm. Bonnie was one of the strongest beings in hell, his power having reached the pinnacle of the Emperor realm. Even with only 70% of his strength, his might was not something an ordinary emperor could rival. To slay Bonnie this time would undoubtedly come at a steep cost. As Luke cast a calm glance around, he noted the entire city was being ravaged by the demons unleashed by Bonnie. Fortunately, he had evacuated the civilians in advance. Otherwise, the casualties would have been far greater. Yet, this course of action could not continue. The demons, finding no humans here, would surely expand their search. These demons were essentially Bonnie's symbiotic entities. As long as Bonnie lived, they would infinitely regenerate. While pondering this, the swirling black mist surrounding Bonnie lunged at him, claws glinting with a chilling light, creating 5 pitch-black fissures in the air as they descended. Luke shouted, and the light on his colossal sword blazed, transforming his figure into a beam of light that shot forth. Bonnie was still in the midst of his claw strike, but Luke had already pierced through his form in an instant. The contract of light is still as nauseating as ever. Bonnie's laughter echoed from the void, his pierced body dissipating into a cloud of black mist, revealing his giant face amidst the swirling darkness. A massive claw emerged from the black mist, crashing down upon Luke, obliterating the surrounding skyscrapers in an instant. Luke, moving with incredible speed, darted out from beneath the shadow of the claw, soaring into the sky. Shining zenith. Overlooking Bonnie's colossal face below, Luke's expression grew grave as he held his sword vertically before him, a brilliant light gathering at the hilt. In an instant, his position erupted like a firework, countless streams of light cascading outward, each striking the ground in succession. One stream of light struck a demon, annihilating it instantly and leaving a massive crater on the ground. The other streams of light, when not hitting demons, dispersed harmlessly like ordinary light. Many beams struck Bonnie, dispersing the thick black smoke, and for the first time since the battle began, he let out a pained roar, having sustained damage. However, the resplendent zenith of Luke was far from its conclusion. An abundance of radiant streams continued to emanate from his position, and their influence reached far beyond mere illumination. On the ground, Yosef and his companions were engaged in combat against the demons summoned by Vani, yet a discernible gap remained when confronted with the Imperial Realm's fiends. They had endured relentless assaults, suffering grievous injuries. Yet, as the brilliance of the zenith cascaded down, one wounded comrade, whose arm had been severed, was struck by a luminous stream, and astonishingly, his severed limb began to regenerate with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, another fighter, grappling with a demon of approximately 3 meters in height, was enveloped by a radiant stream. He courageously advanced to meet it, revealing an armor that resembled a mirror upon his arm. The light struck the armor and was instantly refracted, shooting forth at an even greater velocity towards the demon. Upon contact, the light and the demon seemed to undergo a chemical reaction, resulting in a violent explosion, instantly reducing the demon to a swirling black mist. Such clashes erupted throughout the battlefield. With but a single invocation of the zenith, Luke had managed to reverse the tide of battle. Within the black mist, Vani gazed up at Luke, his blood-red eyes narrowing slightly as he crouched low, his bat-like wings flaring as he launched himself into the sky. With a swift motion of his claw, a ripple spread out, and a roaring shadow emerged, lunging towards Luke with a ferocious bite. In that moment, Luke, who had been channeling the zenith, was compelled to sever his energy supply. Nevertheless, the brilliance unleashed had already been sufficient to alter the course of the conflict. His next objective was to eliminate Vani. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow suddenly enveloped him, causing his expression to shift. His body surged with light, forming a protective shell akin to an eggshell, yet the next instant, he was struck with tremendous force, crashing from the sky to the ground below. In the heavens, Vani maintained his stance, retracting his claws, seemingly indifferent to the others. With a sinister grin, he dove towards the earth. Below, a brilliant explosion erupted from the massive crater created by Luke's fall, followed by Luke ascending once more, the brilliance of his great sword nearly blinding. The two forces clashed fiercely in the air. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, cleaving through dozens of buildings in its wake. The ongoing battle against the demons was also significantly impacted. After summoning Gareth to fight alongside him, Yosef maneuvered along the periphery of the battlefield. As a spirit hero, his direct combat prowess was undoubtedly inferior to that of other spirit contracts. Thus he sought to minimize his presence. Gareth, a formidable warrior and one of the legendary knights of the Round Table, despite having his strength curtailed by Yosef, could still contend with two opponents of the same caliber without issue. Armed with a sky-blue longsword, his swordsmanship was extraordinarily potent, rendering the two demons virtually incapable of retaliation. Yosef found himself engaged with two demons of formidable resolve. They needed to hold them off until Luke could deal with Vani, for if these demons were allowed to spread, all of Europe would descend into chaos. In the distance, reinforcements continued to arrive. Aside from those stationed at the unyielding fortress, nearly all the elite fighters were en route. The threat posed by the Imperial Realm was no jest. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of a nation. Regrettably, the Paladin Dorjulk was tasked with defending the unyielding fortress. Otherwise, his alliance with Luke might have swiftly dispatched Vani. As Yosef contemplated this, his peripheral vision collected data from the surroundings. Engaging two demons of the Heart Realm with his Soul Realm powers, he navigated the battlefield with ease. Also tasked with gathering intel and coordinating efforts. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon 7 distinctly unusual demons. Their forms varied, yet Yosef, with his profound understanding of demons, could instantly recognize their likeness and origin even from a distance. The 7 deadly sins. His pupils constricted. These were the 7 principal demons of hell. And here they were manifested, eerily resembling their infamous counterparts, yet they remained aloof, gathered together. A summoning ritual. The phrase flickered in his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. At this juncture, Luke was facing Vani, possessing a formidable 70% of his true power, and thus was not a foe to be dispatched swiftly. While their Holy Realm champions were also en route, the summoning of Vani had been exceedingly abrupt, and Luke's early arrival had solely been due to his status within the Realm of Light. Beyond Luke, The highest level of combatants present were merely at the soul realm. This was also the reason Luke had initially employed the Zenith, a skill capable of enhancing team combat effectiveness. Yosef's gaze shifted back to Gareth, who now faced 2 additional demons of the soul realm. Even with his considerable strength, the odds of 1 against 4 began to weigh heavily upon him. What to do? If the 7 deadly sins were summoned, they would undoubtedly overturn the entire battlefield. Yosef's expression shifted repeatedly, thoughts racing through his mind, yet he could find no effective solution. The 40-second summoning. In this dire situation, perhaps only summoning a more powerful spirit hero could disrupt the ritual of these malevolent beings. Scanning the battlefield, he noted that everyone aside from himself was embroiled in fierce combat with the demons, and the energy within him was dwindling. 10 seconds. Would 10 seconds suffice? Yosef clenched his jaw. Summoning Gareth had nearly depleted his energy reserves, and sustaining another spirit of Gareth's caliber would only last a mere 10 seconds. If that is the case, then I must resolve this within 10 seconds. Determination filled Yosef's eyes as he evaded a falling shockwave from the sky and accelerated towards the vicinity of the 7 deadly sins. Numerous demons obstructed his path. Showcasing remarkable agility, he deftly dodged and weaved until he reached a towering building near the assembly of the sins. Incanting an arcane and mystical language, he called forth, "O ancient king of the Round Table, sovereign of Europe, your deeds are celebrated and sung. Be welcomed into the Hall of Heroes." The surrounding space shimmered with the emergence of a spectral edifice, and the last remnants of his energy began to pour forth like a flooded dam. The illusory structure solidified further, and the grand doors creaked open. A hand clad in golden armor pressed against the gap, and Yosef's heart surged with joy. The king. Yet in the next moment, a pitch-black claw pierced through his form, and behind him, a tall demon with blood-red eyes slowly withdrew its arm. In the distance, Gareth's form flickered, wavering between reality and illusion. He abruptly looked towards Yosef, attempting to rush over, but was firmly detained by the demons. Meanwhile, the hand from the spectral building seemed to be drawn back by an unseen force, retreating into the structure. Yosef collapsed in despair. The grand doors of the illusory edifice slowly closing. Behind him, the mocking laughter of the demon echoed, "Arthur, you shall not be summoned." At this moment, Yosef had lost the strength to speak. He could only stare intently at the gap in the building, where he vaguely perceived a chaotic yet radiant power akin to stars. "Answer me, Hall of Heroes." He summoned the last of his strength, shouting in desperation, as Gareth's figure vanished into thin air, and the final vestiges of his energy were sent into the Hall of Heroes. "Did you do something using my identity?" Jiang Lin questioned Xiao He with a hint of suspicion. "Woof, woof, woof." Xiao He barked repeatedly, feigning innocence. Jiang Lin narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an oddity in the gaze of the maid who had just looked at him. His disguise was undoubtedly flawless. As an utterly ordinary university student, how could he possibly attract such special attention from a maid? However, with the current state of Xiao He looking woefully pitiful, he found himself unable to inquire further. Reluctantly, he decided to set the matter aside for the time being, prioritizing the urgent task of making up for the missed class. After all, his abrupt departure earlier had been a unilateral decision, only understandable by his counselor. Otherwise, Jiang Lin would certainly face disciplinary action. On his way to find the counselor, Jiang Lin unexpectedly encountered someone he did not anticipate. He had seen Lilith once before when he visited with his dorm mates, and now he found himself face to face with her again. She appeared to be heading towards the teaching building, accompanied by Daisy. At that moment, Lilith was engaged in lively conversation with the president of the student council, completely oblivious to Daisy, who was visibly on edge beside her. As if bracing for an impending threat, the instant their eyes met, Daisy hurriedly averted her gaze, instinctively positioning herself next to Lilith to shield her from Jiang Lin's scrutiny. After witnessing Xiao He utilize the powers of the underworld that day, Daisy had been plagued by unease. She harbored an innate fear of those wielding soul energy, a sentiment rooted in her traumatic experiences in Europe, where she had suffered greatly at the hands of demons, leaving her with lasting scars. "Do you know me?" Jiang Lin's voice resonated within Daisy's mind, nearly startling her. Yet, this was Long Country, and he was her savior. Though she was puzzled by his need to conceal his identity, she maintained her composure, forcing herself to respond, "Noble sir, I mean no offense. I am grateful for your assistance that day." Jiang Lin's expression darkened as he signaled for silence, then swiftly departed. Once he found a secluded spot behind a wall, he pulled Xiao He aside, his face clouded with displeasure. "Now, speak the truth." At this point, Xiao He could no longer conceal the situation and began to whimper softly, divulging everything. After listening, Jiang Lin remarked, "Demons dare to invade my territory?" Xiao He barked indignantly in response. "You did well, but remember to conceal your face next time." Jiang Lin chided, giving it a light smack on the head. Just then, a strange call resonated deep within Jiang Lin's being, sparking his curiosity. He withdrew his resistance and responded to the summons. In an instant, the space around him began to distort, as if he were being drawn into a peculiar realm. Before being engulfed, he managed to alter his attire and cloaked his face with a shroud of energy. Suddenly, The world around him spun violently, morphing from illusion to substance. A familiar golden door materialized before him, and with a sense of inevitability, he pushed it open. In Europe, Yasser felt his dwindling reserves of spirit energy being swiftly drained at that very moment, yet the Hall of Heroes showed no signs of cessation. After depleting his spiritual energy, it commenced to siphon his life force as well. Yasser was visibly aging at a discernible pace. Conversely, the increasingly ethereal Hall of Heroes solidified, as if a force within was urging its doors ajar. Just then, Vani, who was engaged in combat with Luke, suddenly turned to glance at the projection of the Hall of Heroes below. In that instant, all the demons present felt a suffocating aura enveloping them. Upon sighting the Hall of Heroes, Luke's pupils constricted, and upon recognizing Yasser's condition, he swiftly appeared by his side, channeling light energy to heal his chest, while vehemently urging, "Stop this." At that moment, Yasser's hair had already turned half white. I sensed the origin of all power. He must come. Just then, the doors of the Hall of Heroes swung wide open. As the doors parted, Jiang Lin took in the scene before him. Previously curious about the Hall of Heroes, he had channeled some energy into it, intending for it to summon him in times of peril for them. To his surprise, he found himself summoned today by someone else. As he spoke, Jiang Lin's figure flickered momentarily, and Yasser was astonished to discover that his life force had ceased its decline. Unbeknownst to him, summoning Jiang Lin with his power could only sustain a brief moment. Having flickered, Jiang Lin had been forcibly returned. However, he used his spatial abilities to teleport back once more. At that moment, everyone present was awed by his presence, completely oblivious to the abnormality occurring, even mistaking the gradually dissipating Hall of Heroes as a natural consequence of a successful summoning. 43. Demon of Lust. "So, you are the one who summoned me?" Jiang Lin inquired, directing his gaze at Yasser. Despite his features being obscured by energy, he sensed the intensity of his scrutiny. "Noble Origin Master, I am the one who summoned you. My homeland is under siege by demons. I beseech your assistance." Yasser struggled to rise, placing a hand on his chest and bowing slightly, his tone earnest. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment, then turned his attention to Vani, who appeared to be braced for battle. From the moment Jiang Lin emerged, Vani felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, every nerve in his body trembling. He could not help but quiver, overwhelmed by an exhilarating sensation of encountering formidable strength. The Hall of Heroes. How could such a creature exist? From what era did he hail? Could it possibly be the one from over 2 millennia ago? No. How could that individual enter the Hall of Heroes? In a flash of realization, Vana's expression contorted into a snarl. "No matter your origins, as long as I eliminate the summoner, you will inevitably return to the Hall of Heroes." In an instant, Vani transformed into a black mist, darting towards Yasser. Luke immediately rushed forward to intercept him, bellowing, "Halt the summoning of the 7 sins." With that, he engaged Vani in combat, both sides igniting their true powers. Vani was determined to prevent Jiang Lin from disrupting the summoning ritual of the 7 sins, while Luke aimed to exploit Jiang Lin's presence to interrupt the ceremony and aid in vanquishing Vani. Moreover, the aura Jiang Lin emanated upon his arrival was sufficiently imposing. He should find it effortless to dispatch those demons, right? Luke did not dwell on these thoughts, thus failing to notice that upon reaching the 7 sin demons, Jiang Lin merely stood at a distance, observing with keen interest. The demons, once immersed in the summoning process, disregarded everything around them, even Jiang Lin's terrifying presence. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Lin showed no inclination to intervene. Yasser, anxious, wished to express something, but upon witnessing Jiang Lin's intrigued demeanor, he inexplicably fell silent. Initially, things seemed manageable, but as time passed, and he sensed his spiritual and life force severing their connection with Jiang Lin, he began to realize that he could no longer bind this heroic spirit. The loss of control over the heroic spirit was not unprecedented, yet heroic spirits also suffered backlash. However, Jiang Lin had remained unperturbed since his arrival. With Jiang Lin deliberately allowing the summoning ritual to proceed uninterrupted, the 7 sin demons soon completed their summoning. A summoning array rapidly took shape, emanating a soft pink glow, which culminated in a blinding beam shooting skyward. As he battled Vani, Luke's pupils dilated in horror as he turned to see a graceful figure swiftly materializing within the array. "Are you still able to focus on anything else?" With a sinister laugh, Fanny relished the prospect of summoning yet another demon of equal rank, fully confident that it would dominate the battlefield. As he spoke, his 5 claws descended upon the distracted Luke, sending him crashing into the ground with a brutal blow. The earth erupted into a massive crater, and Luke, dazed and clutching his throbbing head, pondered the implications of the sin of lust. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. In that fleeting moment, he had discerned the summoned entity, a demon representing one of the 7 deadly sins from hell, the sin of lust. At that moment, Jiang Lin was also transfixed by the demon before him, entranced by her alluring form, scantily clad in barely their fabric that tantalizingly hinted at more beneath. It was said that the demon representing the sin of lust could manifest differently to each observer. showcasing the most enticing form that would stir their deepest desires. Jiang Lin wiped away an imaginary trickle of blood, exclaiming, "Wow, sister, you are truly captivating. Is that so? Do you think I'm beautiful?" The demon purred, stepping forward with a graceful sway. "If only I were a tad sweeter." Jiang Lin's eyes gleamed with adoration, revealing his affinity for such charms. "Sweet, you say? Well, I can certainly be that too, both enchanting and delightful. That's me." The demon teased, playfully sticking out her tongue. Jiang Lin, startled, recoiled, exclaiming, "What the hell are you doing?" Instantly snapping out of his dazed state, he reflexively struck out with a slap. The demon, taken by surprise, attempted to evade but found the surrounding space suddenly immobilizing, as if she were mired in quicksand. The sheer force of his blow twisted her head and neck, surpassing the limits of her spine, resulting in a catastrophic break. The lust demon spiraled away, crashing through a dozen buildings before finally halting, her mangled form rapidly regenerating under the influence of her original sin's power. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I will reduce you to the lowest form of lust demon." Anger overwhelmed her reason as she questioned her own allure, her charm momentarily faltering. Her once beautiful visage twisted in rage, the lust demon surged forward, conjuring a long whip of pink light from the battlefield's humans, coalescing it in her palm. With a swift crack, she lashed out at Jiang Lin. "Your heart is so vile." Seizing the whip, Jiang Lin exerted his strength, pulling it towards him and delivering a powerful kick. Initially, he had hoped to savor the moment, but disappointment washed over him. "What a letdown," he muttered disdainfully. The series of taunts sent the lust demon into a frenzy, her nails elongated into claws. Fangs emerged from her mouth, and she gradually transformed into her demonic form. "I will make you pay with your life." Her voice turned raspy, her speed surging to unprecedented levels. Yet, before Jiang Lin, it made little difference. "You have disappointed me," he replied, shaking his head as he grasped the air, freezing her in place. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, her form splintered apart, vanishing into the ether. A wisp of pink essence escaped the shattered space, fleeing back into the summoning circle, disappearing from sight. Jiang Lin sighed. Demons are indeed a challenge to vanquish. He understood that what had been summoned was merely a projection of the lust demon's power. The essence that had escaped was a fragment of her true power, protected by the rules of the demon realm, making her difficult to destroy. As the essence entered the magic circle, a voice echoed from the other side. "Human, I will remember you." The summoning circle swiftly dissipated, but Jiang Lin, quick as a flash, approached it, channeling his power into the circle. "Oh." As the circle began to expand, the lust demon on the other side smiled with excitement. "Human, do you dare to enter the demon realm? Is that a challenge?" "I thrive on challenges." Jiang Lin responded with enthusiasm, unleashing a torrent of power into the circle. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, numerous high-ranking demons sensed an unusual force approaching. In a certain part of the demon realm, a being seated upon a throne, resting his chin on one hand, observed the chaotic battles below with indifference. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He closed his eyes, feeling a power attempting to forcefully tear open a breach in the demon realm. As recognition dawned upon him, his expression turned grave. After assessing the nature of the intrusion, he vanished from the throne. Atop a mountain, the lust demon glared menacingly at the expanding fissure, knowing that if that human dared to descend, she would show him the true depths of hell. Although the summoning circle and Fanny's actions had temporarily overlaid the land with the rules of the demon race, being separated by two planes and only able to project power severely limited her abilities. "Come, come." She beckoned as the entrance widened rapidly. Just then, a figure appeared beside her. "Satan, what brings you here?" the lust demon instinctively inquired. Satan, ignoring her, fixed his serious gaze on the entrance. "You promised me 50 years without entering the demon realm." What did you say?" "I can't hear you across two planes." Jiang Lin feigned ignorance, continuing to pour his strength into the entrance, which now seemed just wide enough for a person to pass through. Satan's pupils narrowed at the sight, and without hesitation, he pressed a claw against the opening, causing the surrounding space to shudder violently before shattering, unleashing a torrent of chaos into the area. Remarkably, while space usually mends itself under the world's rules, the space that Satan shattered showed no signs of repair. After completing this, Satan turned to the astonished lust demon. "What have you done to provoke him?" Who is he?" The lust demon stammered, still reeling from the shock. "Over a decade ago. He was responsible for that incident," Satan replied expressionlessly. "If he descends upon the demon realm again, I will eliminate you first." His tone was devoid of emotion. Yet the murderous intent sent a shiver through the lust demon. In hell, Satan's authority was far beyond what a mere 7 deadly sin demon could challenge. Realizing her grave mistake, the lust demon lowered her head, silencing her thoughts of revenge. Moments later, she suddenly recalled, Fanny. Fanny is still up there. What? Satan's expression shifted. "Didn't I tell you to steer clear of the human dragon kingdom?" "We didn't. We initiated the ritual in the human realm of Europe, summoning a heroic spirit." "A heroic spirit? Male or female?" Satan pressed for details. The male demon of lust was perplexed as to why he posed such a question. Yet he answered truthfully. Strangely, she noticed a barely perceptible sigh of relief escape Satan upon hearing the response. On the ground, Jiang Lin surveyed the chaotic space before him, reluctantly retracting his power, thinking to himself that he remained ever vigilant. Oh well. He turned his gaze towards Vanny, who was locked in fierce combat with Luke, contemplating the need to conclude this swiftly and return. With that thought, his figure flickered and vanished, appearing between the two warriors. Jiang Lin spread his arms wide, one hand deflecting Luke's massive sword while the other thwarted Vanny's dark claws. Addressing Vanny, he stated, "I am pressed for time. It would be prudent for you to return to hell promptly." Vanny, upon hearing this, almost laughed in exasperation. Though he was unsure why the demon of lust was so swiftly vanquished, he felt compelled to retort. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Jiang Lin lightly tapped the space around him, causing Vanny's colossal form to shatter into fragments. An immense volume of black mist began to swirl and coalesce in the distance. Declaring, "I am not to be compared with the demon of lust," Vanny bellowed, as the black mist rapidly expanded. Jiang Lin replied with resignation. "Utilizing the power of the Holy Realm to manipulate spatial contracts cannot threaten you." With that, he grasped at the void once more, and a grotesquely dark fissure appeared before him, swiftly spreading and instantaneously traversing Vanny's position. The surrounding space, within a radius of several thousand meters, shattered like glass. But what if I were to ascend another level? This time, no black mist emerged. Vanny seemed to have vanished into thin air. I thought this would be somewhat amusing. Jiang Lin mused, as his form gradually dissipated from sight. The astonishment on Luke's face, having witnessed Jiang Lin's instantaneous dispatch of Vanny, had yet to fade. It was only when the space began to self-repair that he regained his senses. Turning to observe the other battlefields, he noted that all the demons had dissipated, powerless in the wake of Vanny's demise. At that moment, his subordinates were nearly all injured. He could not afford to linger on anything else. He released a sphere of light into the sky, which erupted, illuminating the area below, and miraculously healing everyone's wounds at a visibly rapid pace. Even the nearly fatal injuries of Yozel were restored to normalcy, though the vitality drained by the Hall of Heroes could not be replenished. "Yozel, how come you look like you're in your 60s or 70s at just over 40? Teased a team leader who had narrowly escaped peril. Yozel, upon hearing this, did not take offense. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Well, doesn't that mean I can retire?" In the face of such calamities, surviving and salvaging the situation seemed a trivial price to pay. Yozel was quite philosophical about it, partly because he wished to avoid witnessing the expression of guilt on Luke's face. Upon returning to school, Jiang Lin clasped his hands behind his head, smiling cheerfully. "Little Black, should you engage in such activities that expose my identity again, I shall deduct a month's worth of rations. After all, with your strength, going a month without food or drink should pose no challenge, right?" In the shadows, Little Black's ears drooped as if they had transformed into airplane wings, lying on the ground and whimpering incessantly. Afterward, Jiang Lin went to the counselor to make up for his absence before returning to the dormitory. Upon his return, he found several people gathered around Quinny, all wearing anxious expressions and fervently discussing something. "No, you can't send that." "Yes, you need to ask her." "What the hell? Why did you send that inappropriate image?" "Retract it. We're doomed." Upon entering, Jiang Lin heard Qin Ji's lamentation. "What is going on here?" Old Jiang is back." The group looked up simultaneously, concern etched on their faces. "Is your friend all right?" It's fine. Jiang Lin replied with a somewhat stiff smile, then shifted the topic. "There's no longer any danger. What are you all doing huddled here?" "Oh, it's Quinny. He added WeChat during the previous social event. He's chatting with Sun Qian." Jiang Lin's eyes widened. Had Quinny found a romantic interest? No. Quinny quickly clarified. When it was discovered, Zhang Tianhan nearly bit his teeth into pieces. If Jiang Lin were to join, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Jiang Lin, hearing this, felt an internal sigh of relief. He was entirely concerned for his brother's well-being and simultaneously feared for his brother's fortune. As he pondered, Jiang Lin's expression shifted. "I haven't added on WeChat yet." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the others regarding him with peculiar expressions. "How can you say that? Xiao Qing told me in confidence that several girls from her dormitory have added you, but are still waiting for your approval." Jiang Lin felt as though struck by lightning. In the past few days, he had avoided WeChat to escape notice, subsequently retreating to the Shadow Clan. Upon emerging, he encountered those incidents. How could he add anyone? And by the way, one of them remarked, their gaze turning somewhat dangerous, "Shouldn't you clarify your relationship with that stunningly beautiful woman who approached you after your departure?" Jiang Lin's expression transformed. Upon sensing their threatening aura, confusion washed over his face. "What beautiful woman? And there was an older sister too? Don't deceive me." Initially taken aback, he then became animated, as if struck by inspiration, prompting the others to wonder if they had misjudged him. "What? Which alluring woman sought me out?" Realizing he had successfully diverted their attention, Jiang Lin felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Not just anyone could withstand the charm of that woman. "Ah, You truly do not recognize her? She is breathtakingly beautiful. I have never seen anyone so exquisite. Zhang Tianhan exclaimed, his eyes filled with admiration. The moment I laid eyes on her, I felt I had glimpsed the essence of love. That sounds like mere infatuation, Qin Gu scoffed. And do you think someone of her caliber would be interested in a toad like you? What the hell? What's wrong with being a toad? Can a toad not experience love? Taking advantage of their quarrel, Jiang Lin slipped back to his bed, pulled out his phone, and began to fold the numerous pinned chats, sending friend requests one by one. Since the other party had initiated the requests, once Jiang Lin accepted, the chat windows opened automatically, and he sent messages to each. However, to his despair, at this moment of repose, none replied. Oh lament, oh woe, how you strum the strings of my heart, as I sit before the stage of sorrow. The melodies intertwining with a tinge of melancholy. How do I convey my affections across the void, as I listen to the echoes of a century's drama? Jiang Lin, somewhat irritated, looked up to see Qin Gu making a sorrowful face, as if grasping an invisible pipa, while Zhang Tianhan sang in a low, somewhat raspy voice. Damn. Even Jiang Lin couldn't help but curse at this sight. According to the law of emotional equilibrium, when one experiences sorrow, another must find joy. A hint of excitement resonated from Quinny's bed. Hey, she replied to my message. In an instant, the group returned to normal, their figures flashing as they gathered around him. For eager faces pressing together to scrutinize the small screen of his phone. What did she say? Let me see. Don't rush to reply. Damn it. Why did you send that inappropriate image again? Qin Gu exclaimed, feeling exasperated. I didn't know what to say at first when I saw the message. So I thought to send an image to ease the awkwardness, Quinny muttered softly. Besides, you all said to respond quickly. Isn't that what a warm-hearted guy does? Qin Gu facepalmed. Brother, only the handsome qualify as warm-hearted. What you sent was a blazing goblin. Quinny felt as though his heart had endured a crushing blow. And when you chat, you need to provide topics for conversation. Sending an inappropriate image, how can anyone respond to that? Are you trying to engage in a meme duel? In an instant, Quinny felt a chill in her heart. How should I respond? She pondered. Tan Ji's expression grew grave, and just then, the sound of a WeChat notification from Quinny's phone broke the tense atmosphere, causing everyone to stiffen and fix their gazes upon her phone's screen. She had sent a picture back. Quinny's excited voice masked the sound of their shattered dignity. What further broke their hearts was the fact that the picture she received in return was somewhat pointedly directed at them. Akin to a challenge. Had the sender issued a duel of images? The answer was a resounding yes. As expected, before anyone could gather their wits, Quinny instinctively swiped her finger, sending a meme in reply. The other party seemed equally adept, quickly responding with another message. The onlookers exchanged glances, their spirits crushed. They resigned themselves to the futility of it all. Jiang Lin stared vacantly at the avatars, shocked to find that one of them was his own. Zhang Tianhan, sitting beside him, shared a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. Where did we go wrong? After the conclusion of the new student ranking battle, the subsequent ranking contest for the second and third years began, but Jiang Lin paid them little mind, choosing instead to focus on his duties at the weapon shop. As the system's lament seemed to transcend dimensions and affect him directly, over a month passed, during which Jiang Lin managed to complete only 2 tasks, accumulating a mere 15 points, still a far cry from acquiring his next weapon. Initially, he had harbored aspirations for fantasy weapons, but he soon realized he had overestimated his enthusiasm, especially as the system imposed various restrictions, and with his scant points, much of his fervor had been extinguished. One day, while lounging on the second floor, he unexpectedly received a message from Isong. The latter had mentioned that someone was in need of a custom weapon. Jiang Lin yawned and got up. Although the shop primarily catered to custom orders, such requests were infrequent, with most customers opting for ready-made items. The shop's prized possession, the Twin Dragon Shadow Sword, had yet to find a buyer. This lack of sales was partly due to Jiang Lin's own laziness and lack of promotion, though he would never admit it, attributing it instead to bad luck. Upon descending to the first floor, Jiang Lin was somewhat surprised to find that the 2 individuals seeking a custom weapon were Yu and another talented new student from the academy, Su Wanwan. Jiang Lin had some recollection of this soul-type practitioner, and it appeared that their relationship was quite amicable. Observing the 2 linked arm in arm, he quickly grasped the situation. It was normal for Su Wanwan, being a soul type, to be immune to the curses surrounding Yu, and it was no wonder that someone like her would become friends with him. Boss, Yu exclaimed with a hint of surprise. I didn't expect you to be here. This is my friend. She's also here for a custom weapon. Yu seemed somewhat more cheerful than before. Jiang Lin nodded slightly and approached the counter. Please, share your requirements. Su Wanwan looked quizzically at the unremarkable Jiang Lin, struggling to reconcile him with the master Yu had described. However, since Yu had brought her over, a modicum of respect was in order. She glanced at Isong beside her before returning her gaze. My soul contract is rather special. Can you create a weapon that accommodates this type? Certainly. Jiang Lin replied confidently. Seeing Jiang Lin's assured demeanor, Su Wanwan opted not to press further. Upon her arrival alongside Yu, any lingering skepticism she had was deemed disrespectful, and she was well aware of how sensitive Jiang Lin was. She was reluctant to let a mere 10,000 yuan create a rift between herself and such a pure-hearted friend. Since this is a custom order, I will specify my requirements. Money is not an issue. Now that you mention it, I'm wide awake. Jiang Lin's eyes brightened, and he gripped his pen with renewed fervor. Our soul-type weapons are quite specialized. There are few items that can enhance the soul contract. Regarding the weapon, I can afford to be less demanding about the soul contract enhancement. But could you increase the amplification of the spiritual energy? Materials for the bowstring, she added. Is that feasible? Absolutely. Is there anything else? Jiang Lin casually jotted down her requests, looking up to inquire further. Su Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. Anything else? Yes? Jiang Lin asked, puzzled. Su Wanwan was surprised. She had assumed that a weapon shop of this caliber would provide basic functionalities, and she was aware that crafting soul-type weapons was a challenging endeavor. Hence, she had anticipated lowering her demands regarding soul contract enhancements. Each additional special function would necessitate a new and precious material, exacerbating the burden of raw materials for weapon crafting. Thus, every weapon's capabilities were inherently limited. Yet Jiang Lin's tone suggested he had ample leeway. With this thought in mind, Su Wanwan's curiosity was piqued. Could he possibly be a disciple of a master? This seemed the only explanation that held water. When even the slightest possibility emerged amidst the multitude of uncertainties, individuals instinctively gravitated toward that direction. And Su Wanwan found herself in such a predicament. After all, Jiang Lin appeared remarkably youthful in both spirit and appearance, unlike the person beside her, who bore an inexplicable shadow in his soul. Additionally, could you enhance it with some wind-type spiritual energy? I'd like to slightly improve my mobility. Of course, Jiang Lin replied. Nodding slightly, he proceeded to take note of her request, and then turned his inquiring gaze back to Su Wanwan. At this point, Su Wanwan was genuinely taken aback. Each added ability exponentially increased the difficulty of crafting. How was it possible that Jiang Lin seemed unperturbed by such pressures? She found him difficult to read, especially since adding capabilities to a weapon was of utmost importance, and she was momentarily at a loss for ideas. Noticing her hesitation, Jiang Lin suggested, what if we consider adding a stealth feature? Soul attacks are insidious and elusive. During combat, your mere survival poses the greatest threat. Restoration abilities could also be included. Su Wanwan's heart raced. Jiang Lin's words struck a chord. If possible, could you enhance it with restoration abilities? Certainly. Is there anything else? Anything else? Su Wanwan nearly faltered in maintaining her aloof goddess persona, her mouth agape in astonishment. Well, since you seem quite affluent, perhaps adding more would yield greater benefits. Jiang Lin hastily amended, almost revealing his prowess. This comment seemed to ease Su Wanwan's tension. Let's proceed with this for now. I'm worried that adding more might deplete my pocket money. Jiang Lin felt a few question marks floating above his head. The combined costs of the last two abilities, along with the crafting of a soul-type weapon, would surely exceed $1 million. Clearly, Su Wanwan was no naive fool regarding market values, proving she was well aware of the actual prices. Now, claiming she was short on pocket money, glancing at the shop, which he considered quite substantial, he suddenly felt a sense of impoverishment. Very well, what type of weapon would you like? A bow, Su Wanwan declared without hesitation. All right, since you understand the market, I'll lay out the price. 3 million, with a 200,000 deposit, and you can collect it in 3 days. Upon stating the figure, Jiang Lin felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. A transaction exceeding $1 million felt unprecedented. If he completed this, wouldn't he be on the path to becoming a millionaire? Meanwhile, Hisong stood by, holding his breath. The world of the affluent seemed to have exceeded his wildest imagination. Night Language was similarly aware of her affluent friend, yet she remained oblivious to the true extent of her wealth. At school, Su Wanwan typically projected an air of indifference towards money, without any ostentatious displays. With a decisive gesture, Su Wanwan produced a bank card inscribed with mystical energy marks, prompting Hisong to hastily present the card reader. When the sum of 200,000 was credited, Hisong found himself in a state of bewilderment, while Jiang Lin was invigorated, assuring him that he could handle the affairs with the funds at hand, simply awaiting the collection of the weapons. As Night Language and her companion exited the store, Hisong remained in a dazed state, his voice stammering. Boss, have we truly secured $1 million deal? We haven't even scratched the surface. I'll need to personally oversee the operation, Jiang Lin replied with a smile. His mind briefly flickered with thoughts of the necessary weapon materials. The bow arms were readily available, but the bowstrings capable of harnessing soul energy would prove elusive. There were indeed numerous materials suitable for crafting bowstrings, yet ordinary fibers and composites would fail to imbue them with soul-inflicting capabilities. Only parts of beings that were themselves manifestations of soul energy could suffice, but such entities largely exist in an ethereal state, making acquisition exceedingly challenging. Souls, unless entangled with the underworld of the Dragon Kingdom, are generally absorbed back by the will of the world. However, with the existence of the underworld, the Dragon Kingdom harbors a plethora of souls. Yet, for reasons unknown, Jiang Lin wished to maintain a distance from the underworld, ultimately directing his focus towards a particular entity across the coast. This creature, akin to a devil, possessed an uncanny mastery over souls, seemingly born for that very purpose. And it also produced materials suitable for crafting bowstrings. Across the coast, within a vast, primordial forest of the former island nation, the trees stood immensely tall, each reaching several dozen meters, and standing beneath their roots felt akin to entering a realm of giants. This island, reduced to a playground for foreign races after the Dragon Clan's entrance opened, had been nearly assimilated by the Dragon world. Jiang Lin found himself atop a square concrete spire, largely concealed by earth, deep in contemplation. Has it truly been assimilated to this extent? Within Jiang Lin's psychic vision lay a building sprawled upon the ground, largely buried beneath dirt, with only a corner of the rooftop exposed, the complex roots of the ancient trees entwined around the structure. It had been a long time since his last visit, and he wondered if those delightful little dragons still remembered him. Perhaps I should capture one to serve as a steed? A flicker of excitement danced in Jiang Lin's eyes. The notion of being a dragon knight was undeniably appealing. His previous visit had been hasty, but this time, opportunity seemed to beckon. Meanwhile, at the school, the disguised Xiao He suddenly sneezed. "What's wrong?" Zhang Tianhan inquired. "Nothing," Xiao He replied, shaking his head, yet a vague sense of unease gnawed at him, as if something precious was about to be seized. Something's amiss. Xiao He's instincts flared to life, recalling that Jiang Lin had not disclosed his destination before departing, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind as thoughts raced. If bows were to be crafted, the ideal material for the bow arms would be branches from the world tree, which could indeed be found within their master's realm. What else is needed? Bowstrings, arrows. Wait, since that individual was a soul contract user, the arrows would utilize soul power, thus eliminating the need for manufacturing them. The remaining requirement was solely the bowstrings. The urgency surged within Xiao He's thoughts. For a bowstring capable of channeling soul attacks, it must be constructed from soul-derived materials. The underworld's master in the Dragon Kingdom would not intervene lightly, and the demonic realm in Europe had agreements against such actions. Remaining specialists in soul manipulation capable of producing materials were scarce. Wait, soul dragons! Xiao He exclaimed, startling his dorm mates. Just watching a video. He quickly added. After dismissing his companions, Xiao He resumed his mental brainstorming, though the unease within him threatened to surface. Soul dragons only existed in the dragon realm. Last time, his master had sought to capture one for a mount, but time had not permitted, and those elder dragons were notoriously proud. This time, however, his master might encounter some alluring distractions. Danger. A singular word loomed in Xiao He's mind. As the ecology here approached an almost primal state, Jiang Lin traversed the forest for quite some time, devoid of any signs of human habitation. Instead, he encountered a plethora of peculiar subdragon species. This phenomenon related to the nature of dragons, a race capable of crossbreeding with virtually any organism. After dominating a world, other species inevitably fell victim to their influence. Thus, nearly every creature Jiang Lin encountered bore some dragon-like traits, which were not detrimental to them. Indeed, the more dragon-like characteristics they possessed, the stronger their potential lineage. Dragonkind are not merely powerful. Those inheriting dragon bloodlines undoubtedly have opportunities for advanced evolution. The target Jiang Lin sought, the soul dragon, while not particularly formidable, possessed exceptional survival capabilities and exhibited erratic behavior. Yet, Jiang Lin had a strategy. Soul dragons were particularly fond of human souls, and as humanity had not perished from this land, he merely needed to locate a human settlement and disperse their essence. However, the inhabitants of this land had lived in such an environment for countless years, their caution ingrained in their very beings. To avoid alarming them, Jiang Lin could not employ extensive exploration skills. At this moment, he became akin to a walking radar, limited to minor explorations. Upon confirming that no human presence lingered within a 10-kilometer radius, Jiang Lin swiftly shifted locations to continue his search. Even as he moved, the surrounding environment remained largely unchanged, revealing the extent of transformation the island had undergone under dragon rule. After another half-hour of fruitless searching, while contemplating whether to broaden his search parameters, two streaks of light suddenly shot across the sky. The familiar auras startled Jiang Lin into suppressing his own presence to the bare minimum, rendering himself indistinguishable from an ordinary person. One of those auras unmistakably belonged to Chu Xingwan. Jiang Lin could scarcely believe it. Even in this remote location, he had encountered her. Unbeknownst to Chu Xingwan, she soared through the skies above the island alongside another woman. This woman, equally stunning, rivaled Chu Xingwan in beauty, and her demeanor exuded a gentler grace compared to Chu's slightly assertive nature. Clad in a simple yet elegant white gown, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. Fresh and ethereal, the fabric of her dress was soft and smooth, akin to clouds drifting from the horizon, and its exquisite tailoring perfectly accentuated her slender, graceful figure. The neckline was elegantly designed, subtly revealing her fair, delicate skin and the elegant contours of her collarbone. Cinched at the waist with a light-colored belt that emphasized her slender waist, the skirt billowed in the breeze, swaying like a blooming flower. The overall ensemble was neither ostentatious nor lacking in elegance, fully showcasing the woman's gentle beauty. Below them, the earth echoed with the thunderous roars of various beasts, rendering her actions a provocation to the territories of all creatures. The two individuals were utterly unconcerned. Rather, Chu Xingwan sneered coldly, asserting that these mindless beasts dared to roar at her. Once she emerged from the dragon realm, she would slay them all. Xingwan, if you act this way, those ancient dragons will only become more agitated, Luo Yingying remarked with a hint of exasperation, gently rubbing her temples. Has the dragon clan allied with the demon clan this time? We still don't know. This isn't a trivial matter. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent us to investigate. Oh, there's a small settlement below, and it carries the scent of demons. Luo Yingying's expression sharpened as she leaned down to fly lower, with Chu Xingwan hastily following suit. The area they referred to was a quaint little valley, home to around 20 or 30 households, constructed from wood, vines, and grass, evoking a nostalgic aura. The two alighted atop the valley, with Chu Xingwan stepping onto a massive stone, subtly releasing her spiritual energy while peering down. After Luo Yingying touched down, she took a step while holding up her long skirt, only to unexpectedly twist her ankle with a loud crack, causing her to tumble flat to the ground. Without a backward glance, Chu Xingwan reached out to catch her, continuing to emit her spiritual energy. Thank you, Xingwan. Luo Yingying, steadying herself with Chu Xingwan's assistance, tenderly massaged her lower back and cautiously stepped aside. We found the demon. It appears to live alongside humans. What could this settlement's strongest inhabitant possibly desire? I don't know, but the presence of demons on this island suggests that the situation may be far graver than we anticipated. Luo Yingying expressed her concern. If these two clans are collaborating, their ambitions might be substantial. Wait for me a moment. Chu Xingwan nodded slightly before leaping down into the valley below. Mere seconds later, she soared back up, holding a fully transformed forest demon in her grasp. This demon, possessing strength in the soul realm, would be considered a formidable entity elsewhere, yet in Chu Xingwan's hands, it struggled like a mere imp. The forest demon, previously baring its teeth menacingly, froze upon sensing a hint of spiritual energy from Chu Xingwan and Luo Yingying. Fengyu. It spat in a sharp, twisted dialect of the dragon tongue. Oh. Chu Xingwan regarded it with mild surprise, her eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a sharp aura. You seem to know quite a bit. The forest demon widened its eyes in terror, frantically waving its hands. I know nothing. Speak. Why has your demon clan appeared here? You have 3 seconds to choose between answering or remaining silent. As she spoke, a faint sparkle flickered in the void beside her. I'll talk. I'll talk. The forest demon dared not hesitate. The methods of Fengyu were beyond its imagination. A human gave birth to an exceptionally gifted offspring for the forest dragon king, Zizierk. Currently, due to this offspring, tensions have escalated between the forest dragon king and the other dragon kings. We came to seek an opportunity to collaborate with the forest dragon king. Oh. Luo Yingying leaned closer, her eyes alight with intrigue. Is there a twist? Chu Xingwan, somewhat exasperated, pushed her head aside. It seemed they had uncovered the reason for the restlessness among the old dragons. Were they afraid of being caught in the crossfire during a potential internal conflict? The forest demon, daunted by the two formidable figures, dared not utter a word. The forest dragon king is insistent on bringing this offspring back for the dragon clan's baptism, to evolve into a true dragon. However, the other dragon kings refuse to allow the proud dragon bloodline to be tainted. The crystal dragon king recently attempted to ambush this offspring, severely injuring it and nearly igniting a war between the two dragon kings. Chu Xingwan furrowed her brow in contemplation. It was indeed an act characteristic of the crystal dragon king. What about now? Where's that offspring? The forest demon hesitated, its peripheral gaze darting toward the settlement below, never expecting two 10 extremes to suddenly appear. The collaboration with the forest dragon king had commenced, and should the 10 extremes intervene, unforeseen complications were likely to arise. Yet, as a mere soul realm entity, what could it possibly do in the presence of the 10 extremes? To save its own life, it could only speak the truth. I was here yesterday and found traces of its existence, which is why I sought to infiltrate this area for intelligence. Chu Xingwan discreetly glanced at Luo Yingying, who nodded slightly. Then Chu Xingwan's gaze turned dangerous as she addressed the forest demon. If that is the case, why did the Ocean Dragon King appear along the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom recently? The Ocean Dragon King? The forest demon echoed, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. The Dragon Kingdom's emphasis on territorial integrity was unparalleled. The Ocean Dragon King had merely taken a leisurely tour, yet such an unannounced act was tantamount to declaring war. In the realm of dragons, 5 continents existed, with the ocean covering approximately 41% of the area. The oxygen content here differed greatly from that of Earth, resulting in larger biological and botanical forms, along with a significantly higher concentration of spiritual energy. Somewhere in the ocean, an immense shadow lay in slumber, until it abruptly opened its colossal eyes, its golden slit pupils exuding boundless authority. Zizierk, this is not a place for you. A booming voice accompanied by terrifying waves crashing upon the sea echoed. Above, a nearly 1,000-meter-long green dragon, with a wingspan that was equally daunting, slowly emerged from the clouds. Its head resembling that of a ferocious beast. Its horns resembled ancient trees, with branches visibly sprouting from its back and elsewhere, giving it a texture unlike other dragons. Its skin akin to coarse wood. This was the forest dragon king, Zizierk. A whirlpool appeared in the ocean, revealing the massive, pale blue head of the ocean dragon king. Nereus, you must assist me this time. Zizierk stated plainly, his tone brimming with confidence, which nearly provoked laughter from Nereus. Assist you? Do you comprehend your actions? You are tainting the noble bloodline of dragons. Nereus's voice was grand, the surrounding waves roaring in response to its fury. Unfazed, Zizierk continued nonchalantly, a few days ago. You visited the coastline of the Dragon Kingdom. Don't think that no one is aware. Phone US people are already outside. I don't care about your dealings with the Ocean Clan, but if you wish to keep this a secret, you must assist me this time. As the surrounding waves settled, Nereus submerged his head halfway, leaving only his eyes above the surface, gazing deeply at Zizierk. How do you know? He inquired. Even the ocean harbors forests. For a long while, Nereus remained silent, the two locked in mutual contemplation. Eventually, Nereus spoke in a low voice. How may I assist you? Protect him for 2 months. I can handle the rest, Zizierk replied, revealing a young boy with twin horns nestled in his dragon claw. The complexity within Zizierk's immense vertical pupils was palpable. If I do not return in 2 months, deliver him to the Dragon Kingdom. Have you lost your mind? Nereus suddenly erupted from the sea, his colossal form rivaling, if not surpassing, Zizierk's. For a mere human woman? Zizierk offered no response, but continued. I have inscribed the information regarding you and the sea folk in a certain location. You will receive it in 2 months. Without awaiting an answer, Zizierk relinquished the boy into Nereus's care and, with a resounding dragon's roar, soared into the distance. Nereus's gaze remained fixed on the receding figure until it vanished, his profound attention shifting to the slumbering boy in his palm. The forest is indeed elusive. Ugh, this forest is utterly revolting, Jiang Lin exclaimed. Standing upon an enormous tree branch, padding beside him, there's nothing here. In an effort to remain undetected by Chu Xingwan, Jiang Lin was compelled to temper his presence. Yet this restraint significantly heightened the difficulty of locating the small settlements. Reluctantly, he sped through the forest, relying on sheer luck to stumble upon something. After several hours, he indeed uncovered signs of human conflict. Arriving at a fallen tree, Jiang Lin's expression brightened upon discovering remnants of fresh human blood. The surrounding chaos yet to be reclaimed by the forest. Continuing along the trail, he soon encountered a small squad engaged in combat with a scaled bear. Their equipment appeared rather primitive. 2 members wielded spears, maneuvering alongside the bear to draw its attention, while another, positioned behind, ready to bow for a strike. The last member, occasionally summoning a radiant light, clearly served as a healer, a quintessential 4-person team. The scaled bear, merely at the condensation realm, soon succumbed to the coordinated efforts of the quartet. After dispatching the bear, the team deftly produced knives to dismember the carcass, their adornments reflecting a primitive essence. The existence of such individuals in this era inevitably stirred a sense of pity within Jiang Lin. However, he had no inclination to dwell on it, considering that the inhabitants of this island could be deemed demons in another realm. Furthermore, weakness is the original sin. Those powerless to resist the Dragonkin's incursion could only blame themselves for being thrust back into a primitive age. The squad efficiently processed the bear's remains, after which one member hoisted its carcass while the others flanked him, hastily departing into the woods. Jiang Lin stealthily followed, and after half an hour of traversing through a cave, he arrived at a secluded place reminiscent of a paradise. When humanity's survival is threatened, it evolves at an astonishing pace to adapt to its environment. The individuals here exemplified this, having carved out a sanctuary amidst the perilous island, allowing them to endure. Concealed, Jiang Lin marveled at the scene before him, as if stepping from the modern era into the ancient past, observing numerous houses styled in the fashion of bygone island cultures. The arrival of the Dragonkin had been akin to a cataclysmic disaster, plunging the entire island into hell at an unprecedented pace. The technological regression was merely the beginning. Once the island fell into the Dragonkin's dominion, all forms of international aid were thwarted, leaving some regions unaware that the island had vanished. The assimilation of the Dragon Realm was the last straw, casting the island into the Stone Age. Quite tragic, Jiang Lin mused with a sigh. But that is not my concern. The poverty was glaringly evident. While basic survival was somewhat assured, it was achieved at the cost of the warriors' lives, who gambled their very existence to hunt. Having gauged the population here, Jiang Lin determined it was sufficient to attract the Soul Dragon and began preparations. The inhabitants possessed ample experience in confronting the Dragonkin and were wary of the Soul Dragon. Within Jiang Lin's view, he discerned an invisible barrier enveloping the canyon, preventing the souls of its denizens from revealing their presence. However, this rudimentary shield was easily dismantled with a mere wave of his hand. and as the inhabitants detected the disturbance, Jiang Lin swiftly cloaked it with a layer of deceptive concealment. "Let me set a nest for you," Jiang Lin murmured, hovering above the canyon in silence. The individuals below remained oblivious to the exposure of their essence, continuing their daily lives. Had there been a soul-sensitive individual present, they would have noticed the distinct human soul energy spiraling upwards, visible even kilometers away. In the distance, a massive dragon, its body a shade of gray and measuring over 20 meters in length, carelessly discarded 2 human corpses. Ah, the essence of human souls is truly exquisite. Great Sugol, the devourer and master of souls, has not feasted so heartily in ages. With a low, resonant roar, Sugol exuded an uncontrollable excitement. In recent years, the human population on the island had dwindled, the vast Pacific stretching endlessly to the east while the nation to the west remained too daunting to approach. It was a dire existence, akin to 3 days of hunger followed by 1 meal. Even the 2 unfortunate souls before him had been the result of a grueling half-month search. Just as he took to the skies, Sugol's gray vertical pupils dilated as he detected an extraordinarily rich essence of soul energy. The tantalizing aroma penetrated his very being, causing him to tremble with anticipation. Yet, he refrained from rushing towards it. Instead, he gradually faded, entering a state of ethereal existence, much like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface before vanishing. This was one of the soul dragon's abilities, walking the realm of the dead, allowing it to exist in a state beyond reality while still moving through the physical world. This posed a significant challenge for Jiang Lin, as soul dragons were already rare, and their unique abilities made them all the more elusive. Without proactive engagement on their part, even Jiang Lin found it difficult to locate them. Sugol had no inkling that someone would attempt to lure him using a settlement as bait. Having just devoured 2 souls, he remained in a state of relative complacency as he swiftly approached the settlement. The ethereal walk rendered him nearly weightless, allowing for remarkable speed, and within mere minutes, he arrived at the canyon. The inhabitants, unsuspecting of his presence, were blissfully unaware of the impending threat. As Sugol's claws subtly unfurled, he lunged toward one of the passing individuals, the entire process executed while still in the state of ethereal existence. The individual whose soul was seized instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, prompting several nearby to rush over in alarm. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Someone, come quickly. There's a person who has fainted." In the shadows, Sugol observed the scene with a sinister smirk, as the soul of the unconscious individual writhed in terror within his grasp. Above, Jiang Lin's thoughts stirred, and in an instant, his figure vanished from sight. He materialized not far from the crowd, causing many to recoil in fright. Yet Jiang Lin paid them no heed as one hand plunged forcefully into the void. Before Sugol could recover from the shock of Jiang Lin's sudden appearance, he witnessed Jiang Lin's hand penetrate the realm of the underworld, seizing a particular dragon scale upon his form. "Got you." A wicked smile, reminiscent of a demon, curled upon Jiang Lin's lips. Thunderstrike. A tremendous surge of lightning erupted, shaking the very canyon, and amidst the astonished gazes of the villagers, a circle of thunder exploded in the space before Jiang Lin, revealing Sugol's massive, ashen-black form to the onlookers. "Soul Dragon!" A startled cry echoed, and the crowd scattered like frightened rabbits. In their panic, they failed to notice that Sugol was already rendered senseless beneath the overwhelming thunder. The formidable resistance of the dragon scale was rendered trivial against such overwhelming power, and the ethereal nature of his soul body proved utterly ineffective. Before the last of the onlookers could flee, Jiang Lin had already seized Sugol by the dragon horn, effortlessly shrouding their soul barrier, and departed with determination. Upon exiting the canyon, Jiang Lin swiftly extinguished Sugol's life and cast him into the dimensional void. Just as he prepared to leave, he sensed 2 familiar auras from afar, and from the fluctuations, it seemed they were engaged in battle. At the entrance of the dragon realm, Chu Xingwan wielded a spear enveloped in azure energy, thrusting downward with immense force. The might of her strike seemed capable of stirring the very rivers of stars. As colossal trees around her buckled under an immense pressure from above, their thick trunks splintering. Below, amidst the wreckage of fallen trees, stood a colossal silver-skinned dragon, nearly 100 meters high and several hundred meters long. A grid-like shield materialized beside the dragon, intercepting Chu Xingwan's descending thrust. Failing her initial strike, Chu Xingwan retreated. Yet to her left and right, 2 gargantuan creatures emerged. One, a dragon with fiery red scales, exuded a scorching glow from its throat, its gaping jaws harboring an aura of dread. On the opposite side, the fallen trees lay frozen in a frigid grip, as another massive dragon prepared to unleash its icy breath, transforming the area beside Chu Xingwan into an abyss of extreme cold. "Chu Xingwan, today you shall surely perish here." A thunderous roar resonated from above, as a towering giant, nearly 4 meters tall, with muscles bulging and explosive power threatening to overflow, hurtled towards her. Chu Xingwan's expression turned grave. "Ying, protect me. Threat level 50. With that, Chu Xingwan fixed her gaze resolutely upon the giant, disregarding the impending dragon breaths from either side. The savage tribe, it seems your treacherous hearts remain unyielding. With a fierce shout, Chu Xingwan twirled her spear, then leapt skyward, soaring into the air. Just then, the dragon breaths from either side converged simultaneously, one of flame, the other of ice, sealing off all space surrounding Chu Xingwan. As the two devastating breaths approached, a peculiar melody from a flute enveloped the battlefield in a soothing cadence. Beside Chu Xingwan, a colossal character appeared, enveloping her form, as the two fierce breaths engulfed her. At the epicenter of the collision, all matter was annihilated by an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, the sheer force invoking despair, as Chu Xingwan's figure was swiftly consumed. Even so, the two dragons showed no intention of halting their assault. Dragon Clan, you seek death. A clear and resonant roar emanated from the heart of the clash, followed by a radiant spark that rapidly expanded, as a dragon formed of azure energy burst through the dragon breaths, soaring into the sky. At that moment, Chu Xingwan's hair danced wildly, the spiritual energy upon her spear seemingly coalescing into substance. The airborne dragon shifted direction, lunging towards the giant above. The giant, unyielding, clenched his massive fist, spinning to deliver a retaliatory punch. The tip of Chu Xingwan's spear met his fist, exploding with force yet failing to penetrate. Instead being held at bay, merely a trivial feat, the giant sneered, extending his other hand to seize the spear's shaft. Chu Xingwan raised an eyebrow, deftly shaking him off. A massive character formed beside her, and in the next instant, the space around her shattered, as the silver dragon's head emerged, biting down upon the enormous character beside Chu Xingwan. The character detonated, unleashing a torrent of energy that forced both the dragon and the advancing giant backward. Well done! Chu Xingwan exclaimed softly, then tightened her grip on the spear, sweeping it broadly against the silver dragon. With a pained roar, the dragon recoiled, while Chu Xingwan spun and lunged forward. Seizing the opportunity, the giant struck once more against the spear's tip, bellowing in frustration as his muscles surged, utilizing sheer brute force to push Chu Xingwan back. Although her power was considerable, it paled in comparison to the strength of the savage tribe, sending her careening uncontrollably backward. Below, the ice and fire dragons raised their heads, their terrifying breaths coiling within them. The battlefield shifted in an instant, as Chu Xingwan struggled against the giant's overwhelming might. The melodious notes of the flute resonated once more, and the character's palace and horn materialized upon Chu Xingwan, as the dragon breaths surged forth. The palace character formed a transparent shield to deflect the terrifying energy, while the horn character merged with Chu Xingwan's being, awakening the vast ocean of spiritual energy within her. In an instant, Chu Xingwan regained control of her form and charged towards the frost dragon. As she flew, her breath slowed, and her gaze sharpened with determination. Her spear hand poised at her waist. At the spear's tassel, a core of pure energy erupted outward, igniting with starlight. Energy surged along the spear shaft, gradually converging upon the core. Kamer, run! The giant in the sky, the silver dragon, and the fire dragon roared in unison, even without their warning. The ice dragon sensed the cataclysmic power, yet the energy had already been locked onto its target, and escaping from such formidable foes was no trivial matter. Ultimately, it chose to trust in its own strength. A chilling wave erupted from its core, freezing everything in its vicinity, including itself. In an instant, a colossal ice crystal enveloped it. Buzz! The surge of energy seemed to resonate through space. Pierce the sun, Chu Xingwan called out softly, and her figure vanished. From afar, only a thin line could be seen piercing through the massive ice crystal, before transforming into a radiant arc and disappearing into the distance. Pursue! The silver dragon and the giant of the wild tribe momentarily stood in astonishment before charging forth, while the fire dragon reigned in its flames, approaching the ice crystal. A deep dragon roar echoed, "Come more, come more." The ice crystal remained silent, instead transmitting a mental plea, "Tyler, save me." Upon hearing Cameron's call, the fire dragon Tyler paused. "What has happened? That woman pierced through my core. I must maintain this frozen state. If I break it, I will perish within a minute." Tyler was incredulous. "Is it truly that terrifying?" "Of course. That is the 10 absolutes, with the enhancements of the sun-piercing spear and the jade flute. Had it not been for my absolute freeze, I would have long been dead. Enough chatter. Hurry and find Cicerc. Only his life energy can save me." "Cicerc, but..." "No buts. Do you think I wished about him? I'm on the brink of death." The urgency in Cameron's mental response was palpable, and Tyler dared not delay. Casting a glance back, he turned and returned to the dragon realm. Meanwhile, the wild tribe giant stood atop the silver dragon's claw, intently observing the rapidly fleeing Chu Xingwan and her recently reunited companion, Luo Yingying. The jade flute of the 10 absolutes, a being with nearly no offensive capability, yet one they most dreaded on the battlefield. For the jade flute's abilities were primarily designed to assist allies, providing comprehensive protection, enhancement, and recovery, each aspect being of the highest caliber. It was even said among the higher echelons that to kill anyone in the presence of the Jade Flute, one must deplete her spiritual energy. They understood the strategy of eliminating the healer first before a battle, yet the Jade Flute's support range was vast, and her concealment capabilities were unparalleled. On the battlefield, few had ever seen her true form. The Wild Tribe Giant's gaze remained fixated on Luo Yingying in the distance. If I could slay her, surely the Phoenix Feather Pavilion would be in an uproar? Indeed, a response came from beside him, and the Wild Tribe Giant could not suppress a cruel smile. This time, she cannot escape. The Sea Tribe has long been waiting on the coastline. Yes, it took me some time to deal with them. The Wild Tribe Giant was taken aback, suddenly turning to meet Jiang Lin's smiling face. The Silver Dragon also sensed something amiss, abruptly halting and looking uncertainly at Jiang Lin, who had appeared on its claw without notice. Why do you look at me like that? Isn't the first to kill the peacemaker standard in games? I'm merely an innocent bystander, Jiang Lin shrugged, appearing as if he had just casually crushed an ant. The Wild Tribe Giant and the Silver Dragon instinctively recoiled, their auras expanding. Upon sensing the situation by the seaside, their expressions shifted dramatically. Jiang Lin approached with a smile. Don't be afraid, come play with me. As he spoke, thunder surged from his fingers, a dangerous aura gradually spreading. In that moment, both the Wild Tribe Giant and the Silver Dragon felt an excruciating pain deep within their souls, every cell in their bodies screaming in agony. Get away from this man. Run. Cold sweat trickled down the Wild Tribe Giant's forehead, compelling him to slowly retreat. 51. The power to overturn the table. It was too bizarre, utterly bizarre. Jiang Lin merely stood there, yet he felt as if an abyss lay before him. In that moment, his very existence seemed to shrink infinitely, and the Wild Tribe Giant secretly hoped this was merely an illusion. However, the powerful resistance of his body insisted that the person before him was no mirage, and the grim scene at the coastline was all too real. Although the Wild Tribe excelled in physical prowess, they possessed formidable resistance against various spiritual contracts. Otherwise, they would not be regarded as one of the great clans. For years, their entry had been suppressed, yet the Dragon Kingdom dared not recklessly deploy armies into the Wild Tribe's realm, a testament to their strength. The stage of the myriad clans competing for supremacy was something the Wild Tribe had coveted for a long time, especially the fertile soil of humanity. The Wild Tribe Giant gradually stabilized his aura, his gaze towards Jiang Lin now resolute and unwavering. The Wild Tribe must step onto this stage. We have been silent for too long. Jiang Lin sneered. This stage is not one that every foul creature is entitled to stand upon. When you made your choice, it meant you were prepared for death, did it not? Lightning flickered incessantly around them, illuminating Jiang Lin's face in fits of light and shadow, while dark clouds had gathered ominously above. A long dragon's roar emerged from the depths of the clouds, and during a flash of lightning, a colossal dragon could be faintly seen momentarily materializing within the storm. As long as I am here, the lightning will not necessarily be under your control. A venerable voice resonated from the heavens. Jiang Lin tilted his head slightly, his tone chilling. So this old dragon has arrived? It seems today I can ensure the extinction of your dragon lineage. We may perish, but the great dragon god will descend upon the lands of the Dragon Kingdom to avenge us. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning struck the ground, creating a charred pit. As a dragon of similar size, enveloped in crackling electricity, slowly emerged from the clouds. Jiang Lin's eyes gleamed with a rare excitement. Let it come. With that, his figure vanished in an instant, causing the silver dragon's pupils to constrict as it roared, shattering the surrounding space. Jiang Lin reappeared near the Wild Tribe Giant. Casting a glance at the silver dragon, "You old dragons, are you well prepared?" The Wild Tribe Giant, having narrowly escaped disaster, was drenched in cold sweat. But a surge of inexplicable rage surged within him. Once, they had been one of the great clans, each of their strong ones capable of instilling fear among the myriad clans. Yet now, facing Jiang Lin, he could not even muster the courage to strike. Furious at the trembling of his own hands, he let out a roar, and beneath his armpits, another pair of arms sprouted, his stature rising nearly 6 meters. Resembling a small giant. Human race. His roar turned low and thunderous as he surged forward, raising his enormous fists to strike down. Jiang Lin lightly tapped the space, freezing the Wild Tribe Giant's form in place, then calmly dodged a bolt of lightning that streaked past him before extending his hand to press against the space, halting the pitch-black rift that extended behind him. Outnumbering me, are we? Jiang Lin showed no fear. Instead, he advanced, landing a powerful punch against the Wild Tribe Giant's chest, unleashing a force that sent the giant careening uncontrollably, crashing through dozens of towering trees before finally coming to a halt. But in the next moment, the Silver Dragon and the Thunder Dragon united in their assault, forcing Jiang Lin to pivot and defend. In the distance, Chu Xingwan and Luo Yingying had reached the coastline. Sensing the turbulence of the battle behind them, the familiar aura was unmistakable. Luo Yingying looked back with concern, 2 Dragon Kings and a Wild Tribe presence. Will he be all right? Chu Xingwan rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? You should worry for those 3, if not for the fear of someone overturning the table. he would have long since slaughtered them all. He's merely playing around. A hint of helplessness edged her tone. Deep within her eyes lay a trace of melancholy. The gap between us is growing ever wider. Luo Yingying, sensing her mood, patted her shoulder. Perhaps, but he has never forgotten us, has he? Indeed. Chu Xinghuan nodded vigorously, continuing her flight forward, and soon the entire coastline came into view. Previously focused on Jiang Lin's battle aura, they now realized that the colors of the coastline were quite peculiar. Before their eyes, the coastline was awash in a blood-red hue, with numerous dismembered limbs of unknown creatures floating in the sea, pushed ashore by the relentless waves. Not far off, two colossal monster heads could be seen slowly sinking. They had indeed allied with the sea tribes. No wonder he took action. This was a warning to the sea tribes. Shock filled Chu Xinghuan's eyes. The lingering might of the imperial realm remained on those two enormous heads. Quick, return to inform them. A response must be formulated. The wasteland tribes, dragon tribes, and sea tribes are all restless. An era of turmoil is upon us. Meanwhile, on Jiang Lin's battlefield, he held his own against three opponents without faltering. The assaults of the wasteland giant and the two dragons failed to find their mark. Instead, Jiang Lin's counterattacks inflicted considerable damage upon them. As the battle raged on, a layer of ominous clouds gathered in the sky, shrouding the Thunder Dragon King without a hint of lightning, yet exuding an oppressive darkness. Jiang Lin delivered another punch, sending the wasteland giant crashing into the ground, then braced himself against the lightning strike from the Thunder Dragon King, looking up at the sky with a hint of impatience. I know, it's just a game. There was no humor in this jest, and with such magnitude, he should be cautious not to play himself into oblivion. That would indeed be exceedingly dull. With that, he crushed the lightning and casually tore through the space beside him, stepping into it. Before they could react, he had vanished from sight. The recently emerged wasteland giant, with its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, could not find Jiang Lin at all. Where did he go? He has left. The voice of the Thunder Dragon King rumbled, as he gazed up at the unfamiliar clouds, seemingly sensing the weight of the entire world pressing down. At that moment, the wasteland giant and the silver dragon also bore witness to this scene, their voices tinged with an unmistakable astonishment. At their level, few things could invoke fear, yet this sight made their very souls tremble. They were unaware that a report regarding this cooperative endeavor of three tribes needed to be delivered to the dragon god. On the other side, Jiang Lin had returned to his shop. As he polished the bow's limbs, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Should he intervene? No. It was better to consult the old fellow first. This era was inherently tumultuous. The Dragon Kingdom had enjoyed peace for far too long, dulling its edge. This was far from ideal, and surely the Dragon Kingdom had anticipated such circumstances long ago. As the flames of war ignited, the fledglings must eventually learn to soar. Excessive protection would only hinder them, especially with the presence of Fengyu. Jiang Lin pondered for a moment before gently tapping the void. Old fellow, can you hear me? You actually came to find me? How rare. Speak, what is it? It concerns the alliance of the sea tribes, wasteland tribes, and dragon tribes. There was a moment of silence before a voice responded. Let them come. Such confidence? The voice on the other end sighed slightly. These years have not been wasted. Though we despise war, we remain ever prepared. I may be aging, but I am not senile. In this era, where is peace to be found? Just be ready. I shall refrain from intervening. Otherwise, that miserly fellow might throw a fit. Indeed, we are no longer the people we once were. The Dragon Kingdom's blade is ready to be unsheathed. The voice suddenly became robust, putting Jiang Lin at ease. With his worries alleviated, Jiang Lin's forging pace quickened, and within the span of half a day, he crafted the weapon required by Su Wanwan. A longbow, seemingly made of crystal with its string faintly visible, lay quietly on the table. Jiang Lin lightly tapped its surface, and an attributes panel emerged. Soul's Touch. Precision 1. Distance 3. Breath of the Wind Spirit. Infuses wind elemental energy, slightly enhancing the user's speed. Breath of Life. Crafted from branches of the life tree. The bow limbs can expend spiritual energy to release life energy for self-restoration. Breath of the Soul. The bowstring, made from the soul of a dragon, emits wails and roars, cursing every arrow shot from it. A soul contract user can significantly enhance the potency of their soul attacks. Satisfied with the attributes, Jiang Lin nodded. This bow could even be utilized at the Soul Realm, and its properties perfectly aligned with Su Wanwan's requirements. He paid no mind to the fact that he had crafted the weapon within just a day of the 3-day deadline. After handing the weapon to Hisong and the others, he returned to school, changing into his normal attire for class. 3 days later, when Su Wanwan received the Soul's Touch, she was astonished by the power it contained. Even with her discerning eye, she found it difficult to point out any flaws. Though she could not perceive the attributes as Jiang Lin did, she could feel the 3 layers of additional energy enveloping the bow. After promptly paying the final installment, Su Wanwan and Yi Yu left with a hint of regret, as they had hoped to meet Jiang Lin, brimming with questions. Such a formidable bow had found its way into the hands of such a young individual, and even the materials used for its construction were somewhat beyond Su Wanwan's comprehension. Especially the bowstring, which seemed to truly house a powerful soul. This was undoubtedly a treasure beyond value. Upon returning to school, Su Wanwan made a point to test its power, and indeed, it exceeded her expectations. Now that she had just reached the Radiant Realm, with this bow and the unique attributes of the soul system, she felt confident in challenging high-level S-class soul contracts. We've truly struck gold, Su Wanwan exclaimed to Yiyu, a look of awe on her face. Indeed, I told you the boss is remarkable. The curses around me were suppressed by this weapon. Yiyu revealed her Su Shang's staff, adding, I had sought help from many, but no one could resolve the curses surrounding me. Yet, I wonder where the boss learned such formidable skills. It's impossible that there isn't a lineage behind it. However, he seems to dislike being disturbed. Yiyu quietly reminded her, suddenly awakening from her contemplative storm. Su Wanwan realized that Jiang Lin had chosen to open his shop in such an obscure location and had not engaged in any promotion, indicating that he seemed intent on simply running his business in peace. Like her earlier musings, if she were to continue down that path, she might very well provoke curiosity and utilize her influence to investigate the boss, which could easily lead to unpleasantness for both parties. I've been overthinking it. Su Wanwan sighed softly. Upon returning to school, life gradually settled into a semblance of tranquility. However, the external world was rife with turmoil. Firstly, within the Dragon Kingdom, the Wasteland tribes launched a massive offensive against the world's exit, igniting conflict at the stronghold established by the Dragon Kingdom in the Wasteland realm. Troops were deployed in droves almost daily, and reports even surfaced of tactical nuclear warheads being transported to the entrance. With the Great Wall in place, there was little concern about the Wasteland tribes breaching the entrance. However, over the years, the Dragon Kingdom had profited significantly from the Wasteland's unique products via the stronghold, forming a tightly knit industrial chain. Naturally, the various factions with vested interests would not sit idly by while the Wasteland stronghold fell, thus continuously dispatching large forces into the Wasteland realm. This was merely one significant event. Even more astonishing was the high-profile announcement of an alliance between the Dragon and Sea tribes. Just a day after their alliance, they launched an invasion against the Dragon Kingdom, with legions of low-level flying dragons and sea beasts amassing along the nearly 20,000-kilometer coastline of the Dragon Kingdom. Compared to the wild clans, the threats posed by these two tribes are truly terrifying. The Oceanic tribe, with its seemingly inexhaustible numbers, is capable of overwhelming any nation. The world's gaze is fixated upon the Dragon Kingdom, eager to discover how it survives amidst the onslaught of the three great tribes. Yet, within just a day, the Dragon Kingdom provided a resounding answer. First, a multitude of lighthouse-like structures emerged along the coastline, extending from the southernmost point to the northern reaches. On that fateful day, all the lighthouses illuminated simultaneously, accompanied by the deployment of a unique protective shield, forming an impenetrable barrier. As the Oceanic tribe realized that these lighthouses served as a core element to be destroyed, battalions clad in camouflage uniforms stood guard beneath them like divine protectors. In this era of collective awakening, a nation characterized by order, organization, and unity can unleash an inexhaustible force. With a vast population, the potential to cultivate formidable warriors, unhindered by chaos, is boundless. Across the globe, it seems as though humanity has witnessed the awakening of the Great Dragon for the first time. Beneath the lighthouses illuminating the coastal line of the Dragon Kingdom, an increasing number of formidable individuals congregated. Meanwhile, domestic free warriors commenced their operations, regardless of the era. Wartime remains the most opportune moment for profit and advancement. The free warriors within the Dragon Kingdom represent a formidable force not to be underestimated. In the span of just one day, bolstered by official efforts to enhance transportation infrastructure, the military presence along the coastline doubled once more. The Oceanic tribe's offensive reached its zenith at this moment, transforming the 2,000 kilometers of coastline into an immense meat grinder. Is this what you wish to witness? Jiang Lin scrolled through the updates on his phone regarding the various battlefronts along the coastline, gently tapping on the interface. Even with prior preparations, the grim reality of the front lines caused him to furrow his brow. This is not what I wanted to see, yet it is precisely what they wish to behold. Is it not? A voice resonated from across the interface. You have done enough for the Dragon Kingdom. There is no need to rush into conflict. Since they wish to play, I shall enter the fray myself, for I have the underworld to fall back on. The 50-second shift in the landscape commenced. As the flames of war ignited, numerous low-tier entrances to foreign realms were swiftly closed off. At such a critical juncture, the Dragon Kingdom could not afford to allow these realms within its borders to become ticking time bombs. Furthermore, the impending conflict significantly impacted the nation. The free warriors flocked to the coast and the entrances to the wild clans. Whether motivated by wealth, personal gain, or genuine patriotism, they all deserve respect in this moment. In addition to this, the government rapidly passed a series of supportive policies, their swift enactment suggesting they had been prepared for this eventuality. This also reassured many that the government was not caught off guard by this coordinated assault. At any time, having a powerful government to rely on provides a sense of security. This brings to mind the neighboring country of Fanine, which, despite its demographic advantages, has been plagued by unrest since the advent of the spiritual energy era. Even after hundreds of years, it remains divided, with chaos resulting in a drastic population decline. In such a tumultuous and dire environment, one might expect the emergence of strong individuals. However, the mindset of the Fanine people poses a significant hindrance, making the rise of formidable figures within their ranks increasingly arduous. Coupled with the invasion of foreign tribes, Fanine finds itself beset by both internal strife and external threats. And merely surviving until now is a remarkable feat. In contrast, the Dragon Kingdom has harnessed the pressure from foreign tribes, causing powerful individuals to spring forth like mushrooms after rain. Each generation produces several extraordinary talents capable of shouldering an entire era under relatively tranquil conditions. The growth of spiritual warriors has undoubtedly experienced some impact, yet the Dragon Kingdom's officials are not antiquated thinkers. Upon the arrival of peace, they actively opened various realm entrances to provide opportunities for the spiritual warriors to hone their skills, enacting hundreds of related policies. This has propelled the Dragon Kingdom onto a swift path of empowerment. On the very day this initiative was launched, the government secretly activated a contingency plan. To move one step while anticipating 10 is an intrinsic tradition of the Dragon Kingdom. Consequently, as the fires of war erupted, the responses orchestrated by the Dragon Kingdom were nothing short of impeccable, swiftly fortifying the coastline and stabilizing the conflicts within the wild clans. In merely half a month, the three great tribes were astonished to discover that the two defensive lines of the Dragon Kingdom showed no signs of being breached, but instead appeared as if they had taken root, standing resolute and unyielding. Subsequently, within the Dragon Kingdom, universities initiated a new policy for practical combat training, directly deploying students to the front lines. Naturally, the situation had not escalated to the point of necessitating full mobilization. Thus, students below their final year primarily operated on a voluntary basis. This raised suspicions among leaders of other nations. As they pondered whether the Dragon Kingdom was treating the two battlefronts as training grounds, this speculation led many leaders of other nations to experience self-doubt. After all, this maneuver by the Dragon Kingdom not only revealed their surplus capacity, but also hinted that if they could endure such a battlefield, the pace of growth for the new generation in the Dragon Kingdom would undoubtedly exceed everyone's expectations. Upon realizing this, the wild, dragon, and oceanic tribes were consumed by fury, dispatching even more troops in an attempt to crush the Dragon Kingdom once and for all. Yet this nation seemed to possess an abundance of hidden cards. By the time their reinforcements reached the coastline, they found that the Dragon Kingdom had already positioned its increased military strength beneath the lighthouses, waiting for them. Reflecting on the rapid response strategies employed by the Dragon Kingdom, the three tribes began to suspect they had fallen into a trap. Nevertheless, in terms of numbers and attrition, the Oceanic tribe had never feared anyone. Despite sensing something amiss, the three tribes pressed on with their assault. They had also devised countermeasures. As the Dragon tribe activated several pawns within the Dragon Kingdom to covertly infiltrate the spiritual tribe and establish contact with its higher echelons. There is an adage that states, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." In the midst of the three great tribes launching their offensives, if they could persuade the spiritual tribe, a superpower, to join forces, they might turn the tide. However, reality proved harsh. When the pawns of the three tribes were discarded on the coastline by the spiritual tribe's imperial realm, they were left in stunned silence. Furthermore, the spiritual tribe issued a warning. Should they continue to provoke the relationship between the spiritual tribe and the Dragon Kingdom, the spiritual tribe would directly intervene to assist the Dragon Kingdom. This declaration effectively severed the three tribes' hopes. The line to the spiritual tribe was now a taboo they dared not touch. What was initially anticipated to escalate into a cataclysmic war with global ramifications was curiously quelled by the Dragon Kingdom. Although battles continued along the coastline, the populace gradually accepted the conflict as an integral part of their existence within a matter of months. As for the casualties of war, they became increasingly tolerable. In this era, peace is inherently a luxury, even after decades of existence in a peaceful nation. The Dragon Kingdom has not indoctrinated its people to reject the notion of war. It is worth noting that Oceania has been utterly consumed, and neighboring Fanine has been embroiled in conflict for centuries without respite. The Americas and Europe are still ravaged by devils and demons, while the island nations have been thrust back into primordial chaos. Peace is forged through the sword, and the nation is deliberately sharpening its blade. They may harbor fears and choose not to sharpen their own, but they will never obstruct the will of the nation. Centuries of warfare have long since solidified the minds of the populace into a singular resolve. Furthermore, among the latest policies promulgated by the Dragon Kingdom, the most prominent decree pertains to reincarnation in the underworld, which has incited a fervent pursuit among the masses. The policy states, anyone whose military achievements on the front lines reach a certain threshold may exchange them for reincarnation in the underworld, retaining their memories upon rebirth. To live again. Such an enticing proposition is enough to drive one to madness. Despite the astronomical military achievements required, Who could possibly resist such temptation? Yet, this shift in the broader environment has not affected Jiang Lin. Within the confines of his school, he has navigated the past few months with tranquility, savoring life to the fullest. As the semester draws to a close, snowflakes have already begun to grace the streets of Nanjing. "Old Jiang, where are you headed for the winter break?" asked Qin Gu, exhaling into his palm as they strolled along. "Back home, I suppose," Jiang Lin pondered. Realizing there was nothing particularly special on his agenda, Kiini expressed surprise. "Aren't you going to train? Everyone else is gearing up. We've only just reached the virtual realm after a semester, and we're significantly behind. Many are eager to use this winter break to catch up." Jiang Lin regarded his companions with a bemused expression. "If you go, does that mean others won't? The grind is endless. I choose to take it easy." His friends were taken aback by Jiang Lin's response, with Kiini exhibiting an almost reverent astonishment. "You truly aren't going?" Qin Gu then unleashed his trump card. "We've made plans with the Shaoqing dormitory." Jiang Lin waved dismissively. "I'm not going. I'm heading home to relax." Since the last incident, Jiang Lin had become disillusioned. Seeing his demeanor, his friends refrained from pressing the matter further, merely reminding him, "Even if you're not training, don't neglect your practice at home. Rest assured, I still wish to graduate," he replied. Today marked the final day of the semester, with numerous students seen en route to the station laden with luggage. After parting ways with Qin Gu and the others, Jiang Lin intended to return home for a few days to visit his parents before returning to the shop. During these months, he had not been idle. The system had issued numerous tasks, and his points had risen to 70, prompting him to consider acquiring another weapon. On the eve of Jiang Lin's return home, he unexpectedly received a phone call from his family. "Son, do as you see fit for the winter break. We're off to the Spirit Clan world for a vacation." "Huh?" Jiang Lin was taken aback. "What about the hotel? It's fine to leave it for 2 months." His mother, Mo Ying, replied nonchalantly. "What about you? Have you found a girlfriend after a whole semester?" Jiang Lin's voice dwindled as he distanced the phone slightly. Predictably, the next moment, Mo Ying's relentless chatter about his romantic prospects ensued, and he dared not hang up, enduring 10 minutes of her discourse until he heard his father, Jiang Tianshui, intervene. All right, it's not every day our son calls. And can this matter truly be rushed?" With that, Jiang Tianshui snatched the phone and began conversing with Jiang Lin. The father-son dialogue was brief. Jiang Tianshui inquired about school and life, displaying great leniency regarding Jiang Lin's training. His father's mindset was not rigid. He held no lofty expectations, simply wishing for his son to live well. After about 10 minutes, the call ended, and Jiang Lin's gaze turned somber as he looked out the window. In a certain part of the South Sea, ever since the coastline was established, the battles beneath the thousands of lighthouses serving as coastal fortifications have never ceased. The government has dispatched numerous military forces for defense, installing an array of advanced weaponry and turrets beside the lighthouses, which from a distance resemble a genuine military base. Moreover, to alleviate the strain on official defenses, numerous bounty tasks have been issued to civilian warrior mercenary alliances. At this moment, outside Lighthouse number 293, several teams were engaged in fierce combat with a multitude of sea beasts. Notably, a team comprised entirely of women that caught the eye. Among these civilian squads, this particular team boasted an overall strength that reached the Heart Realm, with its 2 leading members standing at the pinnacle of the Heart Realm. This team, with such comprehensive prowess, ranked among the elite within the diverse array of civilian groups. Beyond their strength, their coordination was seamless. Despite comprising only 7 members, they exhibited the might of a 10-person team. Other civilian squads willingly collaborated with them, assisting in carving a path through the onslaught of sea beasts. The relentless tide of sea creatures could not hinder the team's advance, and soon they successfully fought their way back into the protective energy canopy connected to the lighthouse. This defensive line of the Dragon Kingdom, formed by the thousands of lighthouses, stretched across the entire coastline, its composition and energy consumption a mystery to all. They only knew that no sea beast below the rank of the respected realm could breach this luminous barrier. Once within the protective veil, the expressions of all were those of survivors from a harrowing ordeal. They had taken on a task dispatched by the authorities to cleanse the accumulated sea beasts outside the lighthouse, but unexpectedly encountered a new wave of sea beasts, their numbers surging, nearly overwhelming them. Fortunately, the all-female squad was exceptionally fierce, carving a path forward like a blade. Upon returning to the lighthouse, the leaders of the other squads convened and approached the resting women's squad. "Without you, we might have perished at the claws of those beasts. We are forever grateful. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask." They then presented a bank card, saying, "This contains some funds we pulled together." "No need," replied the foremost woman at the peak of the Heart Realm, her voice cold yet weary, her gaze resolute. It was merely a matter of convenience. With that, she and the other silent members departed, seeking rest outside the lighthouse base. The area surrounding the lighthouse base was filled with structures built using Earth Element Spirit contracts, which the authorities had not dismantled, allowing civilian squads to utilize them, with much of the surrounding land intentionally cleared. After selecting a house, A girl with wheat-colored skin reinforced it with earth element spiritual energy, while Wang Yu wearily leaned against the wall to sit down. These structures, crafted by earth element spirit practitioners, could be conjured from thin air, yet the furnishings remained unrefined, merely clay shells. However, Wang Yu paid little heed to such details. The others were similarly unconcerned, settling down wherever they could to rest with closed eyes. The energy expended on the battlefield far surpassed ordinary expectations, and at that moment, they could have easily fallen asleep on a stone. Another woman at the peak of the heart realm, Zhou Yakin, set up several spiritual energy alarms before finding a stone couch to recline on. The following day, after a restful night, Wang Yu gathered everyone together. She took out her phone and unfolded a paper map. The cleansing of the sea beasts at Lighthouse number 293 was complete, and the next target was Lighthouse number 296, which had been an urgent need for 2 days. Recently, numerous civilian spiritual warriors had rushed over, but the situation showed no signs of improvement. In fact, it seemed to be worsening. Zhou Yakin's heart stirred as she looked at Wang Yu. Are you suggesting we complete the 4-feather task here? The others raised their heads in curiosity. Precisely. Wang Yu spoke in a deep voice. We have completed 50 single-feather tasks and 10 double-feather tasks. With the addition of the current triple-feather task, we have effectively accomplished 3. The quadruple-feather task represents our evaluative limits. After scrutinizing various coastal conditions, I find that the state of Lighthouse 296 aligns most favorably with the quadruple-feather task. Furthermore, this area has attracted numerous civilian teams and official attention, significantly mitigating the dangers involved. But will the evaluation scores diminish? A girl with a somewhat sweet appearance and petite stature could not help but inquire. No. Our evaluations for single to triple feather tasks have all been perfect. Even if the quadruple feather task receives the lowest rating, its impact on the final assessment would be negligible. Wang Yu gently shook her head. Moreover, Jingyao, do not let your guard down. This task is merely relatively simple. Wu Jingyao felt a chill run down her spine and promptly nodded in agreement. Wang Yu surveyed the group. I am aware of everyone's hard work over the past year, but this is the final step, the ultimate hurdle toward becoming official members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. For this last endeavor, I hope everyone can persevere. Let us unite to become Phoenix Feathers. Agreed. The group responded in unison. In the afternoon, once the team was prepared, they set forth toward Lighthouse 296. In stark contrast to the situation at 293, merely standing at the lighthouse base allowed one to behold an almost endless expanse of sea beasts, many of which were of high rank. Upon arrival, the team immediately spotted no fewer than 5 Soul Realm sea beasts. Wang Yu stood at the base, squinting towards the distant tide of beasts, and donned a communication device at her ear. Tail Feather Internship Team 130, applying to execute the formal quadruple feather task. Received, scanning the environment scan complete, task generated. 1. Hunt 10,000 Phantom Realm Sea Beasts, 1,000 Condensed Realm Sea Beasts, 100 Heart Realm Sea Beasts, and 3 Soul Realm Sea Beasts. The task has been assigned. Deadline, 5 days. The battlefield environment has been set, protection permissions activated. Should any unexpected occurrences arise beyond the established parameters, assistance from the 10 Absolute can be requested. We wish you good fortune and look forward to the day you become Phoenix Feathers. A sweet voice emanated from the communication device, yet its content weighed heavily upon their hearts. Chapter 53, Quadruple Feather Task. As Wang Yu's team embarked, a figure soared from a certain location in the province housing Lighthouse 296. Racing towards the tower, the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, a colossal force, harbors many undisclosed aspects, such as the rigorous nature of their formal testing. To this day, no one knows the upper limits. Only upon completing all prerequisite tasks can one unlock a quadruple feather task. Many teams have faltered at the triple feather tasks. Unbeknownst to them, the exceedingly arduous quadruple feather task receives comprehensive support from the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. However, this support merely ensures that no unforeseen complications arise during the task. For instance, a Soul Realm task could suddenly face interruptions from beings of the Respect and Saint Realms. To maintain the task within the stipulated environment, each time a team initiates a quadruple feather task, the pavilion dispatches the nearest protector. Chun-Chi is among them. And upon learning that Wang Yu's team was commencing a quadruple feather task, she hastened to their location. Should this quadruple feather task proceed smoothly, Wang Yu's team might remain blissfully unaware of her presence. With her peak Soul Realm capabilities, Chun-Chi's flight speed was astonishingly swift, and within approximately 10 minutes, she arrived above Lighthouse 296. Below, the sea beasts swarmed in countless numbers, comprising various species. Many of these beasts, dispatched by the aquatic race as vanguards, were amphibious, having evolved land adaptability that granted them formidable combat prowess onshore. Farther within the ocean, colossal beings lurked beneath the waves, their gazes fixed upon the human teams along the coast. In the sky, several water-type dragons flickered in and out of the mist, while dark clouds accumulated, unleashing a torrential downpour. The ambient moisture and humidity surged, enhancing the combat capabilities of the aquatic race. Raindrops deftly avoided Chun-Chi as she focused her gaze on Wang Yu's team amidst the throng of beasts. The communication device, mirroring Wang Yu's, relayed updates on their task progress. It must be noted that any team capable of traversing the triple feather tasks had members of extraordinary prowess. The peak heart realm Wang Yu and the formidable Zhou Yakin, when combined, could engage in battles beyond their rank. As time elapsed, the team's kill count steadily rose. Within mere hours, they had successfully eliminated 10,000 Phantom Realm sea beasts, and half of the condensed realm targets had also been achieved. However, in such a battlefield, resource consumption was a daunting figure. Fortunately, at the heart of their team, a healing spirit bond continually restored their vitality. To hunt higher-tier sea beasts, the team needed to delve deeper into the aquatic realm. The terror of the aquatic race lay in the seemingly infinite quantity of sea beasts, once their numbers were established. The presence of high-ranking sea beasts was considerable. Thus, as the team stepped onto the ocean's surface, the strength of the surrounding sea beasts surged dramatically. Wang Yu and her companions felt a discernible strain, yet through impeccable teamwork, they managed to endure. Near the surface, numerous heart realm sea beasts were present. In Chun Shi's view, this team had positioned themselves as the forefront within the coastline, standing resolute like an unyielding reef against the relentless tide of beasts, while simultaneously dispatching many of them. Although their efficiency had diminished compared to earlier, it was merely a matter of time before they would achieve the 100 heart realm sea beast target if they persisted. After half a day, the state of the team members had noticeably declined, with 60 heart realm sea beasts having been taken down. Chun Shi observed closely and, upon realizing they still had trump cards, felt a slight relief. It seemed this time they could welcome some new members, perhaps becoming the third team of the year. With this thought, Chun Shi released her spirit energy to survey the area, confirming the absence of respect realm sea beasts, a smile gracing her face. At that moment, her phone suddenly lit up, displaying a WeChat notification from someone named Lu Rulin. Chun Shi opened it. "Cici, I heard you are executing a protection task. I just received one myself. It's my first time. Is there anything I should be cautious about?" Looking at her best friend's message, Chun Shi sighed with a smile. "There's nothing much to watch out for. Our role is primarily to prevent and intervene in the event of overwhelming forces beyond their capabilities. Ensure there are no respect realm beings at the task site." Lu Rulin's strength was similar to Chun Shi's, both at the peak of the soul realm, capable of contending against ordinary respect realm entities. Got it. And about this golden orb, can it really summon those esteemed individuals from the 10 Absolute? Lu Rulin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, the 10 Absolute represented everything, evoking a fervent admiration from nearly everyone. Yes, but do not use it frivolously. Unless it's a life or death situation, reckless use could result in expulsion from the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. Chun Shi replied. Understood. Lu Rulin nodded earnestly, gripping the golden orb tighter. Her task was set within the realm of the Savage clan. She scrutinized the team members, discovering several were her juniors from the same school. Lu Rulin, a graduate of Magic City University, was once a supernova in her cohort. Reflecting on her past assessments, she felt a wave of nostalgia as she found herself in the Wilderness Clan world, not far from the location where her team was set to embark on the 4th Feather mission. Within mere minutes, she arrived at the scene. Listening to the reports relayed through her communication device, she learned that her team's objective was to intercept a support squad of 100 warriors from the Wilderness Clan, with a mandate for complete annihilation. When she arrived, the battle had yet to commence. Her team was concealed within a thicket, suppressing their presence. In the distant sky, the approaching wilderness support unit became increasingly visible. The task force consisted of 5 members, all remarkably youthful, their resolute and clear gazes reminiscent of freshly graduated university students. In fact, 3 of them were graduates from this year's Magic City University, while the other 2 hailed from Kyoto University. All 5 were women, and notably, their beauty was akin to that of campus goddesses, a rare sight during their university days. Yet here they were, united as a formidable squad. Leading the group was a striking woman with chestnut, shoulder-length hair cascading like a waterfall over her slender shoulders, its gently curling ends dancing with the breeze. Her features were ethereal, resembling a dew-kissed flower in the early morning light. Yan Muqiong gently bit her lip. Having made the decision during her university years to join the Phoenix Feather Pavilion alongside her 2 close friends, subsequently reaching out to 2 top geniuses from Kyoto University. They dedicated an entire semester to completing the initial 3 feather missions, and today they commenced the 4th feather task. It must be said that the Phoenix Feather Pavilion truly lived up to its reputation. The 4th feather mission was of an entirely different caliber compared to the previous 3. In the confrontation of the 54th Phoenix team versus the Wilderness Clan squad, the latter was led by a formidable soul realm expert, boasting 10 levels of mental prowess, while the rest were merely in the condensation and void realms. On paper, their strength was overwhelmingly superior, and yet the Phoenix Feather Pavilion demanded that they engage directly and eliminate every foe. The challenge was such that even Yan Muqiong, capable of fighting above her level, felt a pang of anxiety. As the wilderness squad drew nearer, she took a deep breath and whispered, "Let us proceed as planned. Our initial assault must decimate half of their mental warriors, ignoring the soul realm expert. Shurji, you are the key. Our survival under the Soul Realm Expert's command rests entirely upon you. Yin Muqiong turned to the sole healer of their team, Jiang Shurji, whose visage resembled a masterful painting, with soft, flowing lines and exquisitely harmonious features. Her eyes, akin to deep lakes, held a gentle warmth, while her straight nose added a perfect dimensionality to her beauty. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, brushing against her fair skin, enhancing her enchanting appearance. Overall, she resembled a blooming flower, exuding an alluring fragrance. I understand, Jiang Shurji replied with a serious nod. Their initial assault relied entirely on her healing abilities to forcibly eliminate the Wilderness Clan's mental warriors. Success would pave the way for subsequent battles. As the Wilderness Squad approached, the group's expressions turned gravely serious. Yin Muqiong clenched her fist, and, as the enemy squad reached above them, she slowly extended a finger. In an instant, the space surrounding the Wilderness Squad erupted violently, grotesque rifts tearing through the air, resulting in the immediate demise of over 10 Wilderness warriors. The leading Soul Realm Wilderness fighter let out a muffled grunt, striking the space with a powerful punch, causing a surge of spiritual energy to emanate, momentarily slowing the rift's expansion as the Wilderness warriors scattered. At that moment, all but Jiang Shurji surged forth, each one targeting a mental warrior. The Wilderness warriors had just distanced themselves adequately, and despite their preparations, the four-member assault was terrifyingly effective. The 4 mental warriors fell with little resistance, slain on the spot. Having successfully eliminated 7 mental warriors in their initial strike, the imposing Soul Realm expert quickly reacted, his towering figure darting towards Zhou Yakin, delivering a thunderous punch. At that moment, Zhou Yakin was wielding a silver longsword, half embedded in the neck of a Wilderness warrior. If she were to withdraw her blade now, the Wilderness warrior's regenerative abilities would undoubtedly allow him to survive. Thus, Zhou Yakin showed no intention of evasion, completely entrusting her back to Jiang Shurji. As Zhou Yakin forcefully delivered her strike, the Soul Realm Wilderness expert's fist also descended. A full power blow from the Soul Realm, if landed, would surely spell doom for Zhou Yakin. Yet, Jiang Shurji did not betray her trust. From a distance, she called out, "Endless vitality." A vibrant green light enveloped Zhou Yakin, forming a constantly swirling barrier. As the barrier was battered by the punch, it quickly reformed, slowing its descent. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Yakin withdrew her sword and evaded. While the Soul Realm Wilderness warrior's blow finally shattered the barrier, but Zhou Yakin had successfully extricated herself. By the time the remaining Wilderness warriors converged, the 5 had already formed a defensive circle, back to back. In a matter of seconds, 10 mental warriors had dwindled to just 3. Though the situation appeared to favor the Wilderness Squad, Yin Muqiong and her companions breathed a sigh of relief. The sudden loss of so many mental warriors ignited the fury of the Wilderness fighters, and with a strange, furious roar from their Soul Realm leader, they began their assault. Without hesitation, Yin Muqiong confronted the Soul Realm Wilderness warrior. As an SSS-grade sound elemental contract holder, her weapon was a pair of hollow short hooks. As she charged forward, Yin Muqiong reversed her grip on the dual hooks, and her figure twisted mid-flight, unleashing a series of peculiar sound waves. The Soul Realm Wilderness warrior, eyes wide, sensed the chaos within his blood energy. In a flash, the reversed hooks struck him, the sound of their contact resonating against his purple skin. Sound 2, resonance. Yin Muqiong shouted, and the Soul Realm warrior felt a peculiar force penetrate his skin, assaulting his innards. At that moment, the remaining 4 were besieged by the other Wilderness warriors. Although they were all in the mental realm, the sheer number of Wilderness fighters gave them a decisive advantage. With 3 additional mental warriors joining the fray, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. However, with Jiang Shurji's healing support, they remained safe from death, managing to capitalize on defensive counterattacks to occasionally fell a Wilderness warrior. In Yin Muqiong's skirmish, her unique sound abilities and adept skills allowed her to initially gain the upper hand against the Wilderness Soul Realm fighter. Yet, the Wilderness warriors were renowned for their resilience. And as they gradually adapted to her sonic attacks, the Soul Realm warrior, with a bloodthirsty grin, declared, "Batuka has seen through your techniques." Following his proclamation, his muscular frame tensed, ready to unleash his full might. As Yin Muqiong launched her sound-based assault, it suddenly proved ineffective. Batuka slowly raised his head, a savage smile curling on his lips, and in an instant, he surged towards Yin Muqiong, delivering an unadorned but devastating punch that left her with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Sound 5. Great sound of hope. A ripple, visible to the naked eye, radiated outward, centered around Yin Muqiong, followed by 2 additional waves. The approaching Batuka was unexpectedly repelled by the force of the ripples, while a peculiar tremor cascaded over him, causing his strength to dissipate in an instant. What appeared to be a ferocious strike faltered before it could reach Yin Muqiong. Seizing the opportunity, she countered with 2 swift hooks, striking his skin, which shimmered like purple gold, resonating with an eerie frequency. The strange vibrations surged into Batuka's body, producing a sound akin to the tide, and he staggered as if struck hard, groaning lowly as a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. In that moment, the fabric of space tore apart as Jiang Manwu, the spatial contract holder of the team, teleported before Batuka, her slender fingers pressing against him, causing jagged rifts in space to rapidly spread. Even Batuka's formidable physique could not withstand such spatial tearing, resulting in a gaping wound on his chest. With the 55th level of power, Batuka gazed in shock at the vast void in his chest, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at the resolute Jiang Manwu. Forcing a punch to push the two back, he swiftly concentrated his terrifying spiritual energy into a crystalline heart shape at the site of his injury, striving to maintain his vitality. To the astonished eyes of his assailants, the flesh at his chest began to regenerate, subtly hinting at the emergence of a new heart. Meanwhile, the others in the back, having been caught off guard by Jiang Manwu's ambush on Batuka, found themselves encircled by a horde of feral warriors, the situation deteriorating to an extremely perilous state. Yin Muqiong and her companion were similarly cut off from the team, surrounded by two concentric circles of savage fighters, plunging them into a dire predicament. Above, Lu Rulin observed the unfolding chaos with a barely perceptible sigh. Without any trump cards, the mission was on the brink of failure. It was clear to anyone with discerning eyes that the team faced an overwhelming crisis. Yin Muqiong's unwilling gaze fell upon the recovering Batuka in the distance. She yearned to rush towards him, but was firmly obstructed by the savage warriors. After several futile attempts, she gritted her teeth and urged, "Manwu, use that move." Upon hearing this, Jiang Manwu nodded resolutely, and a silvery luminescence enveloped the bodies of the team members. In an instant, their forms blurred, and sensing an ominous premonition, Batuka attempted to retreat. However, the speed of spatial manipulation was unparalleled among all spiritual contracts. As he moved, the five appeared before him simultaneously. Yin Muqiong's hooks collided in a cross, emitting an unusual melody that momentarily dazed Batuka. The others, having prepared for this moment, unleashed their strongest attacks in unison. An explosive burst of energy erupted from Batuka's location, enveloping him in a blinding radiance. The distant savage warriors were taken aback as they sensed Batuka's life force rapidly waning within the brilliance. No, they heard Batuka's anguished roar, followed by a shockwave that reverberated through the air, sending five figures hurtling backward. The savage warriors snapped back to reality, their eyes blazing with hatred, fixating on the five falling figures. At that moment, the five were plunged into unconsciousness. The death throes of a soul realm expert were not to be underestimated. Although their trajectories varied, each was surrounded by a shimmering emerald glow. The leaderless savage warriors descended into madness, charging forward the instant Batuka perished. The three swiftest among them locked onto their targets, closing the distance in an instant, weapons raised high to strike down upon the unsuspecting figures. As the emerald light met the weapons, it erupted in a blinding brilliance, radiating potent life energy. The three determined savage warriors persisted in their assault, undeterred by the glowing barrier. As reinforcements arrived, the emerald glow surrounding the five began to dim rapidly. In a critical moment, Yin Muqiong was the first to awaken, her eyes widening at the weapons poised dangerously close. Without hesitation, she deftly evaded and retaliated, her hooks plunging into the bodies of two approaching savage warriors. In an instant, they exploded into a spray of blood. Ignoring the other unconscious members, she swiftly moved to Jiang Shishir's side, fending off the assailants. At that moment, Zhou Yakin, Jiang Manwu, and the remaining Zhou Xian regained consciousness, their emerald light reduced to a mere glimmer. With widened eyes, they immediately counterattacked, moving towards Yin Muqiong's position. Yin Muqiong had reached Jiang Shishir, who remained pale and unresponsive. The group formed a protective circle, fiercely staring down the enraged savage warriors. "Be careful. Shishir won't wake up anytime soon. Don't get hurt," Yin Muqiong cautioned, her figure shifting to repel the advancing savage warriors. Above, Lu Rulin watched with astonishment at the unconscious Jiang Shishir. What a formidable life contract. In the fleeting moment before Batuka's death, the majority of his retaliatory force had been intercepted by Jiang Shishir, who, before fainting, had released a surge of emerald light to buy precious time for her comrade's revival. A smile crept onto Lu Rulin's face. It seemed she would soon be adding a new member to the team. This year's surprises were indeed plentiful. In her eyes, dealing with the remaining savage warriors was merely a matter of time. As time passed, the savage warriors began to realize the situation was shifting, despite their apparent exhaustion. Yin Muqiong and her companions exhibited an extraordinary tenacity, their formations flawless and devoid of any vulnerabilities. With the absence of the Soul Realm's main offense, it became increasingly challenging for the remaining savage warriors to breach their defenses. Gradually, the savage warriors recognized something amiss. Their inability to subdue the five was becoming evident, and their ranks were thinning with each passing moment. The balance of the battlefield subtly began to tilt in favor of Yin Muqiong's team. Just as the three Soul Realm warriors began to comprehend the dire situation, Jiang Shishir, who had been carried by Yin Muqiong throughout the battle, weakly opened her eyes. The savage warrior's pupils constricted. It was already arduous to eliminate this team, and if their healer recovered, victory would be utterly unattainable. Though Jiang Shishir was weak, her depleted spiritual energy was rapidly revitalizing. At that moment, the outcome of the battle was no longer in doubt. Above, Lu Rulin nodded in satisfaction. This little team was indeed impressive, decisive when necessary, and most importantly, they exhibited a profound trust in one another, an invaluable trait. Unbeknownst to them, within the Fengyu Pavilion, power was not the primary assessment criterion. Mutual trust among teammates garnered the most points in evaluations. It was nearly time to conclude this encounter. Lu Rulin stretched. Just as she was about to descend, a ferocious aura suddenly surged from the distance. Observing from afar, she saw a multitude of trees being violently swept aside by a figure soaring low through the forest, carving a path through the dense foliage. A figure of the Respect realm? How could one appear here? Lu Rulin's gaze sharpened as she noted the precise trajectory of the approaching figure, her sharp eyes narrowing slightly. With a flicker of light from her ring, an exquisitely crafted dagger materialized in her hand. Dense shadows coalesced into intricate patterns, enveloping Lu Rulin's entire being. She twisted her neck, a mischievous smile dancing upon her lips. Like a wisp of dust suddenly dispersed, Lu Rulin's figure vanished without a trace. In the distance, the ferocious flying warriors of the Zun realm were contorted with a grimace of rage. Just moments ago, their only direct bloodline had inexplicably disappeared, and the very location of that disappearance lay along the path to the frontline reinforcements. Stree was consumed by fury, casting aside the mission at the front, his wrath engulfing all rational thought. At that moment, two dark arrows shot forth from either side of him. Instinctively, Stree slowed his pace, crossing his arms defensively in front of him. Clang! The sound of clashing metal echoed like the ringing of hammers. Sparks erupted from his arms as he caught a fleeting glimpse of two identical faces passing by. Rats in the gutter. Stree snorted coldly. A brutal surge of spiritual energy erupted from his robust form, manifesting as a visible shockwave. A shadow beneath his feet surged like a tide. And then two figures lunged forth, aiming directly for Stree's head. His expression twisted into a snarl, fists clenched tightly, body slightly angled, and then he struck back with ferocity. A colossal phantom appeared behind him, mirroring his movements, enveloping the area around him as its enormous fist descended like a meteor onto the ground. Boom! Countless trees were crushed under the might of that punch, and the earth at the center of the impact cracked open. A shockwave rapidly spread over thousands of meters, forcing Lu Rulin, who had been hiding in the shadows, into the open. At that moment, her body was entwined with demonic runes, a manic smile gracing her face. Far from being flustered, she appeared increasingly audacious. Whoosh! Her figure split once more, moving with incredible speed, and in an instant, she was before Stree. Two daggers raining down upon him like a storm. The metallic clinks rang out incessantly as Stree's gaze darted around, attempting to pinpoint her location. Yet her speed was astonishing, her form blurring into a seamless illusion. At a certain moment, Stree abruptly reached out, grasping the air. Lu Rulin's figure was yanked from the shadows, and Stree grinned wickedly, slowly tightening his grip. Fear filled Lu Rulin's face as her features flushed crimson from the immense pressure, her form subtly distorting. She opened her mouth and let out a piercing scream. In an instant, dense demonic runes filled her body, causing her to expand rapidly like a sea urchin, before bursting with a thunderous explosion. Countless dark materials spread swiftly, adhering to Stree's body. Upon closer inspection, they resembled numerous small insects frantically burrowing into him. Stree was taken aback, intending to shake off these bizarre substances with a jolt of spiritual energy, yet Lu Rulin's figure appeared before him like a specter, her knee thrusting toward his abdomen. The gathered spiritual energy suddenly dissipated, and an overwhelming darkness rapidly coalesced upon Lu Rulin's dagger. The dark energy taking on a tangible form as she unleashed all her might into a single strike. The dense darkness shattered Stree's spiritual defenses, landing squarely upon his violet skin. Sparks erupted, yet Stree's skin remained impervious, like a fortress against any harm. He glanced down at his chest, then raised his gaze to Lu Rulin, sneering, "You're still lacking, woman of the soul realm." Thump, thump. The heartbeat resonated like war drums, and a flicker of amusement crossed Stree's otherwise grim visage. He conceded, "You are indeed formidable, human woman." With that, his form shimmered, rippling like a poor television signal from a bygone era. Alarm bells rang in Lu Rulin's mind as she promptly transformed her body into dark matter. In the next moment, a massive fist shattered her chest, and Lu Rulin exploded into a cloud of black mist. The mist rapidly spread, swiftly coalescing in a distant shadow. A grave expression flickered in her eyes, though her blood boiled with excitement. A smile slowly formed at the corners of her mouth as the magical runes on her body multiplied. How intriguing, how fascinating, utterly delightful, haha. A series of maddened laughter erupted as Lu Rulin snapped her fingers, declaring, "The night approaches." On the ground, darkness surged like a tidal wave, and in an instant, a pitch-black carpet formed beneath her. Lu Rulin's figure gradually melded into the tide, while in the sky, Stri's silhouette flickered and reappeared on the ground, delivering a simple yet powerful punch that sent the tidal wave into a frenzy of towering waves. Lu Rulin emerged in the distance, proclaiming amidst the darkness, "I am everything." Countless obsidian arrows materialized around her, and with a mere gesture of her finger, a torrential rain of arrows was unleashed. Stri crossed his arms defensively before him, as the rain of arrows detonated upon impact, yet his gaze remained locked on Lu Rulin. "Is that so? Then I shall annihilate everything." The heartbeat intensified, and he inhaled deeply, exhaling a stream of energy as he propelled himself to a height of 1,000 meters, surveying the darkness below with a commanding gaze. Stri pivoted and dove downward, unleashing his spiritual energy mid-descent, adding an extra thrust to his already accelerated plunge, reaching an unprecedented speed. From afar, only a shadow could be seen plummeting rapidly. In an instant, Stri collided with the ground. Like a meteor crashing to earth, the ground caved in violently, and the dark tide became exceedingly unstable, revealing the underlying rock layers. Yet, the swirling waters around Stri spiraled upward, forming 4 towering columns of water, each about 100 meters high, rapidly spinning as countless shadows emerged, all resembling Lu Rulin. Stri narrowed his eyes slightly. For the first time, he felt a hint of pressure emanating from Lu Rulin. But that was all it was. With a powerful push of his knees, the already ravaged ground fractured again as Stri soared toward one of the water columns, delivering a fierce punch that shattered it into oblivion. Yet, countless Lu Rulins surged forth, their dark daggers relentlessly striking at Stri. Stri showed no inclination to defend himself. With Lu Rulin's attacking intensity, she could not hope to breach his skin's defenses. After all, despite their apparent exchanges, they were separated by an entire realm. Lu Rulin might be able to stall him with the unique nature of her spiritual contract, but to inflict harm on the defensive prowess of the Zun clan was a fanciful notion. Lu Rulin seemed to understand this as well. Yet her assault did not cease for a moment. As time passed, after shattering the 3rd water column, Stri began to sense something amiss. The flow of his spiritual energy exhibited a slight lag. At that instant, Lu Rulin's figure suddenly materialized. Did she sense it? Alas, it was too late. Assimilation. Her voice echoed from the void, as the dark runes rapidly spread across Stri's form, and at this moment, his expression finally shifted. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, causing the dark tide to recede under its impact, yet those magical runes remained entirely unaffected. Burn. Lu Rulin's true form emerged in the distance, her face pale as a ghost, the runes swiftly dissipating. With a soft utterance, the runes upon Stri ignited in flames. His hardened skin was swiftly consumed by the pitch-black flames, the ethereal energy within him surging desperately in an attempt to dispel them. Yet, in the next moment, he was horrified to discover that the energy not only failed to work, but acted as an accelerant, intensifying the flames. Futile, Lu Rulin sighed. "Your greatest flaw as a member of the wild tribe is your arrogance. Had you struck me down with a thunderous force from the outset, perhaps I would not have been able to infuse so much dark energy into your body. However, now your physique has accepted the demonic mark as part of itself. This mark shall accompany you for the rest of your life." Lu Rulin's figure slowly ascended into the air. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your life won't last much longer." Roaring in defiance, Stri emitted a deep, guttural sound, and within mere seconds, more than half of his body had been eroded. These bizarre demonic flames were not only scorching his flesh, but igniting his very soul. In the face of overwhelming agony, Stri could scarcely utter a word, his hand reaching out as he fixed his gaze on Lu Rulin from a distance, his eyes filled with hatred. As life ebbed away, his battered form disintegrated into the last vestiges of ash. Lu Rulin let out a slight breath of relief. This was her final gambit, and if it proved ineffective, retreat would be her only option. Fortunately, despite Stri's status as a transcendent being, his strength was rather ordinary. Otherwise, her demonic mark would have indeed been ineffective. The battle had drained her ethereal energy significantly, and Lu Rulin, weary, returned to the sky above Yan Muqiong and the others. With Jiang Shirshir's gradual recovery, they had managed to eliminate the remaining members of the wild tribe. After completing their mission, they descended to the ground, minimizing their ethereal fluctuations to advance covertly. The disappearance of a small team of the wild tribe, led by a Soul Realm member, would undoubtedly attract the attention of their kin, and soon a multitude of wild tribe members would converge upon the area in search. Clearly prepared for their withdrawal, Zhang Manwu retrieved several off-road motorcycles from her dimensional space, and they effortlessly mounted and drove away. "Put on your helmets and goggles. Our higher-ups have yet to appear. We must find a way to distance ourselves from here." Yan Muqiong's voice carried a hint of urgency, and the others wore solemn expressions. After completing the 4-feather mission, if their condition was dire, they could request a retreat. Yan Muqiong had just submitted such a request, but received no response. Although the reason was unclear, they could not afford to remain idle. "Don't worry, Captain. Without higher-ups aiding our retreat, we can still score plenty of points," Zhang Manwu said optimistically. "Let us hope so," Yan Muqiong murmured. If it were anywhere else, she might feel at ease, but this was the wild tribe world, and the recent turmoil here kept her on edge. Lu Rulin, hovering above, felt helpless. She had already sensed the withdrawal of the others, but she too was in the phase of recovering her ethereal energy, her strength diminished to a mere fraction. The message to retreat had been sent, yet a fierce battle was raging at the wild tribe fortress, preventing the higher-tier human experts from crossing over. She closed her eyes, using her scant ethereal energy to scan the surroundings, and momentarily found no approaching wild tribe members, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thus, the group cautiously made their way across the ground while Lu Rulin seized the opportunity to recuperate. As darkness descended, the 36-hour cycle of the wild tribe world heralded a long night. Yen Muqiong and her companions were still some distance from the wild tribe fortress, and during their earlier retreat, they encountered several small wild tribe squads. Fortunately, these teams were generally between the realms of void and condensation and failed to detect their presence. As night fell, deep within a mountain, Jiang Manwu temporarily carved out a cave in the rock, then used her teleportation to bring everyone inside. Inside the mountain, tents were set up, and the group gathered around temporary lighting, consuming compressed military rations. Although their faces remained pale and their forms slightly disheveled, the joy on their faces was unmistakable. When we return, we will be members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, Jiang Shishir exclaimed, her face beaming with delight. Even the typically aloof Yen Muqiong displayed a hint of happiness. Joining the Phoenix Feather Pavilion represented a significant advancement for her and a response to her family's expectations. Oh, truly deserving of the legendary 4-feather mission. A moment's inattention could have cost us our lives, Zhou Yakin sighed. At school, they were all top-tier geniuses, basking in glory. But it was only upon commencing the Phoenix Feather assessment tasks that they realized that genius here was hardly noteworthy. I wonder how Wang Yu and her team are faring. She pondered. Being on a 4-feather mission, they were aware of some details regarding Wang Yu's team. While they rested within the mountain, Lu Rulin, outside, found a large rock to conceal herself in the shadows. Sensing the location of the others, she couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to herself. How are they faring better than I am? Shaking her head slightly, Lu Rulin adjusted her posture and closed her eyes to begin her recovery. Hours passed, and her ethereal energy was nearly replenished, yet the depletion of the dark matter remained challenging to compensate for. That peculiar dark matter was what she had stored by converting large amounts of ethereal energy. After her battle with Stri today, it was almost entirely exhausted. Just as she began to convert dark matter, an inexplicable aura of terror suddenly descended upon her from above. Within the cave, the lightly sleeping Yen Muqiong and the others simultaneously opened their eyes. Jiang Manwu, without a moment's thought, expended most of her ethereal energy to teleport everyone outside the mountain. Boom. Accompanied by a tremendous and muffled roar, the group turned their solemn gazes toward the mountain behind them, which was rapidly collapsing. Amidst the swirling dust, they seemed to glimpse a purple light at the summit. Go. Lu Rulin's figure flashed into view before them, a pinnacle being of the sacred realm from the wild tribe. The group's eyes momentarily lingered on the feathers adorning Lu Rulin's chest before they turned and fled without hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Lu Rulin prepared to turn and confront the threat, only to find a towering purple figure had appeared beside her unannounced. Members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, came the heavy voice, imbued with an endless chill. Do you dare to enter our wild tribe world? You are but a spirit race. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Rulin barely had time to see the figure before she transformed into a vast cloud of black mist, exploding away. Materializing at a distance, Lu Rulin's complexion was as pale as parchment. Without the support of dark matter, she could not afford to withstand an attack casually. The strike that failed to slay her left the wild tribe members somewhat astonished. The peculiar spiritual contract was indeed capable of transcending levels to eliminate Stri. Yen Muqiong and the others, not far from their escape, turned ashen at this revelation. In that moment, they understood that the Phoenix Feather Pavilion had arranged protectors for them during the 4-feather mission, and in a place unseen by them, had even eliminated a wild tribe member to neutralize potential threats. However, they had not anticipated the arrival of a sacred realm being. Jiang Manwu halted, her gaze heavy as she looked back. You all go. I'll see if I can assist her. The others remained silent. Only the spatial uniqueness of Jiang Manwu could allow her to enter such a battlefield, yet even her ethereal energy would not support multiple teleportations for Lu Rulin. Yen Muqiong did not look back, her speed unwavering. If you wish to squander the opportunity that Senior has created for our escape with her life, then you may return. Jiang Manwu instinctively bit her lip, trapped in her internal struggle when suddenly, further changes unfolded in the distance. The denizens of the sacred realm seemed eager to cease their prolongation. Approaching Lu Rulin, who had materialized before him, he remarked, upon the return of his soul, to inform you all that Fengyu is not a place one can casually visit. Is that so? Lu Rulin replied with a resigned smile, questioning whether he was familiar with this object. With that, she opened her palm, revealing a golden orb that shimmered upon it. Sensing the peculiar aura emanating from it, Osrit's brow furrowed with confusion. Indeed, it bore a summoning essence, but did he truly believe that the barriers of the wild tribe's world could be so easily breached? Indeed. Lu Rulin nodded slightly, yet added, "What if I were to summon the 10 extremities?" With a playful grin, she crushed the golden sphere. In an instant, Osrit's hair stood on end. At the moment the orb shattered, he felt the presence of 10 distinct auras, as if an unseen gaze were fixated upon them. Chapter 56. The Arrival. Osrit's expression shifted. Even the 10 extremities would require time to penetrate the world's barriers. Before that, I shall deal with you. With those words, he unhesitatingly seized Lu Rulin by the shoulder. The remnants of dark matter surged forth, threatening to envelop her in shadows, yet an overwhelmingly dominant spiritual energy dispersed the darkness. Lu Rulin let out a muffled sound, her gaze locked onto Osrit, insisting that he leave now, for perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope for him. To kill you would yield the same result. Osrit had no intention of wasting further time. Empowered by his ferocious spiritual energy, he exerted force, causing Lu Rulin's shoulder to cave in. Just as the energy prepared to wreak further havoc, Osrit was struck with terror as he realized he had lost control over it. A figure appeared silently beside him. Jiang Lin observed the wild tribe world with curiosity, muttering, "It's quite similar to ours, I assenti it?" He then turned to the visibly terrified Osrit, commenting, "Yet the life forms cultivated here are indeed formidable. TSK, how many maidens must swoon over such muscles?" Jiang Lin's sudden appearance rendered the surrounding air almost palpable, and Osrit found himself stripped of control over his own body. Lu Rulin's gaze was fervently fixed upon Jiang Lin. Her eyes gradually ablaze with passion. Even suspended in midair, she knelt on one knee without hesitation, her injured arm hanging limply while she placed her other hand over her heart, lowering her head. Seeing this, Jiang Lin, with a hint of exasperation, unleashed a surge of life energy, swiftly mending Lu Rulin's wound while assisting her to her feet. There is no need for such formality. As she felt her shoulder rapidly healing, Lu Rulin's eyes glimmered with even greater fervor. Indeed, only that supreme existence could silently breach the barriers of worlds and restore the injuries inflicted by a sacred realm being with such ease. "Who are you exactly?" Osrit inquired, his voice trembling slightly. The apparent disregard Jiang Lin exhibited left him feeling impotent with rage, for he knew all too well that the moment Jiang Lin arrived, his life was no longer his own. "Oh, I almost forgot about someone else." Jiang Lin, upon hearing Osrit's voice, suddenly recalled, snapping his fingers as numerous grotesque spatial rifts materialized at Osrit's location. The formidable body of the sacred realm was torn apart along with the rifts, and the encroaching darkness of the void consumed it entirely. Having completed these actions, Jiang Lin then asked, "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing at all." Lu Rulin shook her head vigorously. "Very well, what of the task force?" "I instructed them to depart first, my lords of the 10 extremities." "Oh, them." Jiang Lin yawned. "They're rather slow. I was just a bit bored and came to check in." Lu Rulin silently wiped the sweat from her brow, recognizing that only one such as him could dare speak of the 10 extremities in such a manner. "What is wrong with your neck?" Jiang Lin curiously questioned Lu Rulin, who had been keeping her head down. Her visage was strikingly lovely, not at all marred by any unsightliness. "It's nothing at all." Lu Rulin hastily waved her hands. "Perhaps I'm just not quite accustomed to this." "Oh, a case of acclimatization?" Jiang Lin pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully before stating, "Let me escort you all outside. There are 2 empires approaching nearby." With that, he placed a hand on Lu Rulin's shoulder, causing her to shiver. And before he realized it, he had transported her before Yin Muqiong and the others. The sudden appearance of Jiang Lin and Lu Rulin startled those who were flying at full speed, prompting them to instantly assume defensive stances. Upon recognizing Lu Rulin, they breathed a sigh of relief, only to tense again as their gaze shifted back to Jiang Lin, who stood there with the presence of an ordinary person yet exuded an unsettlingly disjointed aura. Moreover, his unfamiliar face heightened their apprehension. It's all right. This is Lu Rulin." She was about to speak when Jiang Lin's expression abruptly changed. Ignoring everything else, he swiftly covered her mouth, laughing nervously. "Ah, no need to explain." Without waiting for anyone to respond, an immense and profound spatial power solidified the entire area, and in the next moment, they vanished from their location. The wild tribe fortress, the entrance to the human world, was encircled by an extraordinarily vast circular stronghold. Upon its battlements stood colossal electromagnetic cannons. Within the fortress, a meticulously condensed beam of spiritual energy surged skyward, expanding in the atmosphere to form an inverted shield over the entire stronghold. At this moment, the wild tribe's army surged forth in seemingly endless waves, recklessly assaulting the fortress. Inside, the electromagnetic cannons and other defensive weaponry roared incessantly, while numerous strong individuals from the human side ascended to repel the wild tribe's onslaught. This was the battleground where the war between the human race and the wild tribe was most fiercely contested. Jiang Lin appeared beside the shield with the others, stating, "It's not advisable for you to traverse the world barrier." He approached the shield, placing a hand upon its surface, and amidst their astonished gazes, a portal opened. Jiang Lin turned and beckoned, "Let us go." Only then did the others awaken from their stupor, hastily entering the shield. Jiang Lin chose a location away from the battlefield, where no wild tribe presence lingered. Once they all entered, he followed suit and sealed the entrance. It was only upon entering the shield that they truly relaxed. Jiang Shishir stole a glance at Jiang Ling, who was closing the shield, and then leaned toward Lu Rulin, saying, "Sister, who is he?" Lu Rulin motioned for silence, suggesting that he seemed to dislike discussions about himself. "Come on, why aren't we moving?" Jiang Ling inquired, puzzled by their hesitation. The shock of Jiang Ling's appearance was overwhelming for them. Merely the scale of that instantaneous teleportation, spanning countless kilometers, was enough to astonish anyone. Moreover, for Zhang Manuel, who shared the spatial affinity, the implications of such a level of teleportation were unmistakable, especially in light of Jiang Ling's mention of crossing world barriers. The enormity of his power could not be overstated. An emperor. Yet, they were left wondering about Jiang Ling's identity. All of them hailed from notable families and had some understanding of the emperors of Longhua, yet none had heard of someone named Jiang Ling. Furthermore, Lu Rulin's reaction suggested a profound connection between him and the Fengyu Pavilion. The implications of this were indeed intriguing. It was no secret that the Fengyu Pavilion was predominantly composed of women, particularly at its upper echelons, where no man had ever appeared. The 10 phoenix feathers, each a paragon of beauty, have garnered the attention of many admirers, including those of imperial strength who have once expressed their affections towards one of them. However, such overtures were met with icy rejection and stern warnings. While rejection is to be expected, the nature of the warnings inevitably leads to speculation about whether the Phoenix Feather Pavilion harbors an inexplicable aversion towards men. In light of this context, the appearance of Jiang Lin, along with Lu Rulin's somewhat fervent demeanor, ignited the gossiping spirits of the women with an unquenchable fervor. As they ventured into the protective barrier, Jiang Lin and Lu Rulin ceased their protective vigilance over the group. Jiang Lin disappeared through a spatial teleportation, while Lu Rulin imparted a few crucial words. The tasks associated with the 4 feathers are undeniably arduous, but should you successfully complete them, you will become members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. It is imperative that you familiarize yourselves with the current state of the pavilion. With a grave expression, Lu Rulin gestured to establish a spiritual energy barrier. The members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion are scattered across various locations. Outsiders are merely aware that we guard the entrance to the spirit clan, preventing their invasion. Upon hearing this, the women's eyes widened in astonishment. Even the dimmest among them could discern that what Lu Rulin was about to divulge pertained to the pavilion's internal secrets. In reality, the pavilion comprises several major subdivisions, each with its own responsibilities. After a year of membership, you will be required to select a department that suits you. With a mysterious smile, Lu Rulin continued. The influx of new blood into the Phoenix Feather Pavilion is quite limited each year. Hence, every team that successfully passes through will attract fierce competition. You must be prepared, for the individuals from these subdivisions can be quite formidable during recruitment. Observing the slight bewilderment on their faces, Lu Rulin couldn't help but chuckle to herself, recalling her own confusion upon discovering such information during her trials. Thus, she resolved to drop another bombshell. The Phoenix Feather Pavilion has maintained its watch over the Spirit Clan entrance for over a decade without a single uprising, a testament to its formidable strength. Yin Muqiong and the others nodded vigorously. This was the esteemed pavilion they had long admired, powerful and enigmatic, a bastion safeguarding an entire race. Such might eclipse that of many nations. Lu Rulin extended her fair wrist, and, with a subtle manipulation of spiritual energy, summoned a flat, soft, fire-red feather composed of countless delicate downy plumes onto her arm. This is the covering feather, responsible for formulating the training tasks for newcomers. Like the first 4 tasks you completed, which were devised by us. Naturally, it was also our duty to protect you from the shadows. Subsequently, the feathers on her wrist transformed into a long, sleek, aerodynamic feather with curved edges. This is the Flying Feather, the main combat division of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, tasked with defending the Spirit Clan. Indeed, they are the ones who take action on behalf of the pavilion. Yin Muqiong exchanged incredulous glances with her companions. Could it be that the guardians of the Spirit Clan entrance are merely one subdivision of the pavilion? Before they could fully absorb this revelation, a feather even larger and broader than the previous ones materialized alongside Lu Rulin's voice. This is the Tail Feather, overseeing the logistics and broader strategic planning of the entire Phoenix Feather Pavilion, akin to a central control department, as birds utilize their tail feathers to navigate and maintain balance. She then showcased 2 additional types of feathers, the crown feather and the ear feather. These do not represent subdivisions, but rather code names. The crown feather signifies the 10 exceptional ones, the leaders of the various subdivisions, while the ear feather pertains to the intelligence division of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. However, this is of little concern to you, as their selection process is rather unique. Within the entire pavilion, aside from the shadow exception, no one knows their identities. After Lu Rulin's exposition, the women found themselves engulfed in awe. Previously, They had perceived the Phoenix Feather Pavilion merely as a powerful faction, guardians of the spirit clan, existing beyond the mundane world. They now realized the pavilion had developed comprehensively, with a perfectly structured internal system. Given the sheer magnitude of the Flying Feather's capability to suppress the spirit clan, the other subdivisions must surely be equally formidable. Lu Ruolin patted their shoulders, sensing their astonishment. Quite overwhelming, isn't it? I felt the same way back then. Yin Muqiong could hardly contain herself, swallowing audibly, then blushing as she queried, so, does this mean the Phoenix Feather Pavilion has a presence throughout the nation? No, Lu Ruolin interjected with a cheerful smile. It spans the entire world. The group felt their breaths hitch. Observing their expressions, Lu Ruolin's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she stated, our pavilion's mission is to delve into the shadows of the world and observe. Except for the Flying Feather, she added. What? Jiang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. With the others casting puzzled glances her way, Lu Ruolin pointed to the spot where Jiang Lin had been, explaining, that one says, the Dragon Country nurtures us. And we protect the Dragon Country. The primary objective of the Flying Feather is to safeguard the Dragon Country. The visage of Jiang Lin flashed through their minds, deepening their curiosity regarding his identity. Yet, after Lu Ruolin finished speaking, she refrained from elaborating further on Jiang Lin's identity and proceeded to provide a detailed overview of the other departments within the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. This discussion lasted a full half-hour, merely covering the basics. Finally, Lu Ruolin concluded, stating that teams selected in the Dragon Country must spend a year within the Flying Feather before they can choose their respective departments. Wait, Zhou Yakin interjected. In the Dragon Country? Are there also members of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion recruiting in other parts of the world? Of course. After all, our goal is to observe the world, Lu Ruolin responded, delivering information that left them reeling. What they learned today might take them several days to fully comprehend. Well, I must take my leave now. You have a few days to rest before preparing to report to the headquarters. Hey, Sister Ruolin, where's the headquarters? Jiang Lin quickly asked as Lu Ruolin began to depart. Lu Ruolin slapped her forehead, exclaiming, oh, I almost forgot. The Flying Feather headquarters is also the Phoenix Feather Pavilion headquarters, both located within the Spirit Clan. With that, she soared into the air, adding, oh, and let me share a little secret. The Spirit Clan has now become our backyard. The group stared wide-eyed, realizing that when they came to, Lu Ruolin had vanished. We seem to have uncovered a wealth of astonishing information, Jiang Lin murmured. Yin Muqiong was still in shock, muttering, it seems so. Zhou Yakin chimed in, primarily, it appears that such knowledge is only accessible upon joining the Phoenix Feather Pavilion. As Jiang Lin reappeared from another street in the fortress, it was his first time in the world of the Savage Clan. After all, the Savage Clan had been suppressed for quite some time, and he had never needed to concern himself with it. His curiosity piqued by the summons. He wished to witness the true front lines of the alien races, particularly since the battles against the Spirit Clan had been rather effortless. However, as he strolled through the street and observed the passers-by, a somber silence enveloped him. The curiosity that once adorned his face faded away, replaced by a profound sense of reflection. The front line of the alien battlefield was not as he had envisioned. The bystanders exuded indifference, their eyes brimming with fatigue and apathy. War is eternally brutal and devoid of victors. Even in the battlefield between the Dragon Kingdom and the Savage Tribe, decades have passed without change. The impregnable walls have thwarted the Savages' attempts to breach the world barrier and invade the Dragon Kingdom. In this protracted conflict, Jiang Lin perceives no joy of victory among the people. The peace of the Dragon Kingdom may, to a considerable extent, be attributed to the burdens borne by this group. Jiang Lin's gaze shifted from a regiment of several hundred soldiers flying overhead, returning to the reality below. In truth, this situation is relatively favorable for the Dragon Kingdom compared to the plight of other nations that have succumbed to chaos and been dragged into the mire of racial warfare. At present, the internal conditions of the Dragon Kingdom are so superior that even a single green card is enough to draw foreigners in droves. It is evident that the circumstances within the Dragon Kingdom are far more favorable than those abroad. While nearly every nation across the globe is conscripting soldiers, the Dragon Kingdom still implements a system of voluntary military service based on educational qualifications. The fortress facing the Savage Tribe boasts external walls towering 100 meters high. Jiang Lin appeared atop the wall in a flash, seemingly unnoticed by the soldiers diligently maintaining the electromagnetic cannons nearby. In the defense of the city, these technological weapons of humanity rival the strength of ordinary Soul Realm experts, especially as some have begun to harness spiritual energy. Jiang Lin's gaze fell upon a turret several meters high, reminiscent of a stronghold, his demeanor resolute. Humanity's technological advancements have indeed enabled the race to extend its existence by a century during the era of spiritual energy. Even now, as the spiritual realm has given rise to formidable experts capable of wielding power at will, these advancements still play a crucial role on the battlefield. Moreover, the rapid assembly of technological weapons stands in stark contrast to the lengthy growth trajectories of Soul Realm practitioners, which typically span 2 or 3 decades. Beyond the city walls, Countless savages are assaulting the protective barrier. Nearby, the energy coalesced atop a pulse cannon erupted violently, sweeping across the ground where savage warriors stood, obliterating dozens in an instant. Such pulse cannon fire is abundant on the battlefield. However, the ranks of savage warriors seem endless. At the forefront of the barrier, a massive breach has been created, allowing a multitude of savages to surge through, entering the blind spots of the pulse cannons, while some particularly powerful savages forcefully break through. At this moment, the elite of humanity spring into action, intercepting these savages in the blind spots of the pulse cannons. The battlefield is littered with the fallen from both humanity and the savages, their numbers beyond reckoning, the land beyond the fortress stained a dark brown. Jiang Lin's eyes flickered as a haze of yellow light enveloped his vision, transforming the battlefield below into a realm teeming with countless souls of the dead. Most horrifyingly, even in death, these spirits continue to engage in savage combat, their lingering wills suggesting that the war remains unresolved. With a deep sigh, Jiang Lin dispelled the vision of souls and returned to the city. He sought out a place akin to a bar, bustling with individuals either on the verge of heading to the front lines or freshly returned from battle. Here, one could encounter a diverse array of people. Some, burdened by the strains of high-intensity combat, sought solace, while others, filled with curiosity, gathered information. It was a veritable melting pot of humanity. After ordering a couple of drinks, Jiang Lin settled into a corner to observe. The savages seem resolute in their intent to break free and unite with the Sea Tribe, escalating the intensity of the conflict several notches. The bar was nearly filled to capacity, with armed individuals preparing for combat everywhere. Within this fortress, aside from the official military, numerous civilians sought to earn official merit points. Over the years, the Dragon Kingdom has cultivated a cooperative dynamic with its populace, where the military serves as the main force on the battlefield while civilian teams provide support, representing a unique form of total mobilization. This is one of the reasons the Dragon Kingdom is still regarded as the most peaceful nation on Blue Star despite being besieged by several powerful clans. However, unbeknownst to outsiders, this arrangement was not initially the intention of the Dragon Kingdom's leaders. In the wake of spiritual energy resurgence and the invasion of myriad races, the leaders first envisioned the official forces shouldering the entire burden, even suppressing various factions without public knowledge. Had it not been for the formidable might of the Sea Tribe and the ferocity of the Savage Tribe, the Dragon Kingdom would not have been compelled to adapt to its current state under pressure. After absorbing the myriad expressions of humanity and downing his last drink, Jiang Lin rose to leave. What he witnessed on the front lines today has somewhat overturned his previous perceptions. Before, he approached the world's dynamics with a gamified mindset. Yet now, having encountered so much reality, a weightier mood settled upon him. He sighed in resignation, realizing it was too late for change. Had this been a few years prior, before the establishment of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion, perhaps he could have altered the world's trajectory. Yet, having taken that step, he found himself momentarily lost in thought when suddenly, a figure collided with his shoulder from behind. "Move aside." A shout rang out as two burly figures forcefully shoved Jiang Lin aside, pursuing the fleeing individual ahead. Jiang Lin, regaining his balance after stumbling, couldn't he help but smile wryly. One cannot shield everything forever, as it would lose its excitement. The earlier weight lifted, he decided to enjoy the unfolding drama. The bar's entrance opened to the street, and this sudden skirmish attracted considerable attention, especially as the two robust men barreled forward in pursuit of the earlier figure. "Clear the way. Everyone, step aside." The two men bellowed, channeling spiritual energy as they closed in on their target. Jiang Lin trailed closely behind, unnoticed by those around him. As he followed, he finally discerned the appearance of the fleeing individual, a mere child. The child appeared disheveled and emaciated, clutching something tightly as he sprinted. Logically, the two men should have easily caught up after employing their spiritual energy, yet the child's speed was surprisingly swift, the gap between them barely narrowing. Soon, the child led the two into a maze of alleyways within the fortress, displaying a familiarity with the terrain that allowed him to evade the majority of onlookers. In a different area, many were oblivious to the underlying situation, and upon witnessing the two men pursuing the child, discontent flickered in their eyes. Nonetheless, most opted to observe from a distance, understanding that in this frontline bastion, all present possessed considerable levels of spiritual energy, and recklessly intervening could be unwise. However, a few could not stand idly by and chose to take action. A young man, approximately 25, drew his long blade upon witnessing the commotion, blocking the path of the two men. Why pursue a mere child? Upon meeting resistance, the two men exchanged glances, a flicker of unease passing between them. Then, one of them grimaced, "That little bastard stole my brother's ashes." The young man's expression shifted as he had hastily glimpsed the object the child held, which resembled a small urn. Just as uncertainty gripped him, the other burly man, seething with rage, produced a cremation certificate. "Stand aside." The young man's expression drastically altered. An unnatural look etched upon his face as he stammered, "I'm sorry, I don't know who I am." The burly man paid him no heed and turned away. Departing, gritting his teeth slightly, the young man quickly followed in their wake, pursuing them through the intricately woven architecture of the fortress. Above, Jiang Lin observed with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, intrigued by the unfolding scene. He noted that, as the chase ensued, they appeared to be moving further away from the fortress. A child led the way, with two muscular men momentarily delayed, yet still close behind, followed by the bewildered young man. The towering walls of the fortress loomed ahead. They found themselves at the rear, an area devoid of the wild tribe's assault, hence sparsely populated. As the distance to the wall dwindled, the child showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, he gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, sprinting directly up the sheer wall. In mere moments, he ascended the 100-meter-high wall and leaped down. During his descent, he even utilized his spiritual energy to propel himself, crashing to the ground like a boulder. A cloud of dust erupted upon impact, and the trio, just reaching the wall, caught sight of a small figure racing across the open plain beyond the fortress. The burly man's countenance shifted in alarm as he emitted a frustrated roar. Old ox. Without a second thought, he leaped down, charging towards the small figure that was about to escape the barrier. The other muscular man hesitated briefly, but soon followed suit, while the young man, witnessing the child nearly break free, dared not hesitate and sprinted after them. The barrier of the fortress was unidirectional, allowing the child to dash through unhindered, and the three soon followed, emerging into a terrain of mountains and forests. The child quickly vanished into the woods, and as the three pursued, the young man's anxiety deepened upon losing sight of them. The moment he entered the forest, his expression shifted dramatically. Two robust figures materialized on either side of him, gripping his shoulders firmly. A strange smile flickered across the burly man's face as he remarked, "We truly appreciate your enthusiasm." The young man was struck by terror as he realized the unprecedented sluggishness of his spiritual energy within him. Then, as a figure emerged from the shadows, his face drained of color in sheer fright. The individual bore an uncanny resemblance to him, save for the tattered garments that adorned his form. The other person even mirrored his astonished expression, taking a hesitant step back in disbelief. "What do you think?" The figure suddenly spoke, a peculiar smile gracing his features. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his right hand. The other's right hand was several sizes larger than his left, its purple skin marred by bulging veins. "Wild tribe," he exclaimed incredulously. "How can you take on human form?" "Ah," inadvertently revealed, the figure responded, placing a hand upon his right hand. In an eerie spectacle, the purple appendage began to writhe and gradually morphed into an ordinary human hand. 59th. Race traders. What do I resemble now? The other young man grinned enigmatically, now appearing almost indistinguishable from a normal human, save for that disconcerting smile. At this moment, even the most naive of youths grasped the gravity of the situation, and judging by the reactions of the two beside him, it was evident they were not novices in such matters. "You are also of the wild tribe," he spat, his gaze filled with fury as he scanned his surroundings. "You are mistaken," the two replied, glancing towards the distant wild tribe. "We are still far from the divine race." "The divine race?" The young man faltered before understanding dawned upon him as he gazed at the wild tribe in the distance. "You consider the wild tribe divine? This race that we have subdued in our world? Why?" His anger flared. "Isn't the human race enough for your pride? A single nation suppressing two great tribes. Does that not fill you with pride?" His barrage of questions caused their expressions to shift. One of them brutally kicked his knee, the immense force causing the young man to stagger. Yet he gritted his teeth and took a few steps forward, resisting the pain to remain upright. "You too are human, aren't you?" "Why?" From their previous exchange, it was clear they were not of the wild tribe, yet they held them in such reverence. "What do you know?" The man on the right replied, his face contorted with disdain. "With the blood of the divine within us, we mere mortals can also ascend to godhood. The might of the divine race is beyond your comprehension. As for the so-called dragon nation, once the divine race unleashes its full power, it will be nothing but a mere trifle." With that, he kicked out again, and the young man grunted in pain, yet he stood tall. "Huh." He glared at the wild tribe in the distance. "You think this race, which we have held at bay for so long, can force me to kneel?" At his declaration, both the men beside him and the distant wild tribe's expressions shifted dramatically. The wild tribe approached slowly, their anger dissipating as they squinted at him. "Are you seeking death?" "Ha ha." He laughed maniacally. "Do you think that by dying, you can escape all this? You are foolish. I shall become you." He drew near the young man, almost pressing against his side as he whispered, "I will seize your memories, becoming another you. Your family, your friends, they will all belong to me." In that instant, the young man's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched tightly, his internal spiritual energy roiling in turmoil. Yet it remained shackled. "Oh, by the way, don't think about committing suicide. Even in death, your memories vanish immediately." He chuckled, as if recalling something. The young man ignored him, continuously channeling his inner spiritual energy, relentlessly assaulting the shackles. "Why won't it break?" The wild tribe's smile faded as he extended a hand, pressing it against the young man's head. unleashing a wave of exceedingly bizarre spiritual energy. Stop, stop. Don't cause irreversible damage. Jiang Lin, who had been observing from the shadows, suddenly interjected. The wild tribe's expression shifted, and he yanked the young man back several paces, gazing around in suspicion. When we arrived, we thoroughly examined the surroundings with spiritual energy. There was no sign of anyone else. Why is there someone here? Who? He demanded, his voice laced with suspicion. Who is pretending to be a deity? Jiang Lin mused aloud. Then, in an instant, he appeared just a meter in front of them. It is you who are pretending. I have not. As the wild tribe hesitated, the two men charged forward. Their imposing figures bore down on Jiang Lin, their enormous hands unceremoniously landing on his shoulders. Kid, while we don't know how you got here, since you've seen what you shouldn't have, we can only apologize. We don't have time for you now. Jiang Lin replied with a smile, and in the blink of an eye, he materialized before the wild tribe. The space surrounding the wild tribe suddenly solidified, and in that instant, a wave of sheer terror surged through him, despite having reached the level of respect. A feat that made him a formidable presence among the wild tribe. The adversary had so effortlessly immobilized him. What level of spatial power was this? Even those of the same realm should not be able to so easily bind him due to his bloodline strength. Was it a saint-level spatial ability? He had never encountered such a person within the Dragon Nation. Over the years, there has been a certain degree of infiltration into the Dragon Kingdom. Apart from the most enigmatic Phoenix Feather Pavilion, they are aware of a few details. Yet the masters of the Phoenix Feather Pavilion seldom act within the domain of the savage tribe. Who could they possibly be? The savage tribe remains an enigma. Yet the burgeoning dread within me only intensifies. Regardless of the adversary's nature, I am certain that my demise is imminent. Although other Sacred Realm experts are engaged in battle nearby the fortress, none are cognizant of our plight. The spatial blockade prevents any aura or signal from escaping. Jiang Lin gazed at the motionless savage tribe member, expressing indifference. I harbor no interest in you. With that, he gently tapped the space occupied by the savage tribe, and, under the horrified gazes of the young man and his two companions, the space and the savage's form crumbled into fragments. The expression of terror solidified, only to be subsequently devoured by the void's chaotic currents. As if crushing an ant with ease, Jiang Lin turned to the two, whose faces had paled in shock. In truth, I find you far more intriguing. The young man stood frozen in place. The formidable strength of the savage tribe was unfathomable. He had never encountered such a terrifying aura before. Judging by his own mental fortitude, the opponent was at the very least at the soul realm, and not merely at its nascent stage. Yet now, such a powerful being had been reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Who on earth is this person? After his spiritual energy had replenished, Jiang Lin took his time before acting, as he now approached the two trembling individuals, scrutinizing them intently. After a brief moment, he stroked his chin, pondering aloud, is there truly no distinction? One head and two hands? Or do you lack a heart? Jiang Lin's curiosity was piqued. Since his reincarnation, he had encountered various types of individuals, but these two were decidedly eye-opening. As they observed Jiang Lin's smile vanish, a sense of foreboding crept into their hearts. They suddenly felt like mere playthings, and when one was deemed uninteresting, it signaled the onset of their doom. And master, what distinction? One of them faltered under pressure, trembling as he spoke. It is akin to the notion of betrayal, are you aware? Jiang Lin gestured, questioning if the air in the savage tribe's realm was particularly favorable. He found it perplexing that despite the Dragon Kingdom's forceful suppression of both tribes, which evidently demonstrated its extraordinary strength, individuals like these still emerged. Furthermore, the savage blood merely exploits your potential. The human physique differs fundamentally from that of the savages in terms of endurance. The realms attained through savage blood can also be achieved through your own cultivation. So why is this the case? The expressions of the two shifted dramatically, for they dared not question the authenticity of Jiang Lin's words. Jiang Lin continued, deep in thought. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Dragon Kingdom should surpass that of all other races. What could be the underlying reason? Where lies the issue? Dragon Kingdom is faultless. A voice emerged from behind, and Jiang Lin turned to see the young man glaring furiously at the two. He stepped closer to Jiang Lin, declaring, the problem lies with them. They do not deserve to be called humans. They are mere maggots, beasts. It was evident that, having survived a calamity, he was not yet grateful, his fury overshadowing any relief. Among countless races, it was our human ancestors who forged a path to ascendancy. We traverse this path without any right to betray our forebears, for all that we possess is their hard-won legacy, their pride, and their aspirations. And you are trampling upon their wishes. His rage was palpable, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with a murderous intent. Seeing Jiang Lin deep in thought, seemingly unperturbed, the two could not help but retort, we had no choice. Indeed, not everyone is born as you are, possessing top-tier spirit contracts. What difference is there between those of us with only F-class spirit contracts and ordinary people? The two appeared to be stirred by the young man's words. We are all coerced. One of them raised his voice, recalling some grim memories. Ordinary people in this world are less than ants. You only see that our race has climbed to the pinnacle among myriad races in just a few centuries, with the Dragon Kingdom leading the way. But what you do not know is how many ordinary individuals like us have silently toiled in the currents of fate during the savage tribe's invasion. The majority who perished were commoners like us. Even now, when riots or disturbances arise among spirit warriors, it is always us who bear the brunt of the suffering. Jiang Lin remained silent, not interrupting their outpouring, allowing their emotions to spiral into a frenzy. This era appears peaceful, yet it consumes lives every moment. When my mother died before my very eyes, I understood that in this age, power is everything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin furrowed his brow. Your mother's death back then was an accident. What accident? The man roared, fueled by a sudden surge of courage or perhaps triggered by a sensitive topic. If not for those high-ranking spirit warriors causing chaos, she would not have died. You forced her to witness the battle of spirit warriors. Jiang Lin replied calmly. Your mother was trying to save you. Struck to the core, he lost his composure, glaring fiercely at Jiang Lin. No, she was not strong enough. If she had even been at the Radiant Realm, she would not have been crushed. But she was merely a useless burden at the suppressed realm. A G-class water spirit contract. Oh, Jiang Lin found his reaction somewhat unexpected. Indeed, the psyche of such individuals is the hardest to decipher. In the time fragment he had glimpsed, he saw a mother who sacrificed her life for her child's mischief. Before her demise, she tenderly urged him not to cry, even using her last vestiges of spiritual energy to wipe the dust from his face. However, Jiang Lin witnessed a scene invisible to all present, within the time fragment. A plain-faced woman, bloodied yet smiling, gently conjured a trickle of water to cleanse the dust from the face of the boy who appeared indifferent. She seems to differ from your imagination, Jiang Lin sighed softly, deactivating the time fragment. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air, accompanied by the sight of a burly man being flung away, rolling on the ground several times before coming to a halt. Do not project your incompetence onto others. The young man's face was etched with fury, his gaze fixated menacingly on the fallen man. Even ordinary people are one of the foundations of this world. Without them, how could there be humanity? Each individual has their rightful place in this world, whether heavy as a mountain or light as a feather. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. You only perceive ordinary people drifting along, unable to control their own fates. Yet you fail to see the countless formidable warriors who brave the alien battlefields, sustaining a sky for you ordinary folk. Jiang Lin regarded the young man with newfound interest. What is your name? The young man was taken aback, surprised by Jiang Lin's inquiry. He quickly composed himself and bowed respectfully. Thank you for saving my life. My name is Li Zhan. You may call me Xiao Zhan. Oh, you are quite commendable, Jiang Lin remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's praise, Li Zhan felt a twinge of embarrassment, scratching his head awkwardly, the fervor of his earlier speech dissipating. Jiang Lin's gaze shifted from the dazed individual on the ground, who had been affected by Li Zhan's words, to the other person. And you? Do you have anything to say? Me? The other individual appeared to be acutely aware of their fleeting existence, a peculiar smile gracing their countenance. The dynamic of the strong subjugating the weak is inherently fascinating. Is it not? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lin, filled with curiosity, extracted the temporal silhouette of the other party, his eyes widening in astonishment. Previously, I harbored doubts about the existence of innate malevolence in some individuals, yet now I am convinced. Senior, what have you discerned? Li Zhan, who had been closely observing Jiang Lin, inquired hastily. You need not concern yourself with such matters, young one, Jiang Lin retorted, casting a sidelong glance at him. The past of this burly man was steeped in blood, including the blood of his own parents. Li Zhan regarded Jiang Lin's expression with a mixture of intrigue and respect, nodding in acknowledgement of his words. Indeed, you have a point. Oh, I was curious about something earlier but failed to grasp it fully, Jiang Lin remarked, a thoughtful look crossing his face. It seems the human race has treated you rather well, has it not? Such an environment is not something found in every race. Contemplating this, Jiang Lin felt a pang of frustration. His extensive efforts seemed to have been in vain. The current state of these two individuals evoked a sense of betrayal regarding his endeavors. Li Zhan stepped forward, his demeanor icy as he regarded the two men. Senior, there is no need to inquire further. As you have stated, some individuals are simply born evil, and such people will naturally repent in the underworld. The underworld? The burly man in the distance slowly rose, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes, mirrored by the other beside him, both adorned with peculiar smiles. Ha! Those up there, preaching about reincarnation, can only be believed by fools like you. The robust man laughed heartily, nearly doubled over. The underworld. The 18 layers of hell. These are but a jest in our eyes. Moreover, this is the land of the wild. Even if the underworld truly exists, its reach cannot extend here. We die, and that is the end of it. Let us act swiftly. Li Zhan's breath hitched, anger surging anew within him. However, before they could speak further, it was Jiang Lin who erupted with fury. You dare mock the underworld? While I often find its concept rather juvenile, only I have the right to scoff at it. With that, Jiang Lin's face contorted with rage as he struck the nearby space, causing a multitude of cracks to rapidly spread. From the inky fissures emerged two figures, one clad in black and the other in white, both wearing high hats and garments symmetrically adorned in their respective colors. In the astonished gaze of Li Zhan, the black and white figures first offered a slight bow to Jiang Lin before advancing toward the two men. They extended their hands, and to the horror of the two, passed through their corporeal forms, subsequently pulling forth two transparent figures that bore an uncanny resemblance to them. As the ethereal forms were extracted, the sturdy bodies of the two men crumpled to the ground. Chapter 61. The eradication plan. Li Zhan remained fixated on this spectacle, scarcely daring to breathe. For someone who had long been attuned to the legends of the underworld, these two figures were all too familiar, the notorious black and white impermanents. Anyone with even a cursory understanding of underworld lore would recognize their role. However, it was said that their influence was confined to the realm of the Dragon Kingdom. And here they stood in the domain of the wild. Only within the fortress boundaries established by the Dragon Kingdom's army could one catch a whiff of the underworld's essence. This was merely an echo, as Li Zhan had learned through clandestine channels that these essences were the pathways for guiding the souls of Dragon Kingdom warriors. For the emissaries of the underworld could not traverse here. This remained the world of the wild. Yet, the recent appearance of black and white impermanents and their direct method of soul reaping, Li Zhan found himself increasingly perplexed by Jiang Lin. After the two souls were escorted away and the space healed, Li Zhan snapped back to reality. Yet when he glanced forward again, Jiang Lin had vanished, and his attention shifted to the two lifeless bodies on the ground. He sighed softly. Now you truly have reached the underworld. Enjoy yourselves. Back within the fortress, Jiang Lin was still fuming. Despite his considerable efforts, why did some insist on undermining his toil? Moreover, the renown of the underworld was known even among other nations and races. How could there be those within the Dragon Kingdom who doubted it? Suddenly, he recalled how they had previously discussed their willingness to face the onslaught of the three races, accepting the challenge with apparent ease. In retrospect, it seemed they had long been aware of how well the Dragon Kingdom had sheltered many, to the extent that they had forgotten how this peace was achieved and the nature of the era they inhabited. TSK, they are all old foxes. Upon further reflection, Jiang Lin realized he had been overly concerned. The Dragon Kingdom had evidently devised strategies for scenarios such as the current one, and among the vast population of humanity, the existence of a few traitors was hardly surprising. However, the more he pondered, the greater his ire grew. Was the Dragon Kingdom not commendable? Was humanity not worthy? Their betrayal felt akin to a repudiation of his efforts. Jiang Lin's anger intensified. With nothing else to occupy his time, he resolved to become an agent of justice. For the Dragon Kingdom, I am willing to take action. His face radiated righteousness, though he would not admit that his motivation was merely indignation. The task ahead was significant. He could not reveal his identity. Should he seek a scapegoat? Furrowing his brow, Jiang Lin pondered for a while, yet no suitable candidate came to mind. His aim was to target all the wild beings lurking within the human fortress, and these beings had reached a state where their anthropomorphic forms were indistinguishable from humans, making silent elimination preferable. However, some existed on the front lines, indistinguishable from ordinary humans in their slaughter of wild beings. Acting against them in such a scenario would be troublesome, especially considering this was not just any location but a human fortress, under the protection of formidable imperial powers. Imperial realm. Jiang Lin's eyes brightened, and he stepped forward, his figure vanishing into thin air. Within the heart of the wild fortress stood a towering edifice, 100 meters high, serving as the central hub and the official command center of the entire fortress. Deep underground, in a certain spatial location, there lay a square chamber, devoid of anything save for a few flickering lights. At the room's center sat a rugged middle-aged man, meditating with his legs crossed. At a certain moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the empty space ahead. A ripple of spatial distortion emanated, and Jiang Lin emerged, greeting him with a casual, "Hello." Guo Yi's eyes widened in shock, the aura of his perfected imperial realm fluctuating slightly. "What brings you here? Is there a significant movement from the wild beings?" No. Jiang Lin interjected hastily as Guo Yi rose, an aura of terror radiating from him. "I merely came to play." "Oh, I see," Guo Yi replied, his understanding apparent as he reined in his aura. Jiang Lin's response did not catch him off guard. "Rest assured, if the spirit race does not gain momentum, the three races will not dare to overreach," Guo Yi remarked, a hint of relief washing over him, regardless of external rumors or the designs of certain individuals. Jiang Lin's assurance brought a sense of stability. After all, for the spirit race to rise under this individual's command, Guo Yi pondered, his expression suddenly shifting to one of incredulity. It seemed altogether implausible. "You haven't yet explained your purpose for coming here," Guo Yi queried, snapping back to the moment. Jiang Lin, leaning in with an air of mystery, whispered, "The wild beings have taken on human forms and are infiltrating among the humans. I am aware that there are indeed quite a few of our people among the wilderness tribe. They utilize the blood of the ever-changing wasteland deity as a catalyst, transforming into humans to the extent that even I cannot discern their true identities. In light of this, we can only take precautions as best as we can. At this point, Guai felt a twinge of headache. The wilderness tribe's ability to disguise themselves as humans had been exposed on occasion, a fact he had come to know from those instances. However, in the absence of precise methods for exclusion, he could only rely on preventative measures. Jiang Lin, upon hearing this, continued, not just them. There are numerous traitors within the human race aiding the wilderness tribe in their transformations. Guai let out a cold chuckle. Slowly clenching his fists, I am well aware. Some of those individuals are intentionally left among us, as it is quite challenging to identify those transformed by the wilderness tribe. However, locating these traitors is considerably simpler. Oh, so this is your approach to prevention? Jiang Lin inquired. Regrettably, that is the only option available at present. Guai replied with a hint of resignation. After all, it is the blood of a divine realm being, and fortunately, their numbers are not overwhelming. Through these traitors, we have already identified a few individuals, yet we cannot act until we have a comprehensive grasp of all involved. Suddenly, Guai was struck by a thought. The person before him was the source of all power. Since he had appeared and inquired about this matter, could it be that a solution had been discovered? Over the years, the infiltrating wilderness tribe had become akin to a thorn embedded in their flesh, painful yet impossible to extract indiscriminately, as no one knew how many fragments of that thorn would remain within their bodies. Are you capable of identifying all the lurking wilderness tribe members? Wouldn't that be quite straightforward? Jiang Lin asked, somewhat perplexed. Is it truly so? Guai's breath suddenly became ragged, for these infiltrators had souls indistinguishable from those of humans. Even the previously acquired soul-related techniques could not discern them. Why would I deceive you? Jiang Lin replied, exasperated as he raised his hands. However, this time the situation is bound to be quite significant, so please give me some face. Face. Just use mine directly. Guai declared emphatically, striking his chest. Whatever happens, I will bear the responsibility. You are rather unattractive, Jiang Lin remarked bluntly. Guai. Fortunately, Guai had long been prepared for Jiang Lin's peculiar temperament. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, since you have come to find me, there must be some wilderness tribe members who have remained within the public eye, correct? Therefore, you will require an identity that allows you to act without regard for rules. With that, he chuckled wryly. There are plenty of suitable candidates. Yet they all possess an average appearance. I have a few disciples. Would you care to take a look? Bring them over for me to see, Jiang Lin said. The 62nd chapter of the Dragon Nations, Empyreans. Guai pulled out his phone and sent several messages in quick succession. Jiang Lin, meanwhile, paced curiously beside him before he mentioned the arrival of those individuals. Isn't it rather stifling to cultivate in a place like this? Not particularly. You know I am of the earth element, Guai replied nonchalantly with a grin. Only in such subterranean depths, devoid of impurities, can I truly sense that delicate thread of order. That seems to make sense, Jiang Lin agreed thoughtfully. Then why not simply bury yourself in the earth? I see that old man Li Tianyi does just that. Upon hearing the name Li Tianyi, Guai shook his head repeatedly. That is entirely different. Old Li is a solitary figure, tasked merely with observing the borders. A bit of perception is more than sufficient for him. I am stationed at the front lines of the wilderness tribe. How could I afford to truly settle my mind? Jiang Lin pondered for a moment, scratching his face. If that is the case, then guarding the front lines against the wilderness tribe seems somewhat unfair for you. At our level, the advancement in cultivation is minimal. It all hinges on enlightenment. There is no question of fairness or unfairness. Guai waved his hand dismissively. In that case, how about I utilize an earth element spirit contract this time? Jiang Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that true? Guai sprang to his feet, astonished. Why would I lie? Although my preferences lie with space and lightning elements, the earth element is still feasible. Nevertheless, you are aware that powers beyond the Empyrean realm should not be overexerted. I shall employ it discreetly, Jiang Lin explained. Guai's breathing became heavy. I need to make some arrangements. Please hold on. His excitement caused his tone to waver slightly. He first raised a hand to halt Jiang Lin, then quickly stood up. I must ensure everything is organized. I wish to observe the entire process while you take action. Then go ahead and make your arrangements, Jiang Lin replied nonchalantly, raising his hands. How much you can observe is your concern, but I must warn you. The time frame may be quite limited. That will suffice. Do you have any place here where I can rest? Your disciples have not yet arrived, and I would like to take a nap, Guai remarked. Upon hearing this, he raised a hand, causing the ground to rumble as a beautifully crafted stone dwelling rapidly took shape. Jiang Lin effortlessly retrieved bedding from his spatial realm and walked inside. Even as Jiang Lin settled down to sleep, Guai could hardly conceal his excitement. He melded into the earth, reappearing in the central command of the fortress. Inside the command center, numerous individuals were busy at work. Upon Guai's arrival, they promptly halted their actions and turned to face him. Continue with your tasks. Guai gestured. I have a matter to discuss. In the coming day, or perhaps two, I will notify you of the exact timing. Please retract the front line as much as possible, avoiding any conflicts above the Empyrean realm, and ensure comprehensive defensive preparations, he stated. His words elicited a gasp from those present. As the central command of the fortress, all official actions and defensive battle plans originated from this location. Guo Yi's brief statements would directly influence the trajectory of the entire battlefield. While it may sound simple to withdraw the lines, the implementation would prove exceedingly challenging. Should the wilderness tribe discern any unusual activity, a brazen breakthrough could very well occur. Yet, as the highest commander of the fortress, Guo Yi's words were absolute. Within the realm of the wilderness tribe, he wielded the ultimate authority of the dragon nation. Guo Yi was acutely aware of this reality. However, Jiang Lin's involvement entailed a pivotal opportunity for a breakthrough, necessitating his complete focus on observation. In such circumstances, the fortress and the wilderness tribe's war must not involve the realms of the sacred or Empyrean. Within the entire fortress, only he had reached the Empyrean realm. If the usual pattern of skirmishes every 3 days and larger battles every 5 days were to continue, should the wilderness tribe mobilize their Empyreans at this juncture, the opportunity for a breakthrough would be lost. With just a few casual words from Guo Yi, the entire fortress hub sprang into action. The first changes involved the cancellation of several external missions, followed by the conscious consolidation of troops, and all informants dispatched to gather intelligence concealed themselves. The human race's sudden retreat disconcerted the wilderness tribe, who hesitated to pursue aggressively at first. After years of a tug-of-war with the fortress, the wilderness tribe had always been remarkably assertive, and countless Empyrean battles had ensued. Skirmishes erupted frequently, with both sides demonstrating fiery tempers, unwilling to endure even the slightest grievance. However, the sudden withdrawal of the human defenses was a blatant indication of a ruse, was it not? Having battled the human race for so many years. While the wilderness tribe had made no other advancements, they had honed an acute sensitivity to schemes and tactics throughout these encounters. The wilderness tribe, inherently a race characterized by physical prowess, possessed intelligence that could only be deemed above average among the myriad of species. Initially, in their battles with the human race, the lessons learned and tactics observed were sufficient to compensate for a millennium's worth of tactical shortcomings. The losses they had suffered could easily be summed up over the course of a millennium, having become adept at sensing deception. As the wilderness tribe hesitated, Guo Yi returned to the human world, contacting an individual he had last messaged 5 years prior. "Are you there?" The reply came almost instantaneously. "Great news. Quickly find someone to guard for a couple of days." Guo Yi's words were astonishing, causing the other party's aloof demeanor to crumble in an instant. "Do you have a problem with your brain? Is it really that easy to locate the Imperial realm? You don't believe me? Trust you? Not a chance. Even the Earth spirit I lent you hasn't helped you at all. Hey, this is where you are mistaken. You are all alone. The Earth spirit is of no use to you. Instead, you should focus on nurturing disciples. I am different. I have a multitude of talented students scattered across the realm. As fellow Earth practitioners, you cannot hope to surpass me. What good does that do? My branches and leaves flourish. And I am the sole commander on the front lines against the savage tribe, wielding immense authority at the fortress, pivotal to both clans. In terms of status and other aspects, I far surpass you. Being of the same element is no shame. It is the incompetent who should feel embarrassed. You bastard." Guo Yi was enraged. That person from Fengyu Pavilion wanted to use earth powers against the savage tribe? Let them come. Lin Zi owed him a favor. Although she was currently battling the Beast clan in Africa, she could return in just 10 minutes. Just wait for me. At the extreme north of the Dragon Kingdom. It was the coldest time of the year, with snowflakes swirling in the air. By a boundary stone along the border, an old man clad in a coat stood bare-chested. Leaning against the stone, his murky eyes fixed intently on his phone. It seemed he was attempting to make a call, but there was no response. Frowning, he glanced skyward and muttered, "Is the signal bad?" But Guo Yi can send messages without issue. Could it be that Lin Zi has ventured into the beast realm? Just as his anxiety grew, the call finally connected. Without waiting for him to speak, a furious voice erupted from the other end. "Li Tianyi, you better have a good excuse. Otherwise, when I return to the Dragon Kingdom, I will smash your shell to pieces." The sound of howling winds could be heard from the other side, indicating the caller was moving at high speed, and the signal was somewhat intermittent. "Hey, the favor is due." Li Tianyi was too impatient to engage in pleasantries and got straight to the point. Brotherly, are you in a hurry?" The tone on the other end shifted unexpectedly. "Cut the nonsense. Hurry back and help me guard for a couple of days." Now that it's a serious matter." Lin Zi's demeanor changed. She paused, her expression serious. "What is going on? Is there movement from the Snow Clan?" "No. It's just that someone wants to use Earth powers, and I need to check it out." Chapter 63, Execution of the Plan. On the African savannah, a woman chewing on a piece of dry grass suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief. "Is it true?" Roar. A low growl came from beside her as a robust cheetah nudged her with its massive head. The dry grass fell from her mouth, unheeded. As she gently petted the cheetah's head and leaned closer to the phone screen, seemingly verifying the authenticity of the message. "Don't fool me, okay? Weren't we warned last time? I really don't want to be caught off guard. What is there to fear? It's in the savage territory. And it's only a minor action." Li Tianyi stood up anxiously. Hurry back. I don't have much time. Besides, it's just a slight move in the savage territory. They are not that petty, and that person has provoked them more than once. Fine, fine, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Lindsay impatiently brushed off non-existent dust from her clothes, rubbed the cheetah's head again, and said, Be good, hide and wait for me for 2 days. With that, she soared into the sky, a streak of rainbow light illuminating the heavens. A few minutes later, Li Tianyi, who was pacing back and forth in anxiety, suddenly looked up. In the distance, a brilliant figure broke through the swirling snow, racing towards him. In the blink of an eye, the snowstorm within a radius of several thousand meters ceased. Lindsay appeared before Li Tianyi. Go, go, go. Hurry up. Though she said this, the envy in her eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, Li Tianyi's face was filled with a broad smile, wondering how Guo Yi managed to summon that person. He felt fortunate to be in his orbit. All right, just go. Lindsay waved her hand, then pulled out an ancient brown long knife from her spatial ring and plunged it into the snow. Crossing her arms, she turned her back to Li Tianyi. For the next 3 days, not a single Snow Clan member will cross this line. Li Tianyi's expression turned solemn as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. With that, his figure vanished into the ground. At the savage tribe fortress, several tall and upright men stood before Guo Yi, all maintaining a straight posture, their eyes fixed ahead. After all, Guo Yi had instructed them that they were about to meet someone of great importance, and they should present their best selves, as it could lead to a significant opportunity. To have their teacher from the Imperial realm say such things left them all astonished. They had dropped everything to come to Guo Yi's training ground. However, upon arrival, apart from Guo Yi, there was only one person who appeared to be glancing around. Likely a university student? Where is the person we are supposed to meet? As the men pondered, Jiang Lin approached them, his expression contemplative as he glanced at Guo Yi. Ahem. Guo Yi cleared his throat. Let's introduce ourselves. Name, position, realm, etc. Though surprised, the others began to introduce themselves as Guo Yi spoke. Guo Yi had 4 disciples. The tallest among them stood at about 1.90 meters. With a robust yet scholarly appearance, sharp brows, bright eyes, and a straight nose that carried an air of intellect. Peng Ji, currently the captain of the 3rd squad of the near defense team at the Savage Tribe Fortress, Peak Soul Realm, with an Earth Spirit contract. Next to him stood a slightly shorter man, around 1.83 meters, with a resolute face and piercing eyes, his voice resonant. Qin Xianyi, captain of the 1st squad of the near defense team, Peak Soul Realm, with a Lava Spirit contract. Wang Lihua, deputy captain of the Central Dispatch Support Team, with a cracked Earth Spirit contract, initial stage of the Respect Realm. Zhao Qi, deputy captain of the Special Operations Team, with a heavy Rock Spirit contract, initial stage of the Respect Realm. All 4 men shared their statuses, and they quickly grasped that the important person Guo Yi spoke of was Jiang Lin. While they were puzzled, Guo Yi did not elaborate further. All seems well. Jiang Lin nodded slightly, then pointed to Wang Lihua. He will do. Guo Yi's expression brightened. Observing the reactions of the others, he noticed their apprehension. They were aware of their teacher's temperament and were astonished to see a smile on his face. The men exchanged incredulous glances, clearly astonished. Ahem. Guo Yi realized he had lost composure, clearing his throat again. Lihua, for the next 2 days, you will stay by my side. Whatever Lihua does afterward, do not act rashly. Guo Yi's words left them momentarily confused. But as Jiang Lin transformed before their eyes into Wang Lihua, revealing the aura of the initial stage of the Respect Realm, their eyes widened in shock. Ignoring the others, Jiang Lin waved at Guo Yi. I think I understand, just keep an eye out. With that, he placed a hand against the wall. And with a surge of earth elemental energy, his figure vanished. Now, Guo Yi turned to the remaining men with a serious expression. You are not yet at the required realm, so do not dwell on unnecessary details, but remember what I am about to say. First, for the next few days, no matter what he does, you must trust him completely. Do not question or speak unnecessarily. Second, if the opportunity arises, observe closely how he acts. Whether in the flow of energy or the manner of his strikes, do not overlook even the slightest detail. Thirdly, and lastly, when one perceives the tumult of earth element spiritual energy surrounding them, it is imperative to disregard it and promptly sever all external sensory perceptions. Such power will manifest to you as nothing more than a blinding glare. The assertions made by Guo Yi grew increasingly preposterous, further stirring a profound realization among the group regarding Jiang Lin's extraordinary nature. Upon transforming into Wang Lihua, Jiang Lin returned directly to the fortress, still clad in the uniform of the Central Dispatch Support Team. As he stepped onto the street, numerous passers-by cast astonished glances in his direction. Despite Wang Lihua and others appearing exceedingly compliant before Jiang Lin and Guo Yi, they held considerable authority within the fortress. The primary duty of the Central Dispatch Support Team is to maintain a central stronghold and provide support across various locations, their uniforms ubiquitous on the battlefield, ensuring that Wang Lihua's visage was well known within the fortress. However, for someone of his stature to don the uniform and venture onto the street struck an odd note. Jiang Lin paid no heed to the curious stares. He first approached the edge of the fortress barrier. where dense earth element spiritual energy surged forth and coalesced into a sharp spike, which he then drove into the ground. He repeated this process, inserting a spike crafted from earth element spiritual energy in the southeast and southwest directions of the fortress. After completing this task, he gazed skyward and softly uttered, "Rise." Boom, 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 boom. Four resounding detonations reverberated throughout the fortress as a layer of earthy shield enveloped the barrier, plunging the entire fortress into shadow. Before the inhabitants could fully register their astonishment, Guai swiftly activated the fortress's regional network, assuring everyone there is no need for alarm. "I am Guai. I have just detected a potential large-scale assault from the wild tribe. This shield is a precautionary measure." With Guai's esteemed reputation, his words promptly calmed the majority within the fortress. Although some remained uneasy, some were inherently sensitive, while others were merely apprehensive. Jiang Lin, hands clasped behind his back, hummed an unknown tune when a hurried figure rushed past him. Boom! A rock spike abruptly surged before him, obstructing the individual's path. Su Luoxiang, a native of Jixing, aged 36, had lost his grandparents, parents, and uncles in the battles against the wild tribe. After breaking through his mental barriers, he had resolutely chosen to fight at the front lines for vengeance, or perhaps out of anger. However, in the second year, after rescuing a woman within the fortress, he was killed 2 months later. Jiang Lin's narrative abruptly halted, meant to be the prologue, but instead became the epilogue, stopping before the rock spike. Su Luoxiang's complexion shifted dramatically, quickly masked by a facade of ignorance. "Sir, I do not comprehend your words." By this time, several individuals had gathered around, for it was indeed peculiar for a fortress officer to attack a fellow clansman. Jiang Lin had no intention of clarifying. The blood of the ever-changing wild god was beyond their comprehension. To avert unnecessary chaos, this was one of the reasons he sought an identity that allowed him unrestricted actions. He sighed softly, lowering his hands and turning to face Su Luoxiang. "Do you know? In our human race, the spirits of those who die in loyalty and valor must be reborn in the underworld." Upon finishing, the ground beneath him seemed to contract instantaneously, his form remaining stationary yet, in an instant, he appeared before Su Luoxiang. Su Luoxiang's expression morphed in terror. Before he could react, Jiang Lin seized him by the throat, lifting him off the ground with immense strength. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, with some frowning and stepping forward. "Sir, what is the meaning of this?" Jiang Lin disregarded the inquiry, invoking the powers of the wild tribe. Su Luoxiang, his face etched with fear, gasped, "What are you saying?" He struggled relentlessly, his eyes pleading. Yet the force of Jiang Lin's mental prowess, now at the initial stage of the sovereign realm, rendered his efforts utterly futile. Jiang Lin observed the scene, confirming his suspicions. Those from the wild tribe who could masquerade as humans had undoubtedly prepared for the day of exposure. Su Luoxiang was merely a soul-bound member of the wild tribe. After assimilating the blood of the ever-changing wild god, he had scarcely attained the pinnacle of the soul realm. At such a moment, revealing his true strength would yield no chance of survival. It would be wiser to perish in a human state, stirring suspicion and division within the human ranks. Although he was unaware of how he had been exposed, if his demise were to attract attention, his kin would be swift to react. This overt absurdity and sense of disconnection were far more terrifying than the revelation that they could transform into humans. After all, the conspiracies they had prepared were sufficient to swiftly dismantle the foundation of the human race. "Soul return," Jiang Lin whispered. In an instant, Su Luoxiang's entire being transformed into rock, and within moments, he was reduced to a stone effigy. News of the deputy captain of the Central Dispatch Support Team committing murder in broad daylight rapidly spread throughout the fortress. Yet, due to the trust in the authorities, the majority speculated that Su Luoxiang's identity was dubious. At that moment, various conspiracy theories began to circulate within the fortress, some suggesting a conflict between Wang Lihua and Su Luoxiang, while others speculated that Wang Lihua coveted certain opportunities from Su Luoxiang. Ultimately, these narratives sought to entangle Wang Lihua's actions in a web of conspiracy. From a high tower within the fortress, Jiang Lin surveyed the bustling street below. Beside him, Pang Ji rested a hand upon the hilt of his long knife. You guessed correctly. Numerous human traders are aiding in the dissemination of rumors. From Guai, they had learned of Jiang Lin's overarching intentions. I can identify these transformed wild tribe members, yet those human traders are the most elusive to track. Jiang Lin sighed, acknowledging that even with his mental abilities, he could not probe those who had been forcibly brainwashed. Were it merely a matter of eliminating these wild tribe members, he wouldn't need to exert such effort. Some suspected traders are already under our surveillance, Pang Ji murmured, lowering his head slightly. Very well. I shall begin with the next one. With that, he leaped from the towering edifice. The rush of wind accompanying his rapid descent echoed through the air as Jiang Lin squinted, focusing on an ordinary person hurrying below. Crack, crack, crack. A layer of rocky armor swiftly enveloped his right arm, augmenting its size significantly. At that moment, many on the ground noticed the rapidly descending Jiang Lin and screamed as they scrambled to escape. The individual Jiang Lin had targeted displayed a resolute expression and screamed. In the next instant, a colossal rocky arm struck him, reducing him to mere pulp, sending a tremor through the street as spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread. In the center, vivid red blood slowly seeped into the fissures. Rising from the ground, Jiang Lin shed the rocky armament, reflecting on Feng Wenxin, who, after graduating from university, had arrived at the wild tribe fortress filled with fervor. The very next day, he had befriended 2 seasoned fighters in the fortress who treated him kindly, considering him their protege. They shared laughter and camaraderie, united by a common goal. Yet, following a single night, he was no longer himself. Soul return, Jiang Lin remarked indifferently, casting a glance at the remnants on the ground as he turned to depart. At this moment, the crowd, which had refrained from uttering a sound, finally erupted in screams. Many glared at Jiang Lin's retreating figure with fury, yet the uniform he wore and his terrifying prowess at the initial stage of the sovereign realm held them rooted in place. Deep within, they continually reassured themselves that he was an official expert, and such actions must surely be justified, with the authorities undoubtedly taking action. Yet, the visceral shock of the scene before them had already driven their anger to a boiling point. Why not explain it to them? With our authority, they would certainly believe us. Qin Qianni could not help but inquire, standing before a massive floor-to-ceiling window in a room somewhere. Jiang Lin, with his back turned to him, initially intended to engage in a casual game, yet he never anticipated that the treachery of these human traitors would run so deep, verging on the lethal. Su Luoxian's composed acceptance of death, even after passing, without displaying any traits of the wild race, led Jiang Lin to realize that the infiltration might be more profound than he had imagined. To Jiang Lin, the wild race infiltrators were negligible. It was the traitorous humans who constituted the rotting roots. Then why employ such thunderous methods to eliminate them? Qin Qianni still did not comprehend. Humans are emotional beings. When faced with such provocative scenes, even the utmost trust would waver. Jiang Lin turned his gaze toward him, stating, "The human heart is inscrutable. Even the mind-linking contracts at the Imperial realm cannot swiftly filter out all the human traitors within the fortress. A gradual approach would allow the adversary to prepare, needing only a sage or even a supreme expert to seal their minds and evade detection." A shock coursed through Qin Qianni, and he suddenly looked at Jiang Lin. "So you intend to incite turmoil, providing the wild race with more opportunities to expose these human traitors?" Chapter 64, Coercion. Within the human race, public opinion has always wielded a terrifying influence. These human traitors, therefore, serve as the optimal tools for inciting public discourse, with Jiang Lin intentionally handing over incriminating evidence. Utilizing these traitors to provoke public sentiment and incite chaos among the humans could not be more perfect. While identifying human traitors may be challenging for humanity, for the wild race, they are merely pawns presented on a platter. Under such favorable conditions, how could the wild race forsake the instigation of discourse for the sake of these pawns' safety? The more Qin Qianni pondered, the more astonished he became. Jiang Lin's maneuver could be considered a half-open conspiracy, executed with sufficient ruthlessness that even those oblivious to the truth would be shaken, not to mention himself. As his phone buzzed with several messages, Qin Qianni took it out and felt a surge of admiration for Jiang Lin. He had just received news that, despite their efforts to suppress public opinion, the outcome was far from satisfactory, as numerous unseen forces seemed to be amplifying the impact of Jiang Lin's 2 murders. Within the fortress, certain covert teams had already commenced monitoring these individuals, and the number identified was indeed alarming. No wonder this individual felt that the thorn of human traitors had nearly reached a state of decay. While his thoughts spiraled, Jiang Lin yawned. Why are they still not here? Are they afraid? His third target was supposed to fly over from here for today's mission. Just as he was pondering, a small 5-person team was swiftly approaching from the horizon. Jiang Lin's eyes lit up, and he struck the glass with a punch, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window. A rocky platform rapidly extended, obstructing the team's flight path. Jiang Lin stepped out from behind the shattered window, exuding an oppressive aura characteristic of the initial stage of the Supreme Realm, unrestrainedly pressing upon the group. The 4 members of the team were at the pinnacle of their mental states, with the leader being a Soul Realm expert. This caliber of team could be considered top-tier within the Wild Race Fortress. "Commander Wang, is there something you need?" The leader, with a grim countenance, inquired. In just half a day, news of Jiang Lin's unprovoked killings of 2 individuals had circulated throughout the fortress. At this moment, Chen Fang also felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing Jiang Lin. Jiang Lin ignored him, instead focusing on a pale young man at the rear of the team. Xia Hong, narrow-minded and debauched, had once deceived 2 young women into aborting their pregnancies, later fleeing to the Wild Race Fortress to escape the families of those women, disguised within the team as a Healing Realm soul contract. He had been hiding at the back, and during a previous escape from the Wild Race, he had led the entire team to safety. In principle, such a soul did not warrant redemption. However, being human, he had the option of choosing the path of beasts in the cycle of reincarnation. Upon finishing his thoughts, Jiang Lin clenched his fist, and the surrounding air became sluggish. In the distance, Qin Qianni's eyes widened, in his line of sight. A multitude of earth elemental energies mingled with countless microscopic particles of dust and various minerals, rapidly coalescing around Xiahong. Subsequently, these earth energies began to invade his skin with a ferocity. Xiahong's spiritual energy could not possibly withstand the overwhelming force of Jiang Lin's supreme realm energy. In an instant, his eyes widened in panic as he struggled frantically. Every pore in his body was being invaded by this potent force, expanding and inflating. The sensation of tearing pain resonated through every inch of his being. What a concept! Yet, the team members observed Xiahong's tormented form, contorted in a peculiar manner, and discerned some truth. Stop! The team members shouted in unison, quickly gathering their energies. Jiang Lin, with a detached expression, turned his head, a hint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Do you wish to oppose the authorities? As Xiahong endured the excruciating struggle, his consciousness gradually blurred. Upon hearing Jiang Lin's words, he miraculously clenched his teeth and held on. If he could endure just a little longer, perhaps this horrific scene would evoke empathy from the others, serving as a catalyst. They were already aware of the vice captain's sudden shift to a murderous rampage, and the deceased were all from their wild race. Even the dimmest among them could comprehend that they were specifically targeted for annihilation. Once marked, anyone below the supreme realm could not escape. Their only function was to incite resonance among the ignorant human populace. Regarding the blood of the wild gods, they possessed absolute confidence that even in death, humans would be unable to discern their identities. Although this human before them had the means to identify them, he could not possibly recognize all the hidden wild race infiltrators. Otherwise, he would have struck preemptively, rather than eliminating them one by one. The wild race held their own confidence, and Jiang Lin had his methods. At this moment, both sides believed their plans were feasible. Unfortunately, the wild race remained oblivious that after dealing with the first wild race member, Jiang Lin's focus had already shifted to those deeply concealed traitors. Beyond the gaze of the authorities, a myriad of minuscule earth minerals surged into Xiahong's body. In merely a few seconds, his form had swelled to twice its size. The team's members felt their eyes nearly burst from their sockets, their breathing becoming labored as they cast resentful glances at Jiang Lin. Yet, the overwhelming strength of Jiang Lin, coupled with his official status, rendered them hesitant to act, regardless of their fury. Ultimately, Xiahong's endurance was insufficient against such a vast disparity in power. He was painfully crushed to death. Discarding his now oversized corpse to the side, Jiang Lin dusted off his hands, seemingly wishing to rid himself of the grime. It appears you are unaware of his true nature, he remarked. The expressions of the team members shifted slightly, recalling Jiang Lin's previous words. Having accompanied Xiahong for so long, they were somewhat familiar with his character. However, since entering the Wild Race Fortress, Xiahong had maintained a low profile, and the team had a relatively favorable impression of him. But those are merely your one-sided claims without any evidence. Does the authority now kill without the need for proof? The leader of the Soul Realm expert spoke, his voice hoarse under the immense pressure. Jiang Lin's gaze drifted to a distant point before retracting, responding calmly, indeed. With that, he turned to leave, leaving the team members, fists clenched in frustration. Captain, we cannot let this go unpunished. What of the authorities? They cannot simply slaughter the innocent like this. Xiahong's death was utterly unjust. The members of the squad could no longer contain their frustration, and they spoke out in indignation. While we may lack the strength, we cannot allow this to continue. At the heart of the fortress, within the official central hub, Gua Yi presided over the proceedings, where the atmosphere was already rife with activity. It was imperative to root out all these traitors. Gua Yi's expression was grim. He had initially believed these human traitors were well within his control. Yet, after Jiang Lin had provided the wild tribe with a slight opening, these traitors emerged like mushrooms after a rainstorm. In just half a day, the number of identified human traitors had more than doubled. It was at this moment that Gua Yi realized that beneath the once mighty stature of humanity, a festering rot had taken hold. As tensions escalated, the traitors, upon noticing Jiang Lin's maneuvers, sought to incite discord among the human ranks. They, too, had come under the scrutiny of the authorities. With their ranks swelling, each new addition darkened Gua Yi's countenance further. By this point, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Following this debacle, his position as commander of the Wild Tribe's frontline fortress would surely be untenable. This was a personal failing, and Gua Yi would not attempt to feign innocence. The pressing issue at hand was how to eradicate these human traitors root and branch. Jiang Lin's actions were anything but sluggish. By afternoon, he had claimed 2 more lives from the Wild Tribe, and the brutality of his methods was witnessed by many. While the authorities remained silent, they subtly stoked the flames of public opinion. Coupled with the machinations of the human traitors, the atmosphere within the fortress was on the brink of explosive unrest. Conversations within the fortress almost exclusively revolved around Jiang Lin. Nearly everyone expressed intense outrage at his actions. Some of the more hot-tempered individuals had even gathered before the central control building, but the authorities maintained their silence on the matter. Inside the building, Gua Yi sat in his office, his face dark with anger, while his secretary hurriedly reported the latest developments. The central authorities had identified over 100 more individuals, bringing the total number of human traders to over 1,000, a significant portion of whom were low-tier spirit contracts. Yet their powers had recently surged astonishingly. Based on this information, we have compiled a list of approximately 200 individuals whose recent conduct and actions indicate a traitorous probability exceeding 90%. The secretary spoke rapidly, yet clearly. Moreover, the actions of Lord Wang Lihua have significantly impacted the authorities' credibility. If this continues, even when the truth eventually emerges, it will be exceedingly difficult to regain lost ground. After a moment's hesitation, the secretary adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear. Should we consider making a preemptive move to apprehend them? Guo Yi's fists tightened. The rod had already begun to spread, and he had to seize this opportunity. His resolute stance yielded unyielding support from the authorities for Jiang Lin, despite the throngs of individuals surrounding the central control building demanding accountability, and the online discourse nearing a boiling point. The only official statement issued concerned the identities of these individuals. However, the populace was not naive. Upon investigating the identities of the deceased, they discovered that the individuals were entirely innocent, with virtually no criminal records. Such revelations ignited their fury toward the authorities, culminating in widespread protests. Public sentiment reached a fever pitch, and the authorities, feeling the pressure, released a statement asserting that these individuals were mere illusions conjured by the wild tribe. Yet, had this statement been issued at the outset, it might have had some impact. Now, it appeared to be a desperate and haphazard response to mounting pressure. Nonetheless, many sensed something amiss. After all, the authorities had guarded the wild tribe's frontline for years, maintaining a certain level of prestige. In a modest dwelling within the fortress, a group of seemingly ordinary men and women convened, some seated, others standing, each lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, one finally spoke. Could this be a trap set by the authorities? They undoubtedly possessed the ability to discern the identities of those divine beings. At this moment, a man who had remained silent on the couch leaned forward. I believe this could indeed be a trap, but it also presents an opportunity. His words immediately drew the attention of the others. Yesterday, a divine being tested the barrier, and upon crossing it, the blood of the wild god within them became agitated. Initially, there were no immediate repercussions, but over time, the human body would succumb to chaos, making it easy to expose vulnerabilities. We must acknowledge that under the current circumstances, the divine beings are indeed trapped here. If the barrier remains intact, they will perish. The implications of this statement darken the faces of the group. To become one of their divine attendants, they would need to implant the diluted blood of the myriad phantoms of the wild god within themselves. The moment that blood entered their bodies, their lives would no longer be under their own control. You just said it was an opportunity? Someone grasped the meaning behind his words. Indeed. The individual rose, fist clenched. The authorities likely knew the identities of the divine beings from the start, but they probably could not confirm them on a broad scale, hence the piecemeal approach. The remaining divine beings were few, and time was not on their side. What do you propose we do? A tall figure exclaimed, frustration evident as he struck the wall, leaving a fist imprint. Do not rush, the initial speaker cautioned, narrowing his eyes. The authorities are beginning to buckle under the pressure and have started issuing statements. This is a positive development. Beside him, an individual fixated on their phone suddenly blurted, "What nonsense? Another divine being has been slain." The room fell silent as everyone turned their attention toward him, prompting someone to urgently ask, "Li Xianyuan, do you have a plan? Speak quickly." At that moment, Li Xianyuan knew he could not hesitate. The declaration from the human authorities is fundamentally untenable. If we were to release the autopsy reports of those divine beings, it would undoubtedly lead to immense upheaval, potentially eroding the authorities' credibility and causing a rift within the human ranks. After all, no one wishes to witness an indiscriminate slaughter by the authorities. At that point, we could contact the divine beings for a coordinated assault. With internal strife and external threats, the human fortress would surely fall. I find this feasible. Another concurred. However, the human leadership is not foolish. Numerous inconsistencies in recent events could indicate a trap. What if it is? Even if it is a trap, our sole mission is to ensure the survival of the divine beings. Indeed, even if it is a trap, we must leap into it. Unbeknownst to these human traitors, Jiang Lin's focus had long since shifted to them. The vast information disparity left them oblivious to the true danger, as outside. Jiang Lin continued his relentless slaughter of the wild tribe. A figure descended from the sky, crashing violently to the ground. The tremendous impact cracked the earth beneath, and from the fissures, jagged stone spikes erupted, impaling the very body that had fallen. Jiang Lin slowly descended, his cold gaze sweeping over the surrounding pedestrians. Once filled with rage, their expressions transformed as they met Jiang Lin's icy stare, as if doused in a frigid torrent of water. Originally, Jiang Lin believed that such intimidation would be sufficient to compel them to stifle their anger. However, he underestimated the profound disappointment that had morphed into anger within their hearts. When the first individual resolutely charged forth to confront Jiang Lin, they could no longer contain themselves. Hundreds of figures ascended into the sky, encircling Jiang Lin. A voice rang out in fury, demanding to know why the innocent were being wantonly slain. Even if you are an official, reasons and evidence are necessary. Jiang Lin, momentarily taken aback, then revealed a slight, cold smile. Wang Lihua acts without the need for an explanation. Those I have slain are all deserving of their fate. In this moment of reckoning, Jiang Lin had initially contemplated fabricating an excuse to placate the crowd. Yet, prior to executing this individual, Gua Yi had relayed news of a significant catch. All that remained was to exacerbate the conflict. This revelation spared Jiang Lin considerable effort. He surveyed the throng with a disdainful expression, declaring, "With your mere strength, you cannot impede me, and should you dare to strike, imprisonment awaits you. Think carefully." As his words echoed, a multitude of official forces materialized beyond the encirclement, their expressions devoid of emotion as they surrounded the gathering. The people's fury surged uncontrollably. Initially, they could still argue that Wang Lihua was acting independently, but the arrival of these official forces unequivocally indicated the government's stance. "This matter shall be reported to the central authorities. Wang Lihua, let us see how you conclude this." The officials' resolute demeanor meant that, no matter their rage, the crowd could only acquiesce in silence. The official forces embodied not only authority, but also strength. Although they outnumbered the officials, they had never coordinated amongst themselves, and their overall combat capability paled in comparison to that of the official troops. Engaging in conflict would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Ultimately, the confrontation ended with their retreat, while Jiang Lin departed unscathed. However, the tempest was far from over. The emergence of official forces elevated the incident of Jiang Lin's public execution to a new level, inciting a palpable animosity towards the government throughout the fortress. In this tumultuous atmosphere, numerous human traitors infiltrated the ranks, exacerbating the situation. Jiang Lin's campaign of extermination was far from concluded. He needed to efficiently continue his hunt of the wild tribes, forcing these human traitors into hasty action. As time elapsed, by the following day, Jiang Lin had methodically dispatched several more wild tribesmen. At this juncture, any official appearing on the streets would attract a wave of hostile gazes. Within the fortress, officials and non-officials had transformed into two volatile powder kegs, on the verge of explosion. The relentless slaughter of the wild tribesmen finally compelled Li Xianyan and other traitors to take action. Previously, they had instigated riots at various locations, which, though suppressed by the government through forceful means, suggested that the officials were struggling to maintain control. Furthermore, these riots had been triggered with astonishing simplicity. At this moment, Li Xianyan and his associates reconvened. He spoke gravely, "We cannot continue down this path. Only 3 divine beings remain, and the madman Wang Lihua could strike at any moment. This fortress resembles a bomb primed to detonate. Our task is to ignite the fuse." The others nodded solemnly, realizing that Jiang Lin's hunting efficiency was too rapid, leaving them no time for contemplation. They had barely recognized that their previous endeavors had proceeded more smoothly than anticipated. "I sense something amiss. The government's actions do not align with their typical methods." Someone hesitated to voice from the corner. The others turned to regard him. He appeared to be the eldest among them, his murky eyes filled with contemplation and doubt. "I have lingered within the fortress for many years. This does not resemble the official handling of matters." His words brought a semblance of calm, prompting the group to reflect upon the discrepancies in the situation. The elder continued, "Moreover, given the current state of affairs, even if we refrain from intervening, internal strife within the fortress is inevitable." At that moment, they received another piece of news. One of the remaining wild tribesmen had been slain. Li Xianyan's phone suddenly rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, his expression drastically changed. He hurriedly answered, and an extremely furious voice erupted from the other end. "Hurry, ignite the riot. The wild tribe's army is nearly upon us." Accompanying the voice was the sound of wind rushing, as if they were in rapid motion. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted, and Li Xianyan rose, declaring, "Now is the time for us to play our part. Regardless of the government's intentions, we cannot remain idle. It is time to detonate this bomb." Meanwhile, within the central control tower of the government, news of the large-scale assembly of the wild tribe's army reached them. Gui Yi's complexion paled. How could they muster such power to mobilize the wild tribe's forces? He was unaware of how the human traitors had achieved this. But the reports indicated that the number of assembled troops had exceeded any previous year. They had to respond. Just as he was about to issue orders, his phone rang. Upon recognizing Jiang Lin's call, he quickly answered, "Leave the army to me. We have 2 wild tribes left." "How is the situation with the human traitors?" "Almost complete. Even if there are still some, they can only emerge now. As for those who fled to the human realm, they have already been contained. They cannot stir up trouble." As Jiang Lin navigated the towering buildings, he focused intently on the rapidly fleeing wild tribesmen. "Very well, I shall ensnare you now." With that, he accelerated. Dozens of earthen dragons surging from the ground to seize that individual. A chill radiated from him, slowing the dragon's pace. This was indeed a wild tribesman of Pinnacle's soul realm. Seizing the fleeting opportunity as the dragon slowed, the fugitive plummeted into the intricate streets below, desperately attempting to evade Jiang Lin. Yet, Jiang Lin's speed surpassed his own, transforming his figure into a cloud of sand, reappearing atop the closest earthen dragon. Jiang Lin closed one eye, forming a gun shape with his hand, seemingly targeting the swiftly descending figure. An instinctual sense of peril coursed through the fugitive's body, compelling him to act without hesitation. He encased himself in a thick layer of ice. In the next instant, a slender yellow line struck the deep blue ice with explosive force, causing cracks to rapidly spread, yet it allowed him to narrowly escape catastrophe. As the thin line was obstructed, he promptly dispelled the ice encasing him, lunging forward as the yellow line pierced through the ice, leaving a bottomless pit in the ground. At that moment, he dared not linger. The silhouette of the city wall loomed in the distance, hope seemingly within reach. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, carrying a cloud of dust. The expression of terror on his face froze as he looked down in disbelief at his own body. Countless specks of dust and yellow sand erupting from within him, dissipating into the ether. Jiang Lin materialized at his side, ignoring the man and instead focusing on the distant city wall, where another figure raced towards the exit. Once more, Jiang Lin retrieved his phone, dialing Guai. One left. Rest assured, I am prepared. Once he falls, I shall promptly ensnare him. Preparations were not confined to Guai. Across the fortress, many individuals like Li Xianyan wore solemn expressions as they stepped out of their homes. However, before they could communicate with others, they abruptly discovered that messages and comments they had posted on social media were being deleted in real time. Inside the fortress, the official forces, which should have rallied to confront the army of the barbarian tribe, were now scattered across the streets. As Li Xianyuan and his companions stepped out of their homes, they were greeted by a 100-strong contingent led by a Soul Realm expert, silently occupying the entirety of their street. The elder behind them paled at the sight. It dawned on him that the official target had always been them. The 67th 12-spell array. What is your intention? Li Xianyuan feigned calmness, though a flicker of fear danced in his eyes, skillfully portraying the image of an unsuspecting civilian. The leading figure, Qin Qianyi, smirked coldly at the scene. Tightening his grip on the long blade, he wielded as he stepped forward from the ranks. To have lurked beneath our noses for so long indeed demonstrates some skill. However, today, that group of barbarians will meet their end, and you mutts will not remain idle either. I have no idea what you are talking about. Li Xianyuan's eyes widened with increased trepidation, his companions mirroring his panic, their faces betraying their anxiety. Boring. If you wish to perform, why not entertain Yama in the underworld? Qin Qianyi's smile faded, and the blade in his hand glimmered ominously as it was drawn slightly from its sheath. In an instant, the panic etched on the faces of the few who possessed no more than the heart realm solidified. A thin stream of blood emerged at their throats as Qin Qianyi turned, gesturing for his subordinates to dispose of the corpses. Meanwhile, within the control building, meticulously detailed documents were prepared for scheduled upload, some having been gathered previously, while others emerged following Jiang Lin's initiation of the hunt. A tempestuous wave was brewing in the network, and at that moment, Jiang Lin had caught up to the last fleeing barbarian. He stood atop a colossal dragon's head formed of rock and soil, smiling down at the pale-faced middle-aged man before him. Why have you ceased your flight? Cold sweat trickled down Yang Li's brow. Despite being in the early stages of the same rank, he felt immense pressure upon encountering Jiang Lin. Why? He clung to a shred of hope. Jiang Lin's smile was enigmatic. Was he still pretending? With that, his form dissipated into dust. Yang Li's sense of impending doom peaked, and without hesitation, he clenched his fists, smashing them together. A surge of spiritual energy amassed upon his fists. Having reached the esteemed realm, his spiritual energy was flawless, with every thread perfectly harnessed. As the first wisp of dust coalesced beside him, Yang Li spun around and unleashed a punch, a peculiar shockwave radiating forth, causing the gathered dust to explode instantaneously. A shockwave? Jiang Lin's figure materialized in the distance. He was indeed a formidable opponent. With that, a sharp stone spear took shape in his hand, raised above his head, and hurled forth. Yang Li sensed only a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the spear. Yet he dared not underestimate it. Jiang Lin's mastery over earth-based spiritual energy was unsettling. He had never witnessed anyone capable of perfectly decomposing earth energy into dust. Such command bordered on monstrous. Even if the spear posed no threat, he unleashed his full strength into a punch. The fragile spear shattered under the immense force, and Yang Li's expression tightened. Amidst the fragments, he sensed that Jiang Lin was undoubtedly lurking within. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Li unleashed a torrent of punches, countless fist shadows manifesting in the air. From below, the sky appeared like a lake on a rainy day, rippling incessantly. This was Yang Li fully unleashing his shockwave spiritual contract. There was no other substance in the air. Anything that appeared would be pulverized under layer upon layer of shockwave force. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Lin's figure had materialized on the ground. He gazed up at the sky, pondering the utility of his ability. If you were to delve deeper, perhaps I might face a bit of difficulty. However, Jiang Lin remarked as he crouched down, placing one hand on the ground. Pursuing frequency while forsaking power is not a viable strategy, you know? At that moment, every building within a 1,000-meter radius trembled in unison. Then, a fissure rapidly spread from Jiang Lin's position, spanning thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Had he not deliberately controlled his power to concentrate the fissures on the street, numerous buildings would have been devastated. Even so, the emergence of these gaping, unfathomable cracks sent a chill down the spines of those on the ground. The fissures continued to spread. Finally, Yi, who had been stationed centrally, could no longer bear witness. Reluctantly, he soared from the building, landing on one of the streets. The rapidly spreading fissure halted abruptly as though it had encountered an invisible barrier. Try to cause less destruction, he called out in exasperation. Jiang Lin, seemingly hearing his plea, chuckled nonchalantly before gradually rising to his feet. To his astonishment, a rock pillar materialized from thin air beneath him, stretching rapidly toward Yang Li's position. Boom. In the nearby street, 11 rock pillars simultaneously ascended. Jiang Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back until the pillars elevated him to the same height as Yang Li. A ring of earthy yellow light enveloped the 12 pillars, causing the entire space to shudder. Yang Li's eyes widened in horror as he felt an overwhelming suppression on his spiritual contract. Jiang Lin suddenly turned. Watch closely, boys. He then extended his palm and slowly clenched it. The rock pillars began to compress rapidly, demolishing the buildings in their path. Yang Li's face drained of color as he anxiously unleashed a flurry of punches, waves of shock energy erupting continuously. Under the force of the shock waves, the buildings disintegrated into fragments, and the onlookers had long since fled. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. Yet, at that moment, the once invincible shock energy proved ineffective against the 12 rock pillars, which bore an unexpectedly terrifying hardness. Yang Li desperately intensified the shockwave frequency, causing the surrounding space to visibly distort, yet the massive pillars remained resolute in their advance. As the distance between them diminished, the pillars ultimately converged into a circular formation. Jiang Lin gazed skyward. Did you see? Merely increasing frequency, while powerful, still pales in comparison to the ultimate solidity of Earth. Fear crept onto Yang Li's face. Every opponent he had faced thus far had sought to evade the enigmatic shockwaves, too intimidated to confront him head-on. Yet now, Jiang Lin had directly shattered his pride. The only light lay above in the sky, and snapping back to reality, Yang Li hurriedly ascended. How could there be such a significant opening? Jiang Lin sighed softly. 12 spell array. Activate. Boom. A flash of yellow light ignited upon the colossal pillars, frenzied spiritual energy surging forth, and at that moment, Yang Li felt as if the very sky were collapsing. Instinctively, he directed his shockwave energy against the pillars once more. Jiang Lin silently covered his ears. Then, the pillars, propelled by the shockwave, began to move. Under the force of the shockwaves, the 12 pillars collided repeatedly. The internal structures of these pillars appeared to be unique. The instant they clashed, a sound capable of rupturing eardrums erupted. Yang Li trembled violently in the center, blood streaming from his orifices as he lost consciousness. The 68th Barbarian Tribe's Imperial Realm. Yet, even as Yang Li lay unconscious, his body in midair continued to be relentlessly battered by invisible shocks. The intangible sound waves reverberated incessantly, his body being battered back and forth like a ragged sack. The formidable force of these sonic assaults stemmed from his own tremor attacks. And even his enhanced physique, bolstered by the blood of the primal deity, could not withstand such onslaught. His life force dwindled rapidly, and within the stronghold, all the human traders apprehended by the authorities raised their heads in disbelief towards the direction of Jiang Lin. In that moment, the connection to the bloodline of the primal race that linked them was utterly severed, signifying that no remnants of the primal race remained within the stronghold. The faces of the human traders turned ashen. The primal beings that had consumed the blood of the myriad phantoms perished within the fortress. Regardless of whether the authorities would spare them, the primal race would not allow them to live. It was only when Yang Li's body was reduced to a pulp by the sound waves that Jiang Lin waved his hand, dispelling the 12 curse formations, and returned to solid ground. At that moment, the authorities released an exceedingly detailed statement, meticulously documenting the actions of these human traders. The inhabitants of the stronghold then realized that the authorities had unwittingly orchestrated such a grand scheme. However, concerning those few Jiang Lin had slain, the authorities possessed little evidence. For these primal beings had, from a physiological genetic perspective, transformed into humans through the blood of the myriad phantoms. Even Jiang Lin, unless they voluntarily exposed themselves, could not procure irrefutable evidence. Yet, as these human traders were revealed and their intricate connections unveiled, the so-called evidence seemed less significant. Following this revelation, a profound sense of dread replaced any sense of relief. Prior to this, no one had known that the primal race could disguise themselves as humans, and those around them, who appeared no different, could, in reality, be human traders. In an instant, the atmosphere within the stronghold turned fraught with anxiety, as no one could predict whether the person who had just smiled at them would, in the next moment, be replaced by the primal race. At the outermost walls of the fortress, Guo Yi's silhouette emerged, and he sighed, acknowledging that suspicion was ultimately challenging to resolve. It's all right, Jiang Lin stated beside him, gazing towards the distant, ominous mass of primal beings outside. Before I depart, I shall establish a mental barrier to assist you in screening the human traders at the entrance. As for within the stronghold, Jiang Lin's expression grew suddenly solemn. Guo Yi, with a resigned sigh, acknowledged that preventing these human traders from infiltrating Long Country was already commendable. Within the stronghold, as long as humanity persisted, human traders would continue to emerge. This was an unavoidable reality. Furthermore, Jiang Lin could not perpetually assist them in identifying these hidden primal beings. That will suffice, Guo Yi replied gravely. Being prepared was certainly preferable to being caught off guard by a treacherous strike. At that moment, a small black suddenly appeared above the gathering primal army in the distance, steadily approaching until it hovered just outside the fortress's barrier. Guo Yi's pupils narrowed slightly, and upon discerning the figure's identity, he exclaimed in surprise, Lord Tai, that old fellow has come? Observing that no army was congregated within the barrier as anticipated, Lord Tai raised his colossal fist and struck the barrier with tremendous force, causing the energy ripples to ripple like stones cast into a lake. Guo Yi, witnessing this scene, scoffed coldly, vanishing from sight and reappearing before the barrier, standing merely a layer apart from Lord Tai. Old fool, are you seeking death? Guo Yi mocked. With you? Lord Tai, standing beyond the barrier, embodied the primal race's traits, towering and possessing deep purple skin with visible bulging veins. He crossed his arms, coldly scrutinizing Guo Yi. You must be struggling to protect yourselves now, I presume? After uttering this, he fixated on Guo Yi, attempting to discern something from his expression. Unfortunately, Guo Yi bore naught but a slight smirk, devoid of any other emotion. Instead, his words struck Lord Tai with a jolt. Do you think a handful of worthless infiltrators and some human traders can upend our stronghold? Lord Tai's expression shifted slightly after receiving news of the human traders. He too believed this was an unprecedented opportunity, immediately opting to launch a military offensive. However, upon arriving beneath the stronghold, he was met with the defiant demeanor of the defenders. Lord Tai cast a skeptical glance at Guo Yi before his gaze fell upon the fortress walls behind him, where, aside from a few scouts, there was naught else. A smile crept upon his face. Are you attempting this ruse again? Your empty city strategy was indeed executed well back then, but do you truly think the same trick will work twice? Guo Yi paused for a moment, then shrugged helplessly. What can I say? I merely wish to test it. No matter, Jiang Lin's voice unexpectedly interjected. I had already promised you. The instant his voice resonated, Lord Tai, without hesitation, executed a series of rapid movements, warily fixating on Jiang Lin beside Guo Yi. Jiang Lin's presence emerged, devoid of any discernible aura, as if he were the only one present beside Guo Yi. This was the most peculiar aspect. Regardless of the life form, there should always be some trace of existence. And humans, whose vitality exudes a rich essence, should be particularly evident to the primal race, a species acutely attuned to such life forces. Even if Guo Yi concealed himself with all his might, to Lord Tai, Guo Yi's life essence shone as brightly as a beacon. Yet this person was an enigma. Lord Tai sensed only an expansive void. Jiang Lin paid him no heed, instead placing a hand on his brow as if pondering. Is everyone here? Ah, old fellow. I have suddenly conceived an idea that might entirely resolve the issue of the primal race transforming into humans. A peculiar smile flickered across Jiang Lin's face as he considered this. What? Guo Yi instinctively inquired. These primal beings have transformed into humans through the blood of the myriad phantoms. If I were to eliminate all the primal beings here, would that old fellow intervene? If he makes a move, Jiang Lin licked his lips with a hint of excitement. I would then have reason to slay him. Guo Yi trembled slightly, deliberately ignoring the comment and turning his head away. In the distance, Lord Tai erupted with fury upon hearing this. The myriad phantoms, one of the pillars of their primal race, had devoted countless efforts to expand their territory, yet were belittled to insignificance in the words of his adversary. Boom! He charged forward in a rage, colliding with the stronghold's barrier, his pale golden eyes radiating coldness. Human brat, are you so eager for death? Jiang Lin flashed and appeared outside the barrier. What do you intend? Lord Tai's expression shifted slightly, but his assault was unrelenting, his fist striking out like lightning. Chapter 69, The Teaching Bureau. Jiang Lin regarded the fist that loomed close, and instead of evading, he chuckled derisively, extending his hand with fingers splayed. Lord Tai's massive fist dwarfed Jiang Lin's palm by several folds, and with all his might, he unleashed a blow capable of cleaving mountains. Yet, upon contact with Jiang Lin's hand, it met an invisible barrier, making no progress whatsoever. Do you still believe I am seeking death? Lord Tai's expression changed abruptly as he quickly retracted his fist and struck again. But Jiang Lin's palm, like a phantom, perfectly intercepted the trajectory of his attack. To the onlookers, all that could be seen was a blur of indistinct shadows, rendering the speed of their exchanges nearly incomprehensible. After enduring countless punches that were all effortlessly parried, Lortai let out a furious roar and abruptly retreated several thousand meters. He then adopted a half-crouched stance, leaning forward as if to charge. The muscles in his wrists, arms, calves, and abdomen visibly swelled, and he took a deep breath, channeling the surrounding spiritual energy into his body, forming a pale white current that he absorbed within. With a swift motion, Lortai's figure suddenly vanished, and in the next moment, a mountain behind him was shattered, leaving a massive crater in the ground. Jiang Lin squinted his eyes with a smile, then calmly extended one hand in front of him. A shadow rushed forth, and Lortai's fist collided once more against Jiang Lin's nonchalantly extended palm. An invisible gust of wind stirred, momentarily billowing Jiang Lin's attire before dissipating. As the edges of his clothing settled, the land within a radius of several thousand meters beyond the fortress's barrier erupted instantaneously, massive cracks twisting and spreading like a serpent. Lortai stared in shock at this scene, his figure leaping back away from Jiang Ling. Behind him, Hua Yi was equally astonished. Since the onset of battle, Jiang Ling's use of spiritual energy mirrored his own, yet the control was worlds apart. Lortai's charged attack, even he needed to confront with all his might, was utterly impossible to execute with the same casualness as Jiang Ling. Then, his expression brightened, eyes wide with realization, as spiritual energy surged outward. In his perception of spiritual energy, Jiang Ling appeared to be entirely connected to the ground beneath him. Every motion he made seemed to resonate with the earth below. The spiritual energy blended seamlessly with the terrain, each thread of earth-type energy seemingly rejoicing at Jiang Ling's presence. Ha! So that's it. Hua Yi suddenly laughed heartily, covering his face with one hand. The Imperial Realm, truly the emperor of spiritual energy, yet I have failed to grasp what it means to be a true sovereign. Ultimately, our mastery over spiritual energy has not yet reached the microscopic level. Hua Yi marveled at the spiritual energy before him, where Jiang Ling's unique energy intertwined with the external forces, each minuscule strand capable of influencing even more external energy. At this moment, Jiang Ling and his environment were inextricably linked. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Ling glanced at Hua Yi. The earth element, unlike others, offers boundless possibilities as long as one stands upon its soil. Thus, ultimate control is the zenith of the earth element. After speaking, Jiang Ling reached out, grasping the air, and the ground trembled violently as a massive fissure, several dozen meters wide, extended from beyond the fortress barrier, vanishing into the distance. Some members of the barbarian army in the distance were caught off guard, plummeting directly into the unfathomable chasm. Lortai, however, had no time to concern himself with them. His hair stood on end, and a piercing pain akin to needles surged from deep within him, every cell in his body screaming to flee. Instinctively channeling his spiritual energy, Lortai soared into the sky. Meanwhile, from within the pitch-black abyss below, a gigantic hand formed from rock and soil, over 100 meters wide, swiftly reached upward, attempting to seize the ascending Lortai. Yet, the hand's ascent was ultimately a fraction too slow. Having extended nearly a kilometer, it seemed to reach its limit. Observing the colossal hand beneath him, Lortai exhaled in relief. Had he mistaken it for a mere rock hand, he would not have comprehended the danger. For the energy contained within was profoundly shocking. The ground is your domain, but we are of the same realm. In aerial combat, your advantage will be nullified. Jiang Ling remarked with indifference, and the gigantic hand disintegrated into a cloud of dust, his own form vanishing simultaneously. Lortai, sensing danger, kept his eyes darting, relentlessly tracking the rapidly moving essence of spiritual energy within the swirling dust. That was undoubtedly Jiang Ling's true form. In a moment of focus, Lortai's gaze sharpened, and he dove down, delivering a powerful punch into the swirling dust. Jiang Ling's figure materialized, looking slightly surprised at Lortai's unexpected attack. Quite impressive. Then, his form dissipated once more, and from the floating dust emerged dozens of clones of Jiang Ling. These duplicates surged forward, encircling Lortai, each one clinging to him. The earth sinks. Jiang Ling's voice echoed through the air. Before Lortai could disperse the clones, he suddenly felt an overwhelming gravitational force weighing down upon him, as if each Jiang Ling clinging to him bore the weight of thousands of tons. Plummeting rapidly, Lortai, in a panic, struck one of the Jiang Ling clones beside him. Yet, despite the might of his Imperial Realm punch, only a few cracks appeared on Jiang Ling's visage. The abyss below grew closer, and at that moment, Lortai dared not to be arrogant any longer. He roared toward the distance. All troops, attack. At his command, the 100,000 barbarian warriors surged forward, shaking the very ground beneath them. The clones of Jiang Ling clinging to Lortai quivered in response. An idea sparked in Lortai's mind, and he surged forward with all his might. The barbarians, a race that has honed their physical prowess to perfection, were each a paragon of brute strength. Every barbarian on the battlefield resembled a monstrous beast, and now, with nearly 100,000 of them charging, the burden on the ground was beyond description. Jiang Ling, almost instantaneously upon Lortai's order, severed his connection to the earth, significantly diminishing the power of his earth-type spiritual energy. Seizing the opportunity, Lortai let out a roar, forcibly breaking free from the weakened Jiang Lin clones, bursting out from the cloud of dust. With a click of his tongue, Jiang Lin materialized, observing Lortai's hasty retreat. Although he had utilized the powers of the Imperial realm, the number of barbarians before him far exceeded 1,000,000, and their strength was not to be underestimated. Attempting to confront them head-on was still insufficient.